Old man with silver beard then said, "You can't beat this old Taoist." But this old Taoist also doesn't understand how you became aware of that person's existence. To be honest, his game is very wonderful. This old Taoist even felt he could succeed. Didn't expect. It was just setting up the game. When the rioters attacked Luochao, I didn't care. Even if the emperor attacked Fengzhou, I was fine. In my eyes, rioters are just rioters. If His Majesty let me take charge of the military power, it would be done in a flip of the hand. The only thing I'm worried about is that there's someone behind these people, so I set up this game to test it out. After playing chess with you for so long, I've finally heard this sentence. Only now can I be sure there's someone like that. Little brat, you're scheming against me. Forget it, forget it. Looks like this old Taoist has slipped up. It's okay to slip up, because you won't stop. Yang Yuan said, I am the commander of the Jin Yi Wei. What I need to do is to clear away all future troubles. If I take care of them all so people go back and stir things up, who knows when he got this courage? Or should I just take care of it all at once? The old man asked back. Is it worth it? Just for one person to drag yourself in, Yang Yuan continued. If it were normal, it wouldn't be worth it, but with the great tribulation coming from outside, isn't my son the one destined to face it? The old man asked in surprise. You know, Yang Yuan pondered and said, I'm not an idiot, much less an old fogey. His blood from the Yang family flows in him. He is truly sincere to me. And like that time in Wuzhou, when he heard the Sword Saint could kill me, he used himself as bait, wanting to lure the Sword Saint out and then kill him. From that moment on, he is the son of Yang Yuan. No, he was originally the son of Yang Yuan, the old man asked. So, you're doing this because, Yang Yuan replied. Originally didn't want to take another step, but my son is the one destined to face the tribulation. I also have to do more. Still the same, not letting down the world, not letting down my family. On Yang Jiu's side, Grandpa Teacher asked, Good grandson, do you want to meet the number one under heaven? Yang Jiu then replied, Isn't the martial arts competition already starting now? Moreover, your grandson is definitely going to the battlefield, of course. I have to learn some self-defense. Speaking of which, Grandpa is the number one under heaven. Is at our manor such a big deal, and you didn't even tell me? Grandpa Teacher pondered and said, It's not that I didn't tell you. It's just that person, how should I put it? After being with him for a long time, you'll forget that he's the number one under heaven. Yang Jiu was a little puzzled. Why are you talking like Hong Tao? Forget about martial arts for now. Now I'm getting more and more curious about that person. Grandpa Teacher then said, all right. If my good grandson wants to see, Grandpa has no choice, and can only fulfill my good grandson's wish. This one is the legendary number one under heaven. Grandfather, you've arrived. Your grandson missed you so much. Yang Jiu's face was full of question marks. Grandfather? Is this uncle's son? No, isn't uncle. Could he be your illegitimate son? Grandpa Teacher sternly said, How is that possible? Does Grandpa look like the kind of person who has illegitimate children? This is the number one under heaven that you wanted to meet the most. Qin Tian. The pinnacle of the world, the number one under heaven, no argument needed. Yang Jiu leaned over to look at Qin Tian and asked, He's the number one under heaven, Qin Tian asked back. He's Grandpa's grandson. No wonder Grandpa didn't come to see me, so he has another grandson. I'm angry, Yang Jiu asked suspiciously. Grandpa, what exactly is this? Grandpa Teacher then said. You'll be disappointed if I tell you. 5 years ago, he suddenly came to your manor. Who exactly is he? Is there someone like this in the world? Qin Tian said. You're pretty good. I originally thought you would walk the same path as your father, but you're going a different way. Your father's blade killed throughout the world. Your blade slaughters living beings. Are you mocking me? Even Grandmaster Tong Tian said that this path can only lead to becoming a martial general who's unstoppable in attacking crowds. But in single combat, you can only be ranked 9th under heaven, Shu Tian said. Are you stupid? You chose your path, so why let others tell you the outcome? You've walked this path of slaughtering living beings the furthest, so why rely on some old fortune teller to tell you if you can succeed or not? The general asked. Who exactly are you? Shu Tian laughed and replied. I just believe that no matter what others say, my own choices are the best, and because they're the best, my martial arts are unrivaled under the heavens. The general asked in surprise. Unrivaled? You mean the best in the world? Shu Tian coldly laughed. First, second, what's the difference? You ask that old man. Is the difference between me and him just first and second? That's why I don't dare to speak of the ultimate end of your future. Why do you believe that old man? Seems you've met that person then, the red-haired girl asked. The best in the world is really in the Zhenbei King Manor, the lieutenant general replied. Otherwise, who do you think taught you archery? She blankly asked. That rascal kid? General, are you kidding me? I feel like he's just a lucky fool, Shu Tian shouted. That year, the first time I met him, I knew what the best in the world should be like. Grandpa favors others, Grandpa doesn't love me anymore. Wah, Grandpa has other grandkids outside, I don't want to live anymore, Yang Jiu asked. Are you really sure? The person in your memory is really him? Master Grandfather said. Not finished yet. That day he defeated that little punk, and also met me. Shu Tian originally thought it was just a legend, didn't expect you actually exist. Shu Tian laughed, and replied, I want to see your saber. That stinky old man Tian Tong. Although he's deceived countless people, some of his words are still believable. He said he saw the ultimate saber technique, a saber that slaughters the world, the old king asked. You've come to force me to draw my saber, Zhu Tian cheerfully said. That's right, regardless of the cost, even if it means slaughtering the entire Zhenbei King manor. The general then spoke up. Alright, didn't expect you'd go this far. Since father became the second best in the world, he hasn't left the northern border. Nor has he ever fought that person. The best and second best in the world fighting. And it's happening today. Just then the general turned his head in shock. Father really drew his saber. As expected, my coming here wasn't in vain. This saber is truly capable of slaughtering the world. Come on, let me broaden my horizons. I'll gratefully accept this saber in my heart. Master Grandfather picked his nose and said, I refuse. Zhu Tian angrily asked. What did you say? Master Grandfather calmly said. Not chopping. I want to see what you can do to the Zhenbei King manor, Zhu Tian fiercely said. I am the best in the world. I can destroy the Zhenbei King manor, kill all 5 generals that you personally trained. Master Grandfather didn't even bother to pay attention. Say it, go on, I'm really leaving? No joke, Zhu Tian went mad. Unleashed his true spiritual energy, he walks the talk. At this moment, Master Grandfather opened his mouth and said, Wait! Zhu Tian coldly laughed. HMPH, I knew it, you're scared, so draw your saber, otherwise, Master Grandfather sternly said. It's fine if you kill people, but if you damage the foundation, you have to pay. Zhu Tian was extremely confused. You old man, what's wrong with you? Are you really not afraid of me attacking? If I want to kill someone, no one can stop me, the old king said. I believe you won't kill people. Moreover, it's not because you don't bother to kill people, but because you value the dafyo more than anyone else. That's why you are unrivaled, Zhu Tian evaded. I don't know what you're talking about. Very lonely, huh? That's why you're waiting for someone to surpass you. Other martial artists, including me, when we see those peerless geniuses, we worry that we will be surpassed, and the slaughter in the Jianghu is for that reason. But you're the opposite, being unrivaled, but you revere the myriad Daos, the monarchs of the Tang dynasty. Even beggars on the street have their own Dao. You believe that there will be someone who can catch up to you. One person is one Dao. You will only help someone complete their Dao and not destroy it. That's why you've never killed anyone. So that's how it is. How did you know? Did that old man Tong Tian tell you? Next time I see him, I'll definitely break his walking stick so he remembers it for life. That's right. All along the way, I've used the excuse of killing people to force many experts to attack. They all thought I was a madman, obsessed with martial arts, to protect the people around me. They were afraid, but also fought with all their might. Zhu Tian cheerfully laughed. Ha, interesting. Speak. What must I do for you to be willing to chop me with one saber strike? The old king replied. I'm already old. Do you think I can still swing a few sabers? Therefore, my saber is to protect the northern border. I can't play around with people. My saber and Davio cannot surpass you, and you're certain you can withstand it, so it's meaningless. You make a request. As long as it doesn't violate my principles, I'll help you do it. I've already said it. It's meaningless. Moreover, I'm also the Zhenbei King. You're just a vulgar martial artist who can't even kill people. What can I ask you to do? Then I don't care about you. I insist that you draw your saber so I can see your saber. Haha, you don't care about me, and I don't care about you either. Right now, my dream is to hold a grandchild. Can you help me with that? Zhu Tian blankly stared. Go. I already said you're a vulgar martial artist. Play by yourself. What? I heard there are tons of experts in Northern Wrong? Or are you gonna let your grandpa and grandson be embraced by someone else? You deserve to be chopped up too. Alright, Yang Jiu, so this is supposed to be the number one under heaven. How can he be so otherworldly? Xin Tian roared. You still have the nerve to say that. You went back on your word. I've been your grandson for 5 years. 5 whole years. Do you know how I've been living? The old king said. I said grandson, but Xin Tian retorted. You didn't specify a biological grandson back then. The dignified Zhenbei King doesn't keep his word, Grandmaster sneered. So what, if the Zhenbei King doesn't keep his word? Can't compare to the number one under heaven, actually calling someone 7 years younger than him grandpa. I'm truly blessed to have lived long enough to see this. Yang Jiu was surprised. 7 years younger? That's right. Look at his current appearance. But in reality, he's 7 years older than me, so reaching this realm can really preserve your youth. In that case, there might really be someone who looks down upon the world. Xin Tian said, I don't care, you have to chop me today, so you've seen it, right? This is the number one. Under heaven, are you sure you still want to learn the invincible intent? Yang Jiu's eyes lit up. Senior, please teach me the invincible intent. Xin Tian smirked. Oh, you want to learn my invincible intent? Alright, you let your grandmaster slash me once, and I'll figure out a way to teach you. Yang Jiu said. Senior, take a good look at my aptitude. Are you sure I can really learn the invincible intent? Xin Tian replied. Of course, I'm not like your grandmaster. I always do what I say. As long as you can get your grandmaster to slash me once, I'll teach you the invincible intent. Yang Jiu smiled. I understand, Xin Tian said leisurely. Very good. I knew you could make the decision. I didn't need to bother so much. Because your grandmaster tricked me, so this time I have to let your grandmaster make the first move. Then I will teach you. Yang Jiu coldly smiled. Senior, you're mistaken. What does the deal between you and me have to do with my grandmaster? I just need to know that I can learn the invincible intent. Isn't that enough? That way, even if I don't win the upcoming martial arts competition, it won't be too embarrassing. Xin Tian angrily roared. What do you mean, damn, my temper? Anyway, I'm the number one under heaven. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Yang Jiu replied. Of course not. I'll give you a condition you can't refuse, Xin Tian suspiciously said. Can't refuse. Ha, you underestimate me too much. Yang Jiu then pinned Xin Tian against the wall. Don't rush, let's talk. Xin Tian shouted. Get lost. You're even more shameless than your grandmaster. This is all just empty talk. You just want to get results without doing anything. Yang Jiu continued. How could that be, old Liu? Liu too is my man. My lady Shengwan Li can recreate the shattered star just by looking at Sheng Shen's, and that old Taoist also told you what my lady's fate is like. Furthermore, think carefully. Why hasn't my grandmaster slashed you yet? Isn't it because he's worried about the northern frontier? I guarantee you that in just 1 year, I can make the northern frontier peaceful. When that time comes, you'll definitely get slashed. Xin Tian suspiciously asked. What makes me believe you can do it? Yang Jiu confidently said. Let's not talk about things far away. Let's talk about old Liu. After he breaks through, I'll have the power to make him ignore you. Extreme blade technique. Trisk, Trisk. My old Liu is the first person in history to be able to cleanse the baleful aura. Xin Tian, you should learn from him. Yang Jiu then used reverse psychology, offering a vision. Well, don't be angry for now. Let me analyze it for you. Look at what you're getting now. It's one full-powered strike from Liu Tu after his breakthrough. In addition, I can also guarantee you one full-powered strike from my lady after her breakthrough, already exceeding the price, right? Don't rush, there's still a discount. As long as you teach me the invincible intent now, there's also a chance to see me dominate the northern frontier. When that time comes, Grandmaster won't worry about the safety of the northern frontier anymore and will naturally gift you that / 7 parts profit 3 parts fun. Isn't Senior tempted already? Being tempted is not as good as taking action. Hurry up and teach me. You can't find such a good thing even with a lantern. After I take charge of the northern frontier, there will be after-sales service. If there are people you can't threaten, leave it to me. You won't need to call others grandpa in the future either. Grandmaster sitting on the side thought, I clearly know my good grandson is scamming someone, but why am I tempted too? It feels like I'm getting a bargain. Xin Tian was so happy he was drooling. Are you telling the truth? Yang Jiu smugly added an emotional card. Your grandmaster is my grandmaster is your grandmaster. If you think about it that way, we are family. How could I possibly scam family? If we're family, then don't hesitate. The competition is about to start. If I lose miserably and can't become the master of the northern frontier, then I can't guarantee everything to you. Xin Tian was irresistibly enticed. That's right, you can't lose. What you promised me can only be done if you become the master of the northern frontier. Yang Jiu successfully sealed the deal with his bullshitting skills. Thank you for your trust, family. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and pay. Transfer your power. Xin Tian, hooked like a fish, immediately transferred a surge of power to Yang Jiu. This is the undefeated will. This power is seriously addictive. Xin Tian then said, Alright, this should be good for like 80 uses, no problem. Yang Jiu, dazed like a baby deer, asked, 80 uses? Wait a sec. Weren't you just saying you'd teach me? How'd it turn into 80 uses just now? Xin Tian said. Didn't I already teach you? If you can learn it, then learn it. If you can't, then isn't using it 80 times to your heart's content even better? Yang Jiu suspiciously asked. Is that how you taught Hong Tao? Xin Tian proudly said. Otherwise, Yang Jiu resignedly accepted. Fine, 80 times it is. Anyway, the leeks will grow back eventually, so there's plenty more to cut next time. What's cutting leeks with a leek knife mean? It means nothing. I just like eating leeks, family. Rest assured, I'll definitely do what I promised. Grandpa Master blankly said. I always thought you were pretending, but I didn't expect you to be so naturally like this. Xin Tian retorted. Bullshit. You think I didn't realize he was scamming me? Even though it sounded really good, I know he basically got my undefeated will for free? Grandpa Master asked in surprise. So you're... Xin Tian smiled meaningfully. Have I ever been stingy with outstanding juniors? My Dako is there for anyone who wants it. Isn't that how I've always done things? Plus, I'm also very interested in his Dapio. Who knows, he might be the next one to surpass me. After all, the highest grade of the heaven-devouring art has always been 3rd grade. I think he might even go higher. Grandpa Master said, the undefeated before you single-handedly suppressed all the heroes under heaven. That's what undefeated means in the eyes of the world. You, on the other hand, are an ultimate being who doesn't compete or snatch, but simply protects the Dalo and advances, inspiring the heroes of the world to strive to catch up. Xin Tian replied. What kind of undefeated is winning by overpowering the weak? Shouldn't true undefeated be like this? Standing at the peak of martial arts, I pave the way for everyone. Those who follow the path I create will go even further. Grandpa Master nodded in agreement. That's why you're the undisputed #1 under heaven since ancient times. General dazedly said, undefeated will, what's going on? And that senior actually transferred his undefeated will to you. That's not right. Although he's not stingy about martial arts, he's difficult to deal with to a certain extent. How could it be so easy? Xiao Li asked, her soul shaking. Is the legendary #1 under heaven really in the Zhenbei prince's manner? Yang Jiu, emboldened, started bragging. Of course, I relied on the charm of my personality to conquer him, so he transferred his undefeated will to me. Next, I want to figure out how to advance to third grade, plus the undefeated will, plus the heaven-devouring art. Should be enough combat power, right? Right, everyone. What's wrong, Yang Jiu? Such a big deal like meeting the #1 under heaven, and you didn't call me, Xiao Li. What else have you been hiding from me lately? Xiao Li asked. Xiao Li, trust me. When you meet that person, you'll definitely be disappointed. However, if the #1 under heaven is really here, then I'll have to meet him often in the future. After all, the great calamity is still there, and what they're protecting, there's still no answer. Didn't you say your personal charm conquered him already? Why not just ask? You already got the undefeated will anyway. If I directly asked, he definitely wouldn't tell me. If he wasn't the #1 under heaven, I wouldn't have been able to swindle this undefeated will. Yang Yuan, full of thoughts, said. It's only been a few days, and I already missed the madam again. I should have gone with her. Immediately, His Majesty appeared and said, I can let you leave. Your subject greets your majesty. You should know, if I were coming as the emperor, I wouldn't meet you like this. The emperor said, there's no need. You've been fighting with Yang Gong for so long. Don't you know what kind of person he is? I've been through thick and thin with you. Haven't you been through the same with me? The hairy-mouthed emperor then roared, you're being insolent. Your subject wouldn't dare, it's just that didn't. Your majesty say you wouldn't come today in your capacity as emperor. Therefore, your subject seized this opportunity. Of course I had to say what was on my mind. That's right, that's why I won't blame you. Because you really don't know about the thick and thin. If the emperor doesn't treat his subjects right, the subjects won't treat the emperor right. So it turns out today, neither your majesty nor I are to blame. But I've never regretted saying those words. Even until today. Perhaps I'm just that kind of incorrigible person. Yet we've been influencing each other for so many years. Without any result, I don't think there will be a result today. I came to give you a way out. No matter what, we were once the best of bros. Now not only am I giving the people of the world a chance to kill me, but even your majesty is adding fuel to the fire to kill your subject. I just don't understand. Your majesty must know that if I die now, the country will not be at peace. That's my business. As long as you admit to the crime of colluding with traitors to harm the emperor, I can let you live in obscurity. Your subject is willing to protect the country. Your majesty is still adding fuel to the fire in this situation. You must have a backup plan. Therefore, this time I can only protect the country and not your majesty. I can protect my own empire myself. Whether I am safe or in danger is not for you to decide. The ruler is like a boat, and the people are like water. Water can carry the boat, but it can also capsize it. These were the words your majesty told your subject. Moreover, your majesty once said that the empire belongs to the people, not to one family. When I heard your majesty say these words, I decided to follow your majesty's dream. In that case, it's not that your subject is disloyal, but that your subject is too stupid to keep up with your majesty's changes. At this moment, the hairy-mouthed emperor was extremely pissed off. Forget it, just sort things out yourself. Yang Yuan is really arrogant, thinking that only he could guess who's behind the scenes and underestimating your majesty. How could our imperial palace be without people of that realm? The Tianji Pavilion can only rank the Jianghu, not the Celestials. Now there is chaos in Daqian. I not only have to deal with usurpation and rebellious people, along with those fake deities who came out of nowhere, but also Yang Yuan. Everyone is setting up the board. But they don't know that I am the one playing the game. Those fake deities are just pawns. You're pushing everyone behind the scenes to enter the capital to kill Yang Yuan. What if the person behind the scenes takes this opportunity to attack you? They will definitely be killed by Shifu, and then Yang Yuan. The princes cannot leave the capital. Yang Jiu still has the eastern border. He will definitely avenge Yang Yuan. But the target of revenge is not your majesty but the princes, so it will not affect your majesty. When the princes and Yang Jiu are both severely injured, your majesty can take this opportunity to seize the military power of everyone. This move is really admirable. In the future, the four borders will be unified, the court will be stable, and there will be no more usurpation wars. Nair will inherit my throne, and the idler will be the national advisor. A wise ruler will succeed, and a celestial will guard the country. My Danshian will prosper for another 100 years. Practicing martial arts during the day and working late at night. Does Yang Jiu really think he's made of steel? There are too many variables now. The more comprehensive the intelligence, the more surprised I am. Fortunately, I'm outside the game. If I stayed in the capital, I wouldn't be able to see the situation clearly. If Liu Yan'er was by your side, she could help you share your burdens, and you wouldn't be so tired. I haven't married Yan'er yet, so I can't hug her to sleep when I'm tired, haha. At this moment, Yang Jiu added firewood to the stove again, burning it all night. Oh, what a joy. With the devouring heaven art accumulating true energy, it's certainly not a problem for you. But if you want to improve, you still need to understand the martial path. Don't I lack martial arts talent? Do you have any better ideas? Hong Tao said. If you want to talk about a better way, of course there is. The boundary of life and death can certainly stimulate potential, and it can't be said that it can definitely break through, but this is the only shortcut. Otherwise, how could the 5 generals become top-notch first-rank experts before the age of 30? This is also one of the reasons. Yang Jiu then pondered. The boundary of life and death. But a gentleman cannot be trapped. Let me think about it carefully. Then someone called. Commander, a message has been sent from the prince's mansion. The first martial arts competition will begin in 3 days. Strategy of military tactics. Good thing the first round isn't a sparring match. I still have time to figure out how to break through to the 3rd rank. Guan Lei asked suspiciously. You've never led troops into battle before. Are you sure you're good at strategy and military tactics? Yang Jiu replied coolly. Even though I don't know military strategy, I can write a Once Upon a Time about my grandpa, the Prince of Zhenbei. Xiao Lai said. See if there's a chance to snatch first place, or is my dad, the brocade-clad guard commander, more convincing? Shangguan Lai was stunned. You really are full of bullshit, are you serious? On the bright side, General, this is great for you. The first round is military strategy, which you're best at. In this entire Zhenbei army, besides you and the old prince, no one can beat you. The general, looking pleased, said, Don't keep looking down on Yang Jiu. After what happened at the martial arts arena, haven't you changed your opinion of him? Not retreating in the face of death, even mentioning it now still stirs up some excitement. Ming pouted and said, It was just luck. The general continued, Enough of that. Take my invitation. I should meet this young master of the Yang family. Ming was surprised. Why do you want to meet him? The general guessed. He probably followed the old prince to meet that senior. Even though he's just staying here and not leaving, wanting to see the old prince's one saber strike, in reality he's treating the old prince as his own benchmark. Ming stood by, blankly asking, Who exactly are you talking about? That's a respectable senior. The 5 Zhenbei generals reached the peak of first rank at such a young age, thanks not only to their own talent and effort, but also to the help of that senior. If Yang Jiu has already met that senior, then his goal now is probably to break through to the 3rd rank, and I can roughly guess what he got from that senior. In short, I have to help him. Ming blurted out loudly. What are you saying? Help him? On what basis should we help him? The general looked at him sternly. On what basis should we help him, you ask? Let's not even talk about him being the old prince's grandson. Right now, he's the commander of the 100 Battles Battalion, our comrade in arms, our brother. If he can break through to the 3rd rank, then he'll be an even fiercer general on the battlefield, which is a huge benefit to the Zhenbei army. Now you're asking me why we should help him? Ming stuttered. General, I didn't mean that. It's just that you already have the Azure Dragon as your rival. I'm worried about the Azure Dragon. Ming, do you believe the Azure Dragon would also help Yang Jiu? No way. I've seen how the Azure Dragon has been suppressing the general these past few years. He wouldn't be that generous. The general questioned Ming. Do you have some kind of conflict with Yang Jiu? Why have you been acting less and less like a soldier since he arrived? Ming felt guilty, sweating profusely, and stuttered, unable to speak. I don't. Just then, the general said, I don't want to hear your explanation. Just don't say these things again next time. The Azure Dragon has always been against me these past few years, but he's never overstepped his authority. On the battlefield, I can trust him with my back, and he's never let us down. Think carefully about these things. If you say these things again next time, or if you have these thoughts, then don't stay by my side anymore. Then, the general immediately left. He said, Damn it, you CCK sucker, Su Tianyang. How can the Qilin general be such a waste? Why doesn't he dare compete for that position? If he doesn't have such ambition, how can I complete the task the higher-ups entrusted to me? Saying that, it really isn't possible to sow discord between the Qilin general and the other generals, he said. Our people have become his confidants, but even with such guidance, the Qilin general hasn't wavered at all, and has even started to suspect him. The Qilin general won't do. So what about the Azure Dragon? He replied. Anyone who approached the Azure Dragon was immediately exposed, and their whereabouts are now unknown. Approaching the White Tiger resulted in direct assassination, and as for the Phoenix, she hasn't been found since the last encirclement. No, don't provoke the Phoenix. If there's a chance, we must kill her first. Whether it's me or the entire Northern Wrong Army, that woman is very difficult to deal with. Understood, Your Highness. Given the situation in the Zhenbei army, and within our ranks, more and more people are opposing your sending troops. Even His Majesty is wavering. The prince thought of Yang Jiu's work. He's really something. Zhao Tianyu has never bothered with sowing discord and causing division, so he wasn't difficult to deal with. Now that the Zhenbei army has an additional Yang Jiu, it's making me hesitant. How do you explain this to His Majesty? The prince said sullenly. What's there to explain now? We can't beat the Zhenbei army on the battlefield in the first place. If we really let Yang Jiu become the successor of the Zhenbei army, do you think we'll still have a chance of winning? That's why I still say I either don't do it, or I do it all the way. Over at Yang Jiu's camp, the commander is still stressing about breaking through to Tier 3. Any battles coming up? Preferably something that can push me to the brink of life and death. Days are ticking by. If I don't reach tier 3 before the tournament, I'm gonna lose so bad it'll be embarrassing. The redhead pipes up. I don't think Commander needs to rush. Everyone knows you're trying to break through to tier 3. I bet someone will come help you soon. Yang Jiu is taken aback. Help me? Who? Not the Phoenix General, right? To be honest, the Devouring Heaven art is good for dual cultivation, but it's kinda awkward to bring my wives along, unless it's to your place. The redhead glares at Yang Jiu's teasing but can't say anything. Commander, you're such a joker. But don't say that in front of our general, or she'll turn you into a hedgehog. She narrows her eyes, radiating killing intent. Yang Jiu breaks out in a sweat. Whoa, just kidding, don't take it seriously. If the Phoenix General isn't gonna help, who do you think will? The redhead snarks. You're such a weird couple. Just then, someone calls out, Commander, the Killing General is here to see you. And the Azure Dragon General is with him, but the Killing General had to drag him along. The redhead giggles. Those two are thick-skinned and stubborn, but sometimes they're kinda cute. Quilin says, Alright, we're here, let's go in, Azure Dragon General. What do you mean we're here? I'm just passing by. Not like you, always smiling and pretending to be nice, helping everyone. This is a military camp, it's eat or be eaten. If you can't hack it, then get out, and don't be a burden to others. Okay, I get it, Quilin. But why are you lugging around your dragon blood spear, Azure Dragon General? That's your weapon for killing enemies? It's covered in bloodlust? You're not going to war, what do you need it for? Hee hee. You blockhead. Even if you lead the Central Army, we're the same rank. I can do whatever I want in the camp, what's it to you? I'm not messing around, Quilin. Fine, I admit it. I'm here to help him break through to tier 3. He needs a near-death experience to break through quickly. But my killing aura and 1 against 10,000 vibe won't create that atmosphere. If Azure Dragon General has nothing to do, why not lend a hand? I got tons of stuff to do. Back at the Azure Dragon camp, there's a war coming up. Unlike you, always acting like some kind of jester, playing around with the troops for no reason. Quilin shoots him a meaningful look and says, We're counting on you, Azure Dragon. Good luck, Azure Dragon, grumbles. Fine, I'm super busy, just so happen to be passing by. I'm only helping because you begged and pleaded and because the old king dotes on this grandson of mine. Yes, many thanks to Azure Dragon General for your assistance. This won't happen again. The purple-haired youth whispers. Actually, Azure Dragon General was here first, sneaking around outside the camp, then he tried to run when he saw Killing General. Yang Jiu muses. I guess you only find true friends like my grandpa on the northern border? No wonder that senior stayed there for 5 years straight. Yo, Commander. There's someone else over there. By who? Could he be here for me? Knowing him, he probably arrived even earlier, thinking no one would help you, so he came to do it himself. Yang Jiu suddenly realizes. Keelan? Azure Dragon? By who? You know them all. Who are you? I'm the redhead. I'm Phoenix General's most trusted aide. Of course I'm knowledgeable. Keeping me by your side, Commander, is definitely a good move. Looks like I don't need to explain why we're here. The killing intent of a soldier? A one-man army? You don't need to go to the battlefield, but you can experience the brink of life and death and break through to tier 3. Don't get too happy. Nothing in this world is free. If you want to reach tier 3, you gotta go through life and death. Our killing aura can create that atmosphere, but if you can't handle it, you're actually gonna die. Well, not really die. You'll just get overwhelmed by the killing aura and turn into an idiot. Hyland adds, which is pretty much the same as dying. So think carefully. Can you trust us? We might just take this opportunity to amp up the killing aura and crush you. If you die because of this, neither the old king nor the great general can say anything to us. Yang Jiu immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, You all trust me. How could I not trust you? If something really happens to me because of this, then you guys are the ones who would face the biggest risk, right? This is clearly a tiring task. Yet not only did you come to help me, but you're also bearing the risk for me. Yang Jiu accepts this kindness. Well said. If we really can't handle it, we'll just have to blame you guys. Exactly. Worthy of being Yang Shuai's son, if you really die, we'll definitely curse you too from below, but it won't affect you anyway, since you won't be able to hear us, haha. Let's go. Let's find a quiet place. It's hard for me to maintain the level of killing intent alone, but with the two of you working together, there shouldn't be any major problems. Qilin said, It's best if you die. But if you really survive, how do you plan to repay this favor? It's just a small matter for Yang Jiu. I'll offer each of you 3,000 sets of steel weapons. Of course, if you two want me to become the heir of the northern frontier, then equipping the entire Zenbei army with steel weapons is no problem either. After all, I have nothing but money and beautiful women. Awesome. 3,000 is great. You better deliver. I also think 3,000 is enough. If you really equip the entire army, I can also support Yang Tongshuai becoming the head of logistics. This position is really suitable for a rich guy like you, haha. General said flatly. The Zenbei army can be without Shi Lin and Qing Long, but it cannot be without Feng Huang, that's for sure. After all, General Feng Huang is the only female general involved, you know what I mean? The good relationship between the 5 generals right now is thanks to your efforts. If you weren't a woman with such a personality, the old prince and I would both feel that you are the most suitable heir. I know myself well. What Feng Huang wants is very simple. That is, the Zenbei army to be harmonious, as close as brothers. As long as I can see this, Feng Huang would have no regrets even if she died. At Luozhao, at this moment the young lady really can't hold on anymore. The opponents have too many pseudo-breaking realm experts. These refugees simply can't stop them. Liu Yanher then said. Then there's no need to defend anymore, we can't defend it anyway. Return Luozhao to them and retreat to defend Luozhao. If the young lady had already prepared to retreat to Luozhao, why did we still have to entangle with them here? It's clear that continuing to entangle like this will only deplete our forces, without any benefit, and give Yang Gong more time to prepare. Anyway, if we are pushed back, the first thing those two princes will do when they return to the capital is to take action. Although, even I cannot completely see through Yang Gong, it's still better to buy more time. I understand, young lady. Now that the Dacian Empire is in chaos, what we need to do right now is probably sit back and watch the tigers fight. In this game, Emperor Yang Yuan has to die. Our chance has really come, Uncle Fu. You're wrong. This game has only just begun for me. What do you mean by just beginning? Could it be that you also want to kill Yang Yuan? But you have no reason to do so. Even if you agree with Prince Chu, it's just adding fuel to the fire. Liu Yanher then said fiercely, I must go to the capital in this game. Your Highness? Those rioters have retreated to Liuzhao. We have retaken Liuzhao and Liuzhao. Prince Qin then said, very good. We can be considered to have recovered the lost territory, and we can go back and report. As for Liuzhao, it was already a lawless place, and it was also the poorest province in Daqin. It seems to me that these rioters have not stirred up any trouble. Second brother, the war in front of us has indeed ended. But our war has only just begun. I understand everything you said. I have contacted the prefectural governor. The 4 breaking realm experts of the prefectural governor's house can lend me 3, and Cao Zhengqi can also transfer 3 of the 5 breaking realm experts serving in the palace, so that makes 6 breaking realm experts. Second brother, are you still hiding something at this point? The Shadow Master has also broken through, hasn't he? And those Shadow Assassins too, so second brother, adding my Shadow Assassins, that makes 4 breaking realm experts on my side. What are third brother's plans? What can you do for me? A sword saint. A sword saint can fight against 10 breaking realm experts. Second brother, you said 10 breaking realm experts. Why do I remember that the sword saint was blocked by a group of first-rank cultivators back in Wuxia? Seventh brother is exaggerating a bit too much. Alright, then I'll add 1 breaking realm expert. Second brother, stop staring. I really don't have some grand ambition like you. Third brother, what are you even up to? Second brother, seventh brother, never thought we'd meet again so soon. Third bro's mind is a mess. Right now, the entire military camp is under second brother's control. If he gives up on killing Yang Gong and turns to deal with us, wouldn't that be game over for this succession battle? As long as seventh brother has that sword saint by his side, I don't think second brother will go for the kill. Either way, second brother doesn't want to be groveling for mercy. Besides, if I dared to come today, how could I not be fully prepared? Shen careful, this guy has the aura of a celestial. He's at least a pseudo-celestial. Second brother asks. Surprised, a celestial? Like the top 3 in the world. Third brother, you're amazing. You managed to get someone like that as your assistant. I'm truly impressed. Second brother, seventh brother. No need to be tense this time. We're not enemies, after all. Sword Saint Senior is knowledgeable indeed, but you're wrong about one thing. This one is a genuine celestial, but after death he was refined into a martial zombie using Southern Border ancient techniques, which is why he dropped from the celestial realm. No way. Southern Border ancient techniques can refine a celestial. No. Even if refining into a martial zombie only requires 77 to 49 days for first grade, for refining a celestial, the Jiu clan lost several elders and spent a full 20 years. These past few years, the relationship between Third Brother and the Southern Border has been admirable. Treasures like this formation are brought out for Third Brother's use. I'm really curious, what exactly did Third Brother promise them? Third Brother tenses up, saying, ask me that question after seventh brother is sitting on that throne. Seventh brother isn't qualified to question me right now. Please forgive me, third brother. I was being nosy. Didn't third brother invite another person, that legendary Qinggang gang leader, Liu Fu of the Qinggang, and 1 more realm-breaking elder will come to help. So that's several realm-breaking experts, 1 sword saint and 1 pseudo-celestial. With this lineup, unless all of Yang Yuan's subordinates stay in the capital, he's a goner for sure. Yang Yuan says pensively, are you here to persuade me too? Or did you join them to kill me? It seems I'm not the only one. Everyone knows Yang Gong is in danger this time. You also have the celestial inheritance? No choice. The Elder Council can't be refused. However, Yang Gong misunderstood me this time. I'm not here to persuade Yang Gong, nor am I here to kill Yang Gong. I just want to ask, is Yang Gong willing to help me? Yang Yuan says, surprised. Your way of speaking is interesting. You should know, the current situation I'm in, His Majesty is also involved. He is him. I am me. Yang Gong should know that the thing I despise the most is becoming an emperor like him. I'm old. How many more years can I help you? What I'm talking about isn't just you, but also Yang Jiu. What His Majesty won't give Yang Gong, I can give Yang Jiu. As long as you nod, I'll fight shoulder to shoulder with you in this battle. Yang Gong then looks towards the figure of the mysterious man on the rooftop, asking, Is this also your intention? This is the third-ranked guy in the world, Liu Yunsanren. Looking at him, he seems pretty slick. His intention is my intention. What I need isn't a puppet emperor. If I sat on that throne, I wouldn't even be the imperial advisor for a few days. Yang Yuan asks, becoming the imperial advisor is your goal. So that's it, His Majesty's trump card is this. The slick guy replies, only those outside the game can see the whole picture clearly. While you're inside, even based on just a few words from me, you seem to understand the whole situation. Moreover, even now, I don't know what your plans are. Yang Yuan, I've said it before. I'm not used to seeing Celestials meddling in right and wrong. To put it bluntly, you Celestials are just a realm of martial artists. Different skills for different jobs. On what basis should important matters of the world be decided by you martial fools? I agree with Yang Yuan's way of thinking. If all Celestials were like that kid, the world wouldn't be like this today. Therefore, none of you are number one in the world. I'm also curious, what exactly are you guys fighting for now? If you really succeed, are you really a match for that kid? The slick guy stammers, this is not easy to say. That kid is extremely domineering. Put it this way, the realm of those people is too low, they simply don't know the true power of that kid. Therefore, people naively follow his footsteps, hoping to one day catch up with him, but for us, that kid's power is so powerful that it makes us despair. So you guys are finding your own way, Yang Yuan, don't try to pry information from me anymore. I can only tell you that there are a bunch of people who entered this struggle for this reason, but most choices to enter the world have nothing to do with that kid, because we all know what his personality's like. Yang Yuan says, Alright, so be it. Before you entered the world, I really had no way of knowing your secrets, but now that you've entered the world, some secrets can't be hidden from me, therefore this is your choice. To be honest, if their lineup attacked me, I'm not sure I could stop them. That's Yang Yuan's business. I don't want to bother the senior. Meeting you now really makes me let go of a lot. Less worries. Even if I fail, and the situation gets out of control, there's still you. Anyway, the best outcome for those other princes is just becoming the next emperor. If General Yang already knew all this, why were you still so persistent? Of course, I still have my own matters. Out of respect for our years together, I ask one favor. If I truly fail, find a way to protect the Crown Prince's family. The Crown Prince was born with an illness and will die of heart failure before he turns 30. If you truly make it to the end, the Crown Prince will find a way to help you stabilize the nation and make those people loyal to you. You must have seen, he's also trying his best to protect this country. All he wishes for is for the Crown Princess and his child to be safe. Among all the princes, only the Crown Prince has made me see him in a different light. Therefore, I agree to this matter. Yang Jiu said, this spot should be fine, right? So how do you two plan on putting me through this life and death ordeal? No rush, Yang Jiu. Adjust your aura to its optimal state. A 10,000 manslayer, you know what that means, right? The killing intent comprehended from slaughterous warfare is somewhat similar to old Liu's malicious aura. This killing intent can intimidate martial artists with lower cultivation realms, putting them in a suppressive state, allowing you to take on many enemies alone. You call this a 10,000 manslayer? 10,000 manslayer is just an exaggeration. There's no way one person can actually fight 10,000. However, this killing intent can indeed help us fight against many on the battlefield. So what you need is to experience this. You're only 4th grade right now. Enduring the 10,000 manslayer killing intent from 2 peak 1st grade cultivators will truly put you in a situation hanging by a thread. Yang Jiu felt it was all too vague. On the battlefield, we can use the 10,000 manslayer killing intent to face 1,000 low-level martial artists. Because of the killing intent, they'll enter a state of fear, their true chi disrupted, but that's one person against 1,000, which can reduce their will to fight. What if it's 2 against 1? Have you considered how much pressure that would be, Yang Jiu thought? It's like 1,000 people carrying one mountain, and I alone have to carry 2? You're right. Your comparison is very apt, Jilin spoke up. Stop talking. If you say any more, I'm afraid he'll just short-circuit. So you already know the dangers involved. Adjust yourself to your best state. Let's begin. Yang Jiu, I've heard enough already. It's not like it's real swords and spears, just suppression with killing intent. I've never been to a battlefield. I probably won't be scared to death, right? The 2 generals immediately stepped into position. Alright, here we go, haha. Yang Jiu was incredibly nervous at this moment. He had no idea what would happen next. Suddenly, Yang Jiu froze in place for several tens of seconds, his huge eyes wide as saucers. Immediately after, holy crap, for real. Where's my head? What just happened? My body's in one place, my head in another. This is seriously messing with my soul. At this moment, Yang Jiu dazedly asked, is this the 10,000 manslayer's killing intent? He felt countless arrows pierce his body, an incredibly brutal sensation, like his insides were getting yeeted 100 meters away. I'm pretty sure I'm about to ghost with this kind of treatment. Immediately he was slammed into the ground, making Yang Jiu bleed from his mouth and nose. But he still looked incredibly cool. And his granduncle said, did we push this punk too hard? The 10,000 manslayer killing intent from 2 peak 1st grade cultivators. Even a normal 2nd grade couldn't endure it, but our grandson is only 4th grade. Father, have you ever seen a 4th grade martial artist single-handedly fight 1,000 northern garrison elites? His granduncle immediately yelled, hey you gluttonous punk, all you do is eat, why don't you eat the whole pot then? Hurry up and see if my grandson can make it through. If he can't make it, step in and pull him back. If my maternal grandson is gone, don't I still have a biological, paternal grandson? I'm not in the mood for your jokes. At this moment, Yang Jiu was enduring countless pains. The pain of decapitation, the pain of heart-piercing, the pain of dismemberment, the pain of being burned alive, and now, the slaughter of 10,000 men. This isn't good, great king. This method is truly nothing to your generals. After all, they've all been to real battlefields and even massacred entire regions. But your grandson hasn't even been to a real battlefield, yet he's experiencing this kind of killing intent. Can he endure it? It's hard to say. Can't you do anything to save him? First, Under Heaven immediately said, this is the path he chose for himself, I will not interfere. But then again, he hasn't actually been on the battlefield. If he can really make it through, the benefits won't just be a normal third-rank breakthrough. At this moment, Yang Jiu's entire body radiated a red light. The general exclaimed, Father, Senior, look quickly, what is that? Lethal aura. The moon is clearly devoid of killing intent. I told you, if he makes it through, a normal third rank is absolutely incomparable. This is the purest killing intent, washing away worldly impurities. A stubbornness that knows no retreat. Yang Jiu is emitting an incredibly potent aura of killing intent. Then I'll use killing to block killing, killing to nourish ki. Immediately, a stunningly beautiful charcoal blade flew over. Yang Jiu caught it effortlessly, like a child eating bread. At this moment, Yang Jiu emitted an incredibly powerful flame. Excellent. Using killing to block killing. Congratulations on reaching third rank. Hong Dao blankly said. He must have reached third rank. How could he pierce stone with a wooden stick, without a mind as still as water? Even though that kid broke through to third rank, you're still a second rank peak stage no matter how you look at it. Therefore, you need to calm down. Anger can also be considered a kind of strength. The realm of martial arts is my only limit. I absolutely cannot let him catch up. Absolutely not. Hong Dao said in surprise. You really did it, little eye. I've reached first rank. Finally succeeded. Hong Dao laughed loudly. Haha, commendable, commendable. No one has taught you these past few years, yet you've progressed so much. If I had always been by your side, you would be even more domineering. Forget it, it's all my fault. Uncle Jiu is indeed stubborn, but that's the path he has chosen. I only want to request Uncle Jiu to let me meet the number one under heaven. At this time, Qin Wang and Yu Wang returned victoriously. The rebel army has already reached Fengzhou. Fortunately, we have the two princes. That's right, a few days ago, a rebel leader directly destroyed the Shangguan family while attacking the city. Everyone began to discuss in an uproar. Didn't you hear that person is Shang Shen, here to avenge his sister? Everyone, be quiet, don't talk about the capital anymore. Second brother, we've finally reached this point. Seventh brother has a sword saint. Third brother has a puppet. At the pseudo-celestial realm, I'm most worried that these two brothers will take this opportunity to get rid of me, right? Seventh brother said, I won't say anything. Maybe I can even help second brother at that time. After all, third brother is strong now. If second brother is gone, I'll be powerless too. Even though I've never liked seventh brother, the fact that I can now share common interests with him is a joyful thing. Actually, there's another thing I'm worried about. The Yang family doesn't just have one chess player. Are you talking about Yang Jiu? Second brother can rest assured I've already found Yang Jiu a very suitable opponent. Leaving the capital means jumping off the chessboard. This move is beautiful. But if he wants to stay away from the chessboard, then don't interfere again. Seventh brother. Who are you talking about as the opponent? I don't understand, seventh brother said. An opponent in the extremely far north. How could this be? The Imperial Censorate, that's one of the three excellencies. Wait, this isn't good. She's immediately surrounded. You should listen to the Imperial Censor's words. This prince isn't that weakling Zhao Tianyu. If it's a battle, I've never been restricted by anyone. She said. You attacked one of the three excellencies. Aren't you afraid of Her Majesty the Empress? He replied. I'm not afraid. This prince is only afraid of failing the soldiers. They shed blood in fierce battles at the front lines, only for some stupid civil officials at the rear to make their sacrifices meaningless. She continued to ask. You know the Imperial Censor, him, this prince knows. He's not a pedantic scholar nor an ignorant civil official. He has the ability to govern the country, but as he's the opposite of this prince, he's an enemy. Why hesitate and not make a decision? You can actually make this prince and Yang Jiu negotiate terms. She held a dagger and prepared to commit suicide. A chess piece cannot make things difficult for its master, especially since the master will have new chess pieces after my death. He suddenly made a move, stunning her. In front of a void-breaking martial artist, you can't even end yourself. Drag her down and interrogate her about Yang Jiu's arrangements. If she dies, then everyone who forced her to confess will die with her. Yang Jiu then received the news. I just reached third rank and was happy for a few days, and now I'm facing this situation, Shangguan Li said. We must go save her. Yang Jiu coldly smiled. Why do you say that? Don't you trust me? Shangguan Li's face fell. No, it's just that for you, going to save Xi Yu right now is way too dangerous. Besides, Xi Yue is a Jin Yue. If she's captured, she's as good as dead. Even though it's her duty, I can't quite put it into words, but I just feel like I absolutely have to save her. Yang Jiu turned around. Xiao Li, you're wrong. It's not just that saving her is too dangerous. I even suspect this rapid exposure means there are people, even in the capital, who want to distract me. The northern nomads. They're going after my old man now, Shangguan Li asked. So, are we heading back to the capital? Yang Jiu said. No need. Countless times I've felt lucky to be Yang Yuan's son. If I were a normal person, I'd probably face less pressure, live more freely, and have many more choices. But I'd also have an extra enemy, Yang Yuan. Who knows? The moment he became aware of my existence, I might have been dealt with by the Jinyue, Shangguan Li asked. So you're not planning to return to the capital? The world is so chaotic. Who do you think can see the whole picture? Yang Jiu replied. I've already jumped off the capital's chessboard. Carelessly stepping back in doesn't just risk me becoming a pawn, but it would also mess up the ultimate chess player's game. Shangguan Li was surprised. Duke Yang is playing chess, Yang Jiu replied. My old man, of course, has already seen the whole picture. These unusually brilliant arrangements must be for someone. I've never worried about whether my old man's goals would be achieved. Because if he's set up the pieces, he'll definitely accomplish what he wants. My only worry is whether he'll do something foolish. Just then, someone announced, Young master, Madam has arrived. Yang Jiu was instantly surprised. Mom? How can she be here now? If he's brought Mom into this, that old man is really planning something stupid. Xiao Li, we need to change our route. I absolutely won't let tragedy befall me, Mom. Son can't be with you these next few days, Mom. Yang Jiu, scared out of his wits, asked. Where's my mom? Isn't Madam in the carriage? Forgive me, young master. Madam said she wasn't feeling well these past few days, so she didn't want us to bother her unless it was urgent. That's why, Yang Jiu let out a cold laugh. Oh, that old man. Dad sees through everyone, calculates every move perfectly. But he only ever underestimated Mom. Maybe when you all first met Mom, she was really naive. But after being with that old fox for so long, something was bound to rub off on her. Shangguan Li worried. Madam, she, Yang Jiu too, immediately said. No need to worry. I think this time, no matter what happens, she'll protect herself thoroughly. After all, he still knows what's important. And thanks to Mom, I can rest assured and head to the northern nomads, taking my time dealing with that regent prince. Ru must be back now too. Even now, I still have no idea what that brat Yang Yuan is truly planning. The old prince said. From the very beginning, this old man didn't agree to marry off my precious daughter to that stinking brat. All day, from morning till night, his mind's always so heavy. He doesn't look like a soldier at all. Dad, don't say such irritating things. Back then, besides Yang Yuan, how many people were actually willing to marry your daughter? After all, Ru, besides being beautiful, has a personality that even a big brother like me couldn't stand. Back then, everyone thought Yang Yuan marrying Rao was nothing but trouble, but what happened after that? The daughter who used to fret about getting married became a woman admired by the entire capital, even the empress. You should know, it's all because of Yang Yuan. The old prince mused. Nonsense. If he couldn't even manage that, then on what grounds would he expect me to marry off the pearl in my hand to him? It's just that this time he must have truly taken a huge risk. Otherwise, Ru wouldn't. Forget about the son-in-law, but if anyone in the entire capital dares to lay a hand on my Ru, this old man doesn't give a damn about any emperor, any heavenly human, any damn sword saint. I'll chop them all down. Dad, you really do get more formidable with age. Now what I'm most curious about is whether I'll be like you when I reach your age. Did I bring you here to butter me up? I brought you here because I want you to spread this message to everyone in the capital. Tell them this old man is serious. If my daughter gets bullied, what's the point of being the Northern Pacification King then? Send this message of mine to them. I understand, Dad, I get how much you dote on your daughter, but aren't you worried about your son? For example, your son's marriage. The old prince immediately said, You can't even get a wife, and you dare call yourself my son. Dad, people usually value sons over daughters. Some won't even stop trying until they have a son. It's bad enough that my dad favors daughters over sons, but why do I always feel like I'm not even his real kid? This is what Prince Zhenbei relayed. Seriously, women just ruin everything, Prince Qin said. Are even you afraid of Prince Zhenbei? Isn't he crippled? I heard he can't even get out of his wheelchair. During his rise to power, countless immortals retreated into seclusion because of his single-blade strike. And it just so happened that kid had some issues around that time, so he was number one under the heavens for a while. Prince Qin asked, Number one under the heavens, like the sword saint? Sword saint, he's not even comparable. If we really provoke him, it'll be super troublesome, but it's just troublesome, not like it's unsolvable. Was that old prince really that strong? If we deal with Zhao Rao, will he directly send troops to the capital? If that happens, the whole world will be in chaos. We can take this chance to rebel. Shenbir, I advise you not to. In the end, what awaits you might not be the Zhenbei army leveling the capital, but that old prince with his single blade. Prince Yu pouted and said, What kind of reincarnation did this Yang Jiu get? His mom really gave birth to him at the finish line of life. The green-haired youth said, Others may not know, but you, junior brother, should be clear. Although his status is a huge help, it also comes with all sorts of pressure. That's why I, Prince Yu, want him to become my divine subject. If an ordinary person was born in his position, they probably would have died young, but he's doing his best. Oh yeah, I haven't congratulated senior brother on breaking through. Nah, it's just the karma of the chaotic era. The more you break through, the more you can feel that there really is a dark, powerful force affecting this world. For example, every chaotic era produces talented individuals. I don't like your theory. In the chaotic era, talented people emerge one after another simply because there are more opportunities. Breaking the original hierarchy makes it possible to stand out. Then, has Junior Brother thought about martial artists? Why do they break through faster in the chaotic era? For ordinary people, breaking the situation in the 4 provinces will bring more opportunities. For us, using the chaotic era to break something makes it easier for martial artists to advance. Prince, you asked blankly. What are the 3 most powerful people in the world guarding? You'll have to ask our master about that. The 2 wisest choices of my life were taking you 2 as disciples. You guys are right about a lot of things, but I can't tell you yet. The only thing I can tell you is that it's not guarded by the 3 most powerful people together, only the Tongtian Taoist is guarding it. The Tongtian Taoist's lineage is guarding it. If that's the case, why are the 3 most powerful people like divine dragons, with their heads appearing but not their tails? I don't know about the free wanderer, but that kid is the #1 under the heavens I've ever met. Then he became the #1 under the heavens in my heart. There's no need to argue, master said so. Now I, Prince Yu, am extremely curious about the #1 under the heavens. What kind of person is he, that you would think so highly of him? Because he affirms my Dao even more than I do. At that time I used external force to cultivate the sword Dao, and was looked down upon by my master and brothers, who thought my sword Dao was impure, and I was regretting whether I should add some external force to my sword Dao. After meeting him and listening to his teachings, I later experienced the transcending mortality into immortality. You never told me these things before, the green-haired youth asked. Transcending mortality into immortality. The sword saint said, since I mastered this sword I haven't used it. Do you know why? You once said because no one in the world is worthy of receiving your sword. Are you just bragging? Back then in Wu province, I knew that if I used this sword, Liu Tun definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Moreover, we would definitely end up in mutual destruction. Back then, this sword technique was named transcending mortality into immortality, because that senior wanted to see the most brilliant sword technique in the world. Because in my heart, that senior is like an immortal. To be precise, he is a true immortal. If I don't meet someone like this once, it would truly be the regret of a lifetime. This gives me a new perspective on the #1 martial artist. Now I'm worried. Does this #1 martial artist have some connection with Yang Jiu? Anyway, that guy was born so well, you don't need to worry about that. That senior is transcendent and detached, with his heart only focused on the martial Dao. Not to mention that the senior has always been self-taught, and even if there were, he would definitely not be bound by these worldly emotions. Prince Yu said, if master says so, then I'm relieved. Yanggong, Prince Qin, and Prince Yu are back. All the breakthrough experts in the capital are moving, but they are all breaking through. We really can't keep up. If you can't keep up, then don't. It's okay for them to hide their presence here, or to run back and forth. The ultimate goal will only be here. Understood, Lord Yang. There is also a very important news from the northern border, Yang Yuan asked in surprise. There's news from the northern border? Did that kid decide to go to Beirong to save people? To be honest, I'm not surprised. Whether it's to save people, or for that regent, he needs to make a trip to Beirong anyway. My lord, it's not that issue. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ruru appeared and said, okay, you can leave. Let me tell him the rest. Wife, you're here. For the past few years you've been raising me like an idiot, not needing me to worry about anything, only making me arrogant and domineering and never telling me about the difficulties. But I'm not an idiot. But madam, don't explain to me. All you need to know is that you're not taking me anywhere right now. Even if it means death, I absolutely won't leave you, Yang Yuan thought. Oh well, I was indeed a bit reckless earlier, but now that my wife is by my side, how could I possibly lose? I don't know what you're doing, nor do I know what your plans are. But Zhao Rao Rao is still the daughter of the Zhenbei prince. I won't be as ordinary as those other young ladies, preventing you from doing what you want, but you just need to remember, I am your wife. Whether we win or lose, whether we live or die, I won't leave you. I won't blame you for risking your life for your ambitions, but I will blame you for not taking me with you when you're about to die. What are you laughing at? Are you mocking me? I know I wouldn't normally say these things, but today the mood is right. I'm laughing at the capital, laughing at the world. Others say marrying you brings 100 harms and no benefits, but who knows that Yang Yuan used up all his luck just to marry you. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Absolutely not, good grandson. I can agree to anything else you want, but not this. You have to know that Wu Xiao isn't some kind of good person. If I had known earlier that he was causing trouble for my good grandson, I would have killed him long ago. Now that Yang Jiu has come to the northern frontier, it's inevitable that I'll have to fight him. Rather than encountering him on a battlefield I'm not good at, I'd rather fight him first in a place where I have the advantage. This time, I also don't agree with you going, you must know that Wu Xiao is different from all the enemies you've ever met, or rather, he can't be compared to anyone you've met before. But ultimately, I still have to go. I can't always stay under your wings, but I also can't put you at such risk right from the start. You have to know that even if your father and that stinky brat joined forces, they almost died in Beirong back then. Grandpa Master is right, so we're not in a hurry to leave. Wait until you defeat Wu Xiao on the battlefield, then you can go. It's not my intention to just leave. I need to explain clearly why I absolutely have to go. Good grandson. Stop struggling. No matter what you say today, I won't let you go on an adventure. After all, the Zhenbei Prince's mansion and the Yang family only have one descendant, you. You know that I had a death warrior captured this time, right? A death warrior. One who must sacrifice for you at a critical moment. Although it's very unfair, everyone has their fate. Yang Jiu knows what kind of understanding I should have with death warriors. But I must tell you one thing first. That death warrior is pregnant with my child. Grandpa Master asked in surprise. Are you telling the truth? Am I going to have a great-grandchild soon? Of course, how could I lie to you about something like that? Dad, don't listen to this kid. How could that be possible? Why not? Are all men like Uncle, letting the one in their heart go after getting their hands on them? At the very least, she should be left to carry on the family line for the Zhenbei Prince's mansion, Grandpa said angrily. How can this unfilial and disloyal wretch be compared to my great-grandson? This matter cannot be taken lightly. Order the entire army to deploy to Beirong. Wu Zhao dared to plot against my grandson. The first thing to do when we encounter him is to kill him. You can leave this matter to your grandson. You probably don't want your grandson to become a useless person who only knows how to rely on his elders. Right? Can't even save his own child himself. Grandpa Master was a little flustered at this time, but Yang Jiu quickly said, Grandpa, your grandson is grown up. Alright then, if you want to go, Grandpa can't stop you. This time, Grandpa will still arrange some things for you. Yes. Thank you, handsome Grandpa Master, the general said sadly. Father, have you become so old that you're senile? You actually believe such a random excuse, it's really too fake. You're the one who's senile. First of all, I don't want to make things difficult for my good grandson. He's already come up with such an excuse, so why would I have any reason to refuse? Speaking of you, if you had come up with such an excuse back then, the Zhenbei army would have been willing to occupy Beirong for you. Because Beijing has never lacked a Zhenbei princess consort, only a true successor. But is it okay for father to deceive everyone like this? It's a waste of words with you. Really, what's the big deal about you just bringing someone back and having a child? No matter how much I advise her, that girl won't listen. This time, I'm going with you, Uncle. This time we're not going sightseeing. There are already enough people going with us. If you go with us, it will be too obvious. Hong Tao then said. Then you leave that girl behind and I'll go with you. Anyway, the reason you want that girl to go is to protect you. In terms of martial arts, I far surpass her. If you can convince her, then I have no objections. I have 100 ways to get around Zhao Li to get to Beirong, but you also know Zhao Li's personality. Even if I avoid her, she will chase after me to Beirong at any cost. But there's no realm-breaking expert by your side. Although Liu Tu's strength is beyond reproach, he ultimately hasn't broken through yet. Who said there's no realm-breaking expert by Yang Jiu's side? Who is it? You have manpower that I don't know about. Yang Gong left her to you. You've been in northern border for days now. You must know that although Zhao Li has a high martial arts talent, even shockingly so, she is not the most talented person next to me. What are you talking about? Isn't my girl the best? Yang Jiu said. He hears the Tao in the morning and enters the Tao in the evening. Before that, he didn't break through because he felt it wasn't necessary, but now that there are so many changes, he is clear that the peak of the first rank is nothing. Hong Tao said. You underestimate breaking through. There are not many first ranks in the world, but breaking through is definitely a balls-to-the-wall existence. Balls to the wall? What? Yang Jiu feels like he's met a lot of those who have broken through, and even feels that these days, you can't even go outside to hustle if you haven't broken through. That's because the position you're standing in is too high, so high that only those who have broken through are qualified to appear next to you. There's also that reason. Although breaking through is very difficult, Zhenbei Wangfu has leaks, and with such vast martial arts, it is useless not to cut them. I feel that he will cherish this opportunity. Baby, isn't it a little early for Tianji Pavilion to visit me now? Please give me some advice, senior. Give you advice? Are you misunderstanding something? I have never lectured anyone on their Tao. All I want to do is ask about the Tao. I will not deny anyone's Tao, nor will I interfere. So Junior wants to ask Senior about the Tao, which is the invincible Tao. That's a reason. Not bad. My Dafio is here. Do you want it? Just take it, haha. Then Junior will be offending you. Shi Qingfeng unleashed the ultimate move, Divine Sorrow, towards number 1 under heaven. Immediately received the result of being countered. Flew hundreds of meters away into the cliff, spitting out blood. See that? This is the invincible meaning you guys talk about. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I told you, I don't teach others, nor do I lecture others on their Dao. As for my Dago, as long as you are destined, you will meet me. As long as you want to see it, then look. At this moment, Shi Qingfeng said with a serious face. Junior wants to ask one more time. Number 1 under heaven was surprised and replied, Are you serious? You cultivate the heavenly Dao? Surely you know the difference between you and me. The fist just now was just my fist when I was at the 3rd rank, and it was already able to beat you into this shape. Indeed, the difference between Senior and Junior is despairing. But that is in terms of martial arts, not the difference in Dao. It is rumored that Senior reached that realm in 3 years. I think you know better than anyone else that with just one moment of enlightenment, this difference will be extremely easy to make up. Senior felt amused at this time. What a cuck, no wonder Tianji Pavilion is hyping you up so much. Do you know why I don't want to appear in front of those genius youngsters? Because after they see my Dabio, they don't feel superior but despair, and lose all their confidence. Over time, I don't want to appear in front of the world anymore. After all, the title of #1 under heaven is enough for those people to continue pursuing. After hearing these heartfelt words, Xi Qingfeng said, "Thank you, Senior, for opening the way for future generations in martial arts. I said these words not to show my own greatness, but because I feel you are an extremely interesting person. I originally felt that Zhenbei Wangfu was interesting enough, but being next to Yang Jiu seems even more interesting. Because of your words just now, I will let you ask about the Davio one more time, but you have to think carefully. What's next? This time I don't want to hold back. Although you won't die, I don't care if you get seriously injured. Please give me guidance, Senior. I said. It's not guidance, we are just exchanging martial arts. Ha ha, Teacher Grandpa then said fiercely. This shameless old man wants to fool the entire Zhenbei Wangfu. Teacher Grandpa, someone must have come to challenge Senior again. It seems like he's really itching for a fight. Whoever it is, they definitely won't be getting out of bed after the challenge. I still prefer you to call him the kid. That kid is really talkative. He's already told you his identity, the red-haired girl said in surprise. The commotion is so big, and there's such true energy. Could it be that someone has broken through? It shouldn't be. Could it be? By who? Teacher Grandpa judged again. Those stinky brats? And that crazy girl? You won't be able to break through unless you've been locked up for 3 or 5 years. Who else but someone from our northern borderlands could break through? Enough. I get it now. It's young Master Xu Feng, that nephew of mine. Now we've got a crouching tiger, hidden dragon situation. Once the expert by his side breaks through, there'll truly be no stopping him in this world. I don't really care about any of that. I just want to ask you one thing. Can I go to Beirong with him? You want to go to Beirong? The tournament's almost here. What are you going to do there? Obviously, I feel like things will be more interesting by that young Master Xu Feng's side. Besides, I doubt he can compare to them in the tournament. I might as well just withdraw. And who is the tournament for, anyway? I'm already a soldier of the 100 Battles Battalion, Grandfather Master immediately scolded. What nonsense are you spouting? You just want an excuse to hitch a ride, don't you? You need to know that what Beirong fears most on the battlefield isn't Zhao Tianyu, and it isn't me, but you. I have no idea what they're thinking. Clearly, I can't even beat a grade 2 martial general in a one-on-one fight. Stop playing dumb with me. Don't you know why you got hurt last time? Beirong sent a breakthrough expert and 3 grade 1 experts, all prepared to die, just to kill you. Aren't my injuries healed already? Besides, unless you say something, how many people in the military camp know my identity, let alone Beirong? Besides, all the other generals go to Beirong for training, so why can't I? The red-haired girl shouted. I don't care. You refused me before for safety reasons. All the other generals train on their own. If you don't let me go with young Master Xu Feng this time, there'll be trouble. But it's fine. I'm not good at fighting. But I'm good at running away. If I really want to go, you can't stop me, Grandfather Master said helplessly. Fine. Whatever. You brats are all grown up now. You don't care about this old man anymore. My parents were killed by people from Beirong. The Zhenbei army took me in, fed me, taught me to read and write, and trained me in martial arts. This place is my home. That's why I like to see my brothers and sisters getting along, and I've never seen you as the old lord, but as my grandpa. At this moment, Grandfather Master gave up and said, Get out. Didn't I already agree to let you go? Do you want this old man to shed a few tears for you? If I could see that, it wouldn't be bad, except for when old royal consort passed away. I've never seen you cry before. At this time, the #1 under heaven expert, while sucking on a banana, said, You don't need to say any flowery words like, thank you for your guidance. If you do, I'll beat you so bad you'll be begging for mercy, straight to your coffin. Hee hee, dummy. Haven't you ever killed anyone before, Senior? You feel like you're powerful, but you don't have any restraints like I do. Do you need me to go kill someone? Wouldn't it be good if I became as powerful as you, Senior, #1? Under heaven laughed with delight. Haha, interesting. It's really interesting. I've met so many people, but you're one of the few who pleases me. You're pretty awesome. Oh, and one more thing I need to tell you. Have you ever thought that you might be the savior? A divination of the heavenly Tao? In your eyes, Senior, I'm just a small matter in the end, Xi Qingfeng said. Initially, it was indeed the divination of the heavenly Tao that guided me. But I don't just know how to tell fortunes, I also have eyes, and I know how to use them to determine certain truths. Senior was surprised. Oh, so after you saw Yang Jiu, you felt that he was the savior. Of course, this junior has always believed that divination is just a direction. Only my eyes can give the most accurate answer, Senior said sarcastically. How interesting. Well, I want to see what kind of person Yang Jiu is. Young Master, it's going to snow soon. Are you sure you want to go today? I don't even know how dangerous this trip will be, Yang Jiu, and you still plan to come with me. Grandfather Master is willing to let you go. The red-haired girl smiled lightly and said, I'm just a female soldier of the 100 Battles Battalion. Why wouldn't Old Lord be willing? Besides, I've already decided to be young master's loyal errand runner. How could I be afraid of death? The Zhenbei army was already interesting. Or rather, this place is most interesting with you, miss. I don't know what you're talking about, young master. I'm not worthy of that compliment. I heard there's a realm-breaking martial artist by your side, and a fresh one at that. Where'd he disappear to? Yang Jiu only needs to call, and he'll pop right up. Suddenly, a voice boomed. Hey kid, I'll tag along with you to Beirong. It was the #1 martial artist in the world, in the form of a kid. Yang Jiu looked surprised. WTF. Isn't that my main man? The red-haired girl's jaw dropped. Not a kid, but a senior. Why is he out and about? How can this be? Why can't I be? That old fart kept begging me. Plus, I'm interested in this little guy, and it's been 7 or 8 years since I last saw that thing in the Arctic Ice River, so I figured, why not? Xiao Lei asked eagerly. This is the #1 martial artist. But why is he a kid? Oh right, senior. So, you're that Tham Lang girl? How interesting. If I weren't past taking disciples, you'd be perfect as my student. Since I have the honor of meeting the #1 martial artist, this junior must seek guidance. So, are we setting off now or waiting for another chance? But I really want senior to come. I knew following you would be fun. Shangguan Lai is also a big shot among our 5 generals. 3 wins against the Western Territories' Buddha Sun. A fight against the Sword Saint's heir from Shangshen. Zhao Lai, isn't that amazing, is she? Can you believe that this girl was getting bossed around by a golden peacock a few months ago and couldn't even raise her head? At this moment, Yang Jiu asked in surprise. Are you guys really exchanging martial arts? Holy crap, that's awesome. The senior laughed. Is there any need to be so surprised? It's just a light sparring session. Using qi as the medium, intent as the vessel, and skill as the killing move. Xie Fengjun is unparalleled in comprehending the Tao, while you're pursuing the destructive power of moves. At this moment, Shangguan Lai moved as fast as lightning, constantly sending clones towards the senior with her spear. But he stood still as if nothing was happening. These top dogs are really something else, Yang Jiu was amazed. Am I seeing things? Why are there 5 Zhao Lis? Lao Liu nodded in satisfaction. As expected, first rank is different from second rank. She's mastered qi and intent to the extreme. The young mistress understands these things better now. Her previous realm couldn't support her in unleashing her true power. Now that she's reached first rank, she can unleash her full potential. This junior created this spear shadow. I hope senior will try it. Immediately, lightning appeared in the sky, accompanied by a barrage of rain and explosions that were extremely powerful, heading straight for the senior's position, creating huge explosions that shook the heavens and the earth. But he was completely unharmed, still standing there cool as a cucumber. You're not bad, girl. Although intellect, intent, and skill haven't reached their peak, the magic lies in their fusion. I've seen your Tao, Zhao Lai said, sweating, and senior is still unharmed. Truly amazing, I admire you. No, I'm very satisfied with your spear. Since you're pursuing the destructive power of moves, then let me show you the ultimate destructive power of moves. Then, the palm of his hand lit up, surrounded by powerful white lightning, preparing to unleash an ultimate move toward Shangguan Lai. Yang Jiu yelled, This isn't good, my lord. Great-grandpa said this definitely isn't good. This palm is the palm I saw by the Arctic River that year. The #1 expert judged Xi Fengjun's martial arts as the Tao, while your martial arts are destructive power, and that old rogue's martial arts are just a blade. But I feel that martial arts are just an endless passion. Oops. I might have accidentally used a little too much strength just now. Oh well, it should be fine. Let you take a look at it. Haha, that's right, you all like a cool name, so I'll name this move too. What should I name it? Yang Jiu was surprised. What kind of palm is this? Isn't it a bit of an exaggeration? If you're the villain with this, is there any way for the main character to survive? This is the ultimate move Great-Grandpa saw at the Arctic Glacier back then. In my mind, I only had one thought. One palm controls the wind and rain, the 4 seas, martial god manifests. Xiao Li, did you see that? The intent of this palm, I don't like hiding it and I don't like teaching it to you. It's the same old saying, if you want my Davo, just take it. It's always been there. You're Liu too, right? Bring me some fruit, I'm hungry. After throwing one palm, old Liu replied, Sure thing, young master. Seeing a punch like that at his age is a real shock. Your grandson should probably offer some words of encouragement. Yang Jiu, I get it, haha, don't worry about it, Xiao Li. After all, he's #1 in the world. You're already super impressive at your age. Xiao Li, I'll do it. For you, Yang Jiu asked in surprise. Xiao Li, what are you talking about? She was super excited at this point. One punch, wind and rain, 4 seas martial god manifests. One day, I'll do that for you. Before I met him, I thought a martial artist breaking through realms only helped you to a certain extent. But he showed me the power to turn the tide, the ultimate martial skill. One day, you'll reach your peak, and I'll reach mine. Only then will Shangguan Li be worthy of Yang Jiu. You're worthy as you are. Good. These young martial arts talents should be like this. See the highest peak and climb it. Don't be afraid of heights. And back down. Too much etiquette is a mess. Do you want to learn my invincible intent? How could this humble one have that ability, young master? Please don't joke with me. Is it that you can't learn it? Or you just don't want to? How could that be? I just think things are pretty good as they are now. Why let obsessions entangle me? I already have enough obsessions, I can't lift them or put them down. At this moment, the senior was speechless at old Liu's words. Should I sleep with you tonight? Even though the embroidered uniform guard has all left, there are still some hidden guards. They'll know about any small disturbances. Madam, rest easy. Those guys are most concerned about not knowing if there's anyone by my side. They are worried about everything. If I were them, I would have come clean already. So many people are still afraid of me. Yang Yuan, aren't you willing to tell me what your plans are? Could it be that senior already knows too much? Never mind, forget it. I don't really want to know what you intend to do. You probably know that even if you really die, I wouldn't act, or perhaps I don't have the ability to. After all, protecting that thing already takes too much effort, and I really don't have the extra energy to offend so many realm-breaking and pseudo-celestial beings. Of course, I know that. After all, I'm just a junior unwilling to join under your command. You can't blame me for saying that. I'm just thinking about my son. Having a father like me has already restricted him everywhere. If I bind him to some faction, it will be even harder for him in the future. Have you placed too high expectations on your son? Am I placing too high expectations on my son? Isn't it you guys tying him to the position of the one who answers the calamity? It is you who expect too much from him. Yang Yuan, do you intend to help him answer the calamity? But you should know that you can save this dynasty, but you can't do anything about this world. The embroidered uniform guard's commander can't do anything, but what about the 3 celestial beings who are at the top of the world? Impossible. How could you have such a plan? You surely know that reaching the celestial being realm doesn't have that condition. Unless following that person, this whole situation isn't for validating that person, but for validating that person's ways, Yang Yuan said. It just means that senior is untainted from the mortal world, untainted from karma. That's why I'm saying so much to you. From the very beginning, I thought someone like that would appear, so I thought about his purpose. Until the Sanshrin appeared, and after I learned his purpose, I validated my guess. You're betting based on just a bit of news, and you're putting your life on the line. This Yang Yuan is not like you. One who protects the nation will surely protect him. In these 40 years, Yang Yuan has never doubted this saying. You could say it's a gamble. Cao Long reached the celestial being realm, the great guardian protecting the imperial palace. The emperor then said, "Not bad, Shizun has come out of seclusion. If you had come out earlier, you would have personally killed that evil villain, Yang Yuan. If I could kill him, how could I make your majesty and you be so embarrassed? I am deeply grateful to the nation. If I kill someone who protects the nation, I will suffer a backlash." Actually, I'm very curious. Why do you keep wanting Yang Yuan to die? Clearly, the national fortune already acknowledges him. The eunuch then said, "You are wholeheartedly practicing martial arts and shedding worldly desires, so you naturally don't understand the complexities of the court. That Yang Yuan seems devoted and loyal, but in reality he is nurturing evil intentions. First he contracted a marriage with the Zhenbei prince, then he didn't release the military power of the eastern border, and now he has a son with soaring ambitions." Cao Long replied with a faint smile. "All right. Don't talk to me about this anymore. I don't want to understand either. My duty is only to protect your majesty, to protect the great Qian Empire. As long as your majesty feels it's right, then it's right. I agree with you. After this time, I will give you a perfect great Chilean empire, a wise ruler governing the country, and peace in the 4 borders." Cao Long then curled his lips and smiled. "In this world, I only believe in your majesty." Scene changed to the second prince. "Senior, can't Suoxu Academy help me? After this king ascends to the throne, I can promise the scholars of Suoxu Academy to serve as officials in the court." The mysterious man then said, "Suoxu, humph. Those old fuddy-duddies who claim they don't care for schemes. For 100 years, the great Qian emperors have not allowed Suoxu Academy disciples to serve as officials in the court. Gentlemen have prohibited their disciples from entering the world." The second prince shook his head. "The senior's seniority at Suoxia Academy is already extremely high. Even so, you can't sway that gentleman's attitude." The man replied, "Who knows what that gentleman is thinking? Forget it. I don't care about him. He definitely can't control me either. After I left Suoxia Academy, we have nothing to do with each other anymore." On the contrary, 100 years ago, the gentleman once said, "Unless the emperor personally invites, Suoxia will absolutely not leave the mountain." The second prince smiled faintly. "When I ascend the throne, I will naturally invite Suoxia." You're overthinking it. Every princess seizing power wants to borrow the power of Suoxia, thinking that the emperor's invitation doesn't count for anything. But once they ascend, who knows what will happen? They all ignore the emperor's invitation, and in the end, they just live or die. The second prince asked, puzzled, erased. "There's no reason. I don't believe the emperors of the past didn't see the power of Suoxia. Why would they erase it?" The man then replied, "Then you'll have to wait until after you inherit the throne. to find the answers to these questions. Over here, why isn't Shen Yu resting so late? Are we just waiting for Chu Wang and the Qing gang to enter the city so we can surround and attack Yang Yuan? It's nothing, I just feel like Second Brother is hiding something from me, and Second Brother's behavior is revealing strangeness. The Sword Saint then said. Although Qin Wang has the largest number of realm-breaking experts, you know that to this master, realm-breaking is nothing. Of course I know it's nothing, but the situation has developed to this point. I'm worried about the heavenly beings, or maybe I should consider whether I need to participate in this matter now. Shen Xier said. What is it? You should know that killing Yang Yuan is most beneficial to you. You can rightfully take over the Jin Yi Wei. Yu Wang then said. That's right, but it's very clear that Yang Gong is setting up a layout, and until now, I don't know what kind of situation Yang Yuan is setting up. But no one participating in this game is an idiot. How can they not see the clues in it? The Sword Saint then asked. You mean the other princes all have their own plans? The world is in chaos, and the heavenly beings are betting on this game. I want to become a player, but I don't have a key piece. That gentleman from Suoxi Academy still doesn't want to see me, the Sword Saint exclaimed. Suoxi Academy? Back then, Yang Yuan once studied there. The court's offensive has weakened, and several princes must have retreated to the capital. Ms. You have no reason to continue delaying, Yan Sher then said. I know. They must all be waiting for our Qing gang not to arrive. They won't act rashly. Delaying longer can give Yang Yuan time to see the situation clearly. Moreover, we also have something to do this time, don't we? This chaos was caused by me. How can it end sloppily? Are you sure you really need to use it? Is there a better opportunity than this? Hi, this game is already chaotic in the blink of an eye. Even I can't control the whole game. After all, there are too many pieces in this game, especially Yanggong. Therefore, we should still retreat. We don't seek to win the whole game, but it's better if we can obtain what we want in one area. After all, greed is endless, and a snake swallows an elephant. I understand, I'll go arrange it. It's just, what if there's nothing? What if something really happens? At worst, we'll abandon the pieces. After all, Gongzi still has a chance if he doesn't enter the game, Ms. An Min immediately reported that Chu Wang has arrived. Yan Fear then said, It seems we can't delay much longer, Uncle Fu. Prepare to act. On Yang Jiu's side, the red-haired girl asked, Lao Liu, are you the legendary Xue Ranjiang? But why don't you look like it? I heard that Xu Ranjiang not only has extremely high martial arts, but is also cool and handsome. Lao Liu laughed loudly. You don't think so? Of course not. This humble servant is just a follower of the young master. How can I have such a reputation? Yang Jiu, who was in the carriage, then said, You come inside. I have a few words to say to Lao Liu in private. Young master, what are your instructions? Tell me, what is my father planning after all? Until now, I still haven't seen through his intentions. The only thing I'm sure of is that he won't do anything stupid after he surrenders. Lao Liu pondered silently. Yang Jiu then said, If you play dumb with me, I'll directly kick you down. The reason I didn't go to the capital wasn't because I was cowardly. After all, I'm not afraid with so many experts around me. I'm afraid that if I go, I'll instead will ruin father's plans. It's very clear that my little wealth, father's Jin Yu Wei, and the death soldiers don't count for anything. If he wants to catch them all in one go with his own strength, then fine. Therefore, father basically doesn't lack helpers. Lao Liu immediately said, All right, young master. I'll only say this once. Listen carefully. Yang Jiu was scared out of his wits, mouth agape, and said, Are you kidding me? It's that easy? Even if it is, he's just an old man with failing limbs. Old Liu chuckled. Young master has indeed underestimated the old master. The world likes to exaggerate how formidable Bloodstained River is. But the old master captured him alive 3 times in the beginning. Back then, the world only knew that the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Territory who turned the tide was the strongest martial general of the great Qin dynasty in nearly 40 years. But no one knew that the gentleman of Suoxi Academy was the old master's senior brother, and the two of them studied with the old palace master together. Yang Jiu was sweating profusely. These things! Right, there's never been any record of it in the Brocade Guard's files, and the old master has never told anyone. The old master traveled the world among hidden dragons and crouching tigers. But the old master was just a poor student back then, walking step by step to today's status. How could it be simple? Yang Jiu pondered and said, Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Being in the capital, I still have Miss Yan Jiu. Being distracted like this isn't like me. Old Liu laughed. That's right, young master. What you need to worry about now is how to face that Prince Regent. After all, the matter in the capital is just an internal strife. But the Prince Regent is a threat from the outside, and even the old master has suffered under the hands of this Prince Regent more than once. Yang Jiu replied, I'm a stranger in Beirong. If he wants to avoid this Prince Regent, he still needs to find his own way. The red-haired girl suddenly barged in and asked, Find his own way? In Beirong, who can compare to the Prince Regent? Didn't your subordinate already contact the imperial censor? Wasn't he caught alive by the burning manor? Yang Jiu said with a smile, I'll take it one step at a time. At least I'm now the Mingshang boss, a completely neutral person. What reason does he have to be hostile? That way, at least, he won't know I'm Yang Jiu in the short term. Are we still arresting them all? Or should we drive all the Mingshang away? The prince said. How can we drive away Mingshang? How many common people are trading with Mingshang now? Do you think the imperial censor is an idiot? If it wasn't really beneficial to the country, Why would he collude with the enemy country? Then how do we deal with this new manager? Capture him, the prince replied. Let's see first. If the wind direction is wavering, then capture him. But I feel that these people are here to rescue people, so focus on preventing the rescue. Now we should put all our energy into the army. Once the matter in the great Qinyan capital has a result, we will immediately attack Hanbo Pass. Understood. Your subordinate obeys. Currently in Far East City, Shangguan Li said. So it's so easy to reach the capital of the Beirong Kingdom. A country with poor resources is extremely in need of resources from the outside, so Mingshang can take advantage of everything. Yang Jiu said with a smile. What are a few travel permits worth, Longyan Tea House? Actually, until now, I still don't like the name of this tea house, Yang Jiu said. People are already yours. Why bother about a tea house? Everyone rest. There probably won't be time to rest after today, Shangguan Li said. Didn't you just say that Mingshang can take advantage of everything? We are in the dark. The Prince Regent is in the open. We have many opportunities, and a lot of time to arrange plans, the red-haired girl said. That's right, I don't think even that Prince Regent would have thought that someone of your status would personally risk coming to rescue people. Yang Jiu laughed. Is that so? How about a bet? Bet what? Bet on you, HMPH. Yang Jiu, this arrogant fool, actually went to Beirong. I was still thinking about how to secretly deal with you. This saves a lot of trouble. The red-haired girl wailed. No way! How could there be someone in the northern garrison selling you out? You're insulting the Zhenbei prince, Yang Jiu said coldly. That's why I said this is an extreme gamble, and if you win, the 300,000 soldiers of my northern garrison will spend money to equip each person with a steel weapon. If I win you have to support me. The red-haired girl was stunned and said, I'm already the young master's person, there's no such thing as supporting or not supporting. Yang Jiu glanced at old Liu and said, Then that's no fun at all. I don't understand why the people around me keep playing dumb. Right, old Liu. Old Liu was startled and smiled awkwardly. No, I wouldn't dare to hide anything from the young master. Yang Jiu looked at the first under heaven. And you, my good big brother? How about we talk about what's at the Northern Ice River after all? Qin Tian said. The Northern Ice River. How should I put it? There's something very interesting there. It wanted to get out but was knocked back by my punch. The most interesting thing is this punch of mine. Even divine weapons can't withstand it, but that thing was completely unharmed, so don't lump me in with them. I know everything. But I just don't want to tell you, Yang Jiu put on a treacherous expression. Oh, so you know everything. Knowing is one thing. But is that vegetable really that good? Nah. Bro, how? Qin Tian felt uneasy. Wait, this familiar feeling? I've got a bad feeling about this. Then he cast a seal. Yang Jiu blankly asked. Bro, how? What are you, old Liu? Standing to the side, said. If I'm not mistaken, little senior is using some kind of method to seal Yang Jiu's memories. Even an innocent deer like her can do this. Isn't that a bit against the rules? Forced prevention? If it were a normal martial artist, even one at the breaking realm, operating like this could easily make them stupid, but considering little senior's level, he can probably do it naturally, right? Qin Tian then said dazedly. Alright, this should be good now, please. Begin your performance, Yang Jiu. Holy crow. Bro, how? You don't have to go this far, do you? You're risking becoming an idiot just to hide something from me. How big of a secret could it be? Qin Tian replied. Who do you think I am? I'm not like those trashy rogue cultivators and that smelly old Taoist. They're afraid of saying too much and causing unnecessary trouble, but I've never cared. Yang Jiu asked. If you don't care, then why? Qin Tian continued. I can say this secret if I want, but I can't tell you. Last time, you tricked me, and that old Zhenbei Wang is already doubting my intelligence. This is an insult. I'm the number one. Under heaven, do I not need face? Yang Jiu activated his god-tier acting mode. Misunderstanding. My grandfather is old and doesn't understand the feelings between us. He thinks it's all deceit, but it's all genuine emotion. Keep going. If I can remember anything today, you can be the number one under heaven. Recently, I've been full of lies. Scene change to the capital city. Yang Jiu really doesn't plan on returning to the Jinyi Wei, and there aren't any troop movements anywhere. Those people, if they've decided to make a move on Yang Yuan, will naturally think of every possibility. Even if I wanted to join in now, I probably could. I've told you many times, you absolutely can't underestimate Yang Jiu. I've also told you many times, never underestimate Yang Yuan. Alright. If that's the case, then no, there's no need to participate in this chaotic world, unless I see an opportunity to take out the Sword Saint. But this game is really too chaotic, unless little senior helps me. You don't need to probe anymore. The affairs of the Celestials are more complicated than you think. If I really made a move, the situation would be even uglier. Liu Yanhair then appeared from behind. Is that so? If it's going to become even more complicated, then little senior should continue to live in seclusion and not choose to appear at this time. Miss Liu Yanhair's aura concealing technique is truly amazing. Greetings, Your Highness. Liu Yanhair continued. I didn't expect little senior to still remember my origins, but now I'm just a powerless girl. While little senior has become someone who can suppress the Celestials, all the Celestials respect her. Howdy, she is of the Howdy bloodline, so the Celestials will naturally respect her. Liu Yanhair then said, If that's the case, then how about little senior come and help me? After all, I'm not as lucky as them, with celestials backing them up. The sect leader then wondered. Besides you, they also have celestials behind them, Liu Yanhe said. I'm just a pawn being played with. How would I know these things? It's just that aren't you, sect leader? Learning how to become a chess player? Leave these things for you to think about? The sect leader then said. As expected, no matter who you underestimate, don't underestimate Miss Liu Yanhe. If anyone really thinks they can take advantage of Miss Liu Yanhe, then that person is the biggest fool under heaven. Liu Yanhe coldly smiled and said, It's rare for the sect leader to say such flattering words to me, so I'll also give the sect leader some advice. If you have the opportunity to visit His Majesty the Emperor in the palace, I feel like he probably has a lot to say to you. Meet him? I'll go, but definitely not now. This is just my suggestion. Whether you listen or not is up to you. Being able to meet the sect leader here at this time is also a good thing for me. I originally wanted to say a few more words, but the one down there probably can't wait anymore. That person is the Shangwu sect leader, and also my father's person, Liu Yanhe said. What, has your highness had a homicidal impulse and wants to take care of him here? If that's the case, then Liu Yanhe will also support it. Maybe I'll even give your highness a hand. Help me. Does Miss Liu Yanhe ultimately want to help me, or see us both suffer? Help. This is where your highness is inferior to the young master, because the young master wouldn't give others a chance to scheme against him, and isn't as petty as your highness. If that young master knew that Miss Liu Yanhe was coming out to deal with his father, if he could still have the same attitude as he does now, then that would be great. Liu Yanhe replied. Even though your highness has said that, you still believe Liu Yanhe won't betray this trust, which moves Liu Yanhe. His highness said, It's not quite trust, but I know that Miss Liu Yanhe is intelligent. It's extremely pleasant to be around intelligent people, because they know what to do and what not to do. For example, if Miss Liu Yanhe wanted to betray me, she wouldn't be able to leave the capital with just 2 spirit realm cultivators by her side. So, Yange has already boarded the pirate ship. But rest assured, your highness, Yange will definitely not disappoint you. That's good. As for that young master, 7th brother probably has arrangements for him. Speaking of which, this confrontation with Yang Yuan has revealed the cards of several of my brothers. I must say, father didn't do too badly raising you lot. Here in Beirong, this Yang Jiu really looks down on me, swaggering into Extreme East City like that. Wants to play the corrupt and dark officialdom game with me? This prince sees a rare opportunity. If we can capture this Yang Jiu, the Zhenbei army will definitely be hamstrung. After all, his status is different. Even if the fierce Zhenbei army disregards his life, his father, Yang Yuan, can't help but worry. The Yang family only has him as their sole heir. The prince then said complacently, That's right, who knows, this opportunity might even allow us to annex Mingshang, giving others a headache. If he thinks we're in the open and he's in the dark, then let's directly strike him before he can react. He's just a naive little brat who actually thinks the territory of Beirong is easy to enter. The prince immediately went to make arrangements. Without my military order, mobilize several experts from the army. Make sure it's a fatal strike. At 9 Swallow Tea House, the assassins who are breaking in, preparing to attack Yang Jiu. I advise you not to resist, just surrender. How can this be? We were clearly keeping a close watch since he entered the city, and we even saw him enter this place with our own eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could my Zhenbei army have a traitor? Could it be Mingshang? Yang Jiu said. No one in Mingshang knows I'm coming, and to be honest, no more than 5 people in Baichang know my true appearance. How could I be exposed? The red-haired girl still didn't believe there was a traitor, and tried to ask. Yang Jiu then said, This person is definitely in the Zhenbei army. You probably know his position clearly. She pondered and said, That's right, this person's position is definitely not low. Among the 5 generals, the ordinary generals wouldn't know about your operation this time. Yang Jiu said, It's enough for you to know in your heart. Helping the Zhenbei army test this person is just a convenience. My main purpose this time is still to save someone. She then said, Save someone? How do you plan to save them? I advise you to go back. Before, he was in the open and I was in the dark, but now that Regent Prince has become aware of your existence, he definitely won't give you any chance. Right now, under these circumstances, being able to retreat safely is already not an easy feat. Yang Jiu then replied, You're right, it's good that you know. I'll immediately contact the Zhenbei army to provide support for you. This person is probably beyond saving. In short, don't let yourself get implicated. No, you misunderstood. I just feel that what you said is right. Since you think that way, then that Regent Prince will definitely think that way too. He definitely won't let me go. The prince on this side is going crazy. Yang Jiu is trying to probe whether we have an informant in the Zhenbei army. We didn't capture him this time, but the informant has been lured out by him. We've lost half the battle before it even started. Your Highness. So what do we do next? His whereabouts are unknown. Order the army to suppress them. Now that they're here, we can't let them leave so easily. Want the Zhenbei army to provide support? Let's see if you dare to provoke us now. Go. Mobilize all the snow cavalry. This is my territory of Beirong. Back then, even his father, Yang Yuan, almost lost half his life. How interesting. The Beirong vanguard is suppressing 30 miles. It seems little Jiu has really angered that Zhenbei king over there. The old prince said, the Beirong vanguard has 20,000 troops, and now they're stretched out for 30 miles. If that's the case, then deal with them. Let Bai Hu go. The general then said, okay, Wu Xiao hasn't fought a battle in a long time. He really thinks our Zhenbei army is afraid of war. A piece of fatty meat is at our doorstep? How can a starving tiger pass it up? It's just that if we eat this vanguard, it'll be even harder for little Junu to get through. The old prince then coldly said, that's his problem then. If he stayed in the Zhenbei king's manor, no one in this world could hurt him, because he's the grandson of Zhao Zhao, heaven's chosen one. So now he's entered Northern Rong solo, taken command of the army, and become the general of the northern border. The day he becomes the northern guarding king, no one will protect him. He'll have to protect the entire northern border, maybe even the whole central plains. The general then said, if you hadn't said that, father, I'd seriously think I was adopted. If he were just some good-for-nothing, spoiling him wouldn't matter. But if he truly has sky-high ambitions, then pampering him would only hold him back. If I can't even grasp that basic truth, then what good am I as the White Tiger captain? What's happening? It's only 5,000 men, but we have 20,000. Retreat, pull back, now, fall back. But if we retreat now, the king will punish us? It's a mid-battle retreat, for crying out loud. The captain said, don't be an idiot. The king himself gave the order. If you run into the White Tiger and don't have 10 times their numbers, retreating isn't considered fleeing. If you don't even have 5 times their numbers, then facing them means certain death. The king was raging. The northern guarding White Tiger army actually dared to launch a surprise attack. If you've already encountered the White Tiger, why didn't you immediately surround and engage? Your Highness? Our vanguard is too far away. You know how strong the White Tiger battalion is? It's pointless. Order the Snow God army to advance to Lai. If the White Tiger dares to show up again, hold him back at any cost. But the main goal is still defense. Do not let Yang Jiu escape. Understood. Your Highness, rest assured, Yang Jiu will not be retreating safely. Wait a minute, even if he might not have the guts for it, reinforce the guards at the place where that woman is locked up. Better safe than sorry, right? Your Highness, you're overthinking this. Yang Jiu barely has time to escape himself. How could he possibly think about rescuing someone? The king glared, his eyes burning with killing intent. I'm warning you one last time, never underestimate Yang Jiu. If we let the tiger back to the mountains this time, he'll become our most formidable enemy. Understood, Your Highness. Your subordinate will absolutely not underestimate Yang Jiu. Good. Meanwhile, Yang Jiu said, all right, time for us to bounce. The redhead looked bewildered. Go now. The northern guarding army hasn't even responded yet. Without backup, there's no way we're breaking through their defenses. Yang Jiu continued. I mean, go. As in, move to another spot. This place will be compromised fast. This is their city's easternmost turf. Staying here too long will just invite trouble. The Snowhawks. These are the elite of Northern Rong. The Regent King's personal guard. Basically, Northern Rong's version of the Brocade Guards. Shangguan Li immediately scoffed. Brocade Guards? These guys can't even hold a candle to the Brocade Guards. If they were the real deal, we would have been nabbed the second we stepped foot in the city. The redhead pondered, then said, looks like getting out of here this time is going to be tough. We'll have to find a chance to force our way out. Yang Jiu just scoffed. What's the point of breaking out? We'd still be trapped, wouldn't we? We just got intel. The Northern Rong army has advanced another 20 Lai, extending their defensive perimeter by another 20 Lai, specifically to stop us from crossing the border. The redhead asked suspiciously. Their reaction is that quick this time. And you're still smiling. This huge move, it's all just to catch you. Yang Jiu chuckled. What's there to be surprised about? It's wartime. Moving troops to expand a defense line is child's play for him. If I couldn't predict this, how would I have even gotten into Northern Rong? You wanted me to find Ji Yu's location, using our movements to create a diversion, and yeah, I found her. But someone just deployed extra defensive troops, so they clearly caught on that your whole plan was to use the chaos to rescue someone. The redhead gave a wry smile. See, I told you ages ago, never underestimate the Regent King. I've never underestimated him. He's the reason Shi Yu failed, and he even committed the biggest blunder in the realm by burning down the Imperial Censorate's office. How could I possibly look down on him? What are you planning to do now? We can't even get ourselves out, and you can't save her either. Since we know the location, it's easy, we attack. The redhead looked dumbfounded. Are you sick? Do you even know where we are right now? Attack? Are you kidding me? Yang Jiu immediately retorted. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Do you know where we are right now? Given our situation, do you really think I'm in the mood for jokes? She then turned to Shangguan Li. You're his wife. Aren't you going to talk him out of this? This is basically a moth flying into a flame. Shangguan Li calmly replied. You get used to it. It's hardly the first time he's pulled something like this. Honestly, if he did something I could easily decide, that's when I'd start to worry. But like, oh, I get it now. That young senior decided to help you. If he's gonna step in, then all the problems we're facing now ain't even problems anymore. Bro, you see she's already saying that, so how about you make a move? Shin Tian coldly said. Scram, don't try to cozy up to me. What's our relationship? Why should I help you? Yang Jiu said. You see, he's already asking. Give him a reason. After all, you're the one who wants him to step in. The red-haired girl stammered. Senior, we're not... It's like, we can't even explain it ourselves. All these years I've been guiding you guys in the northern border, and you haven't repaid me at all. Now you want me to break my principles and help you. Don't you feel like you're pushing it a bit? She froze, speechless, turning to Yang Jiu to ask, then tell me, what should we do? If Senior doesn't help, are we going to fight an egg against a rock? Yang Jiu said with a smile. Of course we're going to be moths drawn to a flame. But don't we still have a Phoenix General? Didn't you say how awesome the Phoenix General is? Actually, I also want to see how awesome the Phoenix General is, and it has nothing to do with me, Bai Ling, Yang Jiu said sternly. Anyway, this is the only way. If you think it's fighting an egg against a rock, you can leave. Alright. Alright, if I really die miserably, I definitely won't let you off in the next life. That's the spirit, Your Majesty. The regent has mobilized the snow leopards, and even advanced 2 more miles. It seems that a talented figure has arrived, making the royal uncle so cautious. Yes, it's rumored that person is named Yang Jiu, the only son of the Yang family. Clearly a young master, yet he came to our northern Rong alone. The Yang family. Such a name full of memories. The first time I met Tianwu, there was a Yang beside him. To be remembered by Your Majesty, he must be a talented person. That's right, back then Tianwu set sail, the handsome young man carried a spear and rode a horse. The first glance was captivating but still couldn't overshadow the demeanor of that person. If it weren't for his words, Tianwu wouldn't have left Northern Rong back then. Maybe we wouldn't be like this now. He doesn't sound like a good person, and he really doesn't seem like a good person, but after all, he's Tianwu's grandson. Find a way to protect his life. Your Majesty wants to snatch him from the regent. The female emperor then said, Snatch him. I am still the female emperor of Northern Rong. Why do I need to snatch someone? Do I need a reason to protect someone? This servant spoke wrong. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. All right, I know what you mean. You're also worried that I'll fall out with the regent for someone from an enemy country, and the ministers will be dissatisfied, the female emperor said with a deep face. But he only has 1 grandson. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Moreover, you're worrying too early. Back then, the royal uncle and the late emperor couldn't defeat that Yang. Now his son is only dealing with the royal uncle alone. I feel like there shouldn't be any big problems. Even Your Majesty has such a high opinion of him. I'm even more curious about what that person was like back then. The female emperor then smiled. It's just that you were born too late. You weren't lucky enough to see them when they were young. If you had seen them, you would know what a talented youth really is. Switching scenes to the Yang mansion. What is this brat really doing? He has to cause a ruckus wherever he goes. He really went to Northern Rong, sigh. Big brother is really something. Back then you 2 almost died there, yet you still let little Jiu go. Madam doesn't need to worry. Back then when your big bro and I went there, we were just rank 3 martial artists. We were able to retreat safely with that as a training experience, and even kidnap their princess. But look at our little Jiu. He's leading so many experts this time, and he's already set up everything. Back then we were martial artists, now he's a strategist. Little Jiu is all grown up. I can't worry about him even if I want to. On the contrary, you shouldn't be distracted by little Jiu's matter. It's just that, Yang Yuan replied with a smile. Madam is back. How could I dare to have anything going on? If an enemy country invades, I dare to lead troops to wipe out 4 countries. If the court is in chaos, I dare to use methods to stir up a storm. If celestial beings are ignorant, I dare to fight even celestial beings. In this life, there's nothing Yang Yuan doesn't dare to do, except to provoke you, madam. You always like to brag and exaggerate these things. I've never bragged to others before, because I only feel proud and arrogant when I tell these things to you, madam. Madam leaned into Yang Yuan's arms. Tell me the truth. How confident are you this time? Don't scare me, and don't be afraid of me worrying. I just want you to tell me the truth, Yang Gong said. Fin, the eunuch stepped into the door. Yo, it's already this late, can you guys not? Yang Gong is really a gentleman, Yang Yuan then said. We've known each other for 40 years, right? Anyway, you were serving His Majesty before I even knew him. The eunuch then said, Yang Gong showing me old feelings is useless now. This time, I'm here on His Majesty's behalf, to see you off. His Majesty said, you know that everyone has already entered the capital, and you don't have many days left, so His Majesty's promise to you still counts. Yang Yuan glared and said, I'm saying that we've known each other for so long, so there's no need for you to show me any old feelings. I just want to say, don't you know that when I'm alone with my wife, I hate being disturbed the most? This is my only taboo. The eunuch immediately went ballistic and shouted, What do you want to do, Yang Yuan? You want to attack me now? Are you crazy? Yang Yuan said, filled with killing intent. Aren't you curious about my strength? Not only are you curious, but I think they're all curious. It just so happens that today I'll let them know, and let you know, that it's okay to bother me, Yang Yuan. But my wife is kinda delicate, you know, she's got a lot of quirks. You guys can be tolerant or not, but you have to be tolerant. At this moment, Yang Yuan unleashed a god-tier chop towards the eunuch. He immediately yelled, What the heck are you doing, Yang Yuan? Yang Yuan, this time, I'm just issuing a warning with this sword, and drawing a line for you. Next time, it won't just be chopping off what's in your hand. How dare you disturb my wife while she's enjoying the flowers and the moon? You're really craving a beating, aren't you? At this time, the eunuch was super salty but didn't dare to do anything. Yang Yuan then said like a country bumpkin, "What's wrong? You don't actually think you're my opponent, do you? Should I go ask the sword saint if he dares to 1v1 me?" The eunuch grimaced and said, "This servant has disturbed the princess's enjoyment of the flowers. I beg the princess to forgive me." Yang Yuan said with an ice-cold face, "Get lost!" Scene changed to Beirong. At this moment the two beauties and Yang Jiu are seizing the opportunity to find a way to rescue people. But with only 3 people, can they accomplish anything? At this time, the red-haired girl said, "Then you play by yourself. I'm not following along anymore. Are you kidding me? Is this even rescuing people? I think it's more like going to die. Top-notch steel weapons. It's rumored that Phoenix General will defend one against an army if there's a risk. Either way, you are the Phoenix General's personal guard. Show us what you've got." Moreover, Jie Fengjun already said that although there are soldiers guarding this place, the best are no more than second rank and there are no first rank, so we have hope. Girl, I'm really starting to believe your crazy theories. This time, I'm letting myself get involved again. Yang Jiu then said, "It'll be fine, Xiao Li. Let's go, Xiao Li. I understand. Later when we fight, you have to be careful and protect yourself. Leave the rescuing to me." Immediately, Xiao Li unleashed her ultimate move, into the earth, causing a huge explosion that shook the heavens and the earth, making the soldiers freak out. Enemy attack. Brothers, be careful. And the red-haired girl began to display her 100 shots, 100 hits archery skills, taking down the guards on the high towers, quickly sending them to meet their ancestors. Xiao Li said in surprise, 12 people. In the blink of an eye, you've taken down 8 archers and 4 messengers from the enemy. How can you aim so accurately at such key soldiers in this chaotic situation? The red-haired girl replied, "You don't know? Ask this young master if he knows how good my archery is." What's most annoying is that he clearly knows how good my archery is. We could have snuck in, but he had to make such a big commotion. Yang Jiu, did I need to sneak in? Sorry, I wanted this kind of commotion. Xiao Li, I'll leave the attack on the dungeon to you. I'll block the reinforcements. And as for Bai Ling, among the 3 of us, you have enough battlefield experience to know what to do, so I don't need to teach you, right? Shangguan Li, rush forward quickly. Don't worry about sneak attacks behind you. Leave it all to me. The red-haired girl then asked, "Hey, you really want to block the reinforcements yourself?" Of course, after all, I, Yang Jiu, specialize in one strong against many weak. Now Yang Jiu, with a red glowing blade in his hand, surrounded by enemies. What will he do next? Your Majesty is wise. Now reinforcements are constantly supporting the dungeon. Immediately capture all of them. Then we don't need to surround them. All our elites are guarding the path of his escape. Martial artists in the Breaking Realm have also been dispatched to the front line to guard against the White Tiger Army's attack. Surely Yang Jiu has calculated it carefully. We can't gather experts in a short time, and he can take this opportunity to kill and nurture Qi. Plus he's learned the Devouring Heaven art. By that time, he might even kill enough to reach the Breaking Realm. Then the more he kills, the stronger he becomes. We won't be able to stop him. Your Majesty's calculations are indeed flawless. That Yang Jiu's realm isn't high, but he's really hard to deal with because of the kung fu he's learned, so I'll personally go and capture him. I don't even care about Zhao Tianwu, he's just a 3rd rank. At this time, Yang Jiu didn't understand what was happening. The highest opponent was no more than 4th rank. I was mentally prepared to massacre everywhere. What's up with these archers, young master? Do you want to kill people to get Qi? Did you calculate that there are no experts in the reinforcements, wanting to rely on bloodlust to kill your way out? Indeed, I, Yang Jiu, had this plan. But what's up with these people? Not rushing forward, wanting to rely on archers to hold me back. You seriously underestimate Prince Regent? You think you're still in Wuzhou? Does anyone even know that little about you? You're still pulling these stunts, and those secrets in the northern border aren't going to stay hidden from the Prince Regent. He's got way too much time on his hands. I'm just some playboy, yet he researches me this much. You still have the mood to say this. This time I really got scammed to death by you. Never mind, how is things with Xiao Li? At least we have to save people. Suddenly, a big explosion happened, and the surroundings were filled with white smoke. Xiao Li appeared and said, "We've been set up. You were moved away first. This is a trap." "It's a trap to lure us in," the red-haired girl worriedly said. "We're screwed." Yang Jiu, you're getting played like a fiddle this time. If you haven't finished your business, it doesn't matter. Now you better think of a way to get out. Otherwise, I won't let you off, even as a ghost. Damn it. This Prince Regent is indeed not easy to deal with, especially in his territory. He can play however he wants, but I am tied up. This is kinda unfair. Unfair, my ass. You still have the mood to say these words now. Do you believe that I'll shoot you into a hedgehog first? Yang Jiu said. It's okay, this Prince Regent really understands me, but also doesn't understand me. I can't say I understand him a lot, but I definitely understand him more than he imagines, the red-haired girl sarcastically said. Are you speaking human language? Relax, relax. The situation isn't as dangerous as you imagine. Anyway, I'm best at striking. After the enemy has moved, our prince has held him back, and the criminal has been transferred away early. You personally came out. This time you will definitely be able to catch Yang Jiu. The prince proudly laughed. Haha, Yang Yuan's son is still very naive. You think your little tricks can scheme against the heroes of the world? This time I must let you know what war is. That's right. What kind of striking after the enemy has moved? What kind of master layout? In front of the prince, they are all nothing. Moreover, it's too much effort to spend so much effort for a small death soldier, still too naive. But suddenly the prince thought, he's doing this for a small death soldier. The useless soldier replied, "Isn't that so, prince? What's wrong with you? Everyone knows that Yang Jiu came to save people." I feel like something is wrong. He wants us to think that he will save people at all costs, so that we think he is young and passionate, and thus underestimate him. What is real is fake, and what is fake is real. What is his real purpose? Suddenly, everything is messed up. Shui Rong is reviewing and is dizzy and doesn't know what the hell is happening, they shouted. "Protect the prince." It seems like there are assassins. Immediately, they fired signal fireworks into the sky, gathering reinforcements. It seems that this is the time for Yang Jiu to assassinate the prince. The two people who carried out this task are none other than Gijian Biyu Qingsha and Shui Ran Jiang Liu Tu, Lao Liu said. They are summoning reinforcements. Speed wins. How could he already clearly lose? Senior Liu will definitely not waste the opportunity that the young master created. Not good, prince. Prince has been ambushed. Everyone reinforce, protect the prince, the red-haired girl asked in surprise. They retreated. The prince regent was attacked. Could it be that Yang Jiu, you have been brewing some despicable plan? That's right. Only the three of us completed the attack here, and the others have their own things to do. Biyu Qingsha, Shu Ranjiang. I have the two most powerful assassins in my hand. Of course I have to use them. Is everything Yang Jiu you did to lure the prince regent out of the mansion? If not, even if I have the two most powerful assassins, it is not easy to break into the prince's mansion, and it is easy to put them in danger, but if I can know his itinerary, it will be much easier for the assassin to strike. So Yang Jiu's initial purpose was not to save people, but to assassinate the prince regent. Saving people is just an excuse. My Yang Jiu's intention is not entirely like this. Until now my purpose is still to save people. But I know a truth. Do everything with excellent standards. If it is only to save people, you will definitely not be able to save them. If you mix things up to this point, there will be a chance to save people. Red-haired chick is all like, "Rescue who now? You don't even know where they are. How are you gonna pull that off?" Seriously, where's the safest place to stash a VIP prisoner? Think, princess, think. You mean the regent prince's mansion? She goes, bingo. No prison is as tight as his crib. He'd only trust. Am that close. But even if you do know, what can you even do? Ain't no way your little crew can handle that place. It's crawling with badasses. Red hair just now catching on. Wait, that fireworks show wasn't just a diversion for us, but to lure all the tough guys out of the regent prince's place. Smart cookie. Now wanna guess where our buddy Ji Fengjun, the only dude who's hit the breakthrough stage, is headed? Breakthrough stage martial artists. Where's the royal family's breakthrough stage protectors? Those old geezers in the prince's crib. Her eyes widen. The fireworks. Those old geezers are out saving the prince. The mansion, it's totally empty right now. Shi Fengjun found her. The girl tears up, going, "Shi Shaoxia, get out of here. Don't bother saving me. It's too dangerous." Relax, you're good, Yang Jiu chimes in. If the regent prince wants to play nice, then rescuing you is all well and good. But if they so much as scratch you, I'm torching his whole damn mansion. Then he scoops her up, carrying her off like a boss. Meanwhile, those two assassins chilling in the papaya tree are sweating bullets. Still haven't iced the prince. Liu Tu says, "Let's bounce, we ain't killing him today. Dude's a breakthrough stage martial artist with a Wanrendi. That we even manage this much is a win. Master, give me half an incense. Stick's worth more of time and he's toast. But his boys are showing up. Gotta go now or we're screwed." Roger that, handsome master. The soldiers rush in. Wang Ye, the prince barks. "What are you doing here? You were attacked, of course we're here. What about inside the residence? Are there any experts protecting you?" "Nope, not a one." The prince grits his teeth. "Yang Jiu, so this was your play, huh? You're gonna pay for this." Shi Yue exclaims, "Master, you came. This subordinate is useless. Making you risk yourself for me. I deserve to die, please. Master, grant me death." Yang Jiu snorts. "You think I'm an idiot? I went through all that trouble to save you, just to off you now." "Tresk, you're insulting me." Shi Yue's all down. "This subordinate wouldn't dare, but the Zishi died in battle for you. This is my resting place. To bring danger to Maester is an insult." Yang Jiu says, "Didn't I tell you, your life is mine? When I need you dead, I'll tell you myself. If I don't let you die, you ain't dying. Besides, I lied to Grandpa to sneak out. You're carrying my kid, that's why Grandpa let me come. If something happened to you, how would I explain it to him?" Shi Yue's freaking out. "Carrying Master's child, how could I dare? But if Master needs it." Shangguan Li cuts her off. "No, he doesn't. Besides, the Yang family already has a young madam. You want to get through the door, you gotta learn to pour me tea first." The redhead jumps in, waving her hand like crazy. Me. I nominate myself as young madam too." "What are you getting excited about? You haven't even explained where you learned archery." "You a spy from the Phoenix camp, I knew you didn't seem like a good person from the start." Shin Tian's impressed. "This kid's got some serious skills. His cunning beats every general in the northern border." Yang Jiu smirks. "What's the big deal? Save the compliments till we're safely out of here. We might be safe for now, but I have a feeling we pissed off that regent prince big time. Qin Tian rolls his eyes. Oh, you think you ticked him off? You realize where we are, right? With all that went down, the entire capital is probably looking for you, and yet you're chillin' like you're on vacation. Yang Jiu grins. I doubt they'll find us anytime soon. They can search wherever they want, but this is still the imperial palace. The emperor's personal servant rushes in. Your Majesty, your calculations were spot on. That young master from the Yang family has completely outplayed the regent prince. A complete victory, the empress says. Even so, the regent prince is a royal of our country, and that young master Yang is from an enemy nation. Shouldn't you at least pretend not to be happy? Who told the regent prince to treat you like that? Finally, someone put him in his place. He got humiliated so badly, I doubt he'll even have the face to attend court. You can say that to my face. But if you breathe a word of this to anyone else, I can't guarantee your little head will stay on your shoulders, ya hear? Of course. I wouldn't tell anyone but you, your Majesty. Speaking of, any idea where those guys are hiding now? Prince Regent's practically turned Extreme East City upside down. Still can't find them. The Empress chuckled softly. If I had to guess, I'd say they're holed up inside the palace. She gasped. What? In the palace? Then what about us? The Empress said calmly. What about us? Even something my imperial uncle wouldn't think of, how could I? Over on the other side? The old lord laughed heartily. Ha ha, my grandson really is a peerless genius. This move not only saved people, but also left that little punk Wu Zhao seriously injured, and burned down his mansion too. The general said. All right, Dad. You've said that about 10 times since the news came in. The whole Zhenbei army knows how awesome your grandson is, the old master continued. What are you jealous of? Back when you and that brat Yang Yuan came back, wasn't that a near-death experience? Look at my good grandson. Can you even compare to his accomplishments? Back then we were only 3rd rank. And what about him? He has 2 of the most deadly assassins on his side, and even a realm-breaking martial artist. Come to think of it, with our 3rd rank we could also cause havoc in Northern Rong. Now that is a true young hero. The old master retorted. Nonsense. Don't even mention when you were 3rd rank. I'll give you that many people now. Let's see you pull it off. The general awkwardly dodged the question. That kid's still training troops. The competition's about to start. Too busy, no time for that. Besides, your grandson has already finished the job. But have you thought about how he's going to get back? The old lord said. My good grandson has his own plans. If you really care, then worry about your sister's side. That brat Yang Yuan hasn't retreated. It's probably about to start. Everyone be careful. I'll wait here for you to come back, Yang Yuan said with a smile. Rest assured, my lady, no matter what happens, I wouldn't have the heart to leave you alone in this world. The Sword Saint was already waiting, Yang Yuan said. We should stay away from the arena. It's late. Don't bother my wife's rest. The Sword Saint said, Shenshir wants me to ask you a question. If you can show Shenshir your trump card, and if you can make it work, then we are willing to help you. After all, you are Yang Yuan. Shenshir is willing to trust you and rely on you. Yang Yuan then replied, Do you know what the biggest flaw of you, Prince, is? He replied. He has no flaws. Shenshir will definitely become the most sage ruler under this sky in the future. Da Qian will become better thanks to him. Yang Yuan said calmly. If we only talk about the imperial arts of the emperor, then you, Prince, is indeed a rare ruler. But unfortunately he lacks some courage. He only knows how to plot behind the scenes, playing with people's hearts. For a monarch, this is not a good thing, the Sword Saint asked. Therefore, you and Shen'er are destined not to walk together. Yang Yuan continued. This is your second weakness. You don't have a clear heart. He knows that as long as he ascends the throne, I will be loyal. But he still likes to use small tricks that make people disgusted. Lacking courage, lacking a clear heart. When he was young, he had the ambition to change Da Qian, but once he grew older, he was full of suspicion and imbalance. Does such an emperor feel familiar to you? The Sword Saint then asked. You said Xin Fair will become the next Your Majesty? After all, he is the prince most like Your Majesty. And now I think Your Majesty has also noticed his problems, as well as the problems of the princes. Otherwise, he would not make such a choice. Are you right? Cao Gong appeared. You have guessed Your Majesty's plan, but if you have already guessed it, why? Yang Yuan then said. As the commander of the Jin Yue, investigating the world is my duty. What is it to know these things? Moreover, dispersing all the Jin Yue, I see this world even more clearly. Gong Gong then asked, What are your plans after all? You want to harm Your Majesty? Yang Yuan then replied. I have never caused Your Majesty to be harmed, but Your Majesty will harm himself. Clearly a beautiful country, but it's made like this. The prince appeared. What is father's plan? Please tell me, eunuch Cario. This humble one is very curious. The eunuch then shouted loudly, Your Highness, don't listen to his provocation and sow discord. How could His Majesty scheme against his own son? On the contrary, it's him who's so insidious and unfathomable, Yang Yuan said casually. All right, eunuch Cao, I won't resort to such lowly tactics. Besides, you don't need to worry. The arrow is already on the string. No matter what happens now, they can't stop. It's you who's acting all guilty, making people wonder. You've been a palace eunuch for so many years, yet you're still like a little eunuch who can't keep calm. The eunuch seemed to choke and couldn't say anything. Yang Yuan then said. Might as well start, you've already come, and you guys love to talk, but you're not even as good as my Jin Yue. Once they lock onto a target, they're absolutely efficient. The Sword Saint then made his move. No matter what happens today, you're definitely dead. When you had the Jin Yue, everyone feared you, but now you're all alone. You're just the sixth strongest in the world. I can kill you by myself. The Sword Saint then unleashed the Sword God's sorrow. The eunuch standing beside him praised profusely, as expected of the Sword Saint's extraordinary sword skill. Yang Yuan only has a glib tongue, Yang Yuan smirked. Extraordinary is good for dealing with Hong Tao. Since he cultivates the myriad enemy and is tainted with murderous aura, he'll be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight. But it's still a bit lacking to deal with me, isn't it? The eunuch continued to be annoyed by Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan actually sent all the Breakthrough Realm cultivators in the palace away, and they all went to kill Yang Yuan. He clearly knows of my existence, yet he's still attracting everyone's attention. Yang Yuan, could it be that you're really helping me kill the Emperor? But indeed nothing can be hidden from your highness? In this game, I thought I was the final player, scheming against everyone and using everyone, but now that you've come, it proves that you know everything about me. You're very good at this game. Yananair admires you greatly. So you've come to stop me. It's just that with your highness's cultivation, you can't stop me. Or perhaps your highness, who has the bloodline of the Hao Emperor, has some hidden tricks. Senior is joking. You must know my relationship with Daqian. I can't wait to help you. How could I stop you? I'm just here to witness the result, I guessed as much. After all, in this game, many of my goals are different from your highness's, so your highness has no reason to stop me. I think the smartest thing about your game is not scheming against people you shouldn't scheme against, leading Yang Gong to have no reason to stop you. After all, the only person you want to kill is him. Although I boast that I'm a player, I know who I should offend and who I shouldn't offend. It's just that Yang Yuan clearly doesn't want to be grateful to me. Yanshare is grateful, but still asks Senior to think carefully. Why isn't Suoxi Academy participating? Clearly, Junzi is also about to reach the heavenly human realm. Is your highness implying that I'm not capable enough? Yangzhe, I don't mean anything. Or rather, no matter what I say now, I can't stop Senior anymore. Yang Gongjian's side is already on the string, Senior. Wouldn't you say so? Let's stop here. I wish Senior achieves what you want. Then thank you for your highness's blessing. The emperor is inside, and there really aren't any experts. He then wondered. What did Liu Yanyer mean by that? A voice rang out. You should listen to other people's opinions. After all, it wasn't easy for you to get to where you are today. He then broke out in a cold sweat. You're a heavenly human. But how could there be a heavenly human in the palace? Could it be that Junzi is unwilling to enter the court because of you? The emperor has seen through this game. Of course, in recent years, Yang Yuan has indeed been too outstanding, overshadowing His Majesty's brilliance. You should know that if His Majesty wasn't wise and mighty, how could he have seized the throne in the chaotic struggle for the throne? How could he suppress a subject like Yang Yuan? So that's how it is. Truly impressive. The heavenly human then said. You all think you've obtained some great secret. But if such a method exists, then naturally someone has used it long ago. How could it be left for you juniors? I also understand the relationship between you and the Emperor Junzi. An eunuch who relied on the dragon Qi to rise to the heavenly human realm actually thinks he can stop the Suoxi Academy's Haoran will of thousands of years. Heaven and earth have righteous Qi, a villain, writes Haoran. You say you don't covet dragon Qi, but what did you come here for? Isn't it to rely on dragon Qi to reach the heavenly human realm? In that case, you're not even as good as the gentleman's sword saint. He asked in confusion. You. How is it possible? How could you reach this step? The devouring heaven art. No, it's impossible. But why do you have this endless torrent of true energy, or should we go together? Aren't there still many breakthrough realm cultivators? That's right, Your Highness Prince Qin. Let me see what's behind you. What exactly is a pseudo-heavenly human? Prince Qin then said. Don't rush. Everyone knows that Yang Gong has set up this game, so we certainly can't risk everything on one throw. If we go together, if we can kill both Bloodstained River or Yang Gong's secret chess piece, wouldn't that be flustering? Got it? You want to kill Yang Yuan? I'm afraid I'll just catch you all in one swoop, but these two in front of me are clearly no match for me, Sword Saint said, suppressing his anger. Not a match for you, Yang Yuan. I don't know how you managed to get such abundant true qi, but don't forget, I'm ranked 4th in the world, and you're only 6th. Yang Yuan, I know, you keep saying that. How many times have I heard it? After that line, is it time for the demon-slaying sword? Sword Saint said fiercely. The total amount of true qi has never represented true strength. It's the destructive power that matters. Eunuch went mad. Bullshit. Demon slaying. The image of a monstrous, bizarre, and extremely domineering being, a grain of rice, appears. Liu Yanher then said. Looks like Lord Yang's side is going smoothly. If there were more people attacking, Lord Yang wouldn't have a chance. Exactly. A setup like this could kill a celestial being, but they're all smart people, overthinking things. They're afraid of Lord Yang's situation. Most of them are on guard, suspecting Lord Yang has some tricks up his sleeve. The two who killed Wei, the Qin King's celestial being, don't dare to act rashly, and can only stand by to prevent Lord Yang from escaping. Yan He replied, It's okay, I've never worried about Lord Yang, It's our side that's the problem, because we in the academy are no match for that old eunuch. That's right, that old eunuch may be lacking in many ways, but he's still a celestial being. The old eunuch was drenched in sweat. A sword move like that, even a celestial being can't withstand it. Yang Yuan smiled faintly. Seems like my dear wife didn't sleep well tonight. If I'd known, I would have taken her out for a spin. I already told you, you should just be an honest eunuch. Can your pre-battle stance even block this sword? How could I block it? The eunuch was speechless, and the screeching bird couldn't speak. You, Yang Yuan immediately cursed at him. What you? In front of his majesty, you only know how to act weird. But now that you're facing me alone, you can't even speak. Sword Saint frowned. The pre-battle stance could block it because he has the celestial being inheritance, but you have nothing. What are you relying on to block my demon slaying? Yang Yuan then replied. Actually, I've always been curious about this kind of key. How can you possess the dragon chi of the royal palace? The aura of the abyss? Clearly, it's not those things. Moreover, this is clearly a method to ascend to celestial being, but no matter how I look at it, you're still just a peak realm breaker, Sword Saint exclaimed. Yang Yuan, just how much more do you know? Yang Yuan smiled and said, definitely more than you. You're just a martial artist from the streets. What makes you think you can compare to me? Sword Saint went berserk. Yang Yuan, you're too arrogant, don't you know? I still have one more sword. Yang Yuan replied. Immortal exile, I know, but do you really dare to use it? Do you really dare to exhaust all your fighting strength here? If something really happens, can Prince you still get out alive? Sword Saint then turned to ask, you heard it? You saw it? I've already used the demon slaying. Killing Yang Yuan can't just be our business, right? The prince then replied, alright, we've already come this far. We definitely can't let Yang Gong's few words provoke us. If Sword Saint and Cao Zhangqi can't kill you, what about adding another celestial being puppet? He then dashed forward like an arrow, launching a nuclear attack towards Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan was speechless. No wonder he's a celestial being. After that, he continued to unleash extremely powerful ultimate moves, but thanks to the director carrying him hard, Yang Yuan was able to dodge all of his attacks. Yang Yuan laughed loudly. Haha, I don't know how many years it's been. How many years since I've been this disheveled? Eunuch Cao sneered. I thought you were really hiding a lot of strength. Looks like that's all there is to it, so you're still dead meat today. Yang Yuan said. That's right, it's indeed difficult to deal with. But luckily he's not a real celestial being, so it's not a big problem. Sword Saint then spoke up. Yang Yuan, how on earth did you do it? Your true chi is truly inexhaustible, never runs out. Yang Yuan coldly smiled and said, you're just a crude martial artist. Explaining it to you would be a waste of time. The sect leader said, Senior, I'm also very curious. How did Lord Yang do it? He says his true chi is inexhaustible. There's only one cultivation method like that in the world, and that's the heaven-devouring art. But for most people, that cultivation method is just trash, and they can't even break through the 8th rank. The sect leader then asked, so, Senior's implying that Lord Yang is cultivating the heaven-devouring art, but how is that possible? A heaven-devouring art at the peak breakthrough realm, you say, nah, no way. If someone actually managed to cultivate the heaven-devouring art to that level, even if they were just a kid, they'd totally clap a peak celestial, no contest. If Yang Yuan isn't using the heaven-devouring art, then it's gotta be that thing. The sectmaster still looked confused. What the senior didn't say? I know I probably shouldn't ask, but this junior is super curious. Whether it's the senior helping me, or these celestials. Why, exactly? Is it because of the dragon chi? What did Yang Yuan say earlier? He replied. Pretty much. Right now, Yang Yuan's true ki is practically endless, so he must have tapped into the dragon chi, but that shouldn't be possible. How did he find a way to tap into the dragon chi, anyway? Tap into dragon chi, huh? From what the senior just said, this dragon chi belongs to the imperial family, so how could anyone tap into it if it's theirs? He then explained, dragon chi is special. Only special people, using special methods, can wield such power. Otherwise, everyone in the imperial family would be invincible across the land. But Yang Yuan shouldn't know this method, only a select few do. The sect master thought, I've met so many powerhouses who told me the Sword Saint is different from them, that there's no top 3 in the world, he's just the number 1. Is it because of this? He then spoke of the Sword Saint. That's right, he found a way to tap into this kind of ki. His method isn't profound, but it's not simple either. It's not simple because even a sword immortal, let alone a celestial, would be terrified of it. And it's not profound because even now, he hasn't managed to ascend to the quasi-celestial realm. The sect master wondered. Young Master Yang already said earlier, it's not just dragon chi in this world, there's also abyss chi. What is this abyss chi? Is it what the Tongtian Taoist protects? Knowing all this now won't do you any good. Everything will make sense once you're in that position. If you can truly become an eternal enlightened monarch, then you might just glimpse what was truly backing Emperor Hao. The sect master mused, deep in thought. Having reached this point, I feel like I'm understanding this world less and less. If all these changes have nothing to do with you, then why would you reach this position at this particular time? A special time indeed. Succeed, and you become the eternal emperor. Fail, the senior said. Then my pressure is getting heavier and heavier. At this moment, Yang Yuan was still having a casual chat amidst a throng of enemies. The Sword Saint pondered, uncertain. No, that's not right. This isn't good. You shouldn't be able to do this much unless you're like me. I get it now. I dispersed all the embroidered guards, not just to give us an opportunity, but to search for that method. Yang Yuan then sneered. Not a slow reaction. But if you know about this method, then you should also know that neither the Sword Saint, nor those at the Breakthrough Realm, nor even you quasi-celestials are qualified to play this game. The Sword Saint replied. What? Are we not part of your scheme? Or are you risking your life to stall us? Yang Yuan coolly retorted. Nah. You guys seriously overestimate yourselves. The true danger of this game was never about you, because you're not worthy. The Sword Saint was speechless. You darn kid, Yang Yuan. Even when you were young, you always opened your mouth and made people hate you. Now, with one foot in the grave, you're still as infuriating. I kinda know who you are now, Zhang Tianhe, the junior martial uncle of this generation's gentleman, Trisk. Speaking of which, the old palace master truly was a gentleman. Despite having 2 celestials in his lifetime, he never did anything outrageous. Zhang Tianhe is currently the highest-ranking quasi-celestial at Qixia Academy, so you told the gentleman about his existence, but not about yours. This must be Qixia Academy's secret, passed down through generations, and also why Qixia Academy refused to serve in the imperial court, right? Cao Long replied. Of course, I can spare a dozen people. Anyway, at this point, with 2 celestials protecting it, there might actually be a chance. But there's no way I could have kept all of Qixia Academy. Cao Long chuckled. You folks from Qixia all cultivate Hyoran Qi, which naturally allows you to tap into Dragon Qi. If I let you guys serve in the imperial court, how could I live? Zhang Tianhe replied. You're different from other celestials. Other celestials, though they can extend their lifespan and rejuvenate, still have limits to their longevity. But you've been in the imperial palace all year round, constantly breathing Dragon Qi. I'm really curious, how old are you now? Cao Long said. After all this time, I truly have this sense of transcending the mundane. I even thought I was the only true god of this world. After all, even Emperor Hao back in the day couldn't compare to me. But it wasn't until I met that kid, not even 100 years old, yet right here in the Imperial Palace, a place where no one could defeat me, he suppressed me. He even said my Tao was the most boring he'd ever seen. Only then did I realize that this world is still incredibly dangerous. Boring Tao. Sounds just like him, Cao Long grinned. Let's wrap this little story up, shall we? After I kill you, I still have to report to His Majesty, TCH. I bet things are wrapping up on Yang Yuan's side too. Honestly, I can sense he's forcing the Dragon Qi. And in an old school way too. But he's just a sword saint past his prime. Seems like he can't hold on for much longer. His Majesty's whole plan should be put into action now. Yang Yuan glanced back and smirked. Weren't you guys just talking about guarding against my backup plans? You guys are all lying in wait for my backup. Isn't it a little early to come out? Or are you gonna lie and wait for a bit longer? Wait for me to take care of these 3. Yang Gong is still Yang Gong after all. No one here can figure out how he's got such strong true ki. If we keep dragging this out, more variables will pop up, so we're choosing to gamble, Yang Gong said. My daughter-in-law's people haven't arrived yet. Seems like things in the palace are 8 or 9 parts done. My son found these 2 daughters-in-law, and I couldn't be happier. It's just that they can't compare to my Zhao Rao Rao. The prince continued. The Qing gang only sent 2 Shattering Realm cultivators, so if they don't come, they don't come. We'll settle that debt with the Qing gang later, but Yang Gong, what are you planning to do about the palace right now? Cao Long shouted. Zhang Tianhe. You've been lurking and yapping for so long, let me send you on your way. Zhang Tianhe retorted, I'm the highest-ranking member of Qixia Academy, how could I just die here confused? The Confucian tome, condensed from decades of effort, exploded just like that. But that's right, nothing is more important than life. But that won't hurt me. You should just obediently accept your death, right? Zhang Tianhe was covered in cold sweat. I was only 1 step away from killing Emperor Gan, just 1 more step, and I could have succeeded. Yang Yuan, it's all Yang Yuan's fault. It was supposed to be a war of assassination between the princes, but he stirred things up like this. Sunset Glow is ready, but miss, you must know that it's a weapon Hao Emperor left behind, and it gets used up with each use. Liu Yanher then said, Uncle Fu, what are we waiting for after ambushing for so long? When it comes to the bloodline of our ancestors, I'm the only one left in my generation. If we don't use this thing now, there won't be another chance to use it later. Anyway, without the bloodline of our ancestors, this thing is no different from scrap metal. Alright, anyway. Mrs. Decisions have never been wrong. Liu Yanker then grabbed the spear and channeled her ki. Uncle Fu said, Sunset Glow, spear of all weapons, contains Hao Emperor's spear intent, and within the palace it can draw upon the Dragon Qi. That old eunuch in the palace has been exhausted to this point, he can't hold on anymore. The Emperor panicked. What is this? How can someone be drawing upon the Dragon Qi? What other variables are happening in the capital that I don't know about? Cao Long on the other side began to tremble, covered in cold sweat. This is a sealing treasure stronger than the Imperial Jade Seal. Who is it? Could the legends of Hao Emperor be true? Zhang Tianhe then laughed loudly. Haha, truly worthy of being the most outstanding descendant of Hao Emperor in centuries. So there was this plan. Interesting, heaven is helping me. Yang Yuan then breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, finally persevered to this moment. The Sword Saint laughed loudly. Haha, Yang Yuan, your end has come. The power you stole from who knows where has finally reached its limit, hasn't it? Everyone, don't stop. Now Yang Yuan is a beast trapped in a cage. As long as we persevere, he will surely die, Yang Yuan said indifferently. I already said you're nothing but a martial artist from the streets. The princes behind you are all too young. They haven't even gotten on the board yet. I don't understand what qualifications you guys have to fight me, the Sword Saint said. Yang Yuan, you're about to die, and you're still so arrogant. Yang Yuan glared and said, arrogant. My opponent this round is a celestial being. You pawns who look down on the situation, daring to talk to me like this. Who do you think is arrogant? The Sword Saint then went mad. A pawn? Fine. Then today I'll let you know what it feels like to be killed by a pawn, and I'll also let you know what it's like to lose the whole game. He then channeled his power to the limit. Everyone, get out of the way. Didn't you all want to see this sword of the immortal descendant? In my eyes, apart from that senior, no one is worthy of this sword. But Yang Yuan, if I use it to kill you, I'll feel very happy. The prince standing nearby was shocked. Immortal descendant, the legendary sword. Is the Sword Saint really going to use it? The sect leader on the side was also shocked. This is the immortal descendant. Sure enough, in front of this sword my celestial physique is nothing. The third greatest martial artist under the heavens spoke up. So this is the gain and loss the Sword Saint chose. Though I look down on him, the fact that he fused that power into his swordplay proves his dedication to the sword. But the fluctuating aura around Yang Yuan at this moment clearly indicates a problem in the Imperial Palace. However, if that person is there, nothing should happen. The sect leader suddenly realized. Wait, where's Liu Yanaher? Where did she go? The other person said. With two great battles in the capital, if she's not here, then of course she's in the Imperial Palace. It's just that the Imperial Palace is a battleground of celestials. If I recklessly approach, and am discovered by the two inside, it will only create variables. But His Highness doesn't even have the breaking realm cultivation level. How could she possibly contend with the celestials? Unless... The Sword Saint's hair stood on end. Yang Yuan, are you out of your mind? If you had cut me off halfway, I would have had a chance. But now there's no chance, Yang Yuan said calmly. I already told you, you're just a crude brute. What makes you think you can fight me? I merely provoked you a little. And you used the descent of the celestial as I planned. Do you know that if you used it sooner, I would have been helpless? If you used it later, I still would have been helpless. But you chose the most inappropriate time. The Sword Saint was suspicious. Why is my dense true energy dissipating? Yang Yuan sneered. What's happening in the Imperial Palace? What is the goal of these people? Is it really just for the throne, Yang Chang? Your silver tongue won't save you. Your pretense of mystery won't save you from death. Yang Yuan waved his hand. You understand nothing, and you are destined to fail. Yang Yuan walked away full of ambition. Yang Yuan said with a faint smile, you are destined to be defeated. The Sword Saint was confused and frantic. How can this be? How can it be like this? My descent of the celestial, how could it? The Highness next to him was also dumbfounded. What's going on? Just now, Yang Yuan mentioned the Imperial Palace. Could it be that? The third greatest martial artist under the heavens shouted, this is bad, Your Highness. She really had a trump card. Sunset Radiance. Don't think it's just a legend. We must go to the Imperial Palace at once, or the world will truly descend into chaos. Unexpectedly, besides the dragon Qi, there was an unexpected harvest. The Sword Saint actually also possessed a type of spiritual energy. Miss Yanner said, the will of leisure. Why does Senior call himself a wanderer, yet he isn't as carefree as I see it? Bound by the identity of a celestial, I want to tell Senior, Xin Tian is the true essence of leisure. He said, Your Highness, please put down the sunset radiance in your hand. Anyone who obstructs my path, even if you are of noble status, will not be spared. Yana replied, Senior only has two paths now, either kill me, or take this strike. It's just, can your will of leisure withstand it? The old eunuch, who was the only one who could withstand this strike, had already exhausted more than half of his dragon Qi to block the grand righteous will. You have the attitude of wanting to kill me. I am a descendant of the Hao Emperor, and even possess the bearing of a female emperor. Dare you kill me? At this moment the celestial stammered, unable to speak. Senior still had a chance to choose just now, but now it's over. Sorry, there's no more. Senior, what exactly happened? Where's Liu Yanaer? The celestial said. It's too late. Everything is too late. The world is about to descend into chaos. Let's return to Wu province immediately and gather our forces. The world descends into chaos. Could it be that the emperor long knew that the sunset radiance truly existed? That it was the weapon of the Hao Emperor? Who would dare believe that legend? But if it exists, then my goal can be considered achieved. I don't believe you can still withstand it now. The person with the highest status in the Jixi Academy, he laughed loudly. It seems I am just a pawn of others after all. At this moment, the young man wearing a red hat released an extremely strong source of vitality around him. Is it dawn? Everyone was extremely surprised. This? What exactly is this? Why are there two suns in the imperial palace? What exactly is happening? It seems I, Yang Yuan, should leave. Senior, Qian Zihan, sweating profusely, said. As expected of an old eunuch who has lived for hundreds of years, even after fighting me to this extent, you still have so much power left. Senior, look. The piece in the game still holds such earth-shattering power, I feel like it's not impossible to withstand this blow, the Celestial said. It can't be withstood. That's the weapon of the Hao Emperor, Qian Zihan asked in surprise. The Hao Emperor. Just how strong was the Hao Emperor? Senior, what should we do? The senior explained the greatness of the Hao Emperor. It cannot be replicated. There will never be such a combination of opportune timing, favorable location, and harmonious people again, the Celestial cautiously said. Let's go. If we can't seize the initiative in this round, then I can't allow myself to fall into such a situation in the next round. Suddenly, Liu Yanhair said, Senior, why the rush? I thought you'd take this opportunity to just off me. I feel like Miss Yanhair has a point. No matter how that guy inside treats me, he still has some kind of connection with me. Has Miss Yanhair ever considered? You should know, no matter the situation, you can't lose your cool. Didn't you see that attack just now? That's the move of a descendant of Hao Di. If she could pull off something like that, don't you think she has more tricks up her sleeve? Why are you going so hard today? Just to risk it all on this one gamble. Sorry, Senior. Xian Zihan here got careless, Liu nonchalantly. Being a lone wolf is tough. I wanted to take this chance to get rid of Xian Zihan, but you talked me out of it. Looks like there's no more chance then, but we've pretty much achieved our goal. This game is too complicated. The chances of finding that crippling strike are slim. After all, old eunuch has lived for a century. If he were in his prime, he might actually be able to block that strike. It's just that there's no chance now. If that's the case, miss, let's get out of here. We've stirred up too much trouble today. If they really find out, we're screwed, Liu Yanhair said. No rush, our game is over, but Yang Gong's final game has just begun. The eunuch then laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, Hao Di is nothing more than this. Just this, and nothing more. Fine, even Hao Di couldn't achieve immortality, but I have. Hao Di is inferior to me. Suddenly, he shouted, Wait, how is this possible? This is clearly a thrown spear. Its power should be getting weaker and weaker. Why is its power still accumulating? Even devouring my dragon chi. What the hell is this? An extremely bright light appeared, and the eunuch screamed in terror. Impossible! Your Majesty can't die yet. The world will crumble. How can your Majesty die at a time like this? Remnants of the Jia dynasty. Could it be that even the remnants of your Hao Dia want to kill me? I am the son of heaven. Naturally protected by the nation's fortune. You can't kill me. No one in the world can kill me. Even the nation's fortune knows that my choice is right. This nation's fortune is also protecting me, Yang Yuan. You're the one in the wrong. But at this moment, everything about the emperor began to shatter. Oh no, this isn't good, your Majesty. The emperor was pierced through the heart by the legendary spear of Hao Di. Time to join the coffin crew. Before dying, he managed to leave a few words. How could I die? Could I have been wrong? My Dacian empire, alas. Instantly, the emperor's lackeys could only cry out in grief, Your Majesty, what's wrong? How could you leave like this? The senior then exclaimed in joy. Success. It's really a success. Senior brother, I knew I was right. You, Junzi, are a pedantic scholar. You're ruining Jigexia Academy. Junzi should have been mine. The eunuch wearing a hat said. The dragon-slaying art of Jigexia. You're plundering the dragon chi of Dacian. The world is crumbling. The nation's fortune is already at its weakest. Now coupled with the emperor's death, there will never be a more opportune moment than now. Jixia. Those pedantic scholars want to live in peace and prosperity, a world of equality, sharing the dragon chi, thinking they're so great, but to this day Jixia has never produced a celestial being. What's even more infuriating is that they clearly know someone like you exists, yet they still don't dare to plunder the dragon chi, wasting your achievements. But it doesn't matter. I alone will seize this dragon chi and become a celestial being. That Junzi is no match for me. I will lead Jixia to assist a wise ruler, sharing in a golden age. The eunuch then said. Don't try to make your selfishness sound so grand. You clearly just want to seize the dragon chi for yourself. Whether it's me or Jixia, we're all symbiotic with the dragon chi of Dacian. The more prosperous it is, the more we benefit. But you're plundering the dragon chi, breaking this rule, which is no different from killing the chicken to get the eggs. So what? I am the foremost successor disciple of Jixia. I am not wrong. The world needs someone who is eternally right like me. Right, you reminded me. In that case, I don't need to assist the wise ruler. I can just declare myself king. A king is never wrong. 100-year-old king. The eunuch frowned and said, You've really gone mad. No, you're being seduced by the dragon chi. The legend of Hao Emperor is real. This dragon chi is indeed domineering. Young miss, the dragon-slaying technique of Jijia is hard to deal with. If this continues, Jiang Tianhe will be the one with the biggest gains, obtaining all the dragon chi. Even a celestial human may not be his match. Liu Yanhair, said, Yang Gong set up this game for a celestial human. Did he say he foresaw this scene? And don't forget about Jiexia. Yang Gong is also a disciple of Jiexia, and even junior brother to Junzi. Would he make way? Yang Yuan. I'm really in a hurry. In a hurry. You're not going anywhere today. Fine, if I can't leave then I won't. Your Majesty, this time, I can only protect the realm, not you. But I would like to invite your Majesty to witness my game. Sword Saint laughed triumphantly. Haha, Yang Yuan, you good for nothing, you dare to be distracted while fighting us. I said I wasn't going anywhere, and I don't know what you guys are thinking. Knowing that I have methods to harness Dragon Chi, and even obtain endless true energy, you still attack me like this before figuring out those methods. Sword Saint was surprised. Are you still pretending? Winning a battle is just about timing, location, and harmony. I can't control the timing and harmony, but I have the location. Do you know why I risked disturbing my wife's sleep and had to choose Yang Manor as the battlefield? How could I not have some arrangements when I dispatched all the Imperial Guards? Did you think it was just to feign weakness? I've been managing this Imperial City for 20 years, and I've lived in this Yang Manor for 40 years. He was utterly shocked. This is a formation I once saw in the eastern wilderness of the ancient God Mountain. But how is it here? If not, what would I rely on to harness Dragon Chi? What would I rely on to continuously obtain true energy? Of course, this formation helps me convert it. It's indeed well used, but only once. But for the sake of the world, it's nothing. And I told the world long ago that this capital is the capital of my Imperial Guards. I will absolutely not let anyone violate the ban with martial arts. At this moment, extremely powerful white lightning bolts appeared, forming an incredibly beautiful formation. Everyone was terrified to witness this miracle. Everyone, calm down. You'll be able to leave in a day and a night, but by then, all the Imperial Guards will have returned, so let's sit down and discuss the matter of who will inherit the throne. Let's not start a war. Yang Yuan, I'm the only prince in the formation. Don't forget, the others aren't here. Except for His Highness Prince Chu, the other princes aren't martial artists. The elite Imperial Guards I left in the capital are enough to control them. His Highness Prince Chu doesn't need to worry. Yang Yuan's direct disciple said, Your Highness Prince Qin, now that a major incident has occurred in the capital, we, the Imperial Guards, are ordered to protect your safety. Prince Qin then said, Yang Yuan, I underestimated you too much, but don't forget I still have a Wei celestial human, and I still have the influential families in the capital supporting me. Please, Your Highness, return to the room. It's very dangerous. Outside, I don't know how many assassins are lurking. Your Highness Prince Yu, please come out. Now that the capital is in turmoil, everything is for your safety, the safest place to be. Yang Gong, oh Yang Gong, with someone like you here, how are we princes supposed to play? Father, this time, you were truly too arrogant. You wanted to sit back and reap the benefits for 100 years. But you let others seize the opportunity. It's also Father's fault. Clearly a generation of emperors, yet you wanted to believe in celestial human predecessors. The hairy old man laughed loudly. Haha, it seems you're nothing without Dragon Chi. You've been barely alive for 100 years. You should die already, the eunuch said. You've already reached the celestial human level. If you continue to plunder Dragon Chi like this, the world will be in trouble. And after all, a celestial human is still just a person. You can't refine so much Dragon Chi at once. You're about to die, and you still dare to lecture me. I remember the saying related to the great calamity in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. 4 calamities arise, myriad phenomena decline, 1 person attains sainthood, 100 paths lament. I am the one who will attain sainthood. I don't care about others because this is my destiny. Words are useless. Die. Suddenly, Yang Yuan appeared. Uncle, your tone is quite grand. Does Uncle forget about this nephew? The old man was scared witless. Dragon Chi. The Dragon Chi is all mine. Yang Yuan. You only studied at Jinjia for 2 years. How did you become like this? It seems Uncle hasn't forgotten about this nephew. But if Uncle hasn't forgotten, then you should know that in this capital what I say goes. Shishu. Shouldn't you, as a pseudo-celestial, at least say hi when you come to the capital? And I'm saying it again, no one is allowed to touch Wufan. Now Shishu's causing chaos. And after all those years at Jixia Academy, all you learned was how to make people suffer. Yang Yuan, how could you, you're clearly just at the breakthrough realm, and you only studied at Jixia for a few years. How could your dragon-slaying art be stronger than mine? How could you snatch the Dragon Chi from my hands? Yang Yuan, I didn't even know the dragon-slaying art was a Jixia secret. Even if I was old Mister's disciple, he wouldn't give me something so important. Shishu, you're the one who triggered the Dragon Chi. I saw you setting up the formation. Dragon Chi can be used to reach celestialhood, so I decided to risk it and give it a try. What do you mean by that, Yang Yuan? If you don't know the dragon-slaying art, how could you steal the Dragon Chi from me? Shishu, you're wrong. It's not that I snatched the Dragon Chi. But the Dragon Chi chose me. The world's in chaos, the Emperor's dead. Who else in the world but me is worthy of wielding this Dragon Chi? What makes you think you can wield the Dragon Chi? My dragon-slaying art is the strongest in Jixia, only I am worthy of wielding the Dragon Chi, it's mine. Get over here, no one can take it from me, Yang Yuan said. The country's most important treasure, Yuan has always believed in protecting people. For 40 years Yuan has always believed that if people protect the country will protect Yang Yuan's loyalty. Heaven and earth bear witness. Although I'm not a member of the royal family, the most important treasure can be challenged. Yang Yuan has been a force in the court for 4 years, suspected by the emperor, ostracized by the dukes, wasting away in the capital. But this sentence of yours is enough to comfort me in this life. Why is it that Cao Long, who has protected the royal family for 100 years without ever overstepping, can't be chosen by the dragon Qi when the world's in chaos and the emperor's passed away? The eunuch then laughed loudly. Haha, I get it, I never protected the country, all I protected was a single family. Shishu then shouted, No, I can't accept this result. I've been planning for so long, how could I lose like this? I have the dragon slaying art. I can just slay the dragon again, I'll see who it chooses after Yang Yuan's dead. The soul imprint hasn't dissipated. I'm saying, a sword saint, a lifelong martial artist, isn't qualified to fight me. Shishu may be a celestial, but he's just a scholar. What makes you think you can fight me, Yang Yuan? How could you? The dragon Qi can only be moved by special people using special methods. What did you rely on? Of course I relied on Shishu. If Shishu hadn't used the dragon-slaying art to pry open the Jade Seal, how could I have been chosen by the Jade Seal? If you hadn't pried it open, it would still be the royal family's thing. But after you pried it open, it became an unowned object, so of course it could choose its own master. Shishu then shouted like a cuckoo. You planned this all along. You were waiting for me to use the dragon-slaying art to move the Jade Seal. There was no planning at all. If His Majesty wasn't like this, if the late Emperor's plan had gone smoothly, then I would have been willing to retire with my wife. The previous dynasty wasn't necessarily a bad emperor, but that daughter-in-law of mine, His Majesty, neglected the one person he shouldn't have neglected the most. If that's the case, then His Majesty's nation-building policy has failed. But failure is failure. I didn't think much of it anyway, it was just treating the symptoms but not the root cause. I still say the same thing, a celestial is just a Tang dynasty warrior, why let celestials control things? So your plan is to eliminate all the celestials? In that case I've already observed the whole game, and I just need to sit back and reap the rewards, no need to single-handedly stop the assassins of all the princes. The eunuch then gaped and said, Yang Yuan, you've already held back all the princes. Right now, the others are still trapped in Yang Yuan's formation, unable to escape. There are some special Qi inside, and there's no way to break it in a short time, Sword Saint. Is there really no way? What about your immortal destroyer strike? The Sword Saint said gloomily. You're still underestimating Yang Yuan even now. He didn't think that my immortal destroyer strike could definitely break this formation, so he was already tricked by Yang Yuan. This kind of formation is really against the rules. Yang Yuan's just taking advantage of this formation. If he didn't have this, he would have died long ago. This formation is against the rules. I think this is relatively weak. Does your highness really think that such a powerful formation can be formed in just a moment? Isn't that right? If I'm not mistaken, this formation that can really trap us needs a very long time to set up. Otherwise, why do you think Yang Yuan has been stalling us for so long? If we were all inside, he could just seal the formation. This proves that he has to hold us back for at least 2 hours. Even if you have such a celestial puppet, can you withstand it? If you can't withstand it, then you'll die. And what if one of them isn't in the Yang residence? Spending 10 years preparing such a powerful restrictive formation, only for it to be so slow acting, and it only restrains, not eliminates. Doesn't your highness find that kinda lame? Exactly. The formation itself isn't that impressive. What's truly scary is the one who uses it. They pushed it to its absolute limit. We're screwed. Binding me in the capital, far from my military power. What chances do I have left? Your highness still has a chance, of course. With all the princes bound, there won't be a war for the throne. You can seize military power and quell the chaos after my death. This is your complete game plan. Aren't you supposed to be as close as siblings with the emperor? Now you're even scheming against him, even sacrificing his life to usher in an era of peace. Yang Yuan. You're such a fake. Yang Yuan, made it clear to His Majesty long ago that I can only protect the country, not him. Hey, my game isn't over yet. When you two die, then my game will be complete. Especially Ji Xia. Without you, I was able to enter the court, Ji Xia scholars, learning how to govern and serve. The great Qian doesn't need someone to protect the royal family, but someone to protect the country. The eunuch then said, Don't forget that there are celestials in this world. If it weren't for my protection, what would you do when the celestials come to invade? Yang Yuan then put on a cool face and said, Don't worry, I have my own ways. I have the Imperial Guards and the Jinyi Wei. Right now, the princes are still being meticulously taken care of by the Jinyi Wei. I have my own women managing the country, martial generals expanding the territory, that's all there is to it. The eunuch sweating said, It's Yang Yuan, you're ruining the country. Without my protection, the celestials can kill the emperor of this country at any time. Yang Yuan then said, No need to worry, senior, but senior is not wrong. Although your existence is not necessary, but for hundreds of years you have never exceeded the limit, so Yang Yuan only takes the dragon Qi of the senior, so that the senior can also leave the palace for 100 years, to see the outside world. And as for the senior uncle, I'm sorry, you just caused chaos in the world, and attacking and assassinating. His Majesty is unforgivable, and Jiu enters the court. Senior uncle's embarrassing identity should not exist at this time. Yang Gong then exercised his power, and a big dragon appeared with a fire stick, and his image was very cool like a gourd. This must be the time when he sent his uncle to the altar to sit and drink tea with the ancestors. The eunuch escaped death by a narrow margin, and was very admired and grateful to Yang Yuan for giving him a way to live this time. After all, he is a legendary character who has lived for hundreds of years, and ended up like this, which is really moving. Yang Gong is indeed kind, now that this old eunuch no longer has the eternal celestial, and now he has second-grade cultivation, with a lifespan of 5 or 6 years. Wouldn't it be a good thing for him to go out and take a look at this world? Blessings. But we are different. We don't have an opponent like Yang Gong. Losing will be eternal doom, and our victory or defeat is definitely not the gain or loss of one person. Yes, miss. We should go and prepare. Sure enough, there is no calculation, no flaws in this world. Yang Gong, you were just a little short. The chaotic world has really arrived. At this time, King Chu happily said, broken. This formation is really broken, the Sword Saint asked suspiciously. Who exactly were you just now? Even Wei Celestials can't break such a formation. How did he do it? Could it be a Celestial? A crippled Celestial or a Dao Celestial? Senior, think slowly. I don't have time anymore. Now, something unspeakable must have happened in the Imperial Palace. If so, let's meet on the battlefield. Go and protect Prince Qin, the Sword Saint then asked. Do you still want to go back to the Imperial Palace? Maybe Yang Yuan is waiting for you there right now. Go back to the Imperial Palace. Anyway, I am also the Dongcheng factory in the capital, although I am suppressed by the Jinyu Wei, but it is only inferior to the Jinyu Wei. Oh, so that's the case. Cao Gonggong still has this idea. No wonder I didn't see any Dongcheng masters today. It turns out that Cao Gonggong wants to sit back and enjoy the success. Are you crazy? Are you using demonic weapons to kill me? Our opponent now is Yang Yuan. The Sword Saint then said, sure enough, you can also use Dragon Qi. Cao Gonggong is also a flag holder, but it's a pity that Yang Yuan robbed him first. I don't know what the Sword Saint is talking about. Now that the world is in chaos, the Sword Saint should plan for himself as soon as possible. You don't have a chance to become the next Cao Long. Damn it, that damn Yang Yuan. I was so close, just a little bit more, and I could have replaced Master to become the Imperial Guard. Damn that Yang matriarch. The entire embroidered uniform guard has surrendered. Now the capital is under the control of the embroidered uniform guard. Yang Yuan asked, but haven't all the princes left the capital? That formation was ultimately broken. There was still a step I didn't account for in this game. The scarred-faced brother intimately said. That's right, when we arrived, the Yang Matters formation had been broken. The Prince of Qin and other princes had already left the capital. Yang Yuan smiled faintly. I've said before that I don't like playing chess, but this game is still one move short. This world's great chaos is ultimately unavoidable. Now no one can stop Yang Gong from seizing military power, as long as his son personally goes to the battlefield, and the young master also holds military power in the northern border. The chaotic world can be quickly pacified. Yang Yuan blanked out. Holding military power, it is power, but also a constraint. If I am a pseudo-heavenly being, or not even as good as a heavenly being, Scarface immediately asked. Do you mean you will be like Kagu Long? But Yang Yuan then ordered. Go invite the crown prince. This chaotic situation in the capital is not the end, but the beginning of a great era. Can we really not go against Ye Yanggong? Scene change. When Madame Yang Yuan groggily opened her eyes, she saw a familiar figure. Old man Yang Yuan said, Madam, it was too noisy last night, disturbing your rest. Your husband apologizes to you. Yang Yuan's wife hugged him tightly, sobbing, I knew it. I knew you would be all right. If you dared to get into trouble, I definitely wouldn't let you off the hook. Yang Yuan gently stroked her head in comfort. You and I are destined to be 100 years together, teaching promises in the northern border. Now only Long Qi is worthwhile. That kid paid such a high price to beg me to lend him a blade. What's wrong with that? It's just killing a heavenly being. It's not like I haven't killed one before. The general immediately said. Don't pretend. Back then, you risked your life to kill a heavenly being, and now you can only sit in a wheelchair living day to day. There are so many heavenly beings in this game. How could he ask you to take action? His maternal grandfather said. So is it any better now? This time there is no emperor tying him to the capital. He ties himself to the capital. The capital is prosperous but still too small compared to the world. The general pondered. After knowing each other for decades, I can understand. Now that heavenly beings have appeared, relying only on the status of the embroidered uniform, guard commander can't protect his son. He needs a higher status. At least no matter what happens outside, the family always gives him a safe home, and no outsiders can bully his son at home. You stinky brat. When are you planning to leave? Don't think. I don't know, you secretly gathering those blood armor guys? Each one is more worrying than the last. The general said. Wait for that stinky brat to come back, or he won't be able to come back, the old king said. That's right. Whether he comes back or not, it will bring war. Now Yang Yuan, that wretched kid, made the wrong move. This situation will become even more chaotic. Wu Zhao, that kid, will not let go of this opportunity. Plus, suffering such a big loss, he has even more reason to send troops. Do you think my good grandson will take this opportunity to snatch a wife back for you? After all, You two did this kind of thing back then, and there are so many experts by his side. The great Xinjiang army immediately replied. He won't bring her back. No one can bring her back except me. On the northern wrong side, Yang Jiu smiled and said, It's been 3 days. I feel like everyone has rested enough, right? That's right. We've been eating and drinking well these past few days. I didn't expect the Imperial Palace to be so lax. We can just casually enter the Imperial kitchen. The red-haired girl laughed. Besides being lax, I feel like only our place is lax. Yang Jiu smiled faintly. It seems that after meeting, I can't avoid calling her aunt. The red-haired girl was surprised. What? Aunt? Wait. Do you mean that the female emperor knows we're here and it's intentional? Yang Jiu said complacently. No matter what, it's still the Imperial Palace. No matter what, it's still the Imperial kitchen, and there are so many of us. How could we have lived peacefully for so many days? Then I don't understand. This female emperor and our general are clearly head over heels in love. Why is it still like this today? What head over heels in love? It's just because the person who came this time is me. If another general came here, that female emperor wouldn't show any mercy. After all, you are the enemy, and I am her nephew, the red-haired girl said slyly. Right, young master is unparalleled in the world, Shangguan Li immediately said. Dad understands. Everything is, as you predicted. Half of the guards here are missing, so no one can detect us, Yang Jiu said with a smile. That's for the best, it seems. My aunt wants us to heal our wounds and leave immediately. Of course, this is also the best choice. After all, what we need most now is time to breathe, the red-haired girl hurriedly said. Then we are ready to leave. Although the search outside is very tight, but your guild's penetration is enough, so we don't need to worry, right? Shangguan Li said with a faint smile. He doesn't want to just leave like this, because he feels that ordinary people should do that, so for him, he shouldn't do that. Yang Jiu then laughed and said, That's for sure, we've already come. I heard that my dad and uncle only had third-rank strength back then and could already snatch her away. Now that there are so many of us, why shouldn't we try our luck? And isn't my dear auntie practically begging us to snatch her away? Redhead chick's jaw drops. Holy crap. Bro, what are you saying? Do you even know the situation? The regent is about to flip the eastern citadel and you want to kidnap their empress? You think Beirong is made of paper? Yang Jiu replies. Precisely because the situation is like this. I'm thinking of kidnapping their empress. It's hard to get out, sure, but if we force the empress, who's gonna dare to stop us? Seriously, what's so special about you that the entire Beirong fears you? Or is your archery skill seriously exaggerated? She's speechless, bro. Bro, I don't know what you're saying. News from Qian Kun says. The battle of the capital is over. Yang Yuan won. The empress then says. That's not surprising. Even my father couldn't beat him back then. How could the Dacian emperor possibly win? It's just that this victory was a bit of a disaster. All the things that should have been fought for couldn't be avoided. The Dacian emperor is dead, and all the princes have returned to their fiefs. That emperor's death was so unclear, all the princes have a reason to build their armies and become independent. The empress then replies, That emperor originally had the chance to firmly sit on his throne. Though he couldn't be considered a wise emperor, he at least wasn't a useless one, and wouldn't have come to this end. The reason for all this is simply that people's hearts are never content, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Emperor, huh? Just the most vulgar person in the world, the close female attendant replies. That's their emperor. Our Majesty is definitely not like that. If I hadn't met Tian Wuxi, I think I would be more vulgar than that. Emperor, your Majesty? It's been so many days. Those guys must be planning to leave. If he's that guy's grandson, you're not planning to meet him? Will he come to see me? And besides, I'm considered his elder. Why would an elder personally go to meet a junior? You're acting like a clueless fawn waiting for him, but what's the situation now? The regent almost flipped the whole city looking for them. They don't even know how to escape. How would they dare come to see you? The empress smiles faintly and says, Perhaps others in this situation would definitely think of escaping, but he's a bit greedier and lazier than others, always wanting to do several things at once and solve everything. Don't worry, this place is tightly guarded on the inside. It's just for show to the outside world, specifically for that empress, so it's very easy to get in. And the Beirong's elite troops are all on the battlefield, and now even more are guarding you in the palace. The realm-breaking Yang Jiu smiles faintly and says, This auntie is really good to me, so I, as her nephew, must repay her and let her get together with her love interest. Oh right, I didn't hurt you, did I? I mean, everyone here is Auntie's confidant, old Liu says with a smile. Don't worry, we're professionals in this kind of thing. We know what to do and what not to do. The redhead chick standing to the side says, Do you think you can succeed? Even if you really succeed in taking that empress away, she won't be happy in this life. After all, no matter what you say, she's still an emperor. If she's taken away, it will be a humiliation to her people, and it will also suppress the morale of her soldiers. Just because of her, her country has become like this. Oh, not finished yet, Yang Jiu replies. How could I not know this? If I did, why wouldn't I prepare for it beforehand? She's stunned. Bro, I don't believe you have a way. I feel like the reason why the Grand General didn't take this empress away back then was also because of these reasons. Yang Jiu turns to leave and says casually, You just wait and see. I'll do what your uncle couldn't do. Scene changed to the capital. At this time, everyone is in court. Eunuch Cao says, Lord Yang must be very happy, right? The only person who could suppress you in court is no more. Yang Yuan replies, you must be very unhappy, right? After all, if it wasn't for me in this game, you could have replaced your master's position. But unfortunately, because of me, there won't be such a heaven-human eternal situation anymore. The eunuch says, feeling resentful to the core, you're joking. My master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. If it wasn't for my master, I might still be a little eunuch being bullied by others. Could I have this position today? So not only do I not resent Lord Yang, but I also want to thank Lord Yang for being able to give my master a way out. Lord Yang then says, after so many things you're becoming more and more difficult to deal with, I'm now more and more considering whether I should quickly deal with you. The eunuch continues, Lord Yang is joking. In this situation, for me to dare to appear by your side, of course I've already planned everything, and you also see that you can't kill me, and I also know what you're planning. Lord Yang says indifferently, if yesterday, I could have tied down all the princes in this capital, I would have definitely painted the capital with blood. After all, this country has come to this point. You and Shang Guanzheng are both the main culprits. But now, one careless move and you lose the whole game. Although yesterday you won, it was just winning a life, but losing the entire situation, Lord Yang continues. So I'm sure that Lord Yang wants to kill me at other times, but will definitely not kill me at this time, because both of us understand that the capital cannot be in chaos now. Yang Yuan says, that's right, so I have no choice but to cooperate with someone like you. It's truly sad, but you must understand that there's still a prince in the capital. If you want to help the crown prince ascend the throne, it's too difficult. Eunuch Cao Zhengqi said with a serious face, isn't there still Yang Gong? The main reason you didn't kill me is also because you want to put the crown prince on the throne as well, isn't it? Now the crown prince's son is already 9 years old. The crown prince just needs to persevere for 5 years, and the crown prince's son will be able to succeed the throne. And this crown prince's son was personally taught by you, so how can he be inferior? Yang Gong then asked. Then what do you want? Now the crown prince is no longer letting you have your way, and all your previous threats, the crown prince remembers them all. He then said, if I say I have no choices, you definitely won't believe me, and if I say I don't hate you and don't want to tear you to shreds, that's also a lie. But this time, I want to stand on the same side as you. Yang Gong was surprised. Oh, what do you mean by this? He then replied, after so many things, especially last night's chess game, I feel that you are the future of this country. If I follow other princes, or make another choice, I will definitely lose. Although standing with you may not have a great outcome, it won't be a terrible defeat either. Yang Yuan said, Eunuch Cao, I'm starting to not recognize you. Forget it, we've been rivals for decades anyway. If you still didn't make any progress, you wouldn't be Eunuch Cao anymore. Your Highness, won't you show your face in this time of national crisis? Many of the great ministers are already a little dissatisfied with your behavior. I think the second prince should say, where to go? Third brother and seventh brother both have fiefdoms, but I can only stay in the capital. If I'm not mistaken, that senior must have been killed by Yang Yuan, the old man with a lot of beard said. But no matter what, your Highness Prince Qin must make a decision quickly. Cao Zhengqi and Yang Yuan will probably unite. However, don't you still have the support of all the officials? Immediately, Yang Yuan appeared. That's right, Yang Yuan made a wrong move in chess. Now this court and even the country are in a dangerous balance. Even if Yang Yuan has the power, he still doesn't dare to act rashly. Your Highness is still a virtuous prince for a generation. All the strategic moves are still there, so there's no need to belittle yourself. The second prince then replied. But Prime Minister Shu probably guessed that whether it's Cao Zhengqi or Yang Yuan, their goal is to have the crown prince succeed the throne. And my father suddenly passed away without any last will. With two people like that supporting him, no one can stop the crown prince from ascending the throne. Yang Yuan immediately said, His Majesty already knows he can't stop it, so why not temporarily hide? The crown prince wants to ascend the throne. Then let him ascend the throne. Your Highness just needs to not use everything to stop him. Your Highness will still be the most powerful prince, won't you? The second prince asked. Bow down to the crown prince. Yang Yuan immediately replied. The crown prince was born with a weak heart, and in recent years the world has been in great chaos. Now even if your Highness ascends the throne, you will only be everyone's enemy. An emperor will definitely not last many years. What can't your Highness wait for? What can't you bow down to? A satisfied smile immediately appeared on the second prince's face. Prime Minister Shua said, Indeed, this prince was too hasty. It's not surprising that His Highness Prince Qin was in a hurry. It's just that no one expected so many changes to happen in one night. It's not a big deal for His Highness to temporarily lose his direction. The second prince then replied, That's right. This prince must wait. Must calm his mind more than anyone else. On this side, His Highness took the chestnut from the fire, and only by combining the azure and the jade could he get the opportunity to kill the emperor. But now, it seems very calm. Liu Yanhair then said, It's just the calm before the storm. The longer the calm, the bigger the storm will be. Now it seems that old Taoist's words were not wrong. The reason for the chaotic world is that this sentence is fulfilled. I think of something else. Forget it. Let's train our troops, and let the other princes fight among themselves. Yang Gong, this time it's probably unavoidable, Su Fu said. It's just miss. Who was that person who broke Yang Gong's formation? Liu Yanhair then replied. Probably someone like me who doesn't want the world to be peaceful. Moon, that's right. Liu Zhao and Lu Zhao are handed over to Uncle Fu. When the world is in chaos, what we have to do is try to be humble. And I want to do some things I want to do. I'm afraid that if I'm away from young master for too long, he'll easily forget. Su Fu was surprised. Young master, you want to go to Beijing? Of course. I heard that young master in Northern Rong made that regent king for a generation spin like a top. And isn't that person, the number one under heaven, also in Beijing? Shouldn't I go and see? Su Fu then said, I should not stop any of your decisions. It's just that now the world is in great chaos, and Beijing is. Liu Yanhair smiled. You can't get involved in Beijing. Young master sees the big picture as the smallest. I'm not Shangguan Li. I don't like to add flowers to brocade. I only like to give charcoal in the snow. In Northern Rong, don't you feel that it's a bit too quiet today? Quiet? Do you mean that they have left? The Empress said. They haven't left. They've probably come to see me. It seems they still know the rules of only hurting people, not killing them. Otherwise, even if he is the nephew of Tian Yu, I would have to teach him a lesson today. Behind her, the figure of Yang Jiu appeared. Yang Jiu greets Auntie. If it weren't for Auntie's consideration, Yang Jiu wouldn't be alive today, the Empress replied. Kid, even without me, you wouldn't have died here, Yang Jiu then said. There's one situation where I would die, and that is if my uncle gets married. I don't think Auntie would give me a good face. The Empress's face immediately darkened. He really is, just as Tian Yu said, good at using everything around to provoke others. Emotions? Alright, you've met, you should go now. Yang Jiu chuckled. It seems that in these past few years, Uncle has looked lonely, but he hasn't sent fewer love letters to Auntie. It really applies to that saying. In this era, the carriage is too slow, the message is too long, a lifetime is only enough to love one person. The Empress immediately turned and said with a serious face, Stop playing smart with me. You're talking to me to stabilize me, but you're actually planning to burn this entire palace, aren't you? Yang Jiu then showed an innocent expression. I don't know what Auntie is talking about. The Empress then said, This method isn't bad. It can indeed be said to be the best of both worlds. A great fire in the palace. The Empress almost died. In the world there is no Empress of Northern Rong, only a princess consort of Zhenbei of unknown origin. The people of Northern Rong only know that their Empress died in an unexpected incident, without having to risk offending the world, marrying the Prince of Zhenbei, or being taken away by the Prince of Zhenbei. Yang Jiu chuckled. Haha, so you were looking down on your aunt. That's right, this is exactly my plan. Come with me, aunt. Relax, I won't burn it all. Just a third. And no one will actually die. I'll make it up to Bei Rong after this. The Empress said. You are very filial to your elders. Tian Yu is lucky to have a grandson like you. Yang Jiu grinned like a kid who got his hands on some candy. That's too formal. Later I'll be your nephew too. You're all lucky, and it's been so many years my uncle is getting old. The Empress said. This child is smart, values relationships, and understands the ways of the world. But you don't understand me. In this world, besides power and interests, there is also responsibility. A responsibility greater than personal feelings. Yang Jiu asked with a sad face. Aunt, are you really set on doing something you'll regret? Life is actually very short. Why choose to live it like this? The Empress replied. Some people are unwilling to shoulder responsibility, but some people have to, child. There must be people in this world who see responsibility as the most important thing. That's right. Maybe in 10 years or so I'll regret it. Or even now I sometimes regret not going with Tian Yu back then. But I still have my people, and all of Bei Rong. Yang Jiu said sternly. I don't care, I'm just a kid. And today I'm definitely taking you away, aunt. As for responsibility, as for Bei Rong, leave it to your grandson. I'll make Bei Rong better. The Empress asked. So you want to use force to take me away? Yang Jiu smirked. Didn't want to originally, but who told you to be so smart? The Empress pursed her lips. Seems like I really don't look that imposing. To the point that a little brat has forgotten that I am the Empress, the Emperor. I am the most sacred woman in all the world. I have my own dignity and my own persistence. The Empress then made a move that left Yang Jiu dumbfounded. Aunt, you're a martial artist, but how is this possible? If you were a martial artist, back then, uncle? A stream of spiritual energy surrounded the Empress. What happened back then was a disgrace to me. I am the successor to the throne, yet I was captured by 2 thieves. Little brat, I am an emperor, a true emperor, different from the ones in your palace. Yang Jiu then put on a pitiful face. Thank you for showing mercy, aunt. In the next second he changed his face. Impressive, Shangguan Li. Then appeared. The Empress dodged. Shangguan Li was dumbfounded. How are you so fast? You sealed my meridians in just a moment. The Empress then said. Blood-stained rivers, light killers, and the teenage heavenly machine pavilion. Do you all want to come at me together? The group froze for 5 seconds. Aunt, you're a Shattering Realm martial artist. But even if they are Shattering Realm old-timers, The old-timers laughed and replied, Madam is really joking with us. How would we dare to be disrespectful to you? Young master, you too. How are you talking to Madam? How did the old master teach you? Apologize. Yang Jiu glared and asked, Old man, did you know about this all along? At this time, Xie Fengjun said, In the imperial palace you can't hurt her unless a celestial being makes a move. Otherwise this majesty is invincible. The empress replied with great confidence. That's right. Seems you have some knowledge, little brat. Do you know now, I am a true emperor. Indeed, the king of Beirong, worthy of the name, I, Xie Fengjun, am extremely impressed. The number one under heaven then said fiercely, King, just the most vulgar thing. This national fortune is the same, either sought but not obtained, or unavoidable. Speaking of it, it is the most useless thing. The Xie Fengjun I know is because Her Majesty is detached from the mundane that she is taken care of by this place. The empress turned her back and said, You've met, and you've also tried, so retreat. Once you leave this palace gate, I will no longer care about you. Return early. These past few days being held up by the imperial palace has meant I don't know a lot of news. Now, the great Qixian is about to be in chaos. Aunt won't come with me, that's fine, but what exactly is this power? Why does only this kind of power exist in the imperial palaces of various countries? It's not that I won't tell you, I really don't know. Anyway, I'm not as curious as you. Just dealing with the things in front of me has exhausted me. How can I worry about other things? This aunt of mine is really not simple. Yang Jiu then sighed and said, What exactly is this power? Big brother said. How would I know? To be honest, I don't like these kinds of qi. It's just speculation. Uniting with celestial beings, seeking eternal life, these things are all too vulgar. But senior, I see that the aura on that empress has some similarities to the thing in the extreme northern ice plains. The extreme northern ice plains, Yue said. So this thing, Yang Jiu, I have some guesses. Young master is indeed very interested in these things now. But what we should be worried about now is that regent, how can he let it go easily after being humiliated like that? No need. We won't meet this time. Although my aunt was unwilling to come with me this time, she also didn't stop me. She's still my aunt. The red-haired girl then asked, What does the young master mean by these words? Could it be that that empress can also attract that regent to help us? Otherwise, how could this aunt of mine not be stronger than the one in the capital? By so much, I even doubt whether my uncle is worthy of this aunt or not. Reporting to the prince, the aura of the snow god has just been transmitted from the palace. It is thought that Her Majesty is using ice breath. Using ice spells now? Could it be they're hiding there? So that's it, they're trying to kidnap Her Majesty. This Yang Jiu is so greedy he really underestimates me. Transmit my order, have the Shui Zhao gather at the imperial palace. Those guys are hiding in Huanghua. The soldier then said obsequiously, Your Highness, although Her Majesty has received the snow god's blessing, I worry that Her Majesty might be soft on the Zen Bei Grand General. The prince immediately snapped and backhanded him across the face. Nonsense. Her Majesty may be powerless in many things, but as an empress, she's far more outstanding than that Dacian dog. If I ever hear you discussing Her Majesty again, you'll lose your head. Got it. Your Highness, this humble servant knows his mistake. Although I feel like I could do a better job than her, you just need to know that it doesn't affect her being an empress of distinction. Your Majesty, the prince has arrived. They should be coming out now, right? The regent prince has entered the palace, and more than half of the Shui Zhao have been led into the imperial palace. Who would have thought we'd escape so easily? This time, it's all thanks to that maternal aunt. The most regrettable thing is that my maternal aunt is also an incredibly powerful empress in many ways. As expected, Liu Yanker has been kept busy in the palace these past few days. So many messages haven't reached her in time. Liu Yanher, Zhao Li said angrily. It's only been a few days. What kind of messages could there be? Clearly, someone who isn't around is using these kinds of tactics to make you miss her. The red-haired girl asked curiously. Who's this Liu Yanher? Zhao Li said. Just a fox spirit, a mistress, that's all. Yang Jiu then said. Let's go back to the northern frontier now, Zhao Li blankly asked. Why? Has something happened to Liu Yanyer? No way, she's so smart, how could anything happen to her? Yang Jiu then said. No, it's not that something happened to her, but that something happened to the whole world. Didn't you just ask me how much could happen in just a few days? The emperor's dead, the crown prince is ascending the throne, all the princes are returning to their fiefdoms to secretly gather military power. When we left the capital, it was just a bunch of rioters. But now, it's a true chaotic era. An unprecedented power grab is underway. Zhao Li asked. The emperor's dead, the crown prince is ascending. Are you sure we only spent a few days in the northern Rong imperial palace, and not a few years? Yang Jiu felt that this time, war was truly coming. What is Yang Yuan waiting for now? It's time to make the announcement, right? Even though the nation is in mourning, we both know the situation right now. Urgent matters need to be resolved first. We can't worry about so much etiquette. Yang Yuan then gently asked, What are your highness's plans? I will follow Yang Gong's arrangements. At this moment the second prince appeared and cried loudly, Father, father, your unfilial son, High Smear, has only come to pay his respects to you today. Everyone knows that second brother was seriously injured. We thought father wouldn't blame him. In the end, this younger brother is unfilial. Fortunately, big brother is still in the capital, of course. Who told me to be your big brother? The eunuch was puzzled. What does this Prince Qin intend by daring to come now? We might as well take care of him. Yang Gong thought. Actually, this Prince Qin is more aware of the times than you think. Prince Qin is smarter than I thought. What does Yang Gong mean by this, big brother, now that father has passed away? It would be disrespectful to say such words according to etiquette, but now that the chaos in the world hasn't subsided, for the sake of my day Qian, your younger brother must still speak. Your younger brother respectfully requests that the crown prince ascend the throne as soon as possible, to legitimize the succession and to pacify the people. The eunuch looked incredibly surprised. Prince Qin? What the hell did Prince Qin just say? To have the crown prince ascend the throne. What's going on, Yang Yuan? I told you, this Prince Qin is much smarter than you imagine. If he weren't so smart, it would be much simpler. Second brother, father just passed away. How can we decide such a big matter now, crown prince? Father was framed by villains and didn't leave an imperial edict. If so, the emperor is dead. The crown prince ascends the throne. The eunuch spoke up. Prince Qin. I don't like hearing these words. Who said the late emperor didn't leave an imperial edict? This is precisely the edict that His Majesty established, announcing the crown prince's succession to the throne. Now that the crown prince is succeeding the throne, this is what the late emperor affirmed as belonging to the mandate of heaven. If there are doubts, the world will attack, Yang Yuan said. The imperial edict is just cleverly adding details to a lie. Let's discard it. This subject, Yang Yuan, respectfully requests that the crown prince ascend the throne, to stabilize the 9 provinces, and to pacify the people. This subject, Shangguanzhen, respectfully requests that the crown prince ascend the throne. Yang Gong and the chief minister will assist His Highness for the country and the people. This subject, Fu Yi, respectfully requests that the crown prince ascend the throne. The crown prince was sweating profusely at this moment. But I'm still not ready. Respectfully request that crown prince big brother ascend the throne. I get it now. So I'll just follow the heavens and ascend the throne. Everyone kneel, hail your majesty. Long live the emperor. May the emperor live for 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 times, 10,000 years. Now that the country is on the rise, I have 3 decrees for you all to hear. First, I wish to invite Jinxia Junzi thrice to become a Grand Secretary of the Inner Cabinet. From now on, scholars from all over the world can come to Jinxia to study. Jinxia scholars can take the imperial examinations and also serve as officials in the court. Everyone started buzzing. Junzi, the Jinxia Academy. But the late emperor clearly forbade Jinxia from entering the court. His Highness the Crown Prince changed the late emperor's decree right after succeeding the throne, people whispered. His Highness the Crown Prince has never had a solid foundation in the court. This must be Yang Gong's idea. Yang Yuan then said, Your Majesty is wise. I studied in Jixia in my youth, and I thank Your Majesty for the grace on behalf of the Jixia scholars. Look, this order is indeed from Yang Gong. Yang Gong already controls the embroidered uniform guard, and now wants to bring his people into the court. In the long run, it's really dangerous. You fools. Yang Gong is stepping out right now to help His Majesty take the heat from those idiots. You're drawing fire to yourselves. Second, I am willing to appoint Yang Gong as the imperial tutor. All descendants of the royal family shall treat Yang Gong as their teacher, and I would also like to trouble Yang Gong to select the 3 preceptors for the crown prince. Everyone started discussing, again, imperial tutor, really. Ever since the Taizu emperor appointed Jixia Junzi as the imperial tutor, there hasn't been such a position anymore, right? Knowing that His Majesty would value Yang Gong, I didn't expect him to value him this much, Yang Yuan. I will certainly not fail Your Majesty's expectations. Third, order all the troops in the land to hunt down Zhu Xi's remaining forces, and to punish Hao Di. I will personally write letters to my imperial brothers. Such a great feud. How can we not avenge it? Your Majesty is wise, miss. I've missed you so much these past few months. It's all because Liu Qing's strength is not enough to stay by your side. Not bad. You've risen from the 5th rank to the 4th rank in a few months. You can follow me on this trip to the northern border. Liu Qing swears to follow the mist to the death. Your Highness, I'm afraid you can't go to the northern border this time. Something's happening in the capital. Liu Yanker then said, Uncle Fu, don't panic. Did the crown prince issue an imperial decree to punish us as soon as he succeeded the throne? Yes, that's exactly it. The news just arrived, miss. How did you know? What's so hard to guess about this? Uncle Fu, just remember my orders. We are only responsible for causing chaos, and we don't care about what kind of chaos it is. Yes, I understand. But now, how much weight do the decrees of this new emperor have? Saying it's a nationwide punishment is just a probe. No one will really offend us. Besides, I can always tell Uncle Fu now that we only need to guard against one person. Uncle Fu asked, Gan Zihan. That's right, but it's okay. If he lays a finger on you, just wait for my news. If Miss has already made arrangements, then I won't say much more, Uncle Fu. You should get off the boat and transfer to Beirong. At this time, Wang Yi was angry. So you're saying that Yang Jiu rescued people from my Beirong without using a single soldier? That's right, my lord. So, it turns out that, this time, His Majesty cooperated to help them. With a great war approaching, who would dare to be disrespectful to His Majesty? To say that His Majesty released the enemy at will, I will definitely kill you. Suspicious monarchs and ministers will never appear in the court. All of you must remember this. It's just that, how should this Shang Meng be dealt with? Yang Jiu really left a difficult problem for me. This Shang Meng can't be driven away, and can't be kept. Forget it. Don't allow Shang Meng to interfere with military affairs. Let His Majesty decide on other things. Your Majesty, Wang Ye asked again, how do you plan to deal with Shang Meng? That brat left me with a difficult problem. Everyone can see that Shang Meng is beneficial to the country, but in the end, it's Shang Meng of the enemy country. It's this brat this time. If something like this happens again, the Empress sighed, I don't know how to deal with it either. Your Majesty, people from Shang Meng are requesting an audience with Your Majesty. Quickly invite him in. This humble servant pays respects to Your Majesty. This is what the boss told me to give you 7 days ago. 7 days ago? Then why are you only giving it to me now? Your Majesty, the head merchant's mind is always full of countless strange and wonderful ideas. We common mortals wouldn't dare to guess his intentions. The letter says, the Merchant Alliance will not become an intelligence organization, nor will it become anyone's eyes and ears. The royal family can supervise and manage things within, but the Merchant Alliance must maintain a certain degree of sovereignty. If there's too much interference, the Merchant Alliance can only withdraw from Beirong. The part of the Merchant Alliance can be managed by a Beirong person, but everything that person does must act according to the principles of the Merchant Alliance, and those rules can also be changed based on Beirong customs. How you balance that delicate situation is up to you, blame Yang Jiu, just hoping this Merchant Alliance isn't the Merchant Alliance of Qian, but the Merchant Alliance of the world. The Empress then said, the Merchant Alliance of the world? This kid's got a big mouth. No, a Merchant Alliance of the world should be said that this kid has big ambitions. Forget it, let him do what he wants. No matter what, out of respect for me, he won't do anything to Beirong. As for Imperial Uncle, he's been preparing for this war for so many years. In my eyes, it really is the best opportunity. If Imperial Uncle wants to fight, then let him fight. Yang Jiu, you asked for that letter to be sent 7 days ago. Did you know this would happen? Could we fool that Empress? Big Bro is amazing, able to predict Mama's greatness. Does Big Bro even know who I am? The number one under heaven replied. Who cares about these little things? You're no match for me anyway. Didn't you want to go to the Arctic ice field to see? Are you not going this time? Of course this Yang Jiu wants to go. I feel like if I go to the Arctic ice field and see, I might find answers to a lot of things, but who knew the situation in the capital would change so quickly? War is coming, so I can only put that on hold. Your war is the most boring thing in the world. Young master, we've arrived at Hanbei Pass. The old prince is already waiting for us. The general said, not bad. This time, you managed to escape and prevent us from falling into passivity, and you even caught up with the final grand tournament of military strategy. It seems unavoidable, but it's good. I didn't have much confidence in the previous 2 matches. What I'm most confident in is the military strategy and theory. Catching up this time is a good opportunity. But we don't have much time. Since you returned to Beirong, Wu Xiao has once again gathered troops. He's already training troops at the border. Even Bai Hu can't launch an attack anymore. Of course, I know about the changes in the capital, and I'm well prepared for war. I heard he's back. And this time, he's messing around a lot in Beirong, which can be considered an honor to my Zenbei army. This is worthy of Qing's slaughter. What's so special about that? Isn't he just relying on having the 2 strongest assassins in his hands, relying on his background and those external forces? He can only win once or twice, but he can't win every time, the red-haired girl said. After so many years, it seems you haven't changed. When the general said he wanted to support Yang Jiu, didn't you also want to go? But the general and the old prince decided to let Bai Hu go. Who said I wanted to go to support him? I just want to go to the battlefield and kill enemies. Besides, if I go, I can definitely do better than Bai Hu. Qi Lin said. As expected of someone taught by the general, how could he be bad? In the 3 matches of the grand tournament we each won one. Qinglong. I've been following the general for so long, of course. I know what he wants. This grand tournament is said to be no different from the usual grand tournament, but we both know that this time, the general wants to do his own thing, and the old prince can't personally go to the battlefield. This time, the winner of the grand tournament will be the commander of the next war. Next, you should know what the result of this military strategy and theory match represents, right? You should also know why the general is conducting such a simple grand tournament at this time. Since we both have the imperial decree, we'll wait for the final military strategy and theory match. Whoever wins will be the commander. Shilin, you don't need to keep probing me. If I know what the general wants, of course I won't go against his wishes. If you win, you'll naturally be my commander. I'll charge into battle and die without regret. Xinglin smiled lightly and said, okay, if you win, I'll do the same. This is the second reason Qinglong and I don't like each other. You never say what you mean directly, you just like to probe back and forth. As for whether I win, I naturally know what you'll do. We've known each other for so many years. If I don't even have this bit of trust, what kind of comrade in arms are we? Your Grandmaster said that you did really well in this grand tournament, but now it's 1 win and 1 loss, so the result is still hard to say. Father, isn't this grand tournament of 3 matches to avoid this situation? There will only be 3 matches, 2 wins, and there won't be any surprises. That girl isn't participating. Bai Hu can't be the commander and doesn't want to be the commander. As for Xuanwu, there's even less to say. It's just the two of us, and the entire Zhenbei army knows that the next generation commander or the commander of this war must be chosen from one of us. Have you forgotten that my good grandson is back? I always wanted him to participate, wasn't it? To give our northern border one more option? You're overthinking it this time. If based on the first 2 matches, my personal strength and ability to command the army, I feel that this kid might still be able to pull off something. Anyway, if we're talking about personal strength, he has the will to be invincible, and in terms of the ability to lead the army in group battles, he has the devouring heaven skill. One person is an army. Moreover, if you're talking about scheming, no one in our Zhenbei army can compare to him. But this military treatise is based on real battle experience. How can his temporary cramming compare to the 2 most outstanding youths of the northern frontier? I don't care anyway. I believe my good grandson is the best. Well, you keep believing, old man. It's about to start, and I, as the general of the northern frontier, need to get ready, the old man said. What karma did I create to give birth to such a troublemaker? Running away from the battle as the general of the northern frontier. He's just a bumpkin. Young master, we've been through thick and thin together for so long. Let me stay here, Shangguan Li said, clearly annoyed. Are you little brats looking down on your mistress? Fine. Jiu is seriously injured, but what about you? The red-haired girl said. I don't want to squeeze into the military camp with a bunch of men. Besides, I really want to know how young master plans to deal with this military treatise, or whether he'll even participate. Shangguan Li pondered. His original plan was to use this great competition to gain a foothold in the northern army, but this trip to the Beirong has made him miss out on a lot. He's never been to the battlefield, nor has he led troops. How can he write a military treatise? Shi sat dejectedly and said, Please punish me, master, Yang Jiu said. Get up. When have I ever made a losing deal? Jiu said, Master, I know how much you sacrificed for me this time. The northern frontier is something you've always wanted to control, and the best chance to seize it was this great competition. Therefore, you even risked breaking through your cultivation and learned the invincible intent, the #1 skill in the world. Just because I was unfavorable in Beirong, causing you to lose such an opportunity, your subordinate deserves 10,000 deaths. Yang Jiu gently helped her up and said, I rescued you not so you could constantly wallow in self-blame. You've been by my side for so long, haven't you learned that when I play chess, I always look 3 steps ahead? Shi was stunned. But. He smiled lightly and said, No buts. Perhaps your unexpected mishap gave me a very good reason. Everyone thinks that the thing I'm worst at is the military treatise. But in reality, although I've cultivated the invincible intent and become a 3rd-rank martial artist, I still don't have any confidence that I can win against Qinglong and Shilin on the battlefield. After all, some gaps can never be bridged. They are generals who have fought to the death on the battlefield, while I've only relied on a bit of cleverness to achieve my current strength. How can I compare to them? Yu comforted. Master, you don't need to belittle yourself. Yang Jiu laughed loudly. Haha. Do you also think I can't win against their military treatises? Yu hesitated. Young master indeed lacks experience on the battlefield? Yang Jiu said with a cold smile. That's right, I like your honesty. When it comes to battlefield experience, I can't compare to them, and naturally I can't defeat them in martial force either, but military treatises are different. Even if they are the most outstanding generals, they still can't compare to the experience summarized by countless predecessors. I will definitely not lose in a military treatise. It's just, Xinyue asked, does master have something on his mind? No matter what it is, Xinyu will do it for master at all costs. Yang Jiu pondered and said, There is indeed something. If it's about scheming and plotting, I don't think I'll lose to anyone. It's not to say that I'm that smart, it's just that I have enough pieces in my hand. But leading troops into battle is something I've never done before. I don't have that kind of confidence in myself. Xiyu froze for 5 seconds. Master, why would you say that? Xiyu fears nothing except that master will lose the most important thing, which is your confidence. Yang Jiu replied. Who did you learn this from? Confidence, haha. This time is a little different. The people in the northern frontier are too good, and I've always felt that I'm not a good person, so that's why I don't have confidence, perhaps. Scene change to the capital. Minister Xiao, you say the world is about to be in great chaos. From my point of view, the world is so stable. No one is willing to break this balance. The situation is directly stiff here. Yang Yuan coldly replied. Your Highness, calm down. What you need to do is continue to be a virtuous prince, so that Yang Yuan has no reason to act against you. The second prince said. 1 or 2 years is fine, but if the situation continues to be stiff like this, and when that grandson of mine grows up, do you think I'll still have a chance? And I believe Minister Shu can see that Yang Yuan bringing Jixia into the court is obviously aimed at me, wanting to replace all my people. Now that Junzi is a grand secretary, the first step is to weaken his power. Yang Yuan replied. Now what use do you think the princes have? In a world of great chaos, the orders of the cabinet are just nonsense, your majesty. If you want to give it to him, so be it, Yang Yuan emphasized. But what your highness must strive for is military power. This is your highness's limit. As for other things, if his majesty wants to take them back, your highness just needs to slowly let them go. The second prince said. Forget it. It seems this is all I can do, Yang Yuan said, As long as your highness does not overstep the mark, Yang Yuan will have no reason to act. Your majesty's only danger is Cao Zhengqi. In fact, the most headache-inducing thing about Yang Yuan and Cao Zhengqi joining forces is that Yang Yuan is good at overt schemes and values righteousness, while Cao Zhengqi has no limits and is good at covert schemes. The two of them complement each other, making it impossible for people to find their weaknesses. However, Cao Zhengqi took the wrong step today. The second prince was surprised. Took the wrong step? Are you talking about that imperial edict? Yang Yuan replied. Cao Zhengqi wanted His Majesty's enthronement to be flawless, so he falsely transmitted the imperial edict. But it's just gilding the lily, leaving an excuse for the princes, the second prince said. But today's enthronement ceremony was indeed perfect. Sometimes I really suspect that Crown Prince Gire was the biggest strategist all along. Either way, he's the one sitting on the golden throne now, not that clever seventh brother. The Wang side is already on their third request, asking us to send troops to attack Liu Zhu to avenge the late emperor. Wang then said, times of chaos have their advantages, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to acquire Yuyang Tower so easily, Sword Saint said. We all know very well that Yuyang Tower is just a tool for making money. Now that the chaotic era is approaching, what's the point of guarding a dilapidated tower? Wang then stroked his shoulder and said calmly, of course there's a point. Didn't the master just say that 3 imperial decrees have arrived? Then we'll accept them. First is to clear out the remaining Qingbang members in Yueyang Tower. As for sending troops, the mourning period for our father hasn't passed yet. I'm not willing to create more bloodshed. We'll talk about it after father's mourning period is over, Sword Saint said. If you accept this imperial decree, then you're acknowledging the crown prince's succession. What if you want to compete for that position later? Wang then replied with a smile. Master, why do you think Crown Prince Gianich can live that long? If he can't live that long, what's the harm in us acknowledging his position? At least we're not in Jingdong, unlike my second brother, kneeling before him all day to pay his respects. Yang Yuan merely accepted an imperial decree. At least the capital won't target us, Sword Saint smiled faintly. It's good that you have a plan. I'm just worried that the crown prince's position will become more and more stable, and then it will be even harder for you to act, Wang said. But there are people who definitely won't acknowledge it, so let them fight first. Master, I acknowledge Crown Prince Garage as the emperor. Sword Saint was utterly shocked. You mean Chuang? Wang smiled lightly. That's right, this third brother of mine has never lacked courage, nor has he lacked strength, just a reason to send troops. Now that so many things are happening in the capital, he has more than enough reasons to send troops. Scene changed to Chu Wang's side. Chu Wang, receive the decree. Then a sword slashed straight down, and the messenger was instantly promoted to permanent residence on the altar. Chu Wang is so badass, turns around and walks away. Cao Zhengqi falsely issued the late emperor's edict to deceive the crown prince, and the crown prince disregarded the national mourning and didn't take the throne. Now I'm raising troops. 1 is to admonish the emperor. 2 is to eliminate the corrupt officials around him. The soldiers shouted in unison. We swear to follow Chu Wang to the death, he said, looking cool as hell. Starting from today, gather the troops, prepare provisions, and await my orders. Wu clan's great high priest Ji Yan then spoke up. Your Highness, decisiveness is admirable, Chu Wang said. No need for such flattery, and I will definitely fulfill the promise I made to the great high priest. I'm just worried that the great high priest won't keep his promise, flicking his sleeves. When I go north, won't your Wu clan take advantage of the situation to attack my southern border? The one-eyed old man said. Your Highness thinks too much. How many people do we Wu clan have? Besides, we're being oppressed by the Manchu. We can only choose to follow your Highness, to have a place to worship, Chu Wang said. As long as the great high priest doesn't betray me, then I will definitely not betray the great high priest. But if the great high priest really has any ambitions, then even if I fail, I have the power to annihilate your tiny Wu clan. The one-eyed old man laughed lightly. Of course, your Highness, rest assured, I certainly wouldn't dare to risk the entire Wu clan like that. That's for the best. I don't want any unpleasant things to happen with the great high priest, he then said. If your Highness has prepared everything, why not send troops immediately? After all, that crown prince hasn't firmly established his court yet. Wouldn't it be more secure for us to strike quickly? Chu Wang then replied. Rejecting the imperial decree is only to affirm the determination of my southern border generals and soldiers. But I am a frontier prince, more familiar with long-distance warfare than anyone else. Of course I won't let people sit back and reap the benefits. If they're willing to stall, then let them continue to stall. The longer the time, the more complete our preparations will be. In short, this first battle won't be fought by me. Your Highness is wise. Scene changed to the northern border. Young master, you really surprised me. I thought you were going to bail this time, but I didn't expect you to actually attend this military strategy discussion, the red-haired girl said bluntly. Madam, you don't need to be so wary of me. I'm not the young master's lapdog. Even if the young master takes me into his room one day, I won't be able to establish authority over your position. Shangguan Li was infuriated. That vixen is coming soon. I can't let you little vixens cause trouble. Yang Jiu turned his face to mock her. The famous 10-mile red makeup is known throughout the city, Everyone knows that you are Yang Jiu's main wife. A main wife should have the demeanor of a main wife. Shangguan Li angrily retorted. The demeanor of a main wife? You really think I don't know anything? The main wife you're talking about is planning to marry concubines. No, madam. You misunderstand. Let's talk about the main business. There's a lot to do today. Can you slowly be jealous when we get home? I'm not some petty woman like that. Your military strategy essay does have a chance of winning. But even if you win, it's just one round. So it seems like you and Qinglong and Xilin are all tied with one win each. This big competition doesn't mean anything. Yang Jiu chuckled and replied, let's take it one step at a time. This northern frontier isn't under some small-time commander, so why worry about so many things? Xu Feng smiled slightly and said, I will take a step by step. Now this Northland is not a small commander. Why worry about so many things? In general, we can only confirm one thing this time. I'm definitely going to win. The handsome general appeared and said, General Yang's confidence is truly admirable, but I heard that General Yang has never been exposed to military strategy, is that right? General Yang? Ha, that's quite the unfamiliar title, but it doesn't feel bad. Qinglong General also appeared. Aren't you afraid of jinxing yourself by saying you're sure to win? Do you really think military strategy is child's play? You can use some unorthodox methods to improve your martial arts level, but military strategy relies on experience and talent. There's no shortcut to it. Yang Jiu smiled faintly. General Qinglong, it's really good to meet you. If everyone was like Qilin, it would be really difficult to deal with. Qinglong General shouted. What do you mean by that? I'm not as good as Su Tianyang. You didn't participate in the previous 2 big competitions. How about we fight today? Shangguan Li stepped forward, looking cool. I've been wanting to see how the legendary Northern Frontier's 5 generals grew so strong. Qinglong General exuded aura and said, the descendant of Shang Chen said that you are qualified to be his successor, and I want to see if you are as powerful as the rumors say. Yang Jiu said calmly, wait, today is about military strategy. I don't think there's any reason to fight here. How about we just compete in this one thing, and add some fun to it? Qilin General was surprised. Oh, fun, I guess the fun General Yang is talking about must be big. Yang Jiu smiled and replied, knowing that our Zhenbei army is honest, betting money would be too vulgar, Qilin General said. Vulgar? I come from a humble background, and my family assets are indeed not much. But even so, I still feel that betting money is actually the smallest thing. I'm just afraid that General Yang wants to bet too much. Even the richest merchant in the northern frontier is not qualified to be on this betting table. Oh, the richest merchant is not qualified, General Qilin. Who do you say is qualified to be on this betting table? Qilin General replied, you, me, and Qinglong are the only ones, or you can force yourself onto this chessboard. Yang Jiu smiled faintly. As expected of General Qilin, if you already understand, then don't be so petty. If you two are betting, then add me. Qinglong General said, I understand the betting between the two of you. Do you mean the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Frontier? Yang Jiu, are you crazy? You still dare to covet this position until now? Yang Jiu said seriously. Didn't you two already discuss it? Or is the result of the big competition like that? Whoever wins this last military strategy, then who is the Commander-in-Chief of the next war? If so, what about adding me? The 3 of us compete together. Whoever wins this final battle is the Commander-in-Chief. You see, the rules don't change. Isn't it just adding me? Everyone has known each other for so long. Don't be so petty. Qilin General replied with a smile. Petty? You're welcome to join, but you don't have a trump card, and Qinglong and I each won 1 round. This is the trump card, so don't blame me for being straightforward. You're not qualified to be on the table. Yang Jiu replied calmly. Can't say that. I hope General Qilin thinks carefully. If I win this military strategy battle, then it's a tie. A tie means there is no commander-in-chief. And now the war is approaching. There is no time for us to organize another big competition. I think General Qilin understands better than me what the consequences will be if there is no commander-in-chief on the battlefield. Although I admit it's true, the probability of me winning is very small. But if this probability occurs, it will be an inevitable result. And the probability of me winning was already small. Adding me is just to avoid risks and draw a tie. What does General Qilin have to worry about? Qilin General said, You're right, I never thought you would win, so I can also choose to ignore you. This trick of yours might work on young kids. But I'm not falling for it, Yang Jiu continued. You're wrong, others won't fall for this trick of mine, but you definitely will. The reason of a gentleman. When appropriate, you will not leave any hidden dangers. And, stepping back 10,000 steps, let's say I win against one of you. If I can win in military strategy, I may very well be the commander-in-chief, right? The general then replied. I agree, Qinglong General said. The result of this battle will be the commander-in-chief of the next war. You're right, if you can beat me in military strategy, you may very well sit in that position. Just remember, this is not called a bet. Our Northern Frontier Army has absolutely nothing to do with personal gain. The entire position must be occupied by whoever is talented. Qilin General said. Well said. A gentleman uses the right approach. Speaking of Yang Jiu's brilliant plan, the 5 of us combined are not as good as you alone. Yang Jiu then said. It's only fools like you who, despite having all the advantages, are so damn virtuous that I even get a chance. General Qilin glanced over. That's not called being a fool. Yang Jiu quickly waved his hand. I know. On the arena you said that we taught these generals to be too honest. That old man Yang Yuan was cunning when he was young, and now his son is just as cunning. He's got these kids wrapped around his finger. Old prince said. Be satisfied. This good grandson of mine may have some smarts, but he's an upright guy. If he were truly an evil person, then you'd have to worry about what would happen to the naive guys you've trained. The general then replied. I'm just saying, me calling them honest and you calling them fools, isn't that a rare virtue among these stinky brats of ours? You think if it weren't for these brats that I can trust, you think I'd let you do as you please? Of course, if it weren't for them, I wouldn't go either. Speaking of which, this kid went through so much trouble for such an opportunity. Does he really want to beat those two kids in military strategy on paper? Old prince said, I think so, otherwise there's no reason to go through so much trouble. Besides, you've known this stinky brat for more than a day or two. How much less surprised are you? Alright, you make a point. After all, he is our grandson, the only descendant of the Yang family, and the Zhenbei prince's mansion. If he can sit in that position, of course, that would be the best. By the way, have you ever thought about it? Old prince then said. If it's a time of peace and prosperity, with the Rong guarding the border, Qinglong and Xilian are both good choices, but in the current situation, don't you think the northern border needs someone like our good grandson more? In the capital, His Majesty Chuang directly killed the envoy. The people watched the fun and invited the priest to lower the evening. The crown prince said, Cao Gonggong, please believe me. Today, Da Qian doesn't need an eternally immortal celestial. Yang Gong's path is the right one, and please don't scheme like that anymore. Both I and Yang Gong have our limits. Gong then replied. Yes, your majesty, this old servant understands. If you really want to wait for a time of peace and prosperity, I won't interfere anymore. If you want to compete with Jizia, I won't stop you either. But the foundation of these things must be established when Dalyuxian can prolong its bones. What is the current thriving situation? I think you know better than me. Qin Wang is outwardly compliant but inwardly opposed in the court, and various places in Juzhou also have their own plans. I look like I'm taking advantage of the situation, but in reality it's full of dangers. Cao Gonggong then said, Yes, your majesty, this old servant understands, but why don't I see Yang Gong? The crown prince replied. Today, Yang Gong was invited to the imperial mausoleum, wanting to meet the late emperor. After all, Yang Gong and the late emperor, even if something like that happened later, but for the late emperor, Yang Gong was not just an emperor. Yang Gong stood in front of the mausoleum, contemplating. Your majesty, maybe I missed the days when I called you. Your highness, even more. Back then you also valued the common people and despised imperial power. Could it be that everyone who ascends to that position will inevitably change? In fact, when I didn't have you, this servant thought, is it really because of this servant that your highness has become the way you are today? If that's the case, then this servant is the one to blame. It seems I'm really old, and I like to blame myself like this. But your majesty, this servant doesn't matter. I can retire, but my family can't. If this servant has now lowered the flag, then this chaotic world will definitely be stabilized by this servant, of course, as long as this servant has that ability. On the northern border, Yang Jiu asked, The martial arts competition here, we write military strategy books here too. General Qinglong replied, Of course, military strategy books are also considered martial arts performances. Martial artists are also generals. If they're not martial generals, then they're just brutes. So those who are generals not only kill, but also value strategy. Yang Jiu smiled faintly. I really underestimated you. These words have some meaning. Learning martial arts, if it's not to protect the country, then it can only be regarded as a martial artist, just using martial arts to violate the law. General Qinglong said, full of sarcasm. What is this? Such superficiality doesn't count as a book of strategy. If you don't even have this little thought, you should go down early to avoid writing something embarrassing, such as talking about my maternal grandpa, the Zhenbei prince. Yang Jiu was stunned. How do you know this? You didn't send someone to monitor me, did you? General Qinglong then smiled lightly. Monitor you? You have to be worthy of it. These things were just spread by that crazy woman Phoenix. In the days you came to the northern Rong, this has become a joke for the whole army. Yang Jiu then cast a gaze full of killing intent towards the red-haired girl. The general said, Almost forgot, this kid still has this trick. Yang said, If he really writes, my maternal grandpa, the Zhenbei prince, how would you judge him? Old prince then put on an innocent face. The highest score? Does this even need to be said? Just hearing this name, I feel like this is a good book of strategy. The general then turned to ask in confusion, Are you serious? Then the old lord slapped him on the head. Serious monkey business. It's one thing for my good grandson to tease me, but you dare make fun of your grandpa, I'll beat you to death. Qin Tian, standing to the side, chuckled and said, Now that you mention it, I'm curious too. What kind of stuff can this kid write? The old lord then said, Oh, you're interested in these military strategies? Don't you find our kind of warfare the most boring? Qin Tian, munching on an apple, replied, Yeah, I do find your wars pretty dull. But military strategy is also a Tao, and the Tao of Jizia is compatible with it. Quite a few scholars condense Confucian texts with military strategies. The old lord froze for 5 seconds. Jizia, Confucian texts. Jizia has been exiled from the Tang dynasty for too long. I almost forgot they had this skill. Looks like you've been to Jixia before. Must have crossed swords with that gentleman. How's that gentleman doing? Xintian answered. Didn't meet him. The methods of those Jixia guys don't actually have much killing power. They don't even have genuine life-threatening moves. But when it comes to some other unorthodox tricks, even I don't have a good way to deal with them. Forcing it with brute strength wouldn't be elegant. This time Yang Yuan did well. To get these guys to come down the mountain, I see an opportunity to encounter the gentleman's Daoyo. The old lord said, I see. That gentleman is very clear about his own position. He's a scholar. And you're just a boorish guy. Even if you saw his tactics, you wouldn't be able to tell what he was doing. The general walked closer to the arena. The final grand competition, military strategy essay, begins now. Shangguan Li whispered to the redhead. That Phoenix general is quite mysterious. She hasn't appeared even now. Don't you think so, Bai Ling? The redhead replied. My general might show up later. Aren't you here to see the young master today? Why care about some Phoenix figure? Yang Jiu, sitting and pondering, was sweating bullets, thinking he should listen to Liu Yanfer, find time to practice calligraphy. But would writing a Yang Zi's military strategy be too shameless? Forget it. I'm a shameless person anyway. Yang Jiu picked up his brush and began writing Yang family military strategy. Seeing this, Qin Tian said, Sure enough, back at the Bodhi estate in Yangzhou, that seed of his contained profound principles. Now, writing this military strategy also has that sign. The old lord hurriedly asked, What do you mean by that? What amazing thing did this grandson of mine do again? Then Qin Tian replied, Of course it's amazing. No wonder the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion came to such a conclusion. So, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion might be right this time. Yang Jiu continued to write the chapter on strategic planning. The redhead was scared out of her wits. What's that above the young master's head? It looks like another book. Shangguan Li was no less surprised. This book can condense true Kira on its own, and this stream of true Kira seems different from what we use, but what exactly is it? Hong Dao said on the side. A Confucian text, Bai Ling blankly asked. What's a Confucian text? The old lord said. A Confucian text. My grandson has clearly never studied at Jixia. How could he condense a Confucian text? Could it be? Xintian then answered. Although you've had very little contact with Jixia, you should also know that if someone can condense a Confucian text without learning anything from Jixia, then it can only prove one thing. What he's writing contains the great Tao truth, and what he's imbuing onto the paper has the function of enlightening the world. If it's a military strategy essay, then it's the military Tao truth, the general exclaimed in shock. Are you kidding me? How could he reach this step? He's clearly never had any contact with military strategy. How could he? Could it be that Yang Yuan, that old rascal, even tricked us, hiding his skills from the moment he was born? Qin Tian happily beamed. I don't know if he was hiding his skills. I only know that this kid has given me too many surprises. Devouring heaven skill, killing intent, and now there's even a Confucian text. Having a Confucian text proves that he can cultivate righteous intent. Righteous intent also, forget it. He even has my invincible intent, so I see his future clearer and clearer. The old lord then said, Hey, you little brat, you don't seem too happy to see my grandson like that. Is it because you never wanted my grandson to become the commander of this war from the beginning? Are you planning to give my grandson a low score to cover for him? The general immediately said. How could that be? He's my grandson too, after all. In another development. What's going on? It's not time for class to end yet. Why is the school bell ringing? That's right. The academy bell hasn't been rung for 100 years, Xi Jiansheng. What's going on? The person then said. The academy bell ringing at this time proves that a Confucian scholar has comprehended the truth. Not only comprehended the truth, but also wrote it down. With such merit that can educate future generations, it has stirred the academy bell, a great Confucian comprehending the truth. Could it be a virtuous person or a great scholar in the bamboo forest? This bell ringing. Could it be from the Imperial Academy? The person then said. Even if you gave the Imperial Academy several hundred years, they still couldn't produce a figure who comprehends the truth like this. Speaking of which, I'm also curious, where exactly is this great Confucian? Speaking of which, my martial uncle helping Jixia get a chance to enter the imperial court means His Majesty will thrice invite the virtuous. You should prepare early. Yang Yuan, haha, he actually managed to do what he promised the old man back then. On Yang Yuan's side, Gao Tianzhen, you know this game was truly amazing. After this, even the old Taoist in the capital won't be your match anymore. Yang Yuan then replied, Senior's chess skills aren't actually that high, are they? The old man then laughed heartily. Haha, it seems my little skills have been seen through by you. Old Taoist is good at divination. Relying on celestial calculations, now you can be considered a demigod. In terms of combat power, you can even overwhelm old Taoist. These little celestial calculation skills can't calculate against you anymore. Yang Yuan then asked. Then, would Senior be willing to tell me what exactly you are protecting? Now I probably have the qualifications to hear it, right? The old man then replied, No. If you relied on your own strength to get to this point, I would naturally tell you these things, but now you not only didn't rely on your own strength but instead were imprisoned. Even with the Zhenjing department, you don't have the qualification to know. Suddenly the old man was scared witless. That's not right. Jixia hasn't even entered the game yet. How could such a great Confucian appear? The true words of enlightenment educating the world. Could it be a virtuous person? The world at this time is about to have another demigod. In the northern frontier at this time, Yang Jiu was still continuing to write. Qinglong General, with O-shaped eyes and an A-shaped mouth, exclaimed in surprise, "This is Confucian scripture. How is that possible? What the heck is he writing?" Qilin General said. "No matter how much I valued him, in the end, it's still contemptible." Yang Jiu, Yang Jiu, what exactly are you? While at this time Yang Jiu's aura is full, Shangguan Li dazedly said, "He's entered the third rank peak realm. But he clearly just entered the third rank. Doesn't that mean it's impossible to advance without heavenly treasures?" Hong Tao then said, "It seems there's no mistake. This is indeed Confucian scripture. Just what kind of saint is this stinky brat?" Yang Jiu then finished writing and shouted, "Book complete! Yang Jiu is awesome!" Holding the book in his hand with a heroic and valiant look, Qin Tian's eyes lit up. "The book is complete," the old king then said. Being able to see the condensation of Confucian scripture, probably not many people have this blessing. Yang Jiu then threw the book on the ground, suddenly jumping up in fright. "What is this? Is someone trying to frame me?" Copying without slander. This is evidence. Evidence of unclear weaving. This young master has never brought cheat sheets to exams. Causing Qin Tian and the old king to freeze and say together, "Waste of heaven, that's Confucian scripture." The Grand General then prepared to pick up the book. "I want to see what you wrote that could cause such a big commotion." But before he could touch it, Qin Tian played a trick and snatched it away. "Wait, let me see first." Qin Tian, with O-shaped eyes and an A-shaped mouth, exclaimed in surprise, "So this is what real Confucian scripture looks like." Jijia used this method to condense the Haoran Qi. Heaven and earth have upright Qi, which is called Haoran. Qin Shen's entire body exuded a stream of spiritual Qi. Yang Jiu, seeing this, dazedly asked, "What is this? The power you use feels very familiar." Qin Tian then replied, "No need to feel familiar, because this is originally your own power. I'm just using the killing intent that can help you kill enemies. Haoran Qi can help you protect your body, plus overpowering the weak. If this is your martial path, I feel you can go to the very end. Haoran Qi is indeed interesting, you should comprehend it yourself." Yang Jiu dazedly said, "What do you mean by these words? This is my power." Yang Jiu suddenly realized something. Wait, the Haoran Qi book formation, the virtuous person's beastmaster from Jixia, seemed to have used it before. Could it be? Yang Jiu suddenly fell to the ground. Shangguan Li hurriedly ran over. "Senior, what's wrong with brother Yang Jiu?" Qin Tian lightly smiled and replied, "You don't need to worry, it's just that condensing the Confucian scripture consumed too much mental energy. Just now, because he was focused enough, he didn't feel tired, but now that he's relaxed, the kind of energy lost during that period, in addition to the mental energy, will make him feel a fatigue he's never experienced before." Qilin General pondered. "It seems the result of this time is beyond doubt. It's just that now I also want to see what the art of war and strategies condensed into Confucian scripture is like." Qinglong General on this side was also speechless. Qilin General hurriedly said, "Things have already been said. You're not going back on your word, are you?" Qinglong General replied, "Although my competitive spirit is very strong, I respect the honor of my soldiers even more. What has been said will naturally be done. He is the commander-in-chief of the war afterwards. I know better than you how to treat the commander-in-chief." Qilin smiled lightly. "Not bad. Then do you want to see what exactly he wrote?" Qinglong General replied. "No rush. Anyway, what he wrote today will definitely be passed down to the world. It's not too late to see it then." Qinglong General choked back tears and sobbed, "Damn it, that guy is hiding his skills again. I'm so angry. Could it be that I really have to call that guy Grand General?" Yang Jiu, when he opened his eyes, "I overslept. Did I accidentally skip the essentials of military strategy?" Shangguan Li immediately replied, "No way. You already won the military treatise thing, and the old prince declared it in front of everyone. Plus, that little senior mentioned you should pay attention to the Imperial Palace Showdown, so you must know what it is. Besides, you're already at the peak of grade 3, you just need an opportunity to advance to grade 2. Yang Jiu was stunned. "You mean I write a book, then enter grade 3, and even condense a Confucian book that only a few great scholars of Jixia Academy can condense?" "That's right. Anyway, that little senior said so. What's the principle behind it? If so, I have so many books I want to write. Does this mean I can become invincible just by writing books?" "No? But there are no words on it? Could it be that I have to go to Jixia Academy for this?" Shangguan Li said regarding this point. "The senior wasn't clear either," Yang Jiu replied. "He only told me about this book. You have to find out about Jixia yourself." "Got it, but this isn't important right now. What I'm more concerned about is Uncle's attitude, his military strategy, whatever. Anyway, he's the one who makes the final decision." The Grand General waved his hand. "You little brat, you're awake. Just in time. I have something to ask you. Get out here. You've been sleeping comfortably these past few days, and Tianhan Boguan has almost turned the world upside down because of you." Yang Jiu said, "Just in time. I also have something to ask you. Looks like I woke up at the right time. This Yang family military strategy, you didn't copy it from somewhere, did you?" The Grand General said, "Forget it. That's impossible. If it weren't the first time it appeared, then you couldn't condense a Confucian book. Now that you mention it, I can understand why you and Dad fight so hard." Yang Jiu replied, "Dad and I fight hard. I think you don't understand your father very well. If Mom were here, he wouldn't dare fight so hard. Besides, you've known him for so long. When have you ever seen him fight a battle without preparation? Still, the thing I'm most grateful for is becoming Yang Yuan's son, the Grand General said with a sullen face. Speaking of which, Yang Yuan is also an all-around talent. As his son, it's understandable that you're a bit of a monster. Moreover, you have the bloodline of the Zhenbei prince's mansion. I give up, I have no desire to explore your secrets. I only came this time to take the karma reversal kill, Yang Jiu immediately asked. Karma reversal kill. You've decided, the Grand General said. Grandpa and the 5 generals have no other opinions either, they agree. You little brat, did you come to make fun of me? You've already done this. Does it matter whether I agree or not? Qinglong and Shi Lin are completely on your side. Even if they wanted to object, they couldn't. They naturally do what they say. As for Feng Huang, she's even more wholeheartedly supporting you. Bai Hu doesn't care, and your grandpa is almost beating drums and gongs. What's the point of me and Xuanwu objecting? The Grand General immediately drew his saber. Yang Jiu glanced at him and said, I understand Uncle's concerns. If one day Bojing is handed over to me, you will definitely support it. But when it comes to becoming the commander of this war, you are the least supportive. After all, I've never been on the battlefield, nor have I commanded troops. You're doing something so arbitrary. What makes you most at ease is still handing this war over to Qinglong or Qilin, right? That's right. Actually, when you sent the death soldiers to stir up the Northern Wrong Court, I knew it wouldn't succeed. You don't understand Wu Xiao's treachery, and you would definitely fall into trouble because of this. The reason I didn't remind you was to make you miss this grand tournament and this opportunity, but I didn't expect you little brat to do so well. Not only were you not delayed by Wu Xiao, but you even won the respect of some of the generals in the army. This time I also harbored selfish intentions regarding the military treatise. No matter how well you wrote, I wouldn't give you a high score, but you still delivered an answer that no one could doubt. Yang Jiu then said, Uncle, you've also made things difficult for yourself. You've also put in a lot of effort to prevent me from sitting in this position, but it's a pity that in the end, I didn't take you seriously, unless you knock me unconscious. Otherwise, compared to the difficult tricks you've played on me, it's no different from a joke. The Grand General glanced at him. You're just lucky, Yang Jiu then said pretentiously. That luck is just self-comfort from the useless. All luck comes from flawless preparation, and from planning 10 steps ahead with every move. For example, you planning for me to go to the Northern Wrong. In fact, I also needed an excuse to go. If I didn't have any achievements, who would respect me? So I originally wanted to go, but it would look very abrupt. But you gave me the best reason, and I could also use this reason to avoid the 2 grand tournaments that I'm not good at. The Grand General said, I knew you were just like your old man. Speaking of which, aren't you tired like this? Do you have to think so much every time you do something? Young people should have the impulsiveness and enthusiasm of young people. Wouldn't it be better to do whatever you want? Yang Jiu replied with a faint smile. I'm not tired, because I know very well what I want. Otherwise, if others think more and put in more effort than me, why should I live better than them? Based on being born as the son of the Zhenbei prince's mansion and the Yang family, born more noble than even a prince, right? Time to change the scene. These kids are still hesitant, all wanting to be the fisherman, and finally the 3rd-ranked person in the world speaks up, thinking they're smart. If this keeps up, the great Qian dynasty will descend further into chaos. Eventually, the nation will fall apart, the people will suffer, the state ministers will fail, and these princes will have nothing left to fight over. The leader said, Mobilize the troops. We'll take Yang Jiu first, kill the Sword Saint, and while we're at it, ask Liu Yange if she's interested in killing the Sword Saint too. Distant relations, close attacks. The other princes can wait, but this descendant of Emperor Hao might not. Let's hurry and quell this chaotic era. Whether it's Yang Yuan or Yang's military strategy, our Yang family is already famous. Even the history books will have a page dedicated to our Yang family. The madam laughed gleefully. Of course. How could my son be anything less? My father told me that our little Zhuao relied on that to get the position of commander. Yang Yuan replied, Commander, looks like Big Brother is planning to act too. In such a chaotic world, without the late emperor to restrict him, I'm still stuck in a capital. Seems like I lost that round after all. A crushing defeat. Of course, nothing in this world is more important than you, my dear. The madam chuckled. I think it's great. At your age, the best thing is to be honest and stay by my side. Then, a subordinate came to pay respects. Lord Yang, I deserve 10,000 deaths for disturbing you and the madam. But we received a report from the palace that Qian Zihan has started his move in Wuzhou. His Majesty invites you to the Kuai Hall for a discussion. Yang Yuan mused. This child has the decisiveness of the late emperor back then. He's been preparing for so many years, and he remained quiet even after the late emperor passed away. I understand. I'll go to the palace immediately. On Wu Wang's side, what is Qian Zihan thinking? Targeting me? Could it be because of my master? The Sword Saint replied. Most likely, the hegemon's path can only be defeated by a one-on-one fight with a celestial, and the only one who can do that is me. Besides, close attack on distant relations is not a bad strategy. Wu Wang said. It's different when you have a celestial backing you. If that's the case, let's make a move to defend ourselves first. If we can't defend, we'll move closer to the capital. Losing Yang Jiu is just that. If he can make it big, someone will deal with him, Sword Saint said. If at that time I go back in time and go one step forward without thinking of the enemy, now there will be a celestial standing behind that person. Wang then bowed and saluted. Master, you're too kind. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here today. As for celestials, hasn't Yang Gong already proven that celestials aren't invincible? The sword saint was shocked. That's different. After all, they're celestials. Even Yang Yuan spent so much effort to succeed. How could it be that easy to kill one? Then, he hurriedly helped Wang up. I don't think it's that difficult. Right now, only Qian Zihan has a celestial backing him. My brothers must know this. If that Qian Zihan wants to deal with Master, then we'll find a way to get rid of the celestial behind him first. On the side of the Chu King, the one-eyed old man said, Your Highness, don't hesitate any longer. Now that someone has made a move, why don't we take this opportunity to seize the capital directly? The Chu King replied, Seize the capital directly. Do you have a good way to deal with Yang Gong? The old man laughed and replied, If I combine my strength with that celestial puppet, we can join hands to hold Yang Yuan back without any problem. Besides, when your army approaches the border, even a celestial can't withstand the charge of 10,000 cavalry and a rain of arrows. The Chu King replied, I will consider what you said. Although my seventh brother is full of tricks, what he said is indeed reasonable. There's still one person among us that needs to be dealt with, and besides, let's hold off on talking about him for now, but at least we have to deal with the celestial behind him. Celestials really can't withstand the charge of 10,000 cavalry and a rain of arrows. But I can't have 10,000 people as my bodyguards, can I? The old man held the prince's hand tightly and said, That's right, celestials must be dealt with. The palace battle with Yang Yuan has proven that celestials are not invincible. The Chu King said, The southern border happens to be near Wuzhou. Although I don't like my seventh brother, we have to coordinate this time. On the northern border, Yang Jiu is currently chilling, Shangguan Li asked blankly. Aren't you being a bit lazy these days? You're not practicing martial arts, nor are you busy with military affairs, you're just sunbathing all day. Yang Jiu said calmly, Give them some time, and let them see my military strategy. Let them accept the fact that I have become the commander. Don't you see that even that little girl Bai Ling hasn't come in a long time? She supported me because she found it interesting, but now that I've actually taken this position, everyone has to think carefully. Shangguan Li asked anxiously. Then when do you want to wait? I heard that the Northern Rong are constantly mobilizing their troops, and they're constantly pushing the battle line forward. Yang Jiu sat up abruptly. Then what can I do? Should I take the initiative to attack? We're supposed to be on the defensive, so their attack is passive. Besides, don't worry, no matter how they move, they won't attack now, because even I know that now is not a good time. Then there's not much time left. Aren't you going to make arrangements? Every time I ask, you say now is not a good time to attack. You're not that Prince Regent. You know his thoughts. As soon as intelligence is delivered, no need to wait any longer, now is the best time. Qian Zihan can't wait any longer, but this time he's acting rashly. I feel like he's become someone else's target. After all, his goal is too big. Shangguan Li froze for 5 seconds. What do you mean? What does the Prince Regent have to do with Qian Zihan? I feel that no matter what, Qian Zihan can't collude with him, right? Yang Jiu replied. Of course they won't collude with each other. But the chaos in the great Qian Empire is a good opportunity for Wu Xiao, and not only for Wu Xiao, but also for the eastern border. Everyone thinks I have the northern border and the eastern border of my father. I control 2 of the strongest of the 4 border armies, and they are the 2 strongest. As anyone with eyes can see, this is meaningless. I can't use these 2 armies, because the meaning of their existence is to defend the borders, Shangguan Li then said. But as long as we repel the Bei Rong then, Yang Jiu replied. My little Linier, the northern frontier only has 20,000 northern frontier troops, while the Bei Rong claim to have gathered 1 million. Even if we can win, how much fighting strength do you think the northern frontier army will have left? Shangguan Li was stunned. Yang Jiu smiled faintly. It's the same reason why others only see my infinite glory as the son of Yang Yuan, but they don't see the responsibility that this identity brings to me. Alright, I should meet those generals too. We'll have to fight a battle no matter what, and Wu Xiao should be getting the news soon. These sons of the late emperor aren't being honest, always wanting to sit on that position, but never thinking about the consequences. Their dishonesty is the reason the border isn't secure. You've been defending the border for so many years, how can you not see this? The old Wang Yi replied. Of course I can see it, so I'm not disappointed anymore. My good grandson sent a message asking me to help him gather martial generals. He wants to prepare for battle. The general asked, Have you really thought this through? You're letting him, someone inexperienced, be the commander-in-chief in a battle that concerns life and death. I don't doubt his future achievements. But is it really okay to let someone who has never fought a battle shoulder the safety of the northern frontier in such a short time? The old Wang Yi firmly said, I believe in my good grandson, and what battle doesn't involve risks? He also has to shoulder these things like I did back then. Wasn't I a weakling who couldn't even hold a knife? Didn't that affect your efforts to make me the heir? And didn't it affect me becoming the second under heaven? The general was silent. That's not the same thing. This is a big deal. Yang Jiu appeared and said, Looks like I'm the earliest, grandfather. Are you arguing with someone? Yang Jiu immediately mocked. Rose, isn't it because the general is too outdated to leave? To be honest, I also wanted to take the opportunity last time to bring Auntie back, but Auntie's skills are good, and your awareness is also good, so it's definitely not something I can shake. The general embarrassed, stinky boy, it would be strange if you could pick it up. Although you talked about your feelings in the capital, it is natural to pick up your own woman yourself. Yang Jiu smiled faintly. Or do you tell me how to solve my confusion? How are you planning to pick my aunt back? Don't blame me for not reminding you my aunt is not the aunt she used to be. I feel that whether it is moving your brain or moving your hands, you are not necessarily my aunt's opponent. The old prince then spoke. As for him, he thought that if he couldn't beat him, he would stay at home. Anyway, the empress needs face, and his Zhenbei general doesn't need face, and he is not afraid of being ridiculed by others, so he directly stays at home to become the queen's queen. Yang Jiu took the opportunity to ridicule him. If you can't beat him, join him, so I don't know how good the empress is for nothing. Seeing the princess as a treasure, your uncle here seems to understand it clearly. And it is worthy of being so old. Not only has he been the general who led Zhenbei, but also can be the mother of the world. Make the general angry. Get out, Yang Jiu continued. Uncle, sorry. You are now an outdated general. I'm in charge here. I have to meet the generals. Please get out of the way. The general in the desert said. You, the old prince said. My good grandson is right. The general is outdated. My good grandson is worthy of being a cultural person. Okay? You don't have to talk nonsense anymore. We should retreat. If you decide to hand over this war to young people, then hand it over to them. If we are here, it will be difficult for my grandson to win over them. The general replied. Okay, anyway, what I should say has been said to you. If you decide to let him do it, then let him do it anyway. You are still here, and there will be nothing to regret. Yang Jiu sat majestically on the commander's chair, and the generals began to appear, looking very good-looking. Qing Longjiang blushed shyly. Lord, Commander, what are you asking us to come here for? Could it be that the strategic layout has been prepared? Yang Jiu asked. General Feng Huang has a habit of wearing masks, and this mask is very special, the general replied quickly. The commander hopes to take the war as the most important thing, and this little personal habit will not hinder the overall situation. Yang Jiu squinted and said, this tone of working is quite similar, but why does this General Feng Huang use the same sachet as a subordinate named Bai Ling? Is it possible that the two of you have a special relationship? He immediately hit his head and showed his tail. Impossible. I have clearly changed my sachet. How can it still be the same smell? How could I make such a low mistake? Everyone was frozen in place by this innocence. Cough cough. I'm so sorry, everyone continue. Qinglong General said. I hope the commander will be serious. Although General Feng Huang is doing a little too much, this is a place for military discussion. Yang Jiu replied. Just now, I was joking with everyone. Anyway, it's the first time to get to know each other and liven up the atmosphere. It seems that General Feng Huang still has a lot to say to me in the future. But now that everyone is summoned, just as Xinglong thought, I have done. The strategic deployment requires your cooperation to implement it. Qi Lin Jiang said. Very good. Mo Jiang is also very curious. You can write out what high opinion Yang Wu's military tactics have on this strategic deployment. Yang Jiu chuckled and said, my strategy is simple. Qilin, Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Feng Huang, the five banners, will take the initiative and strike first. General Qinglong was scared shitless. Do you know what you're saying? We go first? Do you know that these five banners are the absolute elite of the Northern Border Army? So the coordinated tactics are also based on the five banners. If there are losses, what kind of passivity will we fall into in the future? Do you know? General Qilin hurriedly said. This arrangement of the commander is truly earth-shattering. I believe you must have further arrangements behind the scenes. If it's this simple, it's hard to believe. Yang Jiu smiled faintly. Arrangements? What arrangements? You guys can't believe this arrangement. I think that Prince Regent probably won't believe it either, right? General Qilin then asked. Catching them off guard and cutting off their momentum beforehand isn't something we can't try, right? General Qinglong hesitated. But what if? Yang Jiu immediately said. There's no what if. To tell you the truth, I've always heard about how powerful your five banners are, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. So this time, this commander doesn't have any arrangements. You guys will use your own fighting methods to fight the first battle for the Zhenbei army. The general shouted loudly. This subordinate obeys. General Feng Huang hurriedly turned around and left first. General Xingsuang then said, you guys should just give up. If you've been waiting in the city for the commander in the army, then I'll accept this person. Qinglong receives the order. On the side of the Beirong camp, the Zhenbei army only has 30,000. This time we are using the strength of one country to garrison troops, and we even have one country as our support. But the northern border is just the land of one province. Now that the Daqian dynasty is in chaos, they have no time to support us, so we will definitely be able to accomplish what our ancestors for generations could not. Han Fu, the chief general of Handonggu, who had broken through to the martial artist realm, said, Your Highness, the Snow God Wolf Cavalry, Bing Ya, and the Han family's 4 armies have also completed their assembly. Now they are all guarding you. The prince then replied, Very good. The Han family was ambushed by Feng Huang last time. How are the replacements coming? After all, the Bingchuan tribe already has few people. Han Donggu then continued. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, Hu Sheng said. Don't forget that the Han family are heavy armor infantry, the nemesis of archers, but they were still heavily damaged by Feng Huang's ambush. But rest assured, Your Highness, although our extreme northern tribe has few people, for Your Highness, for His Majesty, for the snow god, we are willing to give up this body, the prince replied. All right, these words are just to boost morale. We use you not for others, but so that our children don't freeze to death, and our people don't suffer from cold and hunger, he then said. Swear to follow Your Highness to the death, the prince said. The extreme northern tribes are all the most outstanding warriors, but because of this, they pay a heavy price. The entire Beirong will not forget their sacrifices. Order the vanguard to continue advancing. The news has been sent to the country. Daiqian has started the war, so we must also speed up our pace. Also, have the vanguard Sanqing go along. Don't drag them out too far, he asked. Won't that slow down our march? I feel that they don't have the guts to take the initiative to attack. After all, they know that they only have 300,000. If they don't defend, how can they fight us? The prince said sternly. If it were Zhao Tianyu, he might really think like you, but our opponent is not Zhao Tianyu, but a young man. A young man is absolutely not to be underestimated. Zhenbai's army, Baihu the Bloodthirsty. But their actions are too slow, not easy to mobilize. But Qinglong is the fastest. Even our wolf cavalry can hardly keep up. So it's hard to guarantee that this young man won't order Qinglong to attack our lead troops to slow down our progress. Chief General Han then said. So that's how it is. Your Highness is wise. It's just this Zhao Tianyu. What the hell is he doing at this critical time? He's actually letting a young man lead the troops, the prince continued. You guys can't guess what he's doing? I feel that even within the Zhenbei army, not many people know what he's actually doing. But I've been opposing him for decades, of course. I can guess that that guy probably wants to take advantage of the situation before he's faking his death to test the waters, haha. He said he and I are the same. I also want to try while I haven't faked my death yet. The only difference is, he's for himself. I'm for the people of Beirong. Regardless of whether the people of the world. Believe it or not, Wu Xiao has never coveted military power, nor has he coveted the throne. From beginning to end, I just want to fight for a future for my people. The chief general then said, precisely because we know Your Highness's pursuit, whether it's the million troops of Beirong or our extreme northern tribe, we are willing to follow Your Highness and swear to die without regret. On Yang Jiu's side, Lao Liu, do you guys have a chance of winning? Disciple Liu Tu said. Master Shangshen, Shi Fengjun, plus me, even if we can't succeed, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Lao Liu said. That's good then, we have no problem running away, it's just that old man Shangshen shouldn't go in, just support us from the outside. Speaking, it's also the Jun camp, even for Shangshen. Even if we want to go, it's really dangerous, but this time the young master gave us so much gunpowder we can try. Hung Tao then said. This, old man, title from Liu Tu, people can't afford the effort of wasting resources. The three of you certainly have nothing to say. But after all, it's the Jun camp, I don't know how many experts there are. Moreover, even if you can escape, Yang Jiu said triumphantly. The pawns in my hand are just the 5 general assassins. Gunpowder. If you go step by step over such a long distance, it's useless. Why not just have him go with 3 of them directly and blow it up? Blow him numb. Hong Tao was immediately stunned. Why blow up the king? Yang Jiu said coldly. It's nothing. If you guys all have a chance of winning, then I won't say much more. Still remember that saying, you can fail the mission, but you all must come back alive. Wu Xiao probably guessed some of my moves. But there are a lot of things he wouldn't dare to even imagine. If he doesn't dare to think it, then I dare to do it. The old prince said, Hey, seems my dear grandchild already knows the gap between himself and Wu Xiao. I've pretty much figured out what my dear grandchild is planning. No matter what you want to do, stir the muddy waters first, then look for opportunities. The Grand General immediately said. Keep spoiling him, why don't you? I won't deny it, his strategy this time is indeed quite ingenious, but the risk is just too damn high. What if this 5th battalion gets entangled? The troop strength is so far apart, to rescue or not to rescue. If we rescue them, they'll just use that to draw us in, and our 300,000 northern garrison troops will be dragged down and slaughtered. If we don't rescue them, and the 5 generals are all crippled, how are we supposed to fight the next battle? The old prince asked. If it were you, what would you do? The Grand General said. If we want to strike them before they can react, then of course the Azure Dragon unit is the most suitable, coupled with the Killing unit's coordination. No matter which general leads their vanguard, the Azure Dragon can directly break through their ranks and force a retreat from within, the old prince asked. What if all 3 of their famed generals go together? The Azure Dragon is fast, but their troop strength is 3 times ours. Even if we're faster, we'd still be held back. The Grand General was stunned. That's possible. But that's just your speculation. Even if their 3 greens went together and I didn't know, using this kid's strategy, you know I've always been cautious in warfare. The old prince pondered. Right now, everyone in the northern border knows how troubled we are by this dangerous situation. The enemy has 1 million soldiers, 3 times our number. The snow god cult army has appeared. With a new leader, you can't possibly be unaware of how my leg got injured, can you? The Grand General exclaimed. If you keep talking, I'm not going anymore, the old prince continued. That's not what I meant. While this kid still handles things well on this front, I also agree that such crises are what make the next generation mature quickly. If we win all the battles for them, it'll be hard to ensure they don't become cowards later on. What I really mean is that my dear grandchild sees these matters more clearly, perhaps even clearer than our northern borders generals. After all, grasping the big picture is what he's best at. The Grand General fell silent. So, what you mean is, this kid's all-out fight has 3 objectives. Firstly, to launch a surprise attack to dampen their morale. Secondly, to familiarize himself with the chaotic situation before making the next move. Thirdly, with 1 million enemy troops pressing on our border now, the northern border's soldiers and civilians are indeed a bit lacking in spirit. He wants to win a battle to awaken the morale of our northern border. The old prince said, "In warfare, one engages with the orthodox and wins with the unorthodox. Thus, those skilled in using the unorthodox are inexhaustible like heaven and earth, ceaseless like the rivers." The military treatise my dear grandchild wrote, read it carefully. Do you know how I felt after reading it cover to cover? I keep wondering if this dear grandchild of mine is a reincarnated military saint. It's impossible to write such a masterpiece just by reading other military treatises for experience. The Grand General asked, "Did you finish reading that book?" The old prince indignantly replied, "Old man Qin Tian wasn't wrong. This military strategy book probably doesn't have much use for him, but for me, someone who's campaigned and fought battles my whole life, to see such a military treatise that astounds scholars, of course I gained something." The Grand General looked bewildered, like a deer caught in headlights. Could it be that you've also reached that realm? After all, decades ago you were already at the peak breakthrough realm. The old prince said, "How could it be that easy? People like us are bound by worldly desires. Even reaching the breakthrough realm is difficult, let alone ascending to that realm. If I had seen this military treatise when I was young, there might have been a slim chance. What a pity. If you could really reach that realm this time, I truly wouldn't have any regrets left. Who knows, maybe I could even stay there and be queen for her then." The elder master immediately said, "The war has already begun. If you want to scram, then scram already. If you keep spouting such useless nonsense, I'll break your legs. You don't need to go there anymore." Alright, then I'll be off now. You take care of yourself." Damn it, at this age, this stinky brat is finally grown up, I guess. I guess I've kept the promise I made to you. I wouldn't let that stinky brat be truly shackled in the northern border for his whole life. It's just that this kid is too clueless, only doing what he should have done 20 years ago at this age. My son has grown up. I've worn this robe for over 20 years now. Too bad I won't be able to wear the new one you made for me. The 5 generals and uncle all went out. "Brother, you've been at it for 3 days now. All the necessary arrangements have been made. You should rest too. After all, this is your first time commanding troops and making arrangements. What you've done now is good, and those military treatises you wrote earlier are also good. But truthfully, they were all just theoretical discussions. I need to think more and do more." When we were in Northern Rong, that place was still the Regent King's home ground? Didn't you completely crush them there, on his home turf? We won that round because I had too many advantages. He didn't understand me, nor did he know how many cards I held, and that kind of strategic layout is what I'm best at. You say it was his home ground last time. Actually, it was my home turf, but now is his true home ground. Even if we lose, I'll rebuild with you. I'll also protect you, and won't let anyone harm you, sister. You talk as if I'm a moocher. My dear Xiao Li, once this war is over, let's go on our honeymoon. Ever since I married you, it feels like we've always been on the move, never truly living the life we wanted. Okay, my dear husband? Ah hee hee, surprise, the Grand General is here. You stinky brat, you're not asleep yet, are you? If you're not, then get out here. Uncle, you really have no romance in you. Well, some things you just have to understand. Anyway, I guess you've definitely decided to go this time. I haven't slept for days. As the commander-in-chief of an army, if I don't fall on the battlefield but instead collapse from exhaustion in my room, that news getting out could easily be misunderstood by people. You know, I've always been competitive. If I decide to do something, I have to do it the best. Looks like you also want to borrow the War Frontier Pass and sneak through the front lines to the Northern Rong. Before I go, I have to see you. I also want to give you a few things. Anyway, even though I'm sending you to train, I still feel guilty. The Blood Armor Battalion. Didn't you decide to take them to the Northern Rong with you? Why did you have this plan in the first place? And you wanted to win quickly and bring that woman back directly, then continue fighting. But didn't you also say that woman is becoming more and more mysterious, and her heart is not something I can sway? So it probably won't be a short time to resolve this. I'm planning for a long-term battle. I already feel so guilty leaving during this time, and I can't take the Blood Armor Battalion with me. Yang Jiu immediately said, "That's right, we already have a general who's married into the family. We can't bring the dowry with us, can we?" "No way, wait for you to get some more dowry for us over there, like the Snow God Cavalry." Anyway, I haven't figured out how to deal with those things yet. Actually, the reason I came to find you this time, besides giving you this command token, is that I have another plan. What else? Oh, if you want to entrust your private money to me, then forget it. Anyway, the thing I have the least of is money. You're overthinking it. These days, you're becoming more and more disrespectful to this uncle. All you do is tease and mock me. Why not take this opportunity to beat you up? I'm gonna have to leave with anger on this trip. No way. No way. The uncle I admire and respect the most, I don't think you'd be so petty. Anyway, you're the most brilliant and powerful general. It's too late. Since I came to the northern border, I felt a lot of love from Grandpa, and now I should feel the love from my uncle. What are you doing, uncle? Be gentle. What's wrong with this brother, Xiao Li? I think I know why Aunt doesn't like you. You're clearly a great general, but you're so petty. Looks like uncle has arrived at the northern border. So, the battle must have already started. Stirring up the muddy water with all my might. The thing that gives people the biggest headache is still the snow god cavalry. I really don't know how Grandpa defeated such an army back then. This is Yu Po Hai, great general of the northern Rongqi army, and a martial artist who broke through the boundary, he said. The prince is instructing us to be careful of the Green Dragon's surprise attacks, with the 3 battalions working together. Isn't the prince being too cautious? He knows we're still far from Hanbo Pass. How would the Green Dragon dare to go deep alone? Besides, this time, we have 80,000 men in the vanguard alone. Don't even mention the Green Dragon. Even if the White Tiger dares to come, we'll make sure they don't return. It's better not to underestimate the Zhenbei army, General. The prince's orders are generally correct. Suddenly, an announcement. General, the enemy is attacking from the front. The Green Dragon is attacking our vanguard. Very good. The prince's worries were not wrong. I'm not afraid of him coming. I'm only afraid of him not coming. Kill them at all costs. Assemble the entire army. On the battlefield, all the Green Dragon needs is a target. If that target is 1,000 miles away, what should we Green Dragons do? No breaking, no returning, no breaking, no return. General, the enemy is not reinforcing immediately, which means the left and right wings have begun to encircle us. The enemy's 3 battalions are holding us back, and by now the encirclement is probably complete, Qinglong said. It's fine. They want to eat us, and we naturally want to eat them too. The Green Dragon's light cavalry knocked down the elite in front of our 3 battalions, truly worthy of being the central tactic of the Zhenbei army. But the prince had a plan long ago. Trading 1 battalion of the Green Dragon for the 3 battalions, we're making a profit. The prince is indeed too brilliant. Immediately, the Qilin appeared. Sorry everyone, this road is blocked. They were shocked. You are General Qilin Su Tianyang. Could it be that the Qilin battalion has also arrived? I've been waiting for you here for a long time. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Have you forgotten the archers below? Could it be that the right wing has also been ambushed? General, you're overthinking it? Discovering the next marching route to ambush beforehand is my specialty. After all, poor people have to calculate carefully when using soldiers, but the right wing was not so lucky. Over there, the corpses have already piled up into mountains. The White Tiger has already taken action and slaughtered everyone. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Qilin, these 3 camps are mobilized together. Aren't they scared we'll eat? Order the messengers. Report to the prince that our vanguard army has been ambushed by the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Qilin. 3 camps. We are determined to fight to the death to hold them back, so we beg your highness for swift reinforcements. Send both messages simultaneously. No delays. Understood, General. At that moment, they immediately used colossal fire-winged messenger birds to transmit the news, but all were shot down by Feta, as effortlessly as a child eating bread. General, all 3 messenger snow eagles have been intercepted. Should we deal with the 3 messengers too? He immediately said. Shoot the horse, not the rider. Let them run off and deliver the message. When their main general appears and mobilizes large-scale forces, our commander's next move will be a breeze. Though, this whole setup feels kind of familiar. The girl chuckled lightly. General, you're getting quite smooth at calling yourself the Apanga, Supreme Commander. You've really got some serious guts, messing with your own general right here on the battlefield. What do you want, huh? Alright, that's enough fun for now. Time to get down to business. Last time, those realm-breaking guys ganged up to kill me alone, but they forgot that even a first rank like me can hunt down realm breakers. All troops, assemble. Hold them back for me at all costs. Just pin them down here, that's all we need. Consider this war over already. You all are the greatest heroes. The soldiers, like a mob of rural toughs, roared, kill, kill. We'd rather die than surrender. All troops, press forward. Let those damn Central Plains folks feel the biting cold of the far north. Let them tremble before our great data. Suddenly, an incredibly tiny but domineering arrow came flying. He swiftly entered his god-tier mode, blocking the arrow with his sword. Are the enemies attacking me? Doesn't look like it. Be careful, they're using dirty tricks and sneak attacks. Command the heavy armored troops to form a defensive line. Those damned women on the forest's left flank. Organize a cavalry charge to crush them for me. As expected of someone who can become a grand general, their reaction is naturally not slow. Normally, against our cavalry charge, they could only retreat quickly, otherwise they'd be in for a rough time. The girl said. Exactly, but the one who cooperates with us best is Uncle Xuanwu. Speaking of which, doesn't Uncle Xuanwu always try to set you up with General Qinglong? Back then, I was a proper general too, but spending so much time with you crazy women has also affected my personality. Qinglong already has someone he likes, and I have this uncle now. You're overthinking it. I feel like Uncle Xuanwu probably doesn't genuinely want to set you up with General Qinglong. He's just worried his own son might be into General Qinglong. At that moment, he suddenly sneezed and said, Why do I feel like someone's talking about me? Forget it. All troops, prepare, Sima Xuanwu. Don't let a single one get away. He then laughed heartily with glee. "Haha, this battle is the most thrilling for me. I will definitely make a name for myself here." Xuanwu prepared to charge. Immediately, the soldiers, in an incredibly sharp formation, charged forward to annihilate the enemy. The curly-haired general shouted loudly, "Attack! Attack! Lord Snow God protect us, General. This is crystal clear. Not only are the three generals here, even Xuanwu and Feng Huang are here. If this continues, we simply can't hold them back. Even if we wait for the prince's reinforcements, it's likely we'll all be dead anyway. Might as well let them charge in while we sneakily retreat. General, send him to his grave." Immediately, a commanding voice shouted down such defeatist talk. "We have 80,000 elite vanguard troops. How can they kill us all? This is the time for all generals and soldiers to achieve great feats. Kill them for me." This vanguard general probably knows he's definitely going to lose. He also knows that if he retreats, it'll be a complete rout. Might as well fall fighting to the death, it'll be less humiliating. The general then said, "Northern Rong has never been an easy enemy to deal with. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to stand against the Zhenbei army until today. After all, they are realm-breaking martial artists. If we keep ignoring them like this, they'll cause serious trouble. Xuanwu, take command of my army. Assist in swiftly clearing out the enemies. I'm gonna go snipe them." Aha! The general rode his horse, galloping like a madman, shouting loudly, "Tear them apart for me, generals and soldiers. Reinforcements are coming immediately. This general is right beside you all." But unexpectedly, he was sneak attacked by Feng Huang once again. But thanks to some serious plot armor, he still blocked the arrow. "Little Feng Huang, you want to use dirty tricks to kill this general, huh? Do you have a death wish? Generals and soldiers, hold your own. Watch this general show you how it's done. I will kill Feng Huang." General Wu Pohai is heading towards the general, and Feng Huang, he even has his personal guards with him. We can't stop him. Wu Pohai clearly knew he had suffered a crushing defeat this time. He couldn't even hold out until reinforcements arrived. But this time, if they could kill Feng Huang, that thorn in their side, their deaths wouldn't be in vain. That's why they disregarded everything and left the army to chase after Feng Huang. Too bad they forgot that in the martial arts arena, Feng Huang couldn't even beat a second-rank expert. But on a battlefield as vast as this, even if I and Yang Jiu teamed up, she could take us both out on her own. A series of arrows came shooting, but they didn't do jack. He then said fiercely, "Feng Huang, you think you can stop a shattering realm martial artist like me with just arrows?" He swatted away all the arrows. Easy peasy. So this is all Feng Huang's got. If there was a first-rank martial artist here to hold me off, you might have been able to land a sneak attack and succeed. But in a one-on-one fight, how can you possibly beat me? Feng Huang then said like a country bumpkin, "One ain't enough, then how about I use 3? Immediately she unleashed a divine shot that was absolutely gorgeous. 3 arrows lined up one after another, aimed straight at the general's front. But he still casually diffused them, and immediately laughed mockingly. "Ha ha! So this is your pursuit arrow? 3 arrows in a row? A pursuit arrow? You really think shattering realm martial artists can be taken down by this crappy arrow? You underestimate me way too much. I'm still the vanguard general, after all. WTF. That hurts like hell. When did you bite me? How come I didn't notice such a sneaky attack? You've revealed your position? Let's see where you can run this time." Immediately, he closed in and unleashed a super lethal chop towards General Feng Huang, as fast as lightning. She dodged the attack, but he quickly realized something was off. What the heck, where'd she go? How can she move so fast? Feng Huang immediately spoke up. "Hello, looking for me?" "Here I am." "Ah hee hee, you blockhead. I was always waiting for your all-out strike. All the previous preparations were just to injure your arm so you wouldn't be able to block this arrow of mine. And at this distance, you can't escape this arrow either," he then shouted. "This isn't good, Your Majesty." Immediately, he ate Feng Huang's super badass divine arrow, sending him straight back to the coffin crew. I've never underestimated any shattering realm, and I know how dangerous it is to hunt one. I couldn't win against a second-rank martial artist in the arena, not only because the space was too small. The most important reason is that I'm a soldier, not a martial artist. Everything I've learned is for killing people. The vanguard is under attack. The vanguard is under attack. Requesting reinforcements from His Majesty. Requesting reinforcements from His Majesty. His Majesty said, "Wu Ming is also dispatched. The vanguard has suffered heavy losses. Why is the military report only arriving now?" "Where's the messenger, Your Majesty?" "The messenger was attacked and ran here on foot, abandoning his horse. He crossed several mountains through heavy snow. When the military report arrived, he was exhausted and kicked a bucket. Quickly give a generous reward to his family." "Yes, sir." "Let the Wolf Cavalry act as the vanguard, and the 9 Battalion Light Cavalry act as reinforcements. Also lead 4 Shattering Realm martial artists. If they run over, they will surely kill them." At this time, His Majesty was extremely remorseful. "I know this military order has been transmitted too late, and it is difficult to save them. But it doesn't matter. Let the Wolf Cavalry rebuild the vanguard. We slow down a bit, don't rush to advance. This time, withdraw some Shattering Realm martial artists. Other Shattering Realm martial artists protect the barracks." Shui Shen heard that the person who was sneak attacked last time was because the Zhenbei army had added several powerful assassins. "Does Sir need Tianjun Hanfu to come to the headquarters to protect Sir?" "Don't go. Arrange it. Although I don't believe they'd dare to rush directly into my camp, but that young man can do anything, it's better to be prepared. Master, the wolf cavalry has taken several shattering realm away, our gunpowder has been placed, give it to Jie Shaoxia to detonate it. The tent of that prince regent has also been confirmed. Well done. But remember to be careful in everything. If it is not smooth, retreat immediately. Don't get entangled with them. Once the military camp is slowed down, the end is death, understand? Master, don't worry, I will never die here. Are they finally coming? That stinky kid too, if he really loses Shui Ranjiang in it, he can cry himself. Where did Liu Tu go, who also has never been lightly murdered? Looking at it, I can't get out of those heavy armor soldiers. It's really difficult to deal with. My ghost sword can't hurt them. It's good that you are. Okay, I guess that kid didn't think that he would hit every hit, just to give them a little sense of threat. There are pursuers, you go first. Let me deal with them, Lao Liu said. In fact, this time is not without gain. Ghostface Collar, this is something from the East Border. In those years, the Old Master's Battle of Fame gave the Old Master a lot of trouble. Why did things from the East Border appear here? Could it not be? This is a bit far away. Wang Ye. This is probably the gunpowder of the Central Plains. Although we've heard of it before, using it makes it really hard to defend against. What about Xiang Wang? Have those two assassins been caught yet? If he always has these two assassins at his disposal, how many people would it take to defend against him? Xiang Wang is still calculating. As for the two assassins, one was stopped by a cavalryman during the pursuit. If I'm not mistaken, it must be Shang Shen Hong Tao, one who specializes in sieges. I understand. Continue the pursuit. If there's a chance, you must kill those two assassins for me. Yes, Your Highness. Aren't you guys good at assassinations and sneaking around? Why didn't you guys take action when those two arrived? You just watched my soldiers suffer casualties like that, the masked man said. If it were other assassins trying to assassinate Your Highness, no matter which faction they belong to, they would come and never leave today. But Liu Tu, do you know how he earned the title Blood-Soaked River? I heard that he wiped out the leaders of several assassin organizations. Those assassin organizations joined forces to seek revenge, and he killed all of them along both banks of the river one morning, turning the entire river red with blood. That rumor is really exaggerated. During the Dongzhen battle back then, Yang Yuan's strategies and tactics were no match for our leader, and his most capable assistant was this Liu Tua. That day, our leader prepared to gather assassins from both countries to kill him alone, severing one of Yang Yuan's arms. On that day, it was even certain that Yang Yuan didn't have the spare capacity to help him. The Wang Ye asked in surprise. Still unsuccessful. Not only the assassin organizations, but even our side lost quite a few seniors. That day was also the day our leader suffered the most severe setback, even saying that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are useless. So if you're telling me to take action and hold him back, then I'm sorry, I'm not old enough to die yet. If he sees the mask on my face, your heavy armored soldiers won't be able to hold me back either. Got it. Yang Jiu really is maximizing the use of every pawn. Oh right, I suddenly remembered something. I bet I'm thinking the same thing as Your Highness. The 5 generals are still on their way back, and all the countable experts around Yang Jiu have come to assassinate you, so the rear is empty. I wonder how many people you Ghostface guys can spare. Adding Your Highness's men, I feel like we still have a chance. Then go all out, but you absolutely have to remember not to alarm the old and senile Wang Ye. In a certain sense, having him makes this Zhenbei army extremely dangerous. Of course I understand that. It's just that the old Wang Ye is unavoidable. You should still have some self-awareness. I'm just worried that in the end, you'll break through the 8 realms only to be taken out by that old man with a single blade. Wouldn't it be exactly what you guys want if I broke through the 8 realms only to be taken out by that old man? So don't worry, I will definitely not let them be the beneficiaries. Those words from Wang Ye really hurt my feelings. I'm clearly reminding you out of good intentions, but you don't see me as one of your own, one of my own. Don't you find it ridiculous to say that yourself? You should know that our relationship is just a temporary collaboration, and we'll be enemies in the future, the masked man said. It seems like the leader has broken his promise this time. He only knew that the Central Plains had plenty of talent, but he didn't expect that the Northern Rong would also produce a revitalizing king. My people will be handed over to you, taking advantage of their rear being empty this time. I hope you guys can seize this opportunity. After all, for you guys, you probably want Yang Jiu dead even more. My people will be handed over to you, taking advantage of their rear being empty this time. I hope you guys can seize this opportunity. After all, for you guys, you probably want Yang Jiu dead even more. If we really succeed, then I'm afraid our cooperation will come to an end here. Thank you for the advice, Your Highness. We will definitely keep it in mind. At this moment, the general asked in puzzlement. The ghost face of the northern border are just... Why did they appear here? It seems that this chaotic world is more complicated than I imagined. It seems like father was right. If I handed over the northern border to Qilin or Qinglong, I could indeed rest assured. But to be suitable for dealing with the current complex situation, perhaps only that brat. It seems that everything has been going smoothly these past few days. I'm a little too worried. I really messed up, losing the 5 generals. I think my uncle isn't coming back just to beat me up. It's just that this time, why didn't you let me go? I could also go to the Northern Rong main camp with Lao Liu. The reason I didn't let you go is because I'm scared. Of course, it's not that I'm worried about your safety. After all, I still trust your skills. It's just that thinking about when I'm putting all my efforts into attacking, my rear will also be empty. Xiao Li asked in surprise. The rear is empty. Wait, what do you mean by that? I hope my guess is wrong. After all, although there are still tens of thousands of soldiers and officers in Hanbei Pass, there aren't many experts left. Brother, wait, do you mean that the Northern Rong will take this opportunity to assassinate you? If that's really the case, let's all go find that old senior, or the old Wang Yang Jiu. I don't think it's necessary. They probably don't have the guts to do that. And besides, don't I still have you by my side? If they really have this plan, then, for me, this time is a good opportunity. At this moment, Xiao Qing received news brought by the pigeon from Uncle K. She gaped and said, Miss, Gao Ming really guessed correctly. Currently, the person making the world a big mess is the miss. But no one wants to take action against us. Instead, each side has its own plans. Liu Yanhair smiled lightly. Everything has long been within my calculations. Qian Zihan wants to kill the Sword Saint. After all, the celestial human side has its own rules. Not allowed to massacre on the battlefield, not allowed to arbitrarily kill martial artists. Being called a celestial human is like wearing a big dog chain. So as long as he kills the Sword Saint, Qian Zihan will become the #1 in the world in a certain sense. And on the battlefield, Qian Zihan's threat is always greater than the Sword Saint's. Qian Zihan can do what a normal person can't, becoming a Sword Saint. The young mistress is right. Uncle Fu sent a message asking if the young mistress wants to team up with Qian Zihan to kill the Sword Saint. Liu Yanhair. I think if everything goes as Qian Zihan planned, I'm willing to team up with him. After all, he can be considered a dangerous enemy but also a trustworthy teammate. So what are your thoughts now, young mistress? It's just that he doesn't seem to see the big picture, nor does he understand the impact of Yang Gong's move in the capital. Although it's mainly to kill Tian Ren, it's also to make people see that Tian Ren treats all living beings as pawns. That's why this prince is most afraid of Tian Ren now, thinking that the biggest threat is Tian Ren. Xiao Qing, confused, said, So you think Tian Ren behind Qian Zihan is everyone's common enemy in this game? Liu Yanhair said. Of course Qian Zihan wants to kill the Sword Saint, and the princes want to kill Tian Ren, but everyone has their own schemes. If that's the case, who do you think will win this time? I feel like anyone could be the winner. Although it looks like Qian Zihan is fighting alone now, and doesn't have any experts by his side who can surround and kill the Sword Saint, he will still succeed. As for those rogue cultivators, the experts in Daiqian might all be under their surveillance, but they've forgotten that this game is no longer just a mess within Daiqian. It's dragged other countries in. Xiao Qing asked curiously. How can Qian Zihan succeed? Didn't you say Tian Ren can't make a move to help him kill the Sword Saint? Alright, let's talk about it slowly later. Now let's reply to Uncle Fu's letter, telling him to remain on standby as before. What we need is rest and recuperation. As for those who invite us to help, just agree, since we have nothing to lose. Cut to the Shangwu Pavilion. This is where Feng Gang, a top-tier cultivator and the first student of the Great Master, said, My lord, the generals and soldiers are all assembled and ready. As long as you give the order, we can send troops to Yang Jiu at any time. Qian Zihan said boldly. Very good, that Yu Wang won't give up easily, will he? Feng Gang replied. Of course. The Yang Jiu Iron Cavalry has been fully assembled, preparing to resist stubbornly. Qian Zihan, I think it's useless. Continue to put some pressure on that. Yu Wang, I'll be heading to the battlefield immediately. Taking a city isn't something only Hong Tao can do, but only the Sword Saint can block people like us. Understood. So you plan to surround and kill the Sword Saint on the battlefield. That's right. I know there are too many variables on the battlefield, but this is my only way. After all, everyone else is on standby, but I'm making such a big move that Yu Wang can't possibly not know my goal. Yes, I understand, Murong Xiaoji then said. Feng Gang, it's rumored that he has the highest level of military strategy and is the first student of the Great Master. It's truly admirable that someone like that is so loyal to you. Is the Mirong clan head mocking me? The talents under me are worlds apart from those under Yang Xiang. You're too humble, but I still have to remind you. Now that the Jixia Academy has been allowed to enter the court as officials, aren't you afraid that someone like that will help you seize military power and then return to Jixia? Qian Zihan seemed angry and said, No way, no way. On the contrary, the Mirong clan head isn't being very nice. Knowing that I don't have many talents left, you're trying to sow discord between us. You're overthinking it. I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. After all, we're allies now, so how could I do anything to harm my ally? Qian Zihan laughed triumphantly. Ha ha! So it turns out I'm judging a gentleman's heart with a petty man's measure. Mirong clan head. Let's get straight to the point. How does Yang Jiang plan to help me this time? Qian, I think what you really want to ask isn't this question, right? Qian Zihan replied. It's easy to talk to smart people. That's right, what I'm most curious about is why Yang Xiang is helping me kill the Sword Saint. Qian Zihan said, Everyone knows your situation, Yang Xiang. Sitting on the sidelines and preserving your strength is what you should be doing. The war between us won't affect you for a long time, and you also have your own war to fight, don't you? If you've accepted the martial alliance, you should also bear all their hatred. Even if the previous leader of the Martial Alliance wasn't good, he was still the leader of the Martial Alliance in the end. The Martial Alliance won't forget this hatred, Gongzi. Of course, they won't forget. Qian Zihan laughed loudly. Haha, this is really something Yang Xiang would do. That's right. This reason can convince me. If so, let's kill the Sword Saint first. My Gongzi also asked me to ask you, if you really succeed in killing the Sword Saint, what's your next step? I should be the one asking him this question, because every step I take next will be very firm. The path of a hegemon will naturally not retreat. On the contrary, I'm wondering what he and the Yang clan are thinking. I think Yang Gong is also a smart man. He knows there's a more stable option than now. The one sitting on the throne can only stabilize the current situation, not for long. I understand, young mistress. I'll convey your ambition to Gongzi, Xiao Li said with a sullen face. Are you sure you really won't return to the Zhenbei King's mansion? If not, you can mobilize the 100 battle camp to protect me. You're using yourself as bait just for a few spies. Isn't that a bit too risky? Yang Jiu, I think. It's not that risky, I just feel like those Guillemins appeared out of nowhere. I should also fight them and see what they're like. After all, what I dislike the most is an unfamiliar enemy. Xiao Li said. They're here, sure enough, today, any later, and 5th General should be back at the camp. Then go, don't worry about me. Either way, I'm not who I was back in Wuzhou. Now I'm at peak tier 3, and I've got plenty of tricks to stay alive. Then be careful, hubby. I'll make this a quick win. Just then, Grandmaster sighed. Ever since that brat left, there's no one to chat with. My grandson-in-law has really put in a lot of effort for the northern frontier, using himself as bait. Those guys aren't worth it. Grandmaster suddenly shouted, Come out! You're already here. What's the point of hiding? You know I won't help my grandson-in-law, so are you here to offer yourselves up? This is Dao Giwi, nicknamed Ghost Nightmare, one of the 4 fiends at the peak of Breaking Realm. Using himself as bait. Did you really think our leader couldn't see through that kid's plan? Since he dares to use himself as bait, then we'll use a trick of our own, our leader said. It's not just him who knows how to wait for the enemy to make the first move. Old geezer, I get it now, you old fart. You know you can't beat me, so you still risk coming here, trying to isolate my grandson-in-law. The assassin, acting like a country bumpkin, said, Can't even stand up straight, and you still want to talk big. I admit I can't kill you, but holding you back long enough to retreat isn't a problem. Looks like this northern frontier only has the Zhenbei army left. Besides you and Zhao Tianyu's family, there aren't any other Breaking Realm martial artists, so this operation is easier than we thought. Breaking Realm? What good is that stuff? The northern frontier isn't Wuzhou. We don't have martial artists here, just soldiers. Go ask Uncle Rong on the battlefield how many Breaking Realm martial artists they've killed, and how many of our northern frontier generals they've taken down. The masked guy mocked. You're getting old, still showing off those old war stories. Just drop it. Even though you've never won, I still want to ask more about your blade. I want to see the limits of this blade technique. This is Qi Suanzi, nicknamed Ghost Mask, one of the 4 ghosts. Zhao Tianyu couldn't kill the leader. Although he hasn't reached that realm, he has some insights from the Central Plains Sword Saint, a transcendent Breaking Realm strike. Even if Shang Kui came himself, he wouldn't have a chance. Heard you wanted to make a move on Yang Jiu, but never expected you to come in person. So, what's happening on the eastern frontier? The masked guy said. Now the leader is setting up camp step by step, finally managing to tie down Yang Yuan in Jingdu. The only thing we didn't expect was Liu Wenshuo, but it doesn't matter. In the game at Jingdu, Yang Yuan killed a celestial being and established the crown prince. Everyone thought he had won, but those with clear eyes know the leader won. He couldn't keep the prince. No one can organize a chaotic era, the minion said. Only the great leader can beat Yang Yuan on the chessboard. I just don't understand. Why did this action alarm you? You didn't imagine it could alarm someone like me, did you? You even thought this might be a rushed operation? Anyway, before the 5th General acts, no carrier pigeons are allowed to leave the military camp, and no one is allowed to leave the camp. And since no one knows the map, they will act as well. That Yang Jiu will leave his rear empty? That's right, no one expected Yang Jiu to make such a move, so no one could prepare in advance. If there was an assassination, he must think it's just a rushed attempt. Otherwise, he wouldn't use himself as bait, I understand now. So the great leader seized on his underestimation, preparing a special strike that required someone to personally arrange it. That's right, I wonder what kind of expression he'll have when he's forced into a corner, and I wonder if Yang Yuan will still obediently stay in Jingdu after losing his son. Just then, Shangguan Li prepared to fight a group of assassins on the papaya tree. If you're all here to assassinate my hubby, then you must have heard, or even investigated, that I like this. Besides me, there are no other guards in this courtyard, so no need to hide anymore. You want to harm my hubby? Then step over my dead body. Before the weapon arrived, the aura came first. Clearly there's no true Q, so why is there such dense true Q, along with blinding skills that will make even the blind see? Xiao Li said. Looks like you guys are surprised. All above tier 3, so you guys aren't simple, but no matter, I'll handle it. The terrified assassin found his voice. She's only tier 1. With just one strike, she killed 5 of our tier 3 assassins. Xiao Li said with a stern face. 3 tier 1, 7 tier 2, and over a dozen tier 3. This lineup is abnormally strong. Secret agents can usually only have one tier 2, and that's already not easy. After all, even top-level secret agents like Jiu are only tier 3. Looks like you're not as dumb as the rumors say. If you see the situation clearly, I advise you to retreat quickly. This time we're only here to kill Yang Jiu. Could it be that you, a noob assassin, have some kind of misunderstanding? It's just a little surprising, but you guys who haven't even broken through? Where do you get the right to hurt my hubby in front of me? Shangguan Li, your reputation precedes you. If this was about killing you, I'd be paying a huge price even if I succeeded. But too bad, you're not the target this time. I just need to hold you back, and someone else will naturally go kill Yang Jiu. Xiao Li already said. While I'm here today, don't even think about touching a hair on my hubby's leg. Immediately afterward, she unleashed the ultimate move. The incredibly OP divine doppelganger palm, launching huge, flaming fireballs with her spear shadows, causing terrifying explosions that scared the crap out of them. 3 rank 1s, 6 rank 2s, rank 3s, and so on and so forth. Looks like they're all sitting at the altar drinking tea with the ancestors now, huh? Using up so much true energy, I finally cleared them out. But I gotta say, you rank 1s and rank 2s are seriously kinda badass, aren't you? Taking my ultimate move and still not dead. The assassin still hadn't snapped out of it. What's going on? Could the intel be wrong? She's clearly still at rank 1, but our formation could easily kill 2 who have broken through. Xiao Li then started trash-talking like a countryside delinquent. How can I focus if I'm fighting a pretty girl like you? In that case, I'll slaughter your leader first. She immediately unleashed a spear strike, severing his arm clean off. Immediately, he still tried to speak. How is the spear power so OP? But this is where it ends. It's no pity that Head is dead. What are you waiting for? Kill her first. They then ferociously charged at her like moths to a flame. Immediately, Xiao Li gifted them with candy bullets that pierced through their bodies, immediately making them join the coffin crew. Xiao Li leisurely said, Still 2 rank 1s, 5 rank 2s left. As expected, you can kill low-level martial artists with brute force, but if I want to kill you rank 1s and 2s, I need to use my brain, the masked man said. Why does this world always have people who break the usual rules of power? One Shui Ranjiang wasn't enough, and now another headache-inducing character appears. The subordinate then asked, Is Shangguan Li really that strong? Can't even you do anything about her? Forget it, don't ask anymore. My brain is already overloaded. But I definitely have to kill Yang Jiu. It's related to the leader's next move. Killing Yang Jiu to drive Xue Ranjiang crazy. Maybe ordinary people are afraid of a beast going mad, but truly smart people know that a beast going mad is easier to deal with. What's truly scary is him losing his beastly nature and becoming a beast with reason, right? The subordinate then asked, Could you possibly find a martial artist who has broken through right now? As you should know, ordinary martial artists who have broken through probably can't do anything to that Shangguan Li. I've found someone who isn't top 10 on the server, but definitely won't have a problem with a rank 1 martial artist. This is Lu Yuan, the current mountain lord of Dongyue Sword Mountain, Sword Saint's junior brother, a martial artist who has broken through. Lu Yuan asked. He's finally decided to use this favor. You traveled tens of thousands of miles here. Could it be to repay Head's favor? Traveling tens of thousands of miles is precisely to escape your head. Repaying kindness with betrayal. He really is getting good at it. Hasn't he ever thought that after I repay the kindness, I'll use a sword to kill him? The masked man then said. Mountain Lord is joking again. Our Head knows very well that you traveled tens of thousands of miles to the Central Plains, not only to repay kindness, but also because of Sword Mountain's prophecy that your Sword Saint's senior brother will face a life or death tribulation. I understand the consequences I'll face for killing someone in this. But Sword Mountain can bear these consequences. So he and I are considered to have cleared our debts. Also, pass this message to him, the more you know, the faster you die. At this time, Xiao Li was still easily taking down one assassin after another. But she suddenly realized that something unusual was about to appear. Miss, I sensed your presence a long time ago. I originally planned to deal with all these good-for-nothings before you appeared so I could focus on dealing with you, but unfortunately, haste makes waste, so I still have to deal with all of you at the same time. Lu Yuan, what an honor. You truly are a martial arts prodigy that's hard to find in 100 years. If you had broken through today, then I wouldn't have entered this door. Too bad, you're just a rank 1. I can let you go. After all, I'm just here to repay a kindness. Killing someone in this, I'm considered to have repaid this kindness. If I conveniently kill you as well, it would be the same as letting that bunch of bastards take advantage of the situation. I don't want them to take advantage of it. Yeah, Tolkien's useless. But no worries, you still can't stop me, Missy. At my mighty Sword Mountain, my senior brother's sword intent is the strongest. Though, honestly, it's not as impressive as it sounds. He just borrowed external power to cultivate it to that level. But when it comes to sword techniques, that senior brother of mine can't compare to me, so watch out, Missy. What a clever girl. Can't keep up with my sword speed, so you use an unavoidable attack to block my strike. You've probably heard about the battle between your uncle and my senior brother. Your uncle couldn't even beat him, so of course you're no match for me. Are you really stronger than Liu Fu? Lu Yuan immediately replied, I'm not from the Central Plains. There, top 10 under heaven, only refers to the Central Plains. Those guys from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion are still super strict. It was originally called the Great Martial Power Rankings, but you Central Plains martial artists spread it around until it became the top 10 under heaven. Got it. But this Missy still stands by what she said. Unless I die, I absolutely won't retreat a single step. Lu Yuan asked in confusion. Is this the legendary Spear Shadow? What kind of monster are you, Missy? You're clearly at your limit, true Q completely depleted, yet you can still unleash a move like that. That's not Drunken Star at all. It's just true Q bursting from the air. She's trying to scare us. Looks like we fell for it. Didn't she swear to die rather than retreat a single step? She looks so honorable. But who knew she'd be such a cunning Missy? Yang Jiu, let's get out of here quickly. There's a Breaker Realm expert outside. Zhao Li, how did I mess this up so badly? He already left. Looks like Yang Jiu is a smart one too. If your goal is to kill him, he doesn't need to stop you, or even become your enemy. He just needs to hide himself well. There's no way he could run off. We've surrounded this entire place. Plus, we can confirm Yang Jiu is definitely in this house. There must be a secret passage here. The Mountain Lord immediately said. I advise you all to stop searching. If you really want to search, I'm heading out first. The assassin checked and found something amiss. Then said, Second brother, there's a secret passage here. The second brother replied, Open it. Yang Jiu must be inside. Suddenly a massive explosion lit up the entire sky. The Mountain Lord said coldly, I warned you all earlier. Seriously, Ghostface. You can't say those spirit race people aren't clever. It's just these few subordinates who are truly mediocre. Someone immediately called out, Mr. has appeared. The mysterious masked person said, If you hadn't succeeded, this favor wouldn't have been considered repaid. But since you're already here, you'll have to repay this favor before you leave. After all, it was his brother's earnest wish. He took the book, saying something so cryptic. In the next second, the Mountain Lord was suddenly astonished. This favor isn't just worth this. Isn't your leader being a bit too excessive? Don't you know that while our sword mountain is reasonable, if you push it too far, we can just welch on the deal? The masked person immediately replied, Mountain Lord, you jest, mister, and the leader, are still very confident in your character, otherwise they wouldn't have made such an excessive request. The Mountain Lord immediately tossed the book away. All right, I'll remember this grudge. Once I've repaid this favor, tell him to remember, I'll come find him and give him a sword strike. At the Bolrong military side, Prince, that masked person left. And also, the prince immediately asked, and also, what? The general immediately said, Grand Elder also went with him. The prince replied, I see, so they had this plan all along. This ghost face must be guarded against. I'm just very curious, how did they arrive before the 5 generals and bloodstained Zhang Hu returned? The general said, Grand Elder has cultivated a half-step heavenly human technique, and those ghost face guys also have some unorthodox arts. Who knows, they might have already reached Hanbo Pass by now. Looks like Yang Jiu really played himself this time. One all-out strike, though it seemed to catch us off guard and caused heavy losses to our vanguard troops. The consequences he'll face this time will be far greater. The general replied, So their real target wasn't Yang Jiu at all, but that old prince. The prince immediately said, Yang Jiu wants to use this opportunity to purge all the spies. The Ghostface faction also sees this chance to kill Yang Jiu. Up until now, everyone thought this entire game revolved around Yang Jiu. But what's false is true, and what's true is false. The main target of this game is actually the old prince. At this moment, someone from the prince's estate said, Alright, you're no match for me. Even a peak Breaker Realm expert is still miles away from matching me. The scarred man immediately exclaimed, Gah! Those outside rumors about that old buzzard are totally inaccurate. He's clearly old and past his prime. But why does it feel even harder to deal with than when I had both legs? The old Wang Yi replied. Isn't the reason simple? Because you weren't giving it your all. Were you waiting for someone, or is your real target not my good grandson Xu Feng? The scar-faced guy went berserk and charged with his blade, but the old Wang Yi blocked him. You old geezer, you're really good at guessing. Just a few words and you've lost your way. To think you could reach this level. The scar-faced guy quickly replied. It's too late for you to react. Now, I wasn't trying to hold you back to help Yang Jiu. I just wanted to confirm that your Zhenbei Wang Manor doesn't have any other experts. The old Wang Yi scoffed disdainfully. Hold me back, I'm just too lazy to kill you. As for experts, how do you know my manor doesn't have any? Maybe the #1 most mysterious expert in the world is in my manor. The scar-faced guy laughed loudly. Haha, are you running out of things to say? If the #1 expert in the world is in your manor, I'll eat this blade right now. The old Wang Yi pointed to the side of the scar-faced guy, mouth agape. You, what do you mean? Aren't you gonna say the #1 expert in the world is in there? The old Wang Yi didn't forget to mock him. What #1 expert in the world? I'm telling you, the kitchen is over there. This blade is too hard, you can dip it in some ginger, scallions, or garlic to help you swallow it. His blood rushed to his head. Old geezer, no matter how old you are, you're still so annoying. The old Wang Yi replied. I'm too old to stay up late. Are you coming or not? If no one's coming to help you, my next strike will chop you up. The scar-faced guy was terrified. This is the legendary Blade of Slaughter, the old Wang Yi said. Looks like there's no one else around to help you. If that's the case, accept your fate. A blade flew straight to the front line. But luckily, the old Wang Ye quickly blocked it. Sword control technique, you've come to the northern border too, and you're attacking an old man, the mountain lord hurriedly replied. Old Wang Ye, you're joking. You should know that our sword mountain holds no grudges against you, and we don't want to offend someone like you. The old Wang Ye asked. No grudges? Unwilling to offend this old man. Young man, that sounds nice, but that sword just now had at least 9 parts strength, right? The mountain lord smiled slightly. If it wasn't like that, how could I have let you receive the attack? Besides, wasn't my 9 parts strength blocked by you with just 1 zang? The old Wang Ye's face turned serious, I understand. So this is your backup plan. But not to brag, the 2 of you combined aren't my match. The old Wang Ye immediately attacked. At most, I'll just make sure you don't die. If the 2 of you can hold out until dawn, I guarantee you won't be able to leave Hanbei Pass. The mountain lord replied, Old Wang Ye is truly worthy of being the second best dancer in the world. Back then, you turned the top Ziem, Great Qian, into the top Ziem in the world, and you were wrong about 8 people. Only you and that senior are legitimate. The old Wang Yi replied. Even if you're flattering me now, this old man will still have to take a beating. Immediately, grandfather's master unleashed a move that stunned the mountain lord. It's finally here. But with such coldness, that far northern land, does a being called the snow god really exist? In another development, the old master is playing chess. All the pieces are down on this board. The game is coming to an end. Suddenly, someone appeared and smashed the chessboard. Hey, aren't we just starting? Your pieces are all in place, and I'm just here to finish the game. Isn't it too early? The old master was dumbfounded. Why are you here? On the old Wang Ye's side, 2 more awesome figures appeared. Sheng Kui with the ghost mask, one of the 5-hand peak realm destroyers, and the Snow City Lord, Ji Shuishen, of the Snow God sect, a pseudo-celestial realm expert. The old Wang Yi spoke up. Now this old man understands. What exactly are you plotting? Just a little Shen Kun. How dare you appear before me? You barely managed to survive in secret and reach the pseudo-celestial realm. Aren't you afraid I'll chop you down with 1 blade? That's right, this blade of mine. Chopped your father, chopped your brother. Your whole family should be complete. The Snow City Lord said. For this opportunity, I've endured for so many years. Today, the one who dies will definitely be you. Grandfather's master continued. I think you should just kill yourself. The opportunity you've been waiting for all these years was given to you by an outsider. And celestial realm, huh? How shameless. The Snow City Lord went ballistic. You don't need to say things to provoke me. I won't give you a chance to stall for time. Neither the 5 generals nor Yang Jiu's guardians will make it in time tonight. The old Wang Yi calmly replied. What are they coming back for? Have you forgotten? The northern border has the most soldiers. I have 30-something thousand troops. Wouldn't wiping you out be easy? The snow god said. Unfortunately, that grandson of yours, in order to eliminate all the spies and give them a chance for a decisive strike, has already dispersed all the troops. 3 peak realm destroyers plus a pseudo-celestial realm expert, who can get the message out in front of us, Grandpa said. Alright, you're my good grandson. Even if you do something wrong, how could I, your grandpa, bear to criticize you? But it's been so many years since you've been up and about. You guys coming is perfect timing. The old prince stood up, stretching his bones, leaving Xue Cheng gaping. So you weren't really paralyzed in that wheelchair. The old prince yelled. Hey, you shameless old geezer, I'm probably screwed today. Want to lend a hand? The scar-faced guy sneered, pretending, I've already scouted your entire manor. There's no expert here. Even a celestial being couldn't escape my scouting, unless that #1 fighter in the world really is always in your backyard. Then a voice said, Scram! The scar-faced guy was utterly bewildered. How could anyone evade my scouting? Not even a celestial being should be able to. Xue Cheng said, Crafty old fox, you really were hiding your strength. Tell Scarface to go take a look. If it really is a top expert, try to stall him. The 3 of us together can take care of this old geezer in at most an incense stick's time. The scar-faced guy reassured. Relax. I feel like it's just someone good at hiding. I don't believe a celestial being could appear in the northern frontier anyway. The northern frontier doesn't have the conditions for it. The old prince reminded him. Remember the location of the kitchen? If you really meet the #1 fighter in the world, remember to eat your own blade. You don't have any good points left, so you gotta hold on to what little merits you have, which is to walk the talk. The Scarface guy was so enraged he was about to die, but he still pretended, Xue Cheng said. Heard you have one last blade before you die? Looks like after this time, even if you don't die, you won't be a threat anymore. The old prince replied. Not a threat? How do you know you can survive 1 blade from me to surround and kill me? Ha ha. Did you ever think that the consequence of surrounding and killing me is that you'll all be buried with me? Of course you thought about it, otherwise so many people wouldn't have come. If that's the case, then stay with me. Getting to take you scum with me at this age isn't a waste of this life. Xue Cheng gathered his ki and said, Then let's see, how did Yang Jiu find his way here? Yang Jiu replied, Once the chess piece is placed, how could there be no trace? If there's a clue to find, finding you isn't hard. You agree, Vice General Lin. The Vice General was scared shitless. The Vice General said, Sir, you can't let him go. I just scouted, and Shangguan Li didn't follow. I'm very curious how you'll stop a pseudo-celestial being. Summon the troops. No, I have arrangements at the city gate. Even if they can't stop him, they should give a warning. As far as I know, no one has left the city or shown signs of mobilizing soldiers. Yang Jiu replied. Then wouldn't that be great? And it's easy to make a stir. If we've already set up the game, we should use the smallest price to achieve our goal, the sir said. As long as it's for the victory of the chess game, a chess piece being eaten is nothing. Their sacrifices for the victory. It's just that I didn't expect you could even consider your grandfather a chess piece. Yang Jiu coldly said. This attempt to sow discord is too low level. I thought you were some kind of boss-level opponent. Seems you're just a big monster. A chess player being bound by emotions for chess pieces is truly tragic. Our rationality should be close to apathy. The sir was stunned. You're more dangerous than your father. The vice general went berserk and shouted, Sir, don't talk nonsense with him. He's arrogant enough to come here alone. Let's take him down. Even if he's strong, he's only a third rank. If he lives and Su Tianyang knows I'm a spy, then General Qilin will hunt me to the ends of the earth. The sir casually asked Yang Jiu, I have a question. If you catch me, what do you plan to do with me? Yang Jiu calmly replied. Take off your mask first, because I'm a little curious what you look like. Maybe you're a beautiful girl. Because I'm familiar with a beautiful girl, it's just that until now, I have never dared to play chess with her. The sir then said, Liu Yanger has arrived? Half a month ago Liu Yanger left Liu Zhao. In fact, it was to come here. It's just how is it possible that our plan is only for one night? How could you react so quickly? Yang Jiu replied. That's right. My initial plan tonight was just to clear out all of your spies in Hanbei Pass. It's just that I made the first move to send all 5 generals and old Liu out for you guys to ambush. But I also said that stirring up muddy waters would give me the opportunity to make the first move, precisely so you guys could make the second move. When you made your move, I could then counterattack and find a new target. You're pretty good at chess, but you underestimated me too much. The northern frontier is my territory. Now I'm even the commander-in-chief. Everyone in the northern frontier listens to my orders. How could I lose when I've never fought such a rich battle before? Yang Jiu, haha, indeed, a well-deserved reputation this time. I remember, Yang Jiu sneered. Don't pretend anymore. Someone like you definitely has a last resort to escape, right? I alone probably can't catch you. Or even if Xiao Ling'er was here, the two of us working together couldn't catch you. And today's target isn't Ghostface, sir. The vice general felt like he was invisible and said, No one has paid attention to him all this time, and he wants to act on his own, sir. Don't talk nonsense with him anymore. I will take him down. The Ghostface then said, Do you think that a person like that came to us alone? Would he come if he was not sure of winning? This is behind the enemy. All high-level martial forces have been sent out. The highest here is a person who is only a second rank. The lieutenant general said, At best, he's a rank 3, while I'm a rank 2 about to be discharged from the battlefield. What does he have to compare with me, sir? Rest assured, I'll definitely capture him. He swung his sword, but it was nothing compared to Yang Jiu. With one hand, Yang Jiu blocked the lieutenant general's head. How is this possible? Where did you get such strength? Yang Jiu said coldly, Devouring heaven art, righteous aura against the enemy, intent to kill a martial artist like me? What do you have to compare with me? Why, you thinking of running after suggesting breakfast together? Gi Mian then said, Yang Jiu, we will meet again, Yang Jiu replied. Gi Mian, you guys are also very interesting. Running all the way to the northern border just for this crushing sense of defeat. You should know the northern border is very cold. Don't come again next time. It's really too cold. My weak body really isn't suitable for it. Here, let's meet in the Central Plains next time. The lieutenant general, like yawning at a dumpling, shouted for help. Sir, save me, sir. I can't beat him alone. If we join forces, we definitely can, sir. Gi Mian ignored him, saying, Liu Yancher has arrived, he thought regretfully. This 4th realm-breaking figure of the Qing gang is also nearby. You've done very well in the northern border these past few years, but unfortunately, you're still foolish. Liu Yancher's close maid stepped forward. I don't think he's a high-level martial artist at all. The elders are nearby. Why didn't you hold him back? Yang Jiu said. You tie him up first. As for that one, if you're unwilling to give up, you can let that realm-breaking elder of your house try. I just don't like doing useless things. That's right, your young lady, she immediately said. Isn't she listening to your arrangements? You should know that Hao Emperor's weapons are all consumables. Don't think that your batch of scrap metal weapons can compare. My young lady was right, something's up. Liu Yangjie, there's no matter of Shangguan Li, Yang Jiu smiled lightly. This last reminds me of when we were in Yangzhou. It's only been less than 2 years, but it feels so distant. Only her attitude towards me hasn't changed. Yes, I know you're the son of Yang Yuan, the wealthy chief commander of the northern border, but so what? Anyway, in my eyes, you're just not worthy of our young lady. Don't worry. When have I ever let your young lady make a losing deal? Besides, in this world, I even dare to play my own father. But towards your young lady, I only dare to exchange sincerity for sincerity. On Yang Yuan's side, at this moment, that thing has been delivered to the northern border. Send the most trustworthy person to do it. Lord Yang, rest assured, No one knows that thing is in the person's hands, so no one will know it's been delivered to its owner in the northern border. Yang Yuan said. That thing probably won't be used many more times. How many weapons did Hao Emperor ultimately leave behind, do you think? If everyone is like this thing, I might as well go back and find my wife. The scarred man was stunned. Lord Yang has become much more open, even able to tell jokes now. You should know that if the young mistress really held enough weapons, the world would not now be experiencing chaos, and heaven and man would not be appearing. Yang Yuan smiled faintly. That's right, the northern border is lively now. Those masked clowns have also come. Back then, the Dongzhen family really caused me a lot of trouble. Not being able to resolve them completely and leaving them for my son is really... This father is at fault. You personally lead the brocade-clad guards to the Dong border, find their lairs. Those people are proud of nothing more than their assassination techniques and ambushes. You let them know who's the ancestor of these things. Yes, Yanggong. At this moment, Grandfather Master is surrounded by experts on the papaya tree, extremely domineering. They are very surprised, and are blankly unaware of what the legendary one-slash-massacre of the Grandfather Master will be like. The Mountain Lord then said, It's coming, the one-slash-massacre of the world. Shang Kui said. No wonder Gi Dao was called an old waste by him. In front of this slash, he really is an old waste. Old senior, are you still short of a grandson? Me too, Shui Cheng seized the opportunity, smiling gleefully. He finally forced you to use it. As long as you unleash this slash, I can die without regret. The Mountain Lord turned to ask Shang Kui, Hey, are you running away from the battle again at this time? He then replied, You're also smart. I thought you would foolishly stand in place. The person who made the move can be counted, but I didn't expect Beirong to play dirtier. They never thought of borrowing to kill the Zenbei King. Having fought with the Zenbei King for so many years, they naturally know how powerful the Zenbei King is now. Their coming this time is just to use a pseudo-celestial to exchange for the Zenbei King. The Mountain Lord was stunned. Exchange for the Zenbei King, using a pseudo-celestial, and also the former leader of the Snow God sect, number 2 in the world. The number 1 in the world of people using blades, the last slash of this life, even if it doesn't reach the celestial level, is fine. The most elite Snow God army of Beirong is fine too. If this slash still exists, no one will dare to act rashly. Shang Kui continued. Unleashing this slash, even if the Zhenbei King can continue to live, his aura will dissipate, and he probably won't have many days left, the Mountain Lord said. Such a character is also worthy of a pseudo-celestial dying together. At that moment, the silver-haired old man rushed like a nuclear missile straight towards Grandfather Master. Zhao Xiaoxian, I want to see if your blade can break this toughest shell. After reaching the celestial human stage, I don't care about getting punished, nor do I care about immortality. All I think about every day is how to block your one strike. Alright, I'm ready. Even if I die, let me see your enlightenment of certain death, the old lord suddenly smirked. Shu Cheng was extremely confused. The old lord sat down in his favorite wheelchair, nonchalantly picking his nose and saying, Enlightenment of certain death. I don't have one, grandson. I told you not to let me die. Frozen armor essence. Interesting. Maybe after taking my strike you really won't need to die, but too bad. Grandpa Master casually flicked a huge booger. Frozen armor essence is powerful, but I think this move will probably leave you paralyzed on the spot, unable to move, right? After all, such heavy defense. Shui Cheng went crazy and screamed, You! What else are you planning? Now that you've withdrawn your blade, it's my turn to kill you. Grandpa Master sat down calmly, 4 boogers flying hundreds of meters away, and said absent-mindedly, You know, I'm getting old, so there are a lot of things I have to tell the youngsters now. I'm responsible for checking for loopholes and patching up the gaps for them so they can walk a steadier path. Am I right, good granddaughter-in-law? Instantly, an aura lit up the entire sky, blinding everyone, and a man holding a spear appeared, looking incredibly cool. This is the Sunset Glow divine weapon, Hao Di. Your target is me, Liu Yanter said immediately. Young master, how many more surprises does the young master want to give this servant? Not only did you return the Sunset Glow to this servant, but you also made the northern border owe you a favor like this. My romance with the young master will definitely be epic and not short-lived. Everyone is looking at the celestial human divine weapon Hao Di, striking after and controlling others. Invincible Yang Jiu, Yang Jiu, you really make people infatuated. It really drives people crazy. Killing someone like you would be a wonderful thing. The mountain master turned to ask. You joined the ghost mask. He immediately made an angry owl sound, Shui Cheng said. Zhao Xiaoxian is dead, I can die, the frozen armor essence will protect me. The Hao Di spear immediately pointed straight at him. The mountain master was dumbfounded. This is the Hao Di divine weapon. The frozen armor essence can block 1,000 arrows fired at once, but can't block one spear. The rogue on the ghost mask side smirked. It truly is an invincible power, but it's a pity that the true meaning of Hao Di on the Sunset Glow will weaken with each use. If the Grand Elder was struck in the previous fight, he wouldn't have died, but he would have been seriously injured. But now, breaking through the frozen armor essence is already the limit. The spear then stabbed straight into the ground, causing him to twitch like jerky, Shui Cheng said. You scared me to death, So the sunset glow doesn't have much power left, Zhao Xiaoshan. You still lost a move, Grandpa Master replied. Lost a move? Lost which move? Blocking one spear means your strength is only 10% of what it was, right? He was terrified. What a coincidence, this old man watched movies for half a day and just finished resting and wants to move around. He said, It's really unfair of heaven. I thought your Zhao family was extinct, but I didn't expect you to have such a wise and demonic person. Based on what, after all, Zhao Xiaoxian, you've killed countless people. Based on what are you still being taken care of like this? The old lord replied, I don't understand this either. I've killed too many people in this life, and was also preparing for extinction, but heaven loves us, so there's no way, old kid, except your death. Immediately, Grandpa Master's green blade severed his arm. Yang Jiu was surprised, disappeared. He was just here, and he just disappeared on the spot, like that. Illusion technique, Grandpa Master said. Good grandson, don't be surprised, it's just their tricky skills. Ghost Mask isn't just about the strange masks, but their actions and martial arts are even stranger, Yang Jiu said seriously. So that means they're not bad opponents, just too greedy. If this round was really about killing me, then it's truly far-fetched, and in the end you can only rely on your good big brother. Liu Yanter flew down. It's just a pity we couldn't keep that Zhui Cheng Grandelder here. If we could solve this pseudo-celestial human, then the next battle would be easier, Yang Jiu replied. That's what you say, but I don't see Grandpa having any disappointment at all about letting him go. He already knew he couldn't keep him, Grandpa Master said. That damn Dai Feng only has this last Shu Cheng left. That thing also can't stand to watch that last one be blown away by me, so even if the Ghost Mask didn't make a move, I wouldn't want to die with that thing. Yang Jiu was stunned. Shui Cheng really exists. This is clearly a wuxia world, and now you're playing Shuangwan with me. If there really are ghosts and gods, then what's the use of my power and money? I might as well just cultivate immortality, Grandpa continued. Wuxia, Xiangxia, what even is that? That Shu Shen guy isn't actually that formidable. I just can't tell you too much right now. Just think about it. Where do you think our true ki, and that kid's ritual ki, came from? And what about the dragon Qi in Jingdu? Yang Jiu chuckled. Looks like this world is more interesting than I imagined, Grandpa said. So my good grandchild, you don't need to overthink it. Even a heavenly being or that old thick-skinned geezer can't stop 10,000 iron cavalry and their charge. If we're talking about being unrivaled in this world, then it's only my Zenbei army. Grandpa even dares to tell you this. If all the heavenly beings stood in front of my entire Zenbei army attacking, we could turn them to dust. That thick-skinned old geezer dares to claim he's the #1 under heaven. Bullshit. Grandpa is the true unrivaled under heaven. Hearing Grandpa say that, I understood, Qin Tian said. If you guys want to kill that old man outside, just go for it. I wouldn't say anything. I've even shown my support. But I don't understand why you keep trying to find me, the scarred guy immediately asked. You're the legendary Qin Tian, the #1 under heaven. So it's true, there really is a minor who became a heavenly being, but how is that possible? You're clearly also human, and you use the purest true Q, Qin Tian said. I've probably seen enough interesting sabers, and yours is way too boring. Plus, I don't like martial arts juniors who rely too much on the power of other spiritual energy that's just trying to run before you can walk. Honestly, I didn't want to beat you up this badly, but you just kept asking for it. Looks like this time you're probably not getting away. Someone will definitely come deal with you soon. I'm gonna crash first. When I'm free, I'll go check out your boss. If he's just as boring, then you guys should deal with him sooner rather than later. Gi Mianxiansheng said. Gidao still hasn't shown up by now. He's probably been held back by the Zhenbei King's manor. Shang Kui immediately replied, That's unlikely. If that senior could survive until now, then his escape skills aren't bad. Moreover, even though that old king didn't use his ultimate saber technique, just severing Grandmaster's arm must have consumed a significant amount of his true Kwai. As for the others, they fundamentally don't have the ability to hold back Yuan Dao, unless the Zhenbei King's manor is truly hiding masters we never considered. But Gi Dao is at the peak breakthrough realm. Even if he faced Zhao Tianyu, escaping shouldn't be an issue. Shansu spoke up. You haven't learned the sword control art, so your sensitivity to true Qi definitely isn't as sharp as mine. When I was at the Zhenbei King's manor, I sensed a true Q that even the old king's saber Q couldn't conceal. Gi Mianxiansheng said. Wait, are you saying the #1 under heaven is at the Zhenbei King's manor? But that's impossible. You haven't met the Tang, #1 under heaven, so you don't know just how powerful he is. If he really is at the Zhenbei King's manor, then this battle is completely meaningless. Shang Kui said, I don't think that's very realistic either. If he really were at the Zhenbei King's manor, then there would be no need for such schemes. As long as he made a move, we wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Shansu said. But I hope so. Though it has nothing to do with me. After all, this is your affair. I've already paid back the favor I owed your leader. If it weren't for my ultimate flying sword, then you fundamentally wouldn't have had the chance to save Grandmaster. That's why I repaid it, by giving up the sword that had been with me for many years. If that leader still thinks this doesn't count as repaying the favor, then next time I'll find him and pay him back with a sword strike. Shang Kui said, he really is an interesting person, claiming it's a broken sword, when he just picked up a steel sword from a blacksmith shop. Fair enough though. A normal steel sword used for over 10 years, just based on that, I think he's even stronger than the sword saint. Gi Mian Xiansheng replied. It's just a shame Gi Dao isn't here. If he were here, the three of us joining forces could probably find a way to eliminate him. Throwing back that steel sword also proves he intends to inherit the sword that truly belongs to him, the one most suitable for him. Guai Mian doesn't want to face a swordsman like that. The Grandmaster spoke up. We've failed this time, Gi Mian Xiansheng replied. This time, we lost quite a lot. Whether for Bo Rong or Gi Mian, it's the same, Shang Kui said. Exactly. That's why Shui Cheng lost face this time. The Grandmaster chuckled. Haha, isn't your sect's motto never to lose? Because none of the chess pieces in the whole game belong to you? If you win, you benefit. If you lose, you're just losing someone else's chess pieces. The king. News just arrived. The assassins failed. Grandmaster is severely wounded. Gi Mian is taking him back. The king immediately said, bring the Grandmaster back. As for Gi Mian's people, kill every single one of them. Since this cooperation failed, they're no longer of any value. They were originally enemies anyway. Plus, there are still many dangerous enemies. Jiang Jun replied, Your Highness is wise. I'll immediately go deal with these charlatans. I've put up with them long enough. It's just that regarding Zhao Tianyu, although he infiltrated alone, we still know his whereabouts. Do we need to? The prince said. No need. He's no longer part of this battle, and we couldn't catch him anyway. If we insist on killing him, who knows what price we'd have to pay. So just leave him be, the general said. Is your highness making excuses for himself? Everyone thinks you and the emperor are at odds. But who in this world knows that Bo Rong has the most united court? The prince was silent. With loyal troops, the Zhen Guoxian prince and court, mutual respect between ruler and subjects, harmonious tribes, talented generals like clouds, and united people. Why can't Bo Rong lead the Central Plains? The general replied, Bo Rong is destined. Your highness is the master of this prosperity. Bei Ming Lang, the head of the Wolf Cavalry, a martial artist at the Breaking Realm, said, All of you from Ghostface, come out. My prince specifically sent me to support you. Although you lost this time, you've worked hard. We definitely can't let anything happen to you. The head instructor then appeared. The head of the Wolf Cavalry rushed to support him. Head instructor, why is it just you? Where are the people from Ghostface? The head instructor said. They wanted me to pass on a message to the prince. They don't know what happened today, so they left ahead of time. Therefore, there are no irreconcilable grudges between them and Bo Rong, and they can still cooperate in the future. It seems the prince's prediction was completely correct. Letting these people go would be very troublesome. Although Ghostface failed this time, we could see their strength, with eyes and ears all over the world, so many peak-breaking realm martial artists, and a leader whose depth is unfathomable. At the Zhenbei Prince mansion, the old prince yawned. These people really don't respect the old and love the young. I'm already this old, and they're still forcing me to stay up all night with them. Granddaughter-in-law, it must have been a while since you've seen my good grandson. You two can talk slowly. Grandpa's gonna rest. Liu Yanhair saw the old prince off. The old prince replied, It's embarrassing to say, I'm an elder meeting my granddaughter-in-law for the first time, and I didn't even give a gift, and even let my granddaughter-in-law lose a priceless treasure. Liu Yanhair smiled lightly. Grandpa's words are making Yanhair uneasy. Yanhair believes that ancestral weapons are valuable when used like that. The old prince then took out a token. Take this as a gift for my granddaughter-in-law. It's your grandma's thing. After all, this token represents what your grandma accumulated bit by bit. Liu Yanhair was shocked. This is the token of the Northern Border Spring Chill Intelligence Organization. Grandpa, your meeting gift is too big. Yanhair doesn't dare to accept it. The old prince replied, Dong Han's coming is predictable, so we can prepare early. The most unpredictable thing about our northern border, which is sometimes cold and sometimes hot, is that we are not afraid of spring chill, but those who are used to seeing spring and flowers can't stand it. But the organization your grandma created according to her wishes should be handed over to the daughter-in-law. Even Yang Jiu's mother couldn't have this token. Liu Yanhair asked. Why not keep the intelligence and military power in the hands of the next Zhenbei prince? Yang Jiu then said, I also heard my mother say this, because back then, Grandma was naturally intelligent and was an unmatched woman. The purpose of building this organization at that time was only to monitor and prevent Grandpa from having affairs, but I didn't expect it to become so powerful later. The old prince replied, That's right, this is your grandma. You are the best women in the world, so to this extent was Spring Chill, but its existence is basically not to protect the northern border, but to hand it over to the female master of the northern border to monitor the next Zhenbei prince. A woman like the old princess really makes people admire and follow her example. But I'm sorry, maybe Grandpa knows my identity. I can't accept this. Grandpa probably knows my identity. I think he probably forgot. If I hand this over to me, what would that mean for the northern border? The old prince said these words. And then I asked my granddaughter-in-law. Now you probably know the situation in the northern border. Maybe this is not a help, but a burden. The old prince then handed the token to Liu Yanhair. This is the choice of the northern border. No matter in front of whom, the northern border will always only choose its own people. Got it, Grandpa. Imperial suspicion, discord in the court. So what does it have to do with this old man? Now that my children and grandchildren are blessed, it is indeed fortunate. Yang Jiu said. Grandpa is indeed a cunning old man, Liu Yan there then said. Indeed, if he is a little cunning like this, then I will be tied tightly to the northern border. The northern border is not considered isolated, without assistance. It's just that Grandpa is also very smart, because he knows very well that unless I am willing, no one can restrain me. Yang Jiu continued. I want to try using shackles to restrain Liu Yanhe. Anyway, I once said that I never want to be an enemy with Liu Yanhe. Liu Yanhe then approached. Oh. This servant is a little curious. How does the young master want to use shackles to restrain me? Yang Jiu smiled lightly and replied. One shackle is called sincerity. I have always had only one trick to deal with Liu Yanhe, and there is only one way like that. Liu Yanhe then embraced Yang Jiu. Then this servant can only return sincerity to the young master. Young master, this servant really misses you so much. At this time, Shangguan Li was secretly standing outside the door. On this side, someone finally noticed the hanging vice-general. Sir, get him down. What happened? Why'd they just leave him here? The vice-general thought to himself. I've followed Su Tianyang for 7 years. He trusts me more than anyone else. As long as he takes me to question them, that's my chance to escape. Suddenly, the white tiger general appeared, pressing a blade to his throat and asking, You gonna do it? Or should I help you? He immediately screamed. White tiger general. What do you mean by this? Yang Jiu is clearly assassinating loyal subjects, the killing general said hesitantly. White tiger? You should know my relationship with him. He's been following me, after all. Before the killing general could finish, his vice-general had already kicked the bucket. I guess you must have felt something was off with him today, right? White tiger did nothing wrong. In fact, White tiger, our big bro, has never done anything wrong to any of us brothers. It's good that you know. Meanwhile, Shangguan Li was seeing red. Remembering the scene of Yang Jiu giving the token to Yanter and the two of them being together, she was absolutely fuming. Shangguan Li snapped. What is it? Didn't you already know this day would come? He clearly gave you a magnificent wedding, so why are you getting greedier and greedier? Besides, you know perfectly well that you can never compare to Yancher in many things. Yang Jiu stood to the side, thinking, I always thought this girl would just scream if she had something on her mind. She was the one who put me most at ease. But now it seems, in places I didn't see, my little Lily has truly grown up. Yanker walked over. Young master, leave this matter to me. Since it's because of me, naturally I should be the one to calm things down. Shangguan Li turned her face. Oh, isn't this the concubine my husband keeps on the outside? Now you've come to pay your respects. You should at least bring a cup of tea. Yankura was instantly enraged, but still forced herself to hold back. What concubine? Miss Shangguan, long time no see. Still sharp-tongued I see, Yang Jiu thought to himself. Looks like Miss Yanfer isn't in the mood to play nice either. Or rather, as long as Yan's care shows up, this girl's fighting spirit can be instantly revived. Shangguan Li stepped forward and said, Our Yang family is a prominent household. We value etiquette and propriety highly. How should one act upon entering for the first time? Do I need to teach you? Yanser retorted sarcastically. Oh dear, I accidentally dropped my spring chill token. My bad, my bad. After all, this is a token the Prince of Zhenbei's estate gave to the granddaughter-in-law. But if I say it like that, wouldn't my status in the Prince of Zhenbei's estate be even higher? Shangguan Li's blood rushed to her head. What are you talking about? I don't know anything about that. I've never even seen this token. Yanter was also boiling with rage. No way. When the old prince bestowed this token, I clearly felt you secretly watching. If it wasn't you, then was it some jealous woman deep in the inner courtyard? Shangguan Li radiated murderous aura. What jealous woman are you talking about? Maybe you just have a guilty conscience. Undeserving of your status, you've got it all wrong. Yang Jiu hid to the side and sighed. Good thing I'm not in there. It really pays to use your head. Turning, he saw Bai Ling standing there watching, so Yang Jiu said, Even though I escaped an Asura battlefield this time, what's your deal coming here just to watch the show? Isn't that a bit disrespectful to your commander? Me, Bai Ling, with an innocent expression, replied. Young master, you're misunderstanding. You are the most respected person in my heart. Even the outdated Grand General can't compare. The Grand General suddenly sneezed. Why do I feel like someone's talking trash about me? Could it be that brat Yang Jiu again? Looks like I didn't hit him enough last time, Yang Jiu said. Outdated, Grand General. I'll forward that exact sentence to my uncle. Bai Ling immediately replied. All right, noted. But young master, you're so clueless. Tell me which young madam you like. I need to go butter up, right? Gotta show my loyalty. If you let me choose, I definitely support Madame Shangguan. And please, you absolutely must consider my opinion. Yang Jiu asked back. What, are you really a first-grade Phoenix General? A realm-breaking killer? Or did you make some kind of mistake? Could it be that I've really overthought this? And you're actually just a nosy little soldier girl? Old Liu. Don't be like this every time you come back. I'm afraid San Niang will misunderstand, Old Liu asked, half asleep. San Niang? Who's San Niang? That name sounds so familiar. Old Liu suddenly realized something was off. I haven't even heard my own name in half a year, and I've already forgotten it myself. Lao Liu stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. That I was just kidding with you, young master, but why did you come to the northern border yourself? Didn't I go with you like, what, 2 weeks ago? Why are you being such a try-hard? I'm not exactly a spring chicken anymore, you know, Tam Niang retorted. So, once every couple of weeks you having trouble getting it up. Lao Liu almost blew a gasket. Having trouble? Do you even know how far the northern border is from Wuzhou? It takes over 3 months by carriage. I used the young master's super fast boat and even cranked it up a notch. Even going non-stop day and night, it still takes 6 days round trip plus spending 2 days with you. I ain't bragging, but who else can pull that off besides me? Who needs compensation? I'm the best, okay? Tam Niang simpered. Alright, you're such a hard worker. Next time you come to Wuzhou, I'll definitely make it up to you. The older you get, the more competitive you become. Fine, you're the most amazing. Happy now, Bai Ling mumbled, dumbfounded. If I hadn't lived with you for so long, I wouldn't believe this is actually Bloodstained Yang, the #1 assassin in the world. But young master, he continued, can you clear up my confusion? Who's that guy next to him? Yang Jiu chuckled. Haven't you heard? The Martial Alliance leader is a new person now. And it's a woman. Bai Ling's eyes sparkled like stars. Bloodstained Yang and the Martial Alliance leader. I knew it. The best place for me is young master's mansion. This is my happy place. Yang Jiu inquired. So, auntie, did you come all this way just to visit Lao Liu? There really wasn't any need to trouble yourself. I have some capable fighters I can use now. Lao Liu can go back to Wuzhou with you and manage the forces there. Tam Niang responded. Even when I was young, I knew that, although we loved each other, he and I were fundamentally not on the same path. This is the best outcome for us and the best way for us to live together. Yang Jiu chuckled. I understand now. If you didn't come for Lao Liu, then it must be for the Sword Saint, Tam Niang replied pensively. I know senior brother has made a lot of mistakes. Even now, Shadow Master hasn't done anything for young master, but he's still my senior brother. Yang Jiu said. Those are pretty soft words, auntie. You could actually use the Martial Alliance to pressure me, because if I don't help them avenge their former leader, they'll have some complaints about me, right? Tam Niang replied. If young master needs it, I can take care of everyone in the Martial Alliance first. Who doesn't know young master's situation right now? How could I not know? Yang Jiu chuckled. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to say that you clearly could have used the Martial Alliance to pressure me, but now you've just become a mediator. I accept this favor because I know you well. In this chaotic world, I can't easily lose the Martial Alliance. Tam Niang said. Actually, there's no favor to speak of. Coming here puts young master in a tough spot. If it were before, I wouldn't have made a request like this, but I'm afraid there won't be a better opportunity. This is just how things are. What auntie said is right. There really isn't a better chance to kill the Sword Saint than now, so auntie can rest assured. I've already made arrangements. On the other side, the prince pleaded. Please send troops to help me kill the Sword Saint. As long as you can help me kill the Sword Saint, my life will belong to Prince Qin. If the prince wants me to die, I absolutely won't hesitate, Prince Qin replied. Rest assured, I already agreed to this matter with you. Moreover, everyone can see that this is a good opportunity to kill the Sword Saint. I've always kept my word and will definitely not let down your trust and loyalty to me. He knelt down. Thank you, Your Highness. This subordinate understands that the best option for Prince Qin is to sit back and watch the tigers fight. I will never forget this favor in my lifetime, Prince Qin said. I know very well that participating in this will do me more harm than good, Shangguan said. If the military power in my hands participates, it is likely to add fuel to the fire. If you already know the current situation so well, why are you still making this decision? If you princes really end up hurting each other in this battle, the most pleased will still be Yang Yuan and the Crown Prince. Prince Qin replied. I know these situations, Shangguan. There's no need for you to repeat them. It's just that Shangguan doesn't know that Shadow Master has broken through. I now have a fighting force in my hand, such a sharp point. Those who rely on medicine to achieve a breakthrough, on the battlefield, 5 of them can't stop a single strike from Red Saber. Shangguan said, I still have 4 breakthrough experts in my house, I just don't understand. Even if Shadow Master has breakthrough, he is only at the level as the experts in your house. Qin Wang then replied. Moreover, as long as he dedicates himself to assassinating the Sword Saint and rises to 4th place in the world, the previous disadvantage will turn into the greatest advantage, Shangguan pondered. If that's the case, then there are some things I need to carefully consider. Although I have no reason to stop Your Highness, I also hope that Your Highness knows moderation this time, and definitely doesn't harm the foundation for the sake of a martial artist. Qin Wang then replied, Of course, although I value him, it's not to that extent. At this time in the Yang residence, eunuch Cao said, Duke Yang really taught 2 excellent disciples. Now one is sitting on the throne, and the other is making waves outside. Even if someone else wins in the end, your position as the emperor's teacher is definitely secure. Yang Yuan. You learned it from a chimpanzee kindergarten. If you want to talk, then talk properly. If you're still acting weird like this, I'll throw you out. Fortunately, the madam isn't in the residence today, or else I would have already made a move. The eunuch then laughed loudly. Ha ha, Duke Yang. Rest assured, if I didn't know that the princess wasn't here, how would I dare to come? The Eastern Depot's eyes and ears are already outside. Once the princess shows any sign of returning home, they will come and inform us. Duke Yang then replied, that's for the best. If the madam really finds out, then the only ending will be you getting beaten by me, and me getting beaten by the madam. The eunuch chuckled. Alright, the entire capital knows about Duke Yang being afraid of his wife. You don't need to emphasize it to me repeatedly. This time, I've come just to know one thing, and that is, are you ultimately involved in the commotion stirring up outside, or should I ask, do you have any strategies for him? After all, the move he made was too ingenious. Yang Yuan replied, after knowing each other for so long, you still don't understand me at all, the eunuch said. It's not that I don't understand Duke Yang, but that your move is too brilliant. It is said that even the Tiantong Dao Ren needs to rely on the power of divine calculation to defeat you. Shouldn't ordinary people like us think even more carefully when facing you? Duke Yang said. Alright, your speculation isn't without reason. This time, that kid's move really caught even me off guard. Even I thought that the next stage would be a prolonged stalemate, with the princes and the Four Realms enemy states at most just spying on each other. His assassination of the Sword Saint is clearly just a simple move, yet it dragged everyone in. Even my originally arrogant son couldn't stay out of it. I've lost this game. Although it's just losing the game of Go in front of us, the fact that Qian Zihan doesn't have Duke Yang's guidance behind him makes me even more worried. He already has the qualifications of a hegemon, and now he can also plot like this. Duke Yang. A person like this cannot be kept. Duke Yang was surprised. Do as you wish. You should know clearly that I didn't leave the capital before because of the late emperor, and now there are even bigger shackles than the late emperor binding me to the capital. I'll ask one more question. Yang Jiu holds military power in the northern frontier. Does your Yang family want to remain under one person or take another step forward? There's no intention of forcing an answer. After all, we've been in contact for so many years. I just want to know what kind of person Duke Yang really is. Moreover, speaking behind closed doors, if Duke Yang really has that intention, I also feel that nothing is impossible. Yang Yuan then said, the madam is about to return, you should leave. The eunuch then stood up and chuckled. I guess it's not that Duke Yang doesn't want to give me an answer, but that Duke Yang also doesn't know what that son of yours is ultimately thinking, right? Yang Yuan said, if the madam discovers you, then don't blame me for not giving you any face. The eunuch hurriedly stepped out of the door. Alright, Duke Yang has already said so. What else can I do? Yang Yuan angrily smashed the teacup. What the hell? Get out, get out. It can be considered that things have come to this stage. Just now, we also received news that Sen Niang has returned from the northern frontier to Shan province. The Quan Shan Ming Martial Alliance, as well as Mu Rongjia and the Hai Zhaoqing gang, have all mobilized people. The sect leader chuckled. The magic of this game is that it not only doesn't make Yang Jiu our enemy, but it also pulls him into our camp. Before, the Prince of Yang was most proud of having a sword saint like this, but now he's become his biggest problem. The third-ranked person in the world said, you should know clearly that not only the sword saint, but even I am in this game. At that time in the capital, I didn't see through Yang Yuan's purpose. Now, thinking back on it, I've realized some of it. He turned everyone's fear of celestials into a wariness of them. Fear makes people stay away, but wariness breeds murderous intent. Moreover, in that battle he proved to everyone that celestials aren't unkillable. Yang Yuan didn't like celestials, even when he was young, and now he's taken that dislike to the extreme. The sect leader turned back and said, therefore, this junior also feels very guilty. Attacking the sword saint back then was like giving others a chance to attack me. No one can stand having a celestial beside me, he replied. It's alright, unless that kid comes, even if multiple celestials join forces. Although I can't beat them, escaping isn't a problem. With the senior's words, I can rest assured. If it's now for the sake of knowing the sword saint, then I don't need to hide anymore. Hong Dao took a city alone, I can do better than him. The sect leader then drew his sword and shouted, war! A face split into a triumphant grin. It begins. On Yu Wang's side, someone came to report, Your Highness, Qian Zihan is attacking alone. Yu Wang hurriedly asked, attacking the city alone. Does he think he's Hong Dao? The sword saint then said. Although he's not Hong Dao and has never learned invincible intent, he's better than Hong Dao at fighting many alone. Yu Wang said, I understand. A dignified martial artist who can break through realms, can slash celestials, and has the bearing of a hegemon, yet in the end he wants to bully ordinary soldiers. How ridiculous. The green-haired guy replied. I bet he doesn't want to kill soldiers at all, he mostly wants to force Master out. After all, isn't his stirring up trouble aimed at Master? Yu Wang replied, I know. Even if he's indeed stronger than Hong Dao, he's forgotten that Hong Dao had conditions on the battlefield back then. Attacking the city alone was because Qin Wang and I hadn't fully committed yet. Now he's attacking the gates, and I'm still letting him show off. Wu Yang Oi, Master must have prepared the sword formation, right? The sword saint smiled lightly and replied, Rest assured, disciple. This sword formation is deliberately prepared for him. I won't let you be inferior to anyone in martial arts. Immediately, the soldiers surrounded him. The sect leader said, I've underestimated the Sword Saint. For him to become a grandmaster, it seems he's not just relying on his own strength. Indeed, he has very high attainments in the sword dasio, but I've already come, and I've planned to attack the city alone. If I go back looking disheveled like this, I'll lose face big time. Yu Wang said, attacking the city alone. The idea isn't bad. Whether he succeeds or not, it can boost morale. And it can also force Master to take action. But being so hasty puts himself in a dilemma. The green-haired guy then said, Junior brother has always looked down on enemies as weak. Now is the time to reap the rewards. Now it seems Qian Zihan is just a musclehead. Yu Wang suddenly realized something. Wu Fu then shouted, not good. Quickly call the elite archers. Qian Zihan is almost here. The green-haired senior brother was dumbfounded. Elite? How is that possible? Outside we have Anne. The senior brother then thought, we thought he was attacking the city alone, so we withdrew all the ordinary soldiers. But he's using that to attract our attention. In reality, he's pushing in the elite. Ordinary soldiers. At this distance, someone came to report. A large number of infantry and cavalry have appeared on both sides of Tianyang Pass, and are now placing ladders outside the city walls. At this moment, he flew into the air, unleashing a godlike slash towards the green-haired youth. While Feng Gang is present, trying to win with individual strength on the battlefield is just foolish. The green-haired senior brother then said, a momentary lapse in judgment allowed you guys to seize an opportunity. Do you really think you've already won? Feng Gang said, winning is not quite the word. We're not arrogant to the point of thinking we can conquer your city with just a small force. Our goal is just to tie down your archers and trebuchets. Then you need to hold out until then and see. Afraid I can't hold out. As long as our troops rush to the city walls, then your archers will just be decorations. Breaking through the gates will only be a matter of time. Yu Wang then shouted, open the city gates. The Tai Chi Yang Jiu, to deal with the cavalry. Don't let them get close to the city walls. Call my personal guards here. Kill all the enemies on the city walls. Feng Gang was surprised. Opening the city gates at this moment, and still being able to make such a decision, it seems we've underestimated this. Yu Wang, the green-haired senior brother, then attacked. You're just a martial general, while I'm a disciple of the Sword Saint. If you dare to risk your life like this, you must have been prepared to stay here, right? He then replied, that's right, I am indeed a martial general. But I'm also a scholar. Heaven and earth have righteous qi. A man writes with Hakoran. The green-haired senior brother was stunned. You're from the Zuojia Academy, and you've grasped the Haoran intent of military strategy. You're a direct disciple of the great teacher. If he weren't a direct disciple, he wouldn't be able to grasp the Haoran intent. The third-ranked person in the world spoke up. You're right, only by tying down the Sword Saint on the battlefield can we be sure of killing him. The sect leader said, transmit the order, send a signal to Feng Gang to retreat. It's just a Yu Wang, there's no need to lose him. Today ends here. We'll wait until reinforcements from all sides arrive before the real decisive battle. Immediately, someone came to deliver the message, and Feng Gang left. The Sword Saint said, a disciple of the great teacher from Zuoxia, having someone like that beside Qian Zihan isn't a good thing. Just now, I should have taken action to keep him here. Wu Wang chuckled. Qian Zihan hasn't even shown his face yet. How could I be so naive as to let my master make a move? If this were just a battle between Qian Zihan and me, then leaving someone like that by his side would indeed be tough to deal with. But now Qian Zihan is too impatient, stirring up chaos across the land. In a war of this scale, what decisive impact could even Zhuoxia Academy's Grand Master personally joining the fray have? But my master is different. With the right opportunity, he could become the key to turning this war around, because he has the power to kill Qian Zihan. I see. The intel from the northern borders also suggests Qian Zihan is really impatient. He's already made his move before even arriving. Yang Jiu chuckled. Attacking a city solo, Qian Zihan is thinking too simply. I reckon no one else could replicate such a feat, except for you, of course. Hong Tao immediately replied. Attacking a city solo, my ass? I feel like you're just mocking me, kid. If it weren't for your dad back then, I wouldn't have even seen the city gates. The only reason I pulled off a legendary feat like that was mostly because I was Yang Gong's in-law. Yang Jiu said, you're being too humble. Who says attacking a city solo relies only on martial might? Your ability to assess the situation is incomparable, far beyond what any ordinary person could achieve. Though, speaking of which, Qian Zihan being so impatient isn't entirely incomprehensible. Of course, once everyone has arrived, that'll be the decisive battle. But that also means he risks being cornered by a celestial. Could his eagerness to fight be because of that celestial? Could there really be a way to kill a celestial? I saw that intel from the capital too. Yang Gong only succeeded because he had a perfect storm of advantages. Favorable timing, geographical edge, and human harmony. Otherwise, how could a celestial be so easy to deal with? Yang Jiu said. To be honest, I'm not entirely clear either. Anyway, no matter how you put it, Qian Zihan is a prince with a legitimate claim to the throne. What's more, with his ambition and capability, the other princes wouldn't want to see him aided by a celestial, so they'll come up with every possible way to deal with that celestial, and whether others have a method or not, I don't know. But that Prince Chu Wang probably does. After all, having a celestial puppet by your side certainly makes sense. So it looks like Prince Xin Wang will definitely side with Wu Wang this time. So, since you've chosen to side with Xian Zihan, shouldn't you warn him beforehand, Yang Jiu said. What's the point of warning him early? Besides, when did I ever say I'd side with him? Hong Tao replied. But you clearly, Yang Jiu said. We merely share a common goal for now, that's all. My cooperation with him is only for one thing, to kill the Sword Saint. As for whether the celestial behind him lives or dies, what does that have to do with me? And I don't know what that kid is plotting. His move to kill the Sword Saint is just a ploy to drag me into it. He's using a righteous battle to corner me, and I haven't even settled that score with him yet. Still, it's not a bad plan, Yang Jiu said. Actually, this time it's because I wanted Uncle to take a little trip, even though there's no one more suitable than you for Qian Zihan. Would your nephew-in-law really just pity you and send you off on such a long journey to fight a battle? Hong Tao immediately kicked him, sending blood spurting from his mouth because of his glib tongue. Cut it out with these tricks, kid. I was clearly done packing and ready to head to Yang Jiu, but you just had to keep me here. And you even had the nerve to move into my place. You pity me. Clearly I pity you, Yang Jiu chuckled. Uncle, I have my own troubles you wouldn't understand. Only your place is a true paradise. Otherwise, wherever my niece and I, the Qingbang's leader, go, they'll just tear the place down. Besides, you don't understand that your niece is not only good at fighting and causing trouble, but she's also an expert at fanning the flames. Even someone as rational as Yan Seer couldn't handle your niece's antics for more than a few sentences. Hong Tao immediately said, Get lost. You brought all these romantic troubles on yourself, and now you want my help. Plus, look at these two. How can I afford to offend them? One's my niece and I owe her way too much these past few years. The other has the Hao Di bloodline and has already wounded 2 celestials in just a few months. If you really want to show filial piety, then stay far away from me or let me go to Wu Prefecture. I honestly feel Wu Prefecture is much safer. Yang Jiu immediately said, Uncle, you're overthinking it. Haven't you seen I've been here for 3 days now without any trouble? Besides, no matter what, you're Zhao Li's uncle, and you're a highly respected god of war. Even if Yan Jiu temporarily loses her mind, she wouldn't run to your place and cause a ruckus. Hong Tao replied, Kid, why do you have to be like this? Fine, whatever. Just know, I won't help you with your niece. And you've been too focused on the Central Plains these past few days. Don't forget the northern borders are also in danger. Yang Jiu quickly replied, That's actually one of the reasons I didn't let you leave. What's your plan? Yang Jiu chuckled. My plan, even though I consider myself clever, others aren't fools. The simplest approach is to sow discord and cause internal strife. But right now the Northern Rong are a solid block. Uncle, do you know why that headmaster was severely injured but Regent Wang showed no reaction whatsoever? No. Hong Tao was immediately startled. Are you saying that Wu Xiao already knew this assassination attempt on the old lord would definitely fail? Yang Jiu said coolly. Of course. The sect leader of the Snow God sect controls the Snow God army to a certain extent. On the battlefield, Regent Prince knows best that even adding 3 celestial beings wouldn't compare to the Snow God army, Hong Dao said. So the sect leader is done for, but he has gained a more united Northern Rong. Yang Jiu replied. That's right, so there's no more room for cleverness next. The northern border is about to face not only glory, but also sacrifice. The northern border not only has enemies in front of them, but also a few masked guys, Yang Jiu responded. Regent Prince is a smart man. He knows the danger of Ghostface. If he continues to trust them, things will become simple. He's my father's enemy. Even though my father is in a tough spot right now, he's not completely without moves against Ghostface. Sigh, I just went to the northern border on business, and came back to find my home gone, Ghostface Sir said. It's just a building, it's not really a home, he then said. Let's not bully our own people anymore. Yang Yuan is getting angry. It's definitely not as simple as burning down a building. We haven't gotten any news. It seems the leader is hiding in the palace, Sir said. Does a leader who plays chess ever care about immediate gains and losses? They plan for the world, for benefits lasting 1,000 years. He then said, Wait until Yang Yuan beats you, until your bones are shattered, but your mouth is still the toughest. This is the Yao Kingdom. Being burned down in this place is equivalent to Yang Yuan riding on your head and beating you. Yang Yuan, that name, has been suppressed in Eastern Kingdom for too long. The leader then said, That's right, but it won't always be suppressed. He already lost 1 game in the capital battle. The masked man then said, Old man, are you not dead yet? I thought you had already run back to the imperial palace. Seeing Ghostface lose, you seem very happy, huh? How could I be? My heart is always with you, old man, Lu Yuan said. Then, when things in the Central Plains are over, he will come find you and give you a sword. He was equal to me before, but after taking that sword back, I can no longer beat him. Indeed, he is not easy to deal with. Then think of a way to prevent him from returning alive to Sword Mountain. The Central Plains are so lively, how could you guys be missing? Does that mean you don't plan to act? Do you know what kind of person can't be plotted against? A chess piece not on the chessboard. A smart move. The leader is always the leader. Even panic can be spoken into extraordinary transcendence. Switching to Extreme East City, this city is truly, even after so long, still has the same appearance. Although I don't like this city, It has the person I like the most, Dongjae. I miss her so much. This time, no matter what happens, I won't leave her again. Dongjae, do you miss me too? She must have been very lonely these past few years. The imperial palace issues a notice. The female emperor is choosing consorts. Suitable men from all over the country can participate. Everyone then became excited. Her Majesty the female emperor is choosing consorts. Let's go see my ass. How old are you? It is said that the female emperor likes young people, preferably like those from the Central Plains. The customs of Northern Rong have not changed for thousands of years. Your Majesty, the grain and corresponding military supplies have all been allocated, ensuring that the prince will be worry-free in the future. Royal uncle wants to fight a battle, and Northern Rong also wants to fight. How could I not fulfill them? The only thing I can do is to ensure logistical support for their success. Of course, everything is easy to say, but if they lose, they still have to live, right? Your Majesty's long-term vision is a blessing for Northern Rong, but this servant really doesn't know why Your Majesty is choosing consorts at this time. Clearly you and that northern border. The logic is very simple. Because that guy has entered Extreme East City, if I'm not wrong, he wants to take me away. The old prince's single blade slaughtered the world and couldn't be matched. That guy's been training for so long, he must have learned something. If that one has come personally, then do you think we should welcome him? That guy doesn't care what I think at all. He likes to act on his own, so I'll play with him too. What do you think his expression will be when he sees the notice for choosing consorts? He's good at everything, just a bit bossy. This time, I need to make him change this habit. The great general was gloating a bit. That cuckoo is playing me, huh? Her Northern Rong palace ain't worth a fart, and she's mobilizing 5,000 Imperial guards, plus 3,000 snow mavericks. Clearly, the guards that were here when I arrived have all been redeployed. Is that crazy woman really hiding someone in the palace this time? With that kind of security, unless he brings the blood-clad legion, he's absolutely not getting in on his own. Setting up such a tight security, does she actually want to see him or not? I'm the empress, so what? He can't just see me whenever he wants. Plus, with Yang Jiu not around, that guy's so predictable, it's just stealing chickens and dogs, burning down walls, then sneaking in during the chaos. Stealing chickens and dogs, burning down walls. Your Majesty must be joking, right? Is that really something a great general would do? Who knows? He's probably lighting fires and cursing me right now, and also suspecting that I'm hiding a man. Your Majesty is joking again. He is the great general. After all, how could he be so petty and be wary of me, right? Hiding a man, huh? Just you wait. I'll teach you a lesson. I'll use my true energy and burn this whole place down. Let's see if those Imperial guards will act. Then that will be my chance. I'll silently grab the sensor and run, haha. Everyone started shouting, "Water, water! The firewood room is on fire, someone come quick!" The general looked surprised. What's going on? I just started a little fire. Does the Northern Rong Palace have such high fire safety awareness? Your Majesty, the great general has gone through a lot to get here. Even if you don't want to go with him, shouldn't you at least meet him once? You even withdrew the defenses to let him in. He is the great general. How could he do something that thieves would do? Your Majesty, the firewood room just caught fire. Suspected arson. But the fire was put out right away. Fortunately, Your Majesty made arrangements beforehand, or else the bad guy would have gotten his way. The Empress said, "You handled it well. Tonight, have all the Imperial guards on high alert. Make sure no thief sneaks in during the chaos." Understood, Your Majesty. I will arrange it immediately. Wait, strictly investigate the eunuchs and palace maids too, in case someone is disguised. That's right. What did you say just now? Saying that he would not be able to. Your Majesty, even if he set the fire, isn't the disguise as a eunuch a bit exaggerated? No matter what, he still has the dignity of the great general. That's too insulting for our general. To think that the fourth strongest person in the world, the great general guarding the north, would have to disguise himself as a eunuch. That crazy woman, remember this. Stop right there. Who are you? Her Majesty ordered us to investigate all the eunuchs in the palace. Why haven't you gone to gather? This servant didn't hear the summons, so I haven't had time to go yet. The soldier cursed fiercely. You talk so rudely and so long-winded. How could you be a eunuch? Who are you really? All right, I'm not pretending anymore. Time to flip the table. I am your daddy. Your Majesty? Just now there was a report that a spy disguised as a eunuch was discovered in the West Palace, but that spy's skills are too amazing we couldn't catch him. Please punish us. It's all right, just a petty thief. Just strengthen the defenses. The girl was very surprised. The general really disguised himself as a eunuch. How did Your Majesty know beforehand? Because that guy likes to bully himself the most, thinking he has come up with many brilliant ideas, but all the methods he thinks of, I can also think of. This great general is indeed a bit unconventional, I think. Your Majesty shouldn't make things difficult for him. He can even set fires and disguise himself as a eunuch. I feel that this great general can do even more stupid things than things that others can't imagine, the Empress said. You still underestimate him too much. In fact, what he is most confident in is his power. Although the two things just now failed, these are not his fortes. He probably mocked old fox Yang Yuan and then did something even stupider himself. Even stupider things. It won't come to that, will it, Your Majesty? Why would I, your daddy, learn from old fox Yang Yuan, who always liked schemes and tricks, and ended up being eaten clean by my little sister? Moreover, I have always relied on strength. When I catch that crazy woman, I will let her know that the husband is the guiding principle for the wife. I'll fly down there, fly directly above the palace from here, and then rely on my lightness skill to land in her bedroom, perfectly avoiding all the imperial guards, and snatch that crazy woman away. This plan is indeed wonderful. Are you saying that he will make a kite and use the wind to fly here? But isn't it very difficult? What if the kite breaks? What if it can't hold up? What if I got spotted halfway? Would they shoot 100 arrows at once? You're overthinking it. He needs wind to fly from high to low, but he forgot it's past the windy season in Beirong, so what's he gonna do, crash and burn? Maybe he'll try to keep flying. He's pretty confident in his stamina after all. If there's no strong wind, he'll only make it to the palace walls at best. No way, right? He's a great general. What could possibly happen to him? Well, it's not impossible. I bet the Empress will blame the heavens for not helping him, since he thinks his plan is absolutely perfect. Why isn't there any wind? Even the heavens aren't helping me. I've tried everything. Is there really no way to sneak in? It's one thing on the battlefield, but if I hurt her people because of some crazy woman, the consequences will be huge. No way. Right, I was just joking. It's Zhenbei Manor. She wouldn't actually use this method, would she? If Yang Yuan finds out, how can I ever make fun of him for being afraid of his wife again? Could I really become her empress? But I'm already here, and I'm getting old. If I don't seize this chance, I'll be single forever. No, I can't think like that. I'm the great general of Zhen. Bei, what kind of example would I be setting for my troops if people found out? Besides, if I actually did it, who would make fun of Yang Yuan for being afraid of his wife anymore? That's right. Even if I have to be single forever, I won't participate in this selection. That's right. This is a man's conviction. Everyone participating in the selection, give your birth dates and info to Lord Wang. No cutting in line. Keep it orderly. What's your name? I'm Erguzi. Next. My name is Zhao Tianyu. Isn't that the same name as the great general of Zhenbei? What bad luck. Oh well, I had this name before he became a general. Alright, why are you even here if you're disguised like this? Her Majesty is known as the most beautiful woman in Beirong. Your looks and age don't match at all. That's bull. She's clearly the same age as me, it's just that she eats extreme northern snow velvet so her appearance doesn't change. You gotta know that snow velvet, that's me. The guy with the hat says. What's wrong with you? Why do I feel like you're disrespecting Her Majesty? The general laughs. Misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. I've been eating too much meat these days. I'm the most respectful person towards Her Majesty. The guy with the hat judges confidently. Your physique is good, like a real Beirong man. Go in. And don't be so agitated in the future. No one likes that about you. Yes, I'll definitely reflect on my behavior. Here's the selection list. That's more like it. Go see the Empress. In that case, let's have the first round be a martial arts competition. We've been holding back for so long we should let him vent. Her Majesty still dotes on the great general. Not to mention these candidates. How many people in the world can beat the great general in martial prowess? He might just go wild when he hears about the competition and demand that everyone come at him at once. But a brute also has his advantages. No matter how difficult my problem is, he can solve it. Is Her Majesty talking about the extreme northern snow velvet? That's a legendary thing. Royal blood plus snow velvet means unchanging beauty, but no one has gotten it for hundreds of years. Only the great general managed to get it for her. If he didn't have this one advantage, why would I like him? He's not handsome at all. Is that crazy woman talking bad about me again? Just you wait, don't let me catch you. Her Majesty has decreed that the first round of the selection will be a martial arts competition. Since ancient times, royal relatives have always looked at martial prowess when seeking a bride, as this can help Her Majesty. If we're talking about that, I'm not sleepy anymore. How about you all come at me at once? I don't like one-on-ones. I prefer taking on multiple opponents. Where did this little punk come from? He really doesn't know his place. This is the son of the Imperial Guard commander, born with a 9th grade foundation and already a 3rd grade at less than 20 years old. You said you'd take on multiple opponents, General. I don't like looking up at you. If you want to talk to me, squat down. Of course, you can choose to squat down yourself, or I can help you. Did your old man get scared? Stupid? You want me to squat down to talk to you? You wish. The general says in a rough countryside manner. I said, you squat down and talk to me. Old man, let go of me already, everyone exclaimed in shock. Is that Wan Rendi? Even searching all over Beirong. Only a few top generals could do this. You must be at least a tier 3 martial artist then. I told you all to come at me together? What are you waiting for? I'll beat you all half to death so you can't participate in any poetry or literature competitions later. The Wang Ye is only 3 days away from Hanbo Pass. Ever since we switched the vanguard to the Lang cavalry, the Zhenbei army has been much more cooperative. We've come this far, and the Dacian nation must be in chaos by now. What's standing before my Beirong are just those 30-odd thousand Zhenbei troops. The Wang Yi is about to start the war. The generals are all waiting for your orders. Let's make them behave this time. Gather the Hanfu army, and then send me the Shui Chen army. Doesn't Yang Jiu like to be surprised? Then I'll give him a surprise. Isn't the Shu Chen army our trump card? They are such elites. Shouldn't we save them for last? True elites have never been treasures. There have never been treasures on the battlefield. Before, I had to consult with the head instructor before using them. but now he's gone back to heal. Understood. I'll give that Zhenbei army a surprise. I heard Jidong City has been quite lively these past few days. Zhao Tianyu doesn't even need face anymore. His Majesty has been indulging him quite a bit these days. His temper as a great general must have been worn down to almost nothing. Whether it's national affairs or personal matters, His Majesty never lets me worry. He handles everything so well. Yang Jiu then said, the generals have been back for many days. We still have time to hold a victory celebration for everyone. Qinglong thought, that's not necessary. Being able to defeat their vanguard, the greatest credit still goes to the chief commander's arrangements. I heard this game isn't just on the battlefield but also a probing engagement between assassins on both sides. Feng Huang, I know that Bei Rong wanted to take advantage of our empty rear to attack the old Wang Ye. Thanks to the chief commander's brilliant planning, not only was the old Wang Ye protected, but he also used a counterplot to heavily injure their Shu Chen head instructor. Qinglong, I finally understand why the great general and the old Wang Yi insisted on you being the chief commander at this time. In this situation, none of us could have done better than you. Yang Jiu casually said, isn't our General Qinglong supposed to be arrogant? Now you're praising me so directly that I'm not used to it. What's arrogance? Qinglong, I know that arrogance leads to failure. I am confident, but not conceited. My arrogance towards Yang Jiu is, never mind, that's not important. Just take it as me praising you. Speaking of which, why are you still wearing that mask? What's the point? Do you think anyone here doesn't know who you are? I don't know what the chief commander means. Wearing a mask has always been a habit of mine. It's definitely not intentional. Actually, Yang Jiu, I'm very curious about who is under General Bai Hu's mask. If the chief commander orders it, then this humble general is willing to take it off. Yang Jiu then said, no, this isn't some kind of military order, just curiosity. Alright, let's end the chit-chat and get down to business. I think you've all received the report. Bei Rong is at most 3 days away from us. Chief commander, there's still one matter that hasn't been resolved. My subordinate Lin Ming is an enemy spy. I failed to detect it in time. Please punish me. So General Shilin already knew. I didn't kill him immediately, but tied him to the city wall. Do you know why? Yan Dang gave Qilin me a chance to make up for it, waiting for me to personally kill him. You should thank Bai Hu. If he hadn't taken action for you, were you still planning to bring him before me? If that were the case, do you know what the outcome would have been? Shilin stammered, unable to speak. If you don't know, then let me tell you. If I hadn't been here, their plan to assassinate the old Wang Yi would have succeeded. Moreover, how many years has he been following you? How much intelligence has he leaked? Causing losses to the Zhenbei army, do you really not know? Immediately, Qilin knelt down. This subordinate knows his mistake. Please punish me, Chief Commander. It's good that you admit your guilt. Su Tianyang harbored an internal spy in the French army should be dismissed from his post for questioning, but considering that the great battle is imminent, he is allowed to atone for his sins, but the death penalty can be waived, but the living penalty cannot be forgiven. Drag him out and beat him with 100 strokes. Furthermore, he is no longer the chief general of Qilin. With such blind eyes, he is not qualified to lead the elite team of my Zhenbei army. Demote to deputy general. Endure it, Qinglong then said. Isn't the chief commander's punishment too severe? Even though Su Tianyang screwed up, a big battle is coming. Please, Commander, go easy on the punishment, Qinglong, save your breath. If I've already removed him from his position, that proves I've had someone else in mind for a while. Qinglong, I've been in the Zhenbei army for years, and I don't think anyone is more suitable to be the commander of the Qilin battalion than Su Tianyang. Commander, a big battle is coming. What do you actually want to do? Did I say the new commander had to be chosen from within the Zhenbei army? General Qinglong is being insubordinate. Drag him out and give him 30 lashes. Let him remember, and let him know who the commander of the Zhenbei army is now. This general doesn't accept it. A big battle is coming, and I'm sure the commander knows the importance of the Qilin battalion, and also knows Su Tianyang's abilities. Well, other punishments are fine, but you absolutely can't replace him as the commander. Yang Jiu then said, you don't accept it? Okay, today I'll make you accept it. You say no one can replace him as commander. Then I'll let you see. Come out, Hong Tao. Greet the commander. Greet all the generals. The god of spears. Hong Tao. Why do you want him to lead the Qilin battalion? No need to introduce his battle records and abilities, right? I feel like you probably know them even better than I do, so you tell me. Can he handle the position of Qilin battalion commander? This general knows he was wrong. Please punish me, commander. Relay my order. Appoint Hong Tao as the commander of the Qilin battalion. Su Tianyang becomes the deputy commander and receives 100 strokes. General Qinglong was being unruly and insubordinate. Receives 30 strokes. Understood. See you off, commander. We're about to go to war, and I heard you were beating up the Qilin and Qinglong in the military camp. This morale was hard to build up, and you're about to destroy it all. Xiao Li said. So should I release them to show my attitude? It's not that bad. I also know this is in the military camp, a place where military rules and laws can't be taken lightly, but we should still give them a light punishment because the Great War is coming. It seems like my Xiao Li is getting smarter. You're right, managing an army is no different than controlling wild beasts. Military rules and laws are the shackles that don't allow anyone to challenge. Next, I want to become the true commander of the Zhenbei army. Haven't you been the commander of the Zhenbei army for a long time now? The 5 generals have all acknowledged you, and the entire army knows it too. Otherwise, they wouldn't have listened to your orders when the Beirong team attacked last time. Didn't I just say that managing an army is no different than controlling wild beasts? The commander of the Zhenbei army can't be appointed with just anyone's casual word. The soldiers have to acknowledge him. The consecutive victories in battle have indeed gained the respect of many people, but respect isn't enough. I, as the commander, am not just their figurehead. What I need is absolute fear and authority. If you say it like that, I understand now, Xiao Li. So this time, even Qing Long got a beating. Is it to show your authority to the entire Zhenbei army? It's just like that. It feels a bit much. No matter what, we know what kind of people the 5 generals are. Liu Yanxer suddenly appeared and said, if it was just that, of course, it's a bit too much. This time, Gongzi wants the Qilin to be willing to take the beating. Xiao Li then said, what do you mean by that? Are you starting to play with words again? Moreover, can't you see that the mistress and the master are talking? Is there even a place for you, an outside concubine, to butt in? Shangguan Li, you should be grateful for your talent. If you didn't have such high martial arts skills, I really wouldn't dare imagine what your ending would be like right now. Xiao Li then said coquettishly, Big brother, look at her. She's bullying me. It's clear that Big brother is already very busy, but she still keeps causing trouble. I'm not like that. I'll only feel sorry for Big brother. Yang Jiu then asked suspiciously, does Xiao Li have a fever? Or has she been touched by something dirty? Quickly, call Xinshaoxia here. Quickly, check on her. What kind of attitude is that? Is it easy for me, Xiao Li, to act cute with you? Acting cute? Ugh, that's so cringe. Who taught you? Wait, it wasn't her, right? Yanxer said. That's right. These past few days, she and that girl named Bai Ling have been spending quite a lot of time together. Xiao Li, you should play less with Bai Ling in the future. That girl isn't a good person. Xiao Li said, Bai has pretty good martial arts skills, and you're also very good. I feel like she's more interesting than Liu Yanter. You'll know she's definitely not a good person later. These past few days, I see you're free, so go help your uncle. You also need to get acquainted with the military camp. The military camp? I can go to the military camp, I knew it. If the Phoenix General, a woman, can do it, there's no reason I can't do it. I'll let you know later that what I can help Yang Jiu with isn't just martial arts. Yan Kair then said, Gongzi has at least found some work for her to do. These past few days she's been pestering this servant, giving me a headache. Hey, Yang Jiu, I see you're also happy about it. Come to think of it, being with Xiao Li is the only way to see that Yanher is still a young lady, not even 20 years old. Truth be told, it's refreshing to be around her, undeniably full of youthful energy. No need to second-guess her thoughts, no need to hide my own feelings. Plus, she handily solves quite a few of my problems. All that pent-up frustration, she's probably vented it all out these past few days, raising hell. Seeing you guys making a ruckus, Yang Jiu here is also delighted. If you're truly happy, Gongzi, why have you been sneaking out these past few days? Yang Jiu chuckled mysteriously, then changed the subject, saying, war's brewing soon, the Central Plains are fighting each other too. What are your plans, Yang Jiu dear? Yang Kair said. Does this mean Gongkazi is kicking me to the curb? Yang Jiu replied. Yang Kair, I think the kind of relationship you want isn't about being together all the time, is it? Of course. If you want that kind of relationship, I can give it to you. After all, I am a man. If you're tired, I can shield you from the wind and rain. Yanher said, Gongzi knows me well. Our relationship isn't just about being together all the time. We have a long road ahead, but I can't help but want to see Gongzi more. I loved it most when we were in Yang Jiu, when Gongzi was a hidden dragon and I was just a courtesan who belonged only to Gongzi. In just under 2 years, Yan Ferrer has stirred up great chaos in the world, successfully plotted the assassination of a king, and now I hold military power in the Northern Territory, guarding the frontier, with arrangements across the 9 provinces. This is the romance between Gongzi and me. So much has happened in less than 2 years. I can't imagine where we'll be in a few years, or rather, we already can't be together every day for many reasons. If it's a few years later, Yang Jiu smiled faintly. Yanser, you're well versed in history. You must know that history books basically don't have stories of successful national restoration, and even if they do, they're just short-lived dynasties. Yanher smiled and replied, I thought Gongzi would play dumb and not make this clear. Looks like I was being too eccentric. Yang Jiu said sternly, I said sincerity for sincerity, so from now on, there will be no probing between you and me. Yanher replied, now that Gongzi has said that, I know that national restoration is just an obsession, going against the will of heaven. Moreover, Yanggong is still in that position. We have irreconcilable conflicts in this matter. Therefore, I have no reason to ask Gongzi to do anything for me. In the near future, we might even be forced to stand on opposite sides. Although we have the saying, a match made in heaven, to describe us, without intertwined fates we are 2 parallel lines. So Gongzi knew all along. Does someone like Gongzi also believe in fate? Yang Jiu quickly replied, no, I don't believe it at all. I just felt you were worried about it. What I said just now wasn't to cut off our relationship, but to tell you, if fate won't intertwine, then I'll change fate. If no one in history has ever succeeded in national restoration, then I will help you defy heaven. That's great, because I never like doing simple things anyway. Yan Sher was moved by these words. Qi Gongzi? Yang Jiu smiled and replied, I do these things not for anything else, not for the common people or the Hao Emperor from hundreds of years ago, but only for you. Only because Liu Yan Sher is my woman. This is my promise to you. Yan Fer immediately snuggled into Yang Jiu's arms. Gongzi is so cunning. You clearly said sincerity for sincerity, yet you use this method to move me. Yang Jiu smiled faintly. How can this not be considered sincerity? If I have to spell it out, then this is just a little trick for us lovebirds to live together. Yan Ferrer, you must remember, if your wish is to restore the nation, then I will definitely make it happen for you. But my most important promise today isn't this sentence, but that if one day you truly feel tired, or encounter some fatal danger, the first thing you shouldn't think about is being strong and overcoming it on your own. Instead, think about how to come back to my side. You are indeed the Qing gang leader, respected by everyone, and also a descendant of the Hao Emperor, whom even the gods must revere. In the future, you might even be a female emperor of a country. But before all of that, you must remember, you are my wife, and I am your man. Remember that. Even if I forget my own name, I can never forget every word that Gongzi told me today. General Qing Long said, You don't need to think too much. Just atone for your sins properly, and you'll be reinstated as commander very soon. There's no other way this time. He also has to explain to the generals and soldiers, you and I both know that the only thing untouchable in the military camp is the military code. General Qi Lin said, There won't be another chance. You'll never know how much hardship a soldier from a humble background has to endure to get to this point. I'm the same as you guys. When you face difficulties, you have families to help you. When I fail, it's eternal damnation. General Qing Long then said, The vice general who followed you for so many years was a spy, and you had all your military power taken away. I know it's a huge blow to you, but you are Su Tianyang, you are the renowned General Qi Lin, and you have a chance to atone for your sins. General Qi Lin replied, Atonement? A great battle is coming. You beat me up like this, and then send Hong Tao to replace my position, to become my superior. Tell me, how much credit can I get under this god of war? If we fight a few more battles, Hong Tao will sit firmly in front of the main general of the Qilin battalion, and I will forever be a vice general. General Qing Long hesitated and replied, But then, General Qilin had already been carried back to the military camp. The head spy mused. With the big battle approaching, Yang Jiu is making a quick buck, revealing openings. He wants to establish authority. This flogging could be done on anyone, but absolutely not on Su Tianyang, the spy replied. This is the ultimate plan that Lord Lin Ming spoke of. The Lord chose to stay by Su Tianyang's side. He anticipated today's scene. If he hadn't died, he would have seen the Zhenbei army defeated. Now that he is dead, he can also cause Su Tianyang to be doomed for eternity. The head spy responded, That's right, Lord Lin Ming is the most outstanding spy. It's just a pity that he was still outsmarted by that cunning fox, Yang Jiu. But even in death, he has left us with an opportunity to throw the Zhenbei army into chaos. Kui Lin general dreamt, Lin Ming, help me. Lin suddenly woke up, reaching for water, only to fall out of bed. The head spy quickly helped him up. General Su, you shouldn't be called Qilin General anymore. You clearly have distinguished merits. If Yang Jiu weren't here, I think you would have a very high chance of becoming the commander-in-chief of the Zhenbei army, but some people won't accept you. Qilin General turned to ask, Who are you? I don't think I've ever seen you in the Qilin battalion before. He replied, I'm just an insignificant character, only it happened that I could help a big shot like Qilin General. Moreover, I also can't stand that despicable little man, Yang Jiu. Although he's fought well a few times, it doesn't change his soft-hearted nature. He wants to establish authority by killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, but he doesn't dare to touch the generals from powerful clans like Bai Hu and Qing Long, only daring to be merciless to cold-blooded generals like you. Instantly, Qilin knocked over the glass of water he had just poured. I get it. You're like Lin Ming, a Bonrong spy. You're really bold. Qilin General then pointed his sword at him. Lin Ming, perhaps you don't know, but Lin Ming is indeed our spy from Beirong. However, he has never betrayed you. No matter how much the prince tried to force him, even threatening his family, he never betrayed you, because he values friendship extremely. Hearing this, Qilin General threw down his sword and cried like a child. I don't know what you think, but spies are also people. Their hearts aren't made of stone. After more than 10 years of helping each other, how can he act like nothing happened? Qilin General said. Lin Ming and I have been together day and night for more than 10 years. He is indeed my best brother, and the person I trust the most. The head spy smiled lightly and said, That's why I have to tell the general that Lin Ming has never sold any information about the assassination of the old prince, only that he was caught by Yang Jiu at the right time, and Yang Jiu also needed such a person to punish the general, so as to achieve his goal of establishing authority. Qilin General, easily convinced, clenched his fist in anger. Yang Jiu, he's adding fuel to the fire, provoking me. Continuing, moreover, as far as I know, the position of commander-in-chief of the northern border should have belonged to the general. I think Yang Jiu is also wary of your abilities, so he did this. This is just his power play. I'm an outsider. I can't say anything, but Lin Ming's personality makes me admire him. He clearly didn't do anything wrong, but he suffered misfortune. Qilin General asked, Tell me, What do you actually need me to do? If you are a spy, then you wouldn't come to me for no reason. I just want to help the general get out of this difficult situation. The person who created all of this is Yang Jiu. As long as Yang Jiu dies, he can not only avenge Lin Ming, but also make the Xianbei army like a dragon without a head, who is suitable for the position of commander-in-chief. I think I don't need to say more, Qilin General said. You want to harm me? If Yang Jiu dies at this time, his subordinates can find out who did it in an instant. Your Bo-Rong's plan is really good. How could I harm the general? Moreover, I'm not an idiot. How can this trouble the general? You just need to provide Yang Jiu's residence and his itinerary, and we'll take care of the assassination. Qilin General said, Leave it to you. What are you talking about? Do you know how many experts are around him? Now you are at most at the 3rd rank. One Shui Ranjiang can solve all of you, he said. It seems that everyone has blocked your sources of information. I think you don't know. A big thing happened in the Central Plains. Many of Yang Jiu's experts have gone to deal with the Sword Saints, so now he really doesn't have many experts to use. As long as we find a suitable opportunity, killing him shouldn't be a problem, Qilin General said. If that's the case, then I can help. But you must remember, no matter what happens, I will not show my face. That's for sure. Then you go back. I will sort out this information and give it to you. But you must remember, I killed Yang Jiu not for power or profit, but for my brothers who have followed me for more than 10 years. The head spy said. The general has always valued love and righteousness. Lin Ming has told us this a long time ago. We are also willing to take risks because we admire the general's way of life. This Qilin General is too cautious, boss. Even if Yang Jiu's experts are not here, isn't it a bit risky for us to kill Yang Jiu? The leader replied. When did I say I wanted to kill Yang Jiu? Are you stupid? Last time we had so many experts and still failed. With just a few of us, we're not even enough for him to pick his teeth with. The scout asked again. Not kill him, but you just said. The Qilin leader interrupted. The purpose of this operation isn't really about Yang Jiu, but about the Qilin right in front of us. Yang Jiu has no reason to give Qilin the death penalty. Then we'll give him one. Qilin is a rare talent. He's another Zhao Tianyu for our northern Rong. If he dies now, not only can we eliminate a hidden danger, but we can also damage the morale of the Xianbei army. I understand now. It's just that there's clearly irreconcilable conflict between Yang Jiu and Qilin. Why don't we do more to make that conflict explode completely? Maybe then we can actually kill both Yang Jiu and Qilin, the leader said. Do you know why the last assassination failed? Do you know why they all died, but we're still alive? He laughed. Do I even need to say it? Of course it's because of your brilliant leadership, otherwise we would have been wiped out by Yang Jiu in that round. This is Han Zheng. The leader probed, he said. Though I'm not as good as the spy Ru Linming, nor as good as the mastermind Gi Mian Shen Ji Miaosuan, I understand one eternal truth. Don't be greedy. Do one thing at a time. The subordinate said. Old man, you're brilliant, Han Zheng replied. It's nothing. Package up all the intelligence and evidence of cooperation that Qilin sent over, and deliver it to Yang Jiu for me. Remember, find an outsider to deliver it. Don't let our own people show their faces. Yang Jiu will take care of everything for us later. At this moment, Yang Jiu looked surprised. Looks like our Green Dragon General is skilled in martial arts, taking 30 lashes without a problem, huh? Immediately, Qinglong was overjoyed. Although we are generals, leading elites, we have also been beaten a lot by the great general. What's 30 lashes? Besides, I came here early this time because I have something else I want to talk to you about. Yang Jiu. If you came early, you either want to discuss routine arrangements, or it's about Qilin, or no, Yang Jiu. I should now call him General Su. Qinglong has 2 things to say this time. Or maybe it can be said that there is one thing. I want to ask you to reinstate Qilin, and as for Shang Shen, you can arrange for him to come to my Qinglong camp. I can let him be the deputy general. Yang Jiu, I thought you were coming to kick him while he's down. I didn't expect you, Qinglong, to be so righteous that you could give up your position as the main general of the Qinglong camp. Don't you want to go to the battlefield the most? The battlefield is indeed my wish, Qinglong, but I hope the Xianbei army wins even more, and I hope the soldiers and generals are in harmony, so can you finally agree with me, Qinglong? Yang Jiu then asked, Is this your first day as a soldier? Are there no rules in the Xianbei army? Is this a place for you to talk about righteousness? If you can't get him reinstated, then I suggest you don't let him go to war again, take away all his military power, don't even let him be a deputy general, wait until after this incident to think about it. Is this the second thing you wanted to talk about? Wait, Yang Jiu, I feel like these 2 things seem a bit contradictory. Qilin is arrogant, and this incident has hit him too hard. I, Qinglong, believe in Qilin's character, but I have never seen him like this before, so I think there are only 2 solutions. Yang Jiu, you said 1 point wrong just now. I, Qinglong, have never doubted Qilin, but I need to make an objective judgment not based on the feelings between him and me, so that I can do what is most beneficial to the Xianbei army. It is best that the Xianbei army does not lose a general like Su Tianyang, of course. If he is sent to the battlefield with emotions, then don't go, otherwise it will be easier to fail. Yang Jiu then said, Well said, an objective judgment. I, Yang Jiu, don't understand. How is it that the Northern Rong is so powerful on the battlefield and has 5 generals like this, and the Xianbei army is such a mighty army? Why are they delaying and refusing to attack? Qinglong then said, You are wrong again, Yang Jiu. It is not that the Northern Rong is delaying the attack, but that only the Zhenbei army can block the Northern Rong. So what are your plans, Yang Jiu? Yang Jiu. I understand what you mean. A soldier then brought some information. This was delivered to me by a spy. You can take a look, Qing Long. Could this be from General Qilin? It can't be Qilin, I understand. Does he want me to show it to Yang Jiu? Yang Jiu then said, I've never feared secret agents skilled in intrigue, even less those who harbor malicious intent. What I worry about most are those agents who can endure solitude, plotting in the shadows, quietly brewing despicable schemes, waiting for the opportune moment to take a bite out of us. With the great battle approaching, Qilin made such a mistake he must be punished. Therefore, one arrow hit 2 targets, turning a bad thing into a good thing, with the general paying respects to the commander. Someone laughed loudly. Haha, looks like one arrow shot down 3 birds. Right then, Han Zheng was caught red-handed by Qilin, utterly bewildered. What the heck is going on? Is this also part of Yang Jiu's scheme? He then said gloatingly. You're a general from humble origins, with decades of hard-earned reputation. These past few days you've been getting beaten, demoted, and losing the prestige you once had. Threatening Yang Jiu is very likely to turn fake into real, taking your military power and giving it to someone else, so why would I cooperate with him? Qilin was as clueless as a cow wearing a hat, not understanding a damn thing he was saying. An actor? I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe there's some misunderstanding, Qilin said calmly. In the Zhenbei army, wrong is wrong. Being demoted and punished is normal. It's all military law, and no one can sway military law, including me. However, your appearance also gives me an opportunity to redeem myself. So why would I keep digging myself deeper? What's the point of catching Han Zheng? This time I didn't even summon anyone to assassinate Yang Jiu, so it's just catching a small fry secret agent here. As long as one of you reveals a flaw, then I can find out the root and catch all of you in one go. The captured youth said. With just your Chun Han. After old Wang Fei died of illness, your Chun Han completely failed. Find us. Then you're really out of luck. From what Qilin knows, these past few days, a leader comparable to old Wang Fei has arrived. So you can wait for the day Han Boquan has no more secret agents. Han Zheng then said mysteriously, then I'll send Qilin on his way first. He then launched an incredibly OP candy ball, straight towards Qilin, stunning Qilin for dozens of seconds, but fortunately an incredibly divine spear appeared, blocking the super lethal candy ball, creating a huge explosion. Qilin was scared shitless. That was freaking dangerous. Thank you for saving my life, Shi Xiaofuren. Xiao Li then said fiercely, where did a small-time, pathetic secret agent get such explosive gunpowder from my handsome hubby? You son of a bitch really have a death wish. The secret agent could only shut up, not daring to say anything. Xiao Li, I think you've been able to live until now, not just because you're smart, but probably because there are people in the court supporting you. After all, even the armies of the princes aren't fully equipped with something like gunpowder. Wang Ye, I finally have to come to this. Paying respects to Wang Ye. We just received some bad news. The rest of our secret agents have all been caught in one swoop, and Chun Han, which has been silent for many years, has been awakened. This proves we're all as blind as bats to what's going on in Han Boquan. Actually, Han Zheng can't be blamed. This time, Yang Jiu prepared too much. Everyone is tempted. Wang Ye then said, what kind of son did Yang Yuan actually give birth to? It's enough that he's so monstrous, and Yang Jiu is clearly still so young. Wang Ye sighed. Since the war began, it seems we haven't won once. Wang Ye doesn't need to belittle himself. With the Yang family and the Zhenbei Wangfu backing him, that's why he can gain this slight advantage now. Otherwise, what does he have to compare with Wang Ye? It's come to this point. We should still value the enemy before us rather than being blindly arrogant. Wang Ye said blankly. He's more difficult to deal with than Zhao Tianyu, in many ways. Before, I even thought choosing him as commander was a mistake of the Zhenbei Wangfu. Now it seems no one in the 5 generals is his match. Even so, this time, the Zhenbei army definitely won't stop us, Wang Ye said confidently. Of course. Pass down my order, Shui Chen army, prepare to set out, reorganize for a day, and set out tomorrow. At this moment, Yang Jiu declared. Appoint Hong Tao as the main general of the Baizhan camp, and Su Tianyang as the main general of the Qilin camp. Xinglong was very happy to hear this, and shouted loudly. Our handsome commander is so wise. Yang Jiu slammed the table and said, Generals and soldiers, the war is about to begin. Moreover, I also feel we're about to receive the biggest surprise since the war began. Chun Han received the news. Shui Chen army is reorganizing for this first battle. Shui Chen army is going to set out. Zhu Chen army. Isn't that the real enemy that only appears in the final stage? That's right. Why is such a strong enemy appearing just as the war is beginning? Didn't Chun Han say they've already started acting? Looks like that won't be wrong, Yang Jiu, with a mysterious expression, said. Before, Shui Chen army always set out last because they only wanted to take down Hanbei Guan. But this time, they're disregarding the losses of Shu Chen army, attacking in the first battle. Guess what Ni Zhengwang wants to do? Qilin spoke up. Shui Chen army is slow-moving and not suitable for fighting in the Central Plains. Therefore, Ni Zhengwang wants Shui Chen army to take down Hanbei Guan, then preserve their forces and seize the Central Plains. That's right, Yang Jiu said. I just want to make one thing clear to you all. We won't have any reinforcements in this battle. Now the 4 provinces are in a mixed war, with each side declaring themselves king, and they can't afford to worry about others. In the capital, the new emperor's foundation is unstable, and the national treasury is empty, so he has the will but not the power. We are not fighting for those disappointing emperors and princes in the various parts of the 4 provinces of the Central Plains. But we must win a place for the common people of our northern border to live and work in peace. Generals and soldiers, the northern Rong, are about to press in. Who is willing to fight one province against one country with this commander? Please stand up. Everyone roared back. We'd rather die than live in disgrace. We'll follow you to the death, Commander. Yang Jiu snarked. So you're not wearing a mask and pretending this time. I gotta say, you look kinda sus in that military uniform. The red-haired girl wondered. Taking on an entire prefecture against a whole country isn't that simple. Old Wang Ye in general are not good at managing territories. Moreover, the commoners of the northern border have only just become self-sufficient. Actually, the granary isn't exactly overflowing, Yang Jiu said. What's up, losing confidence? Already trying to bail before the battle even starts. This, Bai Ling can, but Phoenix cannot. Phoenix definitely cannot desert on the battlefield. If it was the old Bai Ling, maybe I would have deserted. I don't want to die, but things are different now. Bai Ling has a reason to stay. If I can't suffer with you, young master, then how am I worthy of sharing the good times? But I, Yang Jiu, am not confident about this battle. No. It's not like in Wuzhou, where I could protect those around me from harm. But I can't do it on the battlefield, young master. You've already done so well. For the past month, food has been continuously delivered to the granary. I knew for sure that it wasn't from the imperial court, and weapons were constantly being added to the armory. Armor for the soldiers, and even more money in the comfort fund records. Yang Jiu chuckled. Didn't expect you to be so meticulous about so many things, even though you seem so easygoing. This is probably my only good point. That's not entirely true, because I don't care that much about everyone. Thank you so much for everything you've done for the northern border, young master. This battle, whether we win or lose, the northern border will never forget what you've done. What do you mean by that, miss? Are you trying to draw a line between us? I was planning to take the northern border army on an adventure all over the world after we win this battle. Bai Ling is super looking forward to that day, the red-haired girl asked curiously. Young master, these weapons, this food, how much did it all cost? I reckon it must have cost millions of taels of silver, right? Yang Jiu shook his head. Millions. Is your poverty limiting your imagination? The red-haired girl was shooketh. Tens of millions. Young master, I want to ask again. How much money does a concubine in the house get paid per month? Can I help Lady Shangguan manage the accounts? No. Please let Shangguan become the first wife, Yang Jiu snarked. Xiao Li definitely wouldn't like managing the accounts if she becomes the first wife, so maybe you can use this opportunity to take over the accounting power. How could I, young master, I'm a soldier, how could I get involved in internal strife? I, Bai Ling, really just admire Lady Shangguan. You little idiot, I'm warning you for the last time. Stay away from Xiao Li. If she ever freaks out one day, I swear I'll make you regret it. Young master, don't be like that. Don't ruin our sisterly love. Okay, I'll back off a mile. I won't say any more nonsense to Lady Shangguan, but please consider my request to become your concubine carefully. So, you guys have seen what the Phoenix wanted us to see, right? The commander never says what he does for the northern border. Although his actions are often very casual, it doesn't stop him from being a qualified commander, at least more suitable than us. Qinglong said. After hearing about Qi Lin's matter, I recognized him. Although I still don't like his style in many things. Qi Lin, I always wondered if it wasn't for living together day and night for so many years, what method would Yang Jiu use to make you and Phoenix submit like this, but now it seems that maybe you two are better at judging people. You guys have always been outsiders observing the position of commander of the Zhenbei army, so you can see it more clearly than me, the old man said. Alright, since you've said so, of course I also acknowledge it. Speaking of which, does this Phoenix girl really want to be someone's concubine? I don't think Bai Hu would do it. After all, she's one of the 5 generals. She has her pride. Qinglong said. Don't forget that before she became Phoenix General, she was still a crazy girl. Bai Ling, do you think she really wouldn't do what she wants to do? The old man replied. That's true, but I really feel uncomfortable in my heart, seeing a girl I've watched grow up, become a concubine. Qi Lin felt. Father should still sympathize with our newly appointed commander. If he really takes in this girl and his harem, it will definitely be very lively, chaotic as hell, haha. What you say makes sense. Scene changes to Beirong. At this time the hat guy asked in confusion. Where are all the older female martial artists? Those guys all got their butts kicked by the one upstairs, and she didn't hold back. They're all home nursing their wounds now, probably won't be seen for weeks. Did I meet him on the battlefield? Maybe serving in the army with me? It's just that his name's a bit unlucky, Zhao Tianyu, same name as the great General Zhenbei. I just keep feeling like this guy looks familiar, like I've seen him on the battlefield before. Wait a minute, he's Zhao Tianyu, the great General Zhenbei. No way, right? The great General Zhenbei is here to participate in the Empress's selection. I get it now, he's here to assassinate Her Majesty the Empress. Guards, arrest this great General Zhenbei. The great general exclaimed in surprise. Huh, what the heck are you guys doing? That's so messed up. I clearly won the martial arts competition, and now you pull this after I win. What's going on? I've always worn a helmet when I went on expeditions. And the Northern Rong don't have any good painters. Aren't all the generals who recognize me out fighting battles? Could there be someone in the Imperial Guard who came back from the battlefield and saw me? What is that crazy woman thinking? I clearly came, and she's deliberately holding back, not wanting to see me. What, does she really have another guy now? I've used all my tricks. Do I really have to go all out now? I want to go out for a stroll, but I'm missing a bodyguard? I think you're pretty strong. How much do you charge for a day? In this entire Beirong, no one but her can hire me. If she could have gone out a long time ago, why has she been tormenting me until now? Does she want to see my embarrassment or what? I don't know what you're talking about. Is this the first time we've met? The great general immediately said. Alright, the older she gets, the more messed up she gets. Even though there's snow velvet for skincare, how old are we already? Does she not know in her heart? Why learn from young people? Wouldn't it be better to live an honest life? The Empress then replied, Oh really? It seems like I really need a strong, young man. After all, emperors in the Central Plains, all like young people, right? And there's the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. It's not like I don't have the resources. Does she dare? Dong Zhe. Zhao Tianyu. I've waited for you for more than half my life. If you dare to have other intentions, I'll be very sad. There's nothing he can do about it now, right? He used to be the great General Zhenbei, supported by many, invincible on the battlefield, but now he's just a lonely martial artist. And I'm the Empress of Beirong. So these past few days of tormenting me, is she trying to tell me this? Tianyu, you're good in every way, but I don't like the concept of the Central Plains man shouldering the family responsibilities on your shoulders. It's like the first time you came to Beirong, you wanted to snatch me away. You still have this plan this time, right? She knows. No matter what happens, what I least want to see is her tears. As long as she's happy, that's enough. I, the Empress, am not a petite woman. I am the Empress of Beirong. I sit on the throne, and I can never be like an ordinary Central Plains woman, trapped within the high walls of the inner courtyard, living on tears. Therefore, Tianyu, you must think carefully. If one day you marry me back to Zhenbei Prince's mansion, what I need is absolute equality between you and me, and absolute independence and freedom. The general then said, Actually, it's not like I can't be like Yang Yuan treating my little sister. The Empress replied, Yang Yuan and your little sister? I guess only you think your little sister is really in charge of the Yang family, right? Between the two of them, Yang Yuan will always have the upper hand, without question. Your little sister is very happy, and you could even say she's happier than all the women in the world, but I feel like the happiness I need is not the same as hers. Sigh, because all the happiness on her comes from one man, but I don't like that. The great general blankly asked, This crazy woman, what does she want to do? Didn't I say it already? I'll treat her like Yang Yuan treats his little sister. There's so much to think about. We're already so old. If we keep dragging this on, my Zhenbei Prince's mansion will really only have one grandson, Yang Jiu. Forget it, I guess I'll have to tie her up and deal with it later, Guo Tianyu. If you keep acting like this, it seems like I really need to crush all of your proud martial power before you can talk to me properly. Deng Freyer, it's not me talking about you. It's one thing to use the power of the snow god to scare that little brat Yang Jiu, but if I were afraid of him, I wouldn't have come to Beirong. Let's go to the Beijing martial arts field of Beirong. It's not easy for me either, don't break other people's stuff. Scene shifts to Hanbei Pass. The Zhenbei army was currently acknowledged as the strongest army in the world, yet the Snow God army was renowned as the strongest fighting force. If it weren't for young master Liu Yangar, I probably wouldn't have even caught a glimpse of a unit like this. Honestly, if I had a choice, Yang Jiu wouldn't want to face an enemy like this, especially not on a battlefield where I'm totally out of my element. But hey, Yanfear got one thing wrong. If it weren't for the Zhenbei army, the Central Plains would have been wiped clean by the Snow God army ages ago. Plus, the Zhenbei army really doesn't want the Central Plains folks to ever lay eyes on the Snow God army. Xiao Li gasped. An earthquake? Is it an earthquake? The Snow God army is here. So later, you better stick close to Hong Tao. No matter what goes down, I'll look out for you on the battlefield. You know, kiddos, the absolute last thing I want is for you to be out on that battlefield. But if I stopped you now, I bet you'd just resent. Don't you worry, uncle. I'll be totally fine, Zhao Li then, with the bravado of a kindergarten tiger, piped up, General Hong, my husband. Wait, no. I should call you Commander-in-Chief, right? Let Xiao Li and old Liu join the fray. We want to use our high-tier combat prowess to take on the Snow God army. Hong Tao then commented, Liu too, you've really snagged yourself a good boss, huh? Killing that sword saint would have been the most fitting thing, but that darn brat kept him alive. Is he worried Liu too would just sacrifice himself to get the job done? Everyone asked in surprise. How come we haven't seen Senior Shui Ranjiang yet? Xie Feng immediately replied. Before I came, young Master Yang specifically told me, if you even think about targeting Senior Liu Tu, then we're heading straight back. Qian Zihan let out a mocking laugh. Ha, I was just joking around, honest. It's already a huge favor that Yang Jiu's even willing to help me. San Yang gently inquired. Are Mingwu's experts here as well? The whiskered guy immediately spoke up. San Yang, I've wronged you. And senior brother, the way he treated you. San Yang quickly cut him off, At the end of the day, he was still my senior grandbrother, even though he was pretty extreme with me when he was alive. But facing death, he ultimately made the right call that was entrusting Mingwu to me. And it's only for that reason I'm helping him get his revenge. Qian Zihan then said, Senior Shadow Master, it's an honor. I'm grateful to His Royal Highness Qin Wang for his righteous support, but I'm guessing the one who truly wanted to lend aid wasn't Qin Wang, but Senior Shadow Master, right? The whiskered guy replied. No need to be so formal. I should be thanking you, Commander, for giving me the chance to avenge my senior brother. San Yang spoke up, thanking him. After all these years following senior grandbrother, you're still nothing but a blade. Now with things the way they are, who do you think this commander is really using? Qian Zihan chuckled lightly. Wow, San Yang, you've really improved fast tagging along with Yang Jiu. But talking about using is a bit one-sided, don't you think? After all, I truly want to kill the Sword Saint, and Mingwu just so happens to want the same thing. If that's how it is, then it's a matter between the commander and our Mingwu. But surely the commander isn't using Mingwu to corner Qin Wang, and then also dragging Yang Jiu, the legitimate Yang heir, into your business. Qian Zihan burst out laughing. Haha, in these chaotic times, everyone relies on their own tricks. Now that we have common interests, why should we even care how we all ended up in the same boat? Meanwhile, at Tianyang Pass, Yu Wang gleefully rushed to welcome his third brother, Chu Wang, ever the confident speaker, declared, Yang Jiu is quite a nice spot, you know? What if your imperial seventh brother also really fancies owning Yang Jiu? Yu Wang then smiled faintly. Of course you can. If third brother has already spoken, what else can your humble brother possibly say? It's just, third brother, if you truly want it, you'll have to push back those folks outside first, Chu Wang replied. Seeing that seventh brother is still as sly as ever, I'm completely relieved. Otherwise, if seventh brother had lost his last remaining advantage, how could he possibly help me fend off those outsiders? Yu Wang said, Still, for third brother to personally come here and show such trust, it makes your humble brother feel a little unworthy, haha. Seventh brother, stop playing games with me. If anything were to happen to me here, you'd truly be doomed. I'll ask you one thing, seventh brother. Do you trust me? If you do, then hand over the army for me to command. After all, to me, Qian Zihan is just some martial guy by my side, merely a scholar who only knows how to discuss military tactics on paper. I could only wish for that, Bai Ling then reported. Commander, the Snow God army has arrived, Yang Jiu immediately responded. Prepare to face the enemy. Just then, an army riding gigantic elephants appeared. A truly magnificent sight. Talk about absolutely mind-blowing. Shangguan Li gripped his spear, bracing for battle. This is it, the Snow God army. Those are the mammoth elephants of the far north, practically kin to the snow god himself. Xin Tian then mused. Those things, huh? Long fur, thick hide, they can shrug off blows better than your own shields. Truly unforgettable. Shangguan Li questioned. Unforgettable? So even you, sir, don't have a way to deal with these behemoths? Xin Tian chuckled. I wasn't saying unforgettable, like a formidable foe I meant. Unforgettable taste. Sure, they're packed with meat. But once you pluck all that long fur and peel back the thick hide, the flesh is incredibly fresh. Shangguan Li froze for a good 5 seconds. As expected of you, sir. Suddenly, a colossal, thundering foot from a giant elephant lightly pressed down, making a soldier absolutely piss his pants and drop his sword. The falling sword was promptly snatched mid-air by Baihu General. The soldier stammered nervously. Baihu General, I'm not scared. It was just a slip of the hand. Baihu General then calmly reassured him. Honestly, who wouldn't be terrified seeing something like that? True courage isn't about being fearless. It's about charging forward, even when you're terrified. It's okay to be scared, but you can't back down. Back down once, and you'll back down 1,000,000 times. The soldier regained his composure and shouted. Yes, General will never retreat, Yang Jiu asked, surprised. Even the siege crossbows and catapults are being wheeled up there. With armor this thick, aren't these living, breathing ancient tanks? Bai Ling chuckled. An army like this is truly a weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield. Aside from the Zhenbei army, probably no other branch of the Great Qian army could stop them. Yang Jiu said with a sullen face. Your Majesty, haven't they been saying you're super awesome? Why does it seem like everyone's morale is kinda low? You gotta think of something for me. Bai Ling said. If I can boost everyone's morale, what's the reward? Yang Jiu replied. I guarantee you won't die, Bai Ling replied. Alright, that's interesting enough, I got it. Just wait, it's just morale, right? The Snow God army or whatever, that giant thing looks intimidating, but to me, it's just a target. Xin Tian said in surprise. Oh, that girl's making a move? Ever since the era of the Hao Emperor passed, no boundary-breaking archers have appeared. Of course, the most interesting thing is that girl. She clearly could break through, but she doesn't cultivate her realm, she's just wholeheartedly chasing destructive power. Even I thought she'd easily cripple herself, and might never be able to break through in her entire life. But who would have thought? She actually carved out her own path. The arrow shot out like a fire phoenix, spreading its wings, charging straight towards the enemy, Bai Ling said. Currently, that dew-haired girl's holy arrow is aimed straight at the vanguard of the elephant, taking it down, sending it to the coffin team immediately. Phoenix General. It's the Phoenix General. Just one arrow. With just one arrow she took down a giant elephant. So those things aren't as harmless as they look. General is mighty. Shangguan Li, standing to the side, was stunned. A phoenix arrow. No wonder she's the only woman among the 5 generals. A person like this truly makes one anticipate. Qin Tian said, "Meet." "Haven't you guys met a long time ago?" Shangguan Li was confused. "When did I meet Phoenix?" "I've seen her wearing a mask a few times from afar," Qin Tian said thoughtfully. Very good. A pure heart, just like me. Your martial arts cultivation can go further," Shangguan Li asked. "Can I be like you, senior?" "Yeah, but don't get too cocky. Not many young people can handle praise like this from me." Yang Jiu on this side was stunned by Bai Ling's arrow. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? At this distance, even a sniper rifle couldn't hit someone. She shot one arrow and killed an elephant. Liu Yanhair asked, "Young master, I've been wanting to ask, what exactly are tanks and sniper rifles? Why have I never heard of them before?" Yang Jiu smiled awkwardly. "It's nothing, Yanshare. Just think of it as me talking nonsense. I'll slowly tell you about it when there's a chance later. You can guard against everything, but you wouldn't expect the Phoenix's arrow to be so unpredictable. Clearly, to guard against her, the Snow God Army's knights are all heavily armored. Even she couldn't easily shoot through them. Who would have thought that a full-powered arrow could kill an idol? As expected, among the 5 generals, Phoenix is the most difficult to deal with. It's a pity that the spies and assassins ambushing Han Bojun were all tricked by Yang Jiu. Otherwise, even if they risked all the spies and assassins, they would have killed Phoenix." The general said, "Archers, prepare. A rain of arrows across the sky. Suppress the Zhenbei army. Prepare to attack the city." The soldier replied, "General, that one arrow just now was too terrifying. You have to know, it takes us at least 10 years to tame one idol. If that's the case, then it seems like the chief instructor has spoiled you all. Clearly, the strongest unit in the world doesn't have the spirit of soldiers. All you see is gains and losses. If you cower like this at the sight of injury, what can the Snow God Army say about being the strongest under heaven?" But, the general ordered with an iron face. "No buts. Keep moving forward. If you're really worried, then I can guarantee you there won't be another arrow. If there is, then I'll block it. Are you guys afraid and timid? We of the Han garrison aren't afraid. Let me block the Phoenix's arrow. Ordinary city defending equipment can't injure the idol at all. By then, even if the cavalry charges through you, they'll still reach our Han garrison." Immediately the general glared. "Tell me, what are you still afraid of?" Yang Jiu, looking through his binoculars, saw this scene. "It seems like the legendary divine army has some decent leaders." "I thought that arrow just now could at least have a deterrent effect. After all, the more valuable a unit is, the more they cherish it, and the more they cherish it, the less they can exert their full strength." Yanfire said, "I don't think young master looks like he miscalculated. Yanfire, don't deify me. I'm not 100% sure myself, can't risk messing with the Snow God Army. I just know one thing. Everything has 2 sides. Their massive size could be their strength, or their biggest weakness." Yang Jiu was saying, "You go tell old Liu." Before he could finish, a phoenix arrow soared across the sky. "This girl, she's really making me see her in a new light. At least Xiao Li's instincts were right. She's definitely interesting." Over at Bai Ling's side, the Phoenix Vice General said, "Commander, the 9 Revolutions Grand Restoration Pill is ready for you." "General, please take it quickly. Otherwise, the depletion of your true energy will damage your meridians." Bai Ling retorted, "If you had it, why didn't you give it to me sooner? Tell me, were you trying to pocket it for yourself?" The Vice General chuckled. "Commander, I feared that if I put such a precious pill in your hands, you'd immediately pawn it off. Besides, even if you want to show off in front of the commander, you don't need to go this far." Bai Ling chewed as she spoke. "The commander's not here today, but so what? It's for the morale of the Northern Garrison Army, and to reduce casualties. What does depleting some true energy matter? There's no one else here. Stop pretending. If you wanted to take down a mammoth, there are simpler ways. Hitting the mammoth rider from this distance wouldn't be difficult for you. Using a sun-piercing attack like that, isn't it just to hear everyone in the Northern Garrison Army praise you, and to let the commander see it too?" Bai Ling, flustered, snapped. "Are you tired of your job? What vice general exposes their own general like that?" "That's it. I'm replacing the vice general tomorrow," the vice general replied. "I'm immediately reporting to the commander that the general fired a 3rd arrow for the Northern Garrison Army, not even hesitating despite her serious injuries, and I couldn't stop her. Please, commander, come and see for yourself." Then she immediately bolted. Bai Ling yelled after her, "That's it. After this battle, I'm docking your pay for a year, you idiot. The mammoth riders are all fully armored, precisely to counter my arrows. Using the sun-piercing shot is my only option." She turned to face the enemy. This arrow didn't hit its mark. Looks like someone troublesome is coming. A phoenix arrow pierced through the general's shield and armor. The general exclaimed, "Didn't you say there wouldn't be another arrow?" The general grumbled, "I did say there wouldn't be another arrow, but I also said I'd block for you guys if there was." The arrow pierced through the general's arm, and as he pulled it out, the soldiers beside him froze solid. "General," the general continued, "did you soldiers see where that arrow came from? Aim for that spot and unleash 1,000 arrows to take down that damn phoenix." Yang Jiu looked through his binoculars and observed, "They're not attacking the city walls, they're going for the phoenix. Looks like that girl's aware of this too." No wonder she kept her attack platform far from our main force, so that when others attacked her, it wouldn't affect our main force. Liu Yanser asked, "Does young master want my people to reinforce her? If they keep attacking like that, even if she's a first rank, it's still dangerous. No need. I think that girl values her life a lot. If she's planned this much, she definitely won't die from such an overwhelming attack. Now's the perfect time. They're all focused on that girl, so they won't be careless at their feet." Yanker replied, "Young master can't be unfair. However much gunpowder you give to Big Beard, you have to give him the same amount." Yang Jiu chuckled. "That's easy to say. Even though we've used up all our reserves this time, producing gunpowder is relatively easy for me." On the northern wrong side, they were ready to attack. The phoenix called out loudly, "Fire a rain of thousands of arrows and large stones. Young master has always wanted to know why the northern wrong are so wary of me, right? Now I'll show young master my archery." The phoenix general raised her bow, pouring her aura into a powerful arrow that resembled a fiery phoenix spreading its wings across the sky, like a tornado sweeping away the rain of arrows and large stones in the blink of an eye. Yang Jiu was dumbstruck. I thought she'd dodge. She actually cleared it all with one arrow. Having her is equivalent to us having air superiority. Well, that's not completely accurate, since we basically don't have any aerial units. Yan Kavir commented, "That arrow reminds me of Qin Tian Sr.'s annihilation. It seems that although the 5 generals all learned from Qin Tian Sr., this phoenix has received the true inheritance." Shangguan Li stared blankly, unable to believe her eyes. This is the phoenix general. She's really only a first rank," Qin Tian said calmly. Did this little girl think she was the strongest among the first ranks, and had gone the furthest in martial arts this time? Jaw dropped. "Huh? Now you know there are always people more talented than you, right? Looking at this little girl's arrow, the more I look, the more I like it. She can be considered to have embarked on her path of archery, Dao," Shangguan Li said. "I've never been afraid of not seeing, only afraid of not being able to see. In martial arts, I will climb any mountain I see. I'm only afraid of there being no road ahead. I've never been afraid of high mountains." Qin Tian smiled lightly. "Ha, you're not bad either, little girl." Seeing the phoenix arrow, Qinglong realized that the arrow from the previous battle wasn't a fluke. She had completely mastered it. "It reminds me why the old lord allowed her to be named Phoenix. General, shouldn't we seize this opportunity to attack? It'll be troublesome if the snow god army gets close to the city walls," the lieutenant said. In ancient legends, the vermilion bird was merely the king of birds, while the phoenix was the absolute overlord of the skies. General Qinglong said, "Didn't you see that the phoenix general's second arrow was blocked? Do you think there are many people in the northern Rong army who have the ability to block the phoenix's arrows?" The ice-covered, armored Yang Jiu. "Once our cavalry charges past the snow god army, they will be confronted by the heavily armored Hanfu cavalry. Forget about victory or defeat, we'll lose our flexibility. And a cavalry unit getting bogged down, I think you know the consequences better than I do. If I'm not mistaken, after the snow god army will be the Yang and then the Hanfu troops." The lieutenant immediately asked, "But General, we can't just stand by and watch them approach, can we? We've fought the snow god army before, and we know that they're better at sieging cities than charging. They can fight for a long time without even needing ladders." General Qinglong replied, "Therefore, it depends on the commander-in-chief this time. As long as the commander-in-chief can create an opportunity for us to charge once, then Qinglong only needs one target on the battlefield." General Phoenix was almost exhausted at this moment. Sitting down by the city wall, the lieutenant ran over and said, General, you've worked hard. These 3 arrows have shown everyone your excellence, and also shown the northern Rong the might of our northern garrison army." The general on this side then said, "Knowing there would be another arrow like that, you should retreat after firing this arrow, right? A divine elephant, trading one attack for a phoenix unable to fight is worth it for us. Northern Rong." The general shouted loudly, "Siege!" Yang Jiu smirked. "The phoenix retreating makes them less vigilant, but it seems like perfect timing now. I was just thinking about how to make them mistakenly think there are no flaws so that my gunpowder would be meaningful. All soldiers change bows, prepare the crossbows, steady your minds, don't be afraid, and don't attack ineffectively. Wait until they get close and within range before firing." Shangguan Li picked up her spear. "It's finally starting. I also want to taste these giant elephants." But was stopped. Hong Tao said, "Girl, we should go now." Shangguan Li was stunned. "Go? Where to? Isn't the enemy right in front of us?" Hong Tao pondered and said, "It seems that you haven't read the military books that Yang Jiu wrote, have you? Surprise attacks catch the enemy off guard. This is the secret to military victory and unpredictability. His insights are both unique and comprehensive." The world doesn't have any military books, or rather, even thousands of years later, there won't be any military books that can surpass his. I really can't imagine how someone like Yang Jiu could write such earth-shattering military books. If I hadn't read all the Confucian classics, I would have thought he plagiarized them. The man Shangguan Li chose is naturally the best in the world. That's right, even if he's a bit of a flirt. Making a certain girl angry and scratching the walls at home every day until nothing is intact, Shangguan Li's face changed, and she nervously denied it. "Who's scratching the walls?" "I'm practicing my kung fu," Hong Tao laughed loudly. Okay, no one's scratching the walls, but you girl, We really should go now. Go where? To another battlefield. The thing I like most about Yang Jiu has never been his talent, but the fact that he's so talented yet never arrogant. In the territory of Northern Rong, he dealt with the regent in Hanbei Pass, and successively broke the arrangements of Northern Rong, capturing all the Northern Rong spies and assassins. Northern Rong is clearly in front of him but has never won against him once, but on the battlefield he still respects that regent, not giving him any chance. Shangguan Li's cheeks were rosy, and she shyly replied, "Isn't that obvious? Not only since we came to the northern borders but since I met Yang Jiu, he has never lost," Hong Tao said. "That's why someone like that is scary. He will never let his guard down, and won't give the enemy any chance." 100 Battle Camp. Follow this general. Shangguan Li was full of question marks. "Jiu, where we're going, you should tell me." "Yang Jiu told me that we were going to block those long-haired elephants." Hong Tao said, "It's not our turn." Yang Jiu had arrangements from early on. Last time, Yang Jiu's 5 generals all took action, catching the regent off guard. Now that the Snow God Army and Hanfu Army have all appeared, don't you think that regent is planning to turn the tables? Shangguan Li said, "Let's go with the Wolf Cavalry and Ice Fang. 300 steps for crossbows, 1 step for archers." Yang Jiu said, 100 steps, already within firing range. It seems it's time." A loud explosion resounded. The Northern Rong general was scared witless. How on earth did they produce this gunpowder? Do you really have so much of it? But it's fine. If it's something that appears on the battlefield, how could our royal family not be prepared? Yang Jiu clicked his tongue. "Trisk, only 3, what a waste of money. But it's okay, I'm not short on cash, although I buried a lot this time. I don't want to rely solely on gunpowder to win this battle." Liu Yanhair said, "If I were Han Donggu, I would retreat immediately. Although using the formation to lure the 3 long-haired elephants into a trap like that can control the losses to a minimum." That regent is also smart. But in fact, gunpowder still inflicts considerable damage on such giant beasts. And since there are no spies in the city, he will never know how much money this young master actually has, or how much gunpowder there is in the city, so he can only gamble on this battle. That is a major taboo in warfare, Yang Care continued. Young master says war is very complicated, but in my eyes, war is nothing more than money and intelligence. And conveniently, the young master has prepared all these things perfectly before the war. Yang Jiu smiled ear to ear. "Luckily, I have Yang Year's sincere affection. Otherwise, how could I have laid out this move if I were against Yang Year?" Young master is joking. "If that day really comes, the one who needs to worry should be me. After all, the only thing I can be confident in is this little bit of scheming." Now I can see the young master's schemes clearly, because I am by the young master's side, and I admire the young master's calculations of people's hearts the most. I don't know how much gunpowder is buried within 100 steps. But I know that the young master is only using it in this range to give Han Donggu a choice question. Once a person's goal is too obvious, it is easy to be schemed against by others. A distance of less than 100 steps like this only causes painless and itchless damage. Even if Han Donggu is also a famous general, it will be very difficult to make a choice. But it's okay. The longer he hesitates, the more beneficial it will be for us. The gunpowder keeps exploding, General. 2 more idols on the flanks have fallen, although not to the point of death, but injured in the legs by the explosions and directly falling to the ground and blocking the troops behind from attacking. General, damn it, the king personally arranged the formation precisely to prevent him from blowing up too many idols at once, but he did not expect that this Yang Jiu would bury so much. These injuries are not very big, but the body of the idol is indeed too big. Falling down is like a mountain, because only injured and not dead, other idol riders do not want to step on it and can only stand in place or difficult to go around. General, now we are having a hard time, step by step. The general of Zhenbei smiled lightly. If they fall, there is no need to continue attacking. The long-haired elephants that are not dead are even more beneficial to us than the dead ones. I repeat once again, if they fall, there is no need to continue attacking. Don't let them really die. Attack those who are standing. Qinglong general said. The huge body was their advantage before, but after falling, it is a weakness. If they really die, those idol riders can trample over without any burden. If they are not dead, they can't bear to be cruel. The commander has said this point long ago. The huge body is an advantage, but it is also a fatal weakness. Winning against an enemy is very simple. Magnify their weaknesses, weaken their advantages. The arrows kept flying towards the Borong general, who said, This place is less than 100 steps away from Hanbei Pass. The arrows and the crossbows of the Zhenbei army can attack us. Once we stop, it is endless arrows, non-stop. The general went crazy. Yang Jiu, this is the real plan of the marshal. Why didn't you use gunpowder from the beginning, but use dense gunpowder to hold us back within the firing range of the archers? Moreover, you know I will not retreat. 80 steps. I am less than 80 steps away from Hanbei Pass. You know it even more clearly. If I retreat during this time, then those fallen idols have been given to you for nothing. The general then said, If that's the case, order the Hanfu army to attack the city. General, the idols can't stop those gunpowders. If your Hanfu army touches them, then there is only 9 deaths and 1 life, and they are your clansmen. The general shouted. It's all for the victory of Beirong. Moreover, What do we count compared to the losses of the Snow God army? The Snow God army came out. The explosion became louder and louder. The soldiers still tried to go in, aiming at those armored soldiers. They wanted to use their lives to pave the way. Don't let them continue to move forward. Then, countless more arrows flew out. Yang Jiu smiled lightly and said, finally reacted. The infantry went with the chariot team, but this armored team is really admirable, using their lives to clear the way for their comrades. Indeed, the Beirong army is not easy to deal with. Liu Yanher said, it's a pity they met an enemy like you. These armors used their lives to help them advance another 30 steps. The walls of Zhongshu City are now less than 20 steps away. 20 steps is a distance as easy to cross as flipping your hand, but it's also a distance they can't reach. Yang Jiu replied, it's a pity. I thought I had accumulated a lot of gunpowder, but I'm afraid it's all gone in this battle. The general shouted, 2 steps! Only 20 steps left! Prepare to attack the city, Yang Jiu. You underestimate the Northern Rong soldiers too much. It's like you will never understand how much we can pay for the victory of the Northern Rong. The siege generals, the general of Zhenbei, then said, change to gunpowder. The distance is 2 steps, and their advance is so slow even women can throw it on the heads of those woolly mammoths. 1350 units of gunpowder. The Zhenbei soldiers threw the gunpowder down. The Northern Rong general froze for 5 seconds, and a thunderous explosion appeared. A classic fireworks scene began. General, Zhongshu army has lost 16 idols, and the Hanfu army has also suffered heavy losses. Their gunpowder is too dense, the battlefield is as chaotic as a pot of porridge, and many casualties cannot be counted. If this continues, we're about to, the general then ordered. The entire army retreats. Retreat from this 2-step distance. Retreat quickly. The Hanfu army stay away from the idols to avoid being trampled or crushed. Retreat. I'll cover the rear. The general disregarded everything and advanced alone towards the city wall. Han Dong Ji. Hang in there, the wall is right there. Not good? Protect the gunpowder cart. The general of Zhenbei angrily thought. If it explodes on the city wall, we're all done for. A sword flashed across, stopping the flame in his hand. You should know, if you get on the city wall you won't be able to return. By who? Sure enough, Yang Jiu also knew the weakness of gunpowder was that it was flammable. Once ignited, it wouldn't know who was the master or who was the enemy. The Baihu general immediately attacked him with his saber, and he used his axe to defend. Monster! Clearly you haven't reached breaking realm, yet you have such terrifying physical strength, just like a brute. Baihu immediately noticed something was wrong. Suddenly, the gunpowder exploded, and the Baihu general's armor was burnt away, revealing his muscular body, unscathed. The Northern Rong general said, Baihu is indeed not simple. I'm very curious. Qinglong has already chased after them, but you, who advocate slaughter, didn't go after them. Baihu replied, war and slaughter are both for protecting Baihu. The most important thing about slaughter is knowing the purpose of slaughter, otherwise you will only sink into it. Someone then called out, hurry up, Han Dong Ji. He turned to sneer, haha, if you've gone to the battlefield, how can you not know how to escape? Returning now in defeat, I no longer have the face to meet the king. The only thing I can do is die in battle. The northern border general replied, if it weren't for you risking your life to charge up the city wall, the losses of the Zhongshu army and the Hanfu army would have been even greater. You are a respectable enemy, therefore, you must die. Han Dong Ji smiled faintly. Kill me. No matter what, I'm still a breaking realm warrior, you're just peak first grade. The general replied, this is a military camp, not the Jianghu. The martial artists between us have cooperation, so it is not as good as the Jianghu formation, but the shield soldiers suppress. At this moment Baihu raised his saber, gathering his energy, preparing to chop down. Han Dong Ji was horrified. Weapons are for killing, sometimes the simpler the more effective. He knew his fate, smiled lightly, and said his last words. King, your incompetent general can no longer follow you. But suddenly, a force cut in, stopping the attack. A master appeared riding a fire T-bird, making Han Dong Ji dumbfounded. Baihu then said, Shui Feng, Wu Xiao actually came in person. The general of Zhenbei shouted, he's here to save him. Baihu, then don't let anyone go. Baihu med lightly, then gripped his saber tightly. Make your move, the king turned to ask Han Dong Ji. Weren't you fighting a bad battle? How did you get yourself into this state? King, your subordinate is incompetent, but you shouldn't have come, Han Dong Ji replied. The king replied, if it weren't for you exhausting the phoenix, unable to come to the battlefield, I really wouldn't dare to come, but now that I'm here, no one can stop us. King, even with Shui Feng, this place is still. The king pushed him off the city wall, and Shui Feng, the T-bird, immediately swooped down and rushed towards the king, but was brushed away with one wave of hand, and then immediately jumped off the city wall and flew onto the back of the T-bird. This is too fast. In the Zhenbei army, other than the phoenix, it seems no one can hit him. As soon as he finished speaking, the phoenix arrow was fired. The phoenix said, damn it, this arrow was fired too hastily. If I had woken up when that big bird appeared, I would have definitely hit it. Moreover, he's carrying the regent, hard to deal with. Wang Jia flicked his hand lightly, breaking the phoenix arrow in two. Phoenixes are indeed troublesome, Yang Jiu said. Indeed, I saw this big bird in the intel, but I didn't expect the Prince Regent would actually dare to take such a risk. Luckily we had that phoenix lass, otherwise it would have been difficult to deal with this bird, Yan Fair said. The Beirong have never been easy opponents, young master. Aren't you going to see that girl? Her performance today was truly captivating. I think you should praise her, she'd be so happy. Yang Jiu turned to give a wry smile. Miss Yantrier calls someone who shot down a giant elephant with a single arrow, "Ah, lass. Moreover, why do I smell a hint of jealousy in the air?" Yan Hare chuckled in response. She does retain a certain innocence and sensitivity more than me and Shangguan Lai. In some aspects, I don't care whether she's a Shan, lass or not, but I know very well that I'm a commander right now. The war isn't over yet, it's not time to discuss merits and rewards, and we're still far from the god of war. Hong Tao rode on horseback, slashing countless enemies. Suddenly, a saber blocked his way, and Hong Tao was surprised. Bei Minglang, he said, "God of war Hong Tao, should I call you god of war or military god?" The main general of the Northern Battle Elite Infantry actually managed to block the strongest cavalry of the Beirong, a bunch of peasant rebels who weren't even fully equipped with weapons, yet I managed to lead them to successively capture 3 provinces, and now I'm leading elite troops armed with sophisticated steel weapons, even gunpowder for me to use. You should be proud that you haven't all been killed yet. Bei Minglang was stunned. It's the will of invincibility. What a pity for the ceremonial weapon. Knowing is useless because you can't stop me at all. Hong Tao then raised his spear, shining like a god. Bei Minglang was terrified. Everyone, be careful. That's the shattering star of the god of war. Hong Tao's power is too OP, making all the soldiers tremble in fear. Bei Minglang then ordered. Everyone, retreat, the deputy general said. General Hong Tao is difficult to deal with, but his 100 battle camp has fought to its limit. If we try a little harder now, it's not impossible to break through the west gate. The general turned back and replied, I know. If we just had enough time, we could break through the west gate, but it's been too long now. Now it's so quiet inside Hanbo Pass, the Snow God army has probably retreated already. If the battlefield outside has already failed, what's the point of us breaking through the west gate? Moreover, the most regrettable thing is not failing to break through the west gate, but failing to deal with Hong Tao. I've been dragging it out until now without retreating. I just want to see if there's a chance to kill him first. The combat strength of the 100 battle camp is also beyond our expectations. Retreat, Shangguan Li said. It's too late to leave now. All of you, stay here for me, Hong Tao then said. Girl, it's over. If they don't retreat but fight to the death, the result will be the complete annihilation of the 100 battle camp. They've only suffered more than half the losses. Even if it's you and me, we'll definitely be in danger of collapse. Shangguan Li then asked, how can that be? We're clearly overwhelming them, aren't we? Moreover, didn't you just say you were going to wipe them all out? Now how is it that both sides will suffer? Could it be that you were just bragging? Hong Tao then nodded, coughing. Girl, on the battlefield, bragging is a very common thing. If it doesn't cost any money and can boost morale, why wouldn't I do it? Moreover, the Lang cavalry of the Beirong, do you think the title of the strongest cavalry in the world comes easily? If I hadn't led the elites of the 100 battle camp like this, the west gate would have been breached long ago. Can I persuade both sides to stop? Let's go back. This time, I should be considered as having achieved an overwhelming victory. At the gate of Zhenbei City, Qinglong said, this road, although we've been slashing, killing, and plundering countless times, it's still been blocked by Bingya. The 4 elites of the Beirong Snow God, Wolf Cavalry, Hanfu, Bingya. I've always been wondering where this Bingya army went. If they suddenly ambushed us, that would be quite troublesome. After all, the pressure from the Snow God army on the outside is really too great. Yang Jiu continued. But I didn't expect that they were only acting as reinforcements and not participating in the attack. Thinking of failure before winning. This Prince Regent is quite interesting, Qinglong replied. If it weren't for Bingya's reinforcements, we could have wiped out Hanfu and even killed a few mammoths. You've done well enough. Next, prepare well. Our next battle will be increasingly difficult. Shangguan Li appeared, surprised, and asked, difficult? Why, all their elites have suffered heavy losses at our hands, while we haven't suffered any losses. Haven't we gained the advantage? Yan Ser then said, it turns out that there really is someone among us who can't see the situation clearly, huh? In this battle, young master has almost exhausted all the gunpowder. Moreover, when those mammoths and heavy armored soldiers attacked the city, in order to stop them, the city defense armory suffered extremely heavy losses. We didn't really lose any manpower, but those strategic supplies were a fatal blow. After all, we're attacking a country with just 1 province. If we really exhaust ourselves, where do you think we can go to resupply? Without defensive weapons, the Northern Han army is so large that our geographical advantage isn't that great. Shangguan Li smiled calmly and said, looking at you, you're such an outsider. You have no idea how much money my hubby has. Yang Jiu said in silence. The princes of the 9 provinces are all making themselves kings and hoarding military power. Wen Shuo on the eastern border has sent a letter asking me to transfer a batch of Genki gunpowder to him. The countries on the eastern border are showing signs of unrest. Shangguan Li choked, stammering. This, Yang Jiu said. Little Liner, When the world is about to be in chaos like this, everyone is hoarding strategic materials. Even if you have money, where do you think I can go to buy them? At this moment, a messenger pigeon arrived. Chun Han reports that Borong is reorganizing his troops again and is preparing for the next attack. Although this time was a disastrous defeat, the morale was not affected. Got it. It seems that the regent is more or less thinking of this method. Yang Jiu sneered. Alright, continuous warfare is about to begin, but I don't think it's today. Although we know how difficult the war will be later, we won the battle today, so let's have a feast to celebrate. Are you stupid or what? How many years have you been a soldier? How many years have you known me? Don't you know that winning and losing are common occurrences in the military? The general replied. I am ashamed of the prince's trust in me. You clearly gave me all the elites, but I fought like this. So you want to kill yourself? You want to escape death to repay the country? That sounds nice, but you Confucian scholars are just running away from failure. Han Donggu then said. How humiliating. My prince doesn't have that. The Han army doesn't have that. I, a Confucian scholar, will not run away from any punishment just. The prince then patted his shoulder to comfort him. Today's failure cannot be blamed on you. No one knew that Yang Jiu could have so much gunpowder. Even I would have failed like that. On the battlefield, you didn't like to be greedy for great achievements, and you didn't flinch at all. You made no mistakes in terms of decision-making, and the fact that you were able to come back alive is the greatest achievement. Donggu, the Borong army still needs people now, understand? He shyly replied. Prince, your highness, but... The prince replied, no buts. I need you to continue to lead the Snow God army and the Han army. You just need to know that the Northern Rong needs you. You can't blame yourself like a woman anymore. He then said, yes, your highness. No matter what happens, I will not fail the prince's trust in me. Bei Minglang appeared and mocked. Oh, Han Donggu also lost the battle. Were you still crying a moment ago? Looks like I'm really late. I didn't get to see that global shaking scene, Donggu then said. You're really not good at comforting people, you little brat. The general spoke up. All right, everyone clean up. Although this battle was ugly, it was within my expectations. The Zhenbei army was already difficult to deal with, but now there's Yang Jiu. A battle that was supposed to be successful has become unrealistic, Donggu said. Although we failed this time, we also exhausted all of their gunpowder and nearly half of their defensive weapons. The prince smiled slightly. This is the vision you should have. It's all right. This is also within my plan. We Northern Rong are all brave warriors, but when faced with such gunpowder, we will have fear in our hearts. Once we retreat, it will be a complete rout, and this thing is really too difficult to deal with. If we can't exhaust it all, our next attack will suffer even more serious losses, so it's better to endure the pain and cut off a piece of flesh to pave the way for our next journey. Your Highness, you're brilliant. The Borong Empress on this side. Let's work a little harder, the general then asked. Gamble. Gamble on what? I have nothing now, only this slaughtering blade. Sorry, I still have to take this back. After all, the Zhenbei prince's mansion is poor, and only these 2 blades are left. Unless you give birth to a son for me, then this blade can be left for him? That's not right. You have to give birth to 2 children, one to inherit your throne and one to become the Zhenbei prince. Only then will the northern border be truly secure. The empress replied, you're as rogue as you were when you were young. I don't need those 2 blades. And as for the child you mentioned, I can give birth to one for you. The general froze for 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 5. Did I miss a beat? But, have you ever thought about how this child will arrange things for himself in the future? You're not the emperor of Dakian. Just the Zhenbei prince of the northern border. Even if we had 2 kids like you said, one ruling the northern Rong, one being the Zhenbei prince, what good would that do? The northern Rong would still live ordinary lives, and the Zhenbei territory couldn't betray Dakian, nor could it give the northern Rong the life they desire, so we still have to fight. The general couldn't get a word out. I. The empress then continued. Tian Yu, it's not that the northern Rong are greedy. Now the northern Rong is getting colder and colder. The winters are getting longer and longer. If we don't want to die, we can only fight. The general said, I know everything you're saying. The gap between our statuses is like a chasm, and this chasm has been separating us for over a decade. I misspoke just now. Even though I'm single and broke, it also proves that I've been planning to stay by your side forever, so I'm betting myself, if you win, then there will be no more Daijiang Zhenbei, Zhao Tian Yu, in this world, the empress said. So you're saying you want me to bet like that too? But you know this is very unfair. You've found a successor. But the northern Rong can't live without me right now, the general said. I can wait. Wait until you've arranged everything. Wait until you can come with me, be by your side. I'll wait however long it takes. I just don't want to wait just to see you, let alone only see you once every few years. It's rare to hear a few words that sound good, but this bet is just right. Anyway, you and I just want to have a fight, and then decide who takes care of the house later. The general was scared out of his wits. No way, Empress. Can we not be like fighting in the streets? Fighting also needs to shout. Ready, start, the Empress replied. Enough with the nonsense. Scene changed to Prince You the first wonder how third brother plans to help me? After all, these guys in front of me aren't easy to deal with. Second brother not only sent martial artists but also provided military aid, and even Yang Jiu sent people to Qian Zihan's side. Not to mention them, Qian Zihan himself is already extremely difficult to deal with. Prince Chu smiled lightly. Difficult to deal with. Haha, seventh brother, why is your thinking so conservative? We all know that the people in front of us are actually here to kill the Sword Saint. You just need to let them kill the Sword Saint, and Yang Jiu and Prince Qin will naturally retreat, right? When the time comes, are we just dealing with one Qian Zihan? Moreover, seventh brother, think about it carefully. Can a Sword Saint make Yang Jiu's and Prince Qin's people retreat? Moreover, it also gives us a chance to besiege and kill Qian Zihan, a Sword Saint, in exchange for the withdrawal of Yang Jiu and Prince Qin. I think it's a worthwhile deal. Prince Yu was annoyed. I advise third brother not to joke like this anymore. Although I respect third brother, I still hope third brother understands one thing. Yang province is my territory. Some things can't be joked about. Okay, third brother. Don't look at me like a good-for-nothing. I thought seventh brother was someone who wouldn't hesitate to achieve his goals, but now it seems he's just a hesitant, indecisive person. You can't even bear to part with a little bit of master-disciple sentiment. If you can't bear to part with it, then we can only think of another way. Now the Sword Saint is no longer a headache. If you're willing to offer him up, then just offer him up. My purpose is very simple. It's just to kill that Tian Ren. Prince Yu was full of killing intent. This is probably third brother's goal. After all, back in the capital, young Master Yang proved to us that Tian Ren can be killed. I'm just very curious, third brother. Do you have a way to kill Tian Ren? Prince Chu smiled lightly. Seventh brother is actually asking this, which also proves that seventh brother also has a way to kill Tian Ren. Prince. You laughed loudly. Haha. It seems that this time, without saying anything else, that San Ren is indeed dangerous. Prince Chu said. It's just that we still have one last difficulty. Tian Xuan is actually very difficult to deal with. Moreover, that San Ren won't easily enter the battlefield. If he doesn't get involved, how are we supposed to kill him? Prince Chu said. Third brother is overthinking it. I feel this is not a difficulty at all, or rather, we don't need to solve it at all. The assistant that Qian Zihan just brought back will naturally help us solve this problem. Even if they are not aware of this, the mastermind behind the scenes will tell them. In this game, Tian Ren is also a target. Inviting reinforcements is originally a double-edged sword. I think Qian Zihan will know this soon enough. Seventh brother is talking about himself too. Well, after all, you did invite a powerhouse like me, didn't you? Wu Wang replied. Not only me and Qian Zhan. These words are also for third brother, after all. That celestial realm puppet is indeed very strong. Chu Wang was surprised. Ah, that's not a powerhouse at all, but a burden. It's no wonder seventh brother misunderstood. It's actually very simple, because seventh brother has never been on the battlefield, and wouldn't have that feeling of taming a wild horse, conquering barbarians. Third brother is really strong. I've long understood that. Next, everything still depends on third brother. Senior Qin clan leaders, don't be impatient. I think that Qin Wang probably knows what he's doing. Sending you here probably meant he told you to listen to my command. San Niang spoke up. We will naturally listen to the clan leader's command, but I want to know if Senior San Ren will take action. Chu Wang's side has already arrived. Everyone knows about the battle in the capital. Chu Wang has a celestial realm puppet by his side. The clan leader said, That's right. If you are here to help me, I naturally won't hide anything from you. Senior San Ren is like my teacher, not my subordinate, so there are many things I have no way to order him to do. So, the clan leader means we need to face both the Sword Saint and a celestial realm puppet at the same time. I am Wu Fu. I don't know what ingenious arrangements the clan leader can make on the battlefield, but I know I can deal with a Sword Saint, and I can also deal with a Celestial Realm puppet, but dealing with both of them at the same time, all of us experts here together probably won't be able to. What a great plan! Great! We don't have any great plans, are we all just courting death? San Yang spoke up. This quiet place is Junying, not the training ground of your Bai family. Clan leader. We are willing to avenge the former clan leader, and can even drag the masters behind us into the war. This is our sincerity, but it doesn't mean we can court death, the clan leader said. How can I not understand San Yang's words? But Senior San Xian has his own considerations. I, San Ren, actually appeared, patting the clan leader's shoulder. All right. The moment I chose to enter the mortal world to stand by your side, I knew there would be a situation like today. The clan leader said. Senior, San Niang immediately paid her respects. Greetings, Senior San Ren. You don't need to be so polite. Right now, everyone has no solution. Isn't it just a celestial realm puppet? There's no need to argue anymore. Leave that guy to me. That senior brother of yours is actually studying the same techniques as me. He can learn the essence of various martial arts just by looking at them. I had planned to take him as a disciple before, but he was blinded and entangled by those worldly affairs, and in the end, it was difficult to cut them off. He wasn't good at these things, but he still wanted to do them. He didn't realize what the consequences would be. Consider this a lesson. If the senior has said so, I think the difficult problem before us has also been resolved. Speed is of the essence in war, so we will prepare to start the war tomorrow. Senior probably knows, this is not just the arrangement of these few people, but the people behind them also intend to force Senior to take action. Sanren said, "Of course I understand these things. The game is so obvious, how could I not see it? You gather so many people here. The vast majority of them are running here for the Sword Saint," Yu Wang sighed. "They are naturally rushing here for me. And the masters behind these people want both me and the Sword Saint to die. This is why those Celestials don't want to enter the mortal world. Once they get involved, it's hard to avoid becoming a pawn," the clan leader said. "This is all the fault of the younger generation. If it weren't for the senior standing by my side, you would never have been drawn into the mortal world like this. It's okay, they're just making a reasonable request, and we have no way to refuse." As for the princes, after the battle in the capital, Yang Jiu's success made them no longer afraid of Celestials, and even planned to hunt Celestials. But for these Jianghu martial artists, this is the first time they have seen the power of Celestials. They had never been in contact with Celestials before, didn't know the abilities of Celestials. Fear is often because they see it, and then fear, some courage is because they don't see it, and then are courageous, the clan leader said. "Indeed, if they didn't see the person take action, I think they would definitely not go to the battlefield," Sanren replied. "No matter what the outcome of this war is, the chaotic world has been revealed again by me and you. I hope I will always remember the words we said when raising the chaotic world. The longer the chaotic world, the more the common people suffer. What we are doing is not raising the chaotic world, but ending this chaotic world quickly. As long as you can remember these words firmly, I will not regret entering this mortal world," the clan leader said. "Senior, if there are some unexpected events on the battlefield tomorrow that you cannot foresee, I ask Senior to protect yourself first. Winning or losing this war isn't important, but having you, Senior, is incredibly important to me, so no matter what happens, please come back alive." Yang Jiu sighed. "Looks like the 9 provinces won't be so peaceful anymore. All the military forces on both sides are in position. The next step is a bloodbath," Liu Yancer said. "The pieces are in place, but young master probably knows best that other people's pieces won't be useful. Moreover, Qian Zihan's side is still okay, but Wu Wang's side is clearly just a chessboard, yet there are 2 players. What's the deal with that? Unable to withstand other people's pawns? It's just a pity that I'm trapped in the northern frontier. On the contrary, I find them over there quite interesting. At least much more interesting than the stuff happening in this northern frontier," Liu Yanher said. "Haven't you already finished all the arrangements in the northern frontier that you should have made, young master? On the battlefield, one person's strength is inherently limited. You've already done enough, young master." Yang Jiu replied. "That's why I don't like it, war," Liu Yanwer then said gently and considerately. "It's getting late. This humble servant will attend to young master and help him go to sleep. Miss Shangguan hasn't even reached the peak of the highest rank yet, but this servant can attend to young master any time," Yang Jiu said with a scruffy, flirtatious face. This isn't right. Xiao Lisher is still here. It wouldn't be good for my body if she suddenly interrupted. Have you ever seen me go into battle unprepared, young master? Miss Shangguan was busy all day in the military camp, and now she's home. She'll fall asleep as soon as she lies down. We're the only ones awake at this hour, so no one will bother us tonight." Just then, someone knocked loudly on the door. Bai Ling panicked and said, Madam Shangguan, wake up. If you sleep any longer, you'll lose your position as the head wife." Shangguan Li yawned and asked, "Lose my position as the head wife?" Shangguan Li kicked the door open with a bang, catching Yang Jiu sweating bullets, completely forgetting that there were informants for Xiao Li in the courtyard. "Oh, that's rich. That's rich, Yang Jiu. I'm risking my life and working hard for you in the military camp, and you're plotting behind my back with someone else. How can you treat me like this?" Bai Ling added fuel to the fire. "That's right, young master. Do you even care about Madame Shangguan?" Liu Yanker said, her face red with annoyance. "Bai Ling, Phoenix, right? Your unparalleled archery skills on the battlefield impressed the generals, but who knew you were also so talented when it comes to household matters?" Yang Jiu chuckled and comforted. "Don't be angry, I'll tell her off." Yang Jiu was so angry he wanted to vomit blood. She dared ruin his good time. He was about to light the fire in the stove, and it got ruined. "How dare Bai Ling show her face in front of me after doing something like that, Madame Shangguan? No matter what happens, I'm firmly on your side." Shangguan Li said, "Don't worry, I remember everything you've done for me. Even Yang Jiu can't do anything to you." "I'm just saying." Liu Yanher said, "Miss Bai Ling, have you really thought this through, standing against me? Although I may look unapproachable, the truth is that those who stay with me all know very well that I am very generous, and have never mistreated my people." As for Miss Shangguan, although she may not seem very intelligent and gives off a very easygoing vibe, if her slightest intention is revealed, will she still be as calm and easygoing with you? Bai Ling stood frozen like a statue, her mouth stiff. Shangguan Li immediately went crazy. "What, is Yang Jiu not enough? Do you also believe her sweet words? No matter what happens between us sisters, as long as you tell me, I will never mistreat you. That fox spirit is not so certain. You're so naive that you'll be sold off by her and still be counting the money for her." Yang Jiu immediately spoke up, naive. "Who are you talking about?" Liu Yanrir smiled lightly. "Ah, right. You 2 sisters have a deep bond. Miss Bai Ling's plan is just to make your sisterly love even more sublime. Shangguan Li was dumbfounded. Even more sublime? Bai Ling forced a smile and said, "It's nothing. Madame Shangguan doesn't need to think too much about it." Shangguan Li immediately asked, "Why are you so nervous? Or are you hiding something from me? Could it be that there is a secret between you two that cannot be known by others?" Bai Ling was horrified. That, Bai Ling then said resentfully. "I've only had a few days of peace since I followed you so diligently, madam. How could I possibly hide anything from you?" Shangguan Li said unhappily. "Everyone outside the room, leave first. Your madam and the young master need to sleep tonight. Go back quickly." Liu Yanhe then said. "Oh, Miss Shangguan has such great authority." Liu Yanhe went ballistic and shouted, "I wouldn't be surprised if your Shangguan family is about to become the head of the Yang family. Let the young master choose where to sleep tonight." Then there was a crash. It was Shangguan Li's spear stuck in the ground. "That's right. Let him choose himself. Let's see if Zhu Feng still remembers who's been following him through thick and thin." Yang Jiu chuckled. "Alright, Zhao Li's sob story tactic doesn't suit you. I'm not used to seeing you like this." "Liu Yan'er, why don't you?" Liu Yan'er quickly interjected. "Others may not know, but you should know, young master. How many times have I yielded? If you still favor Shangguan Li today, then I'll just do as I please today too." Yang Jiu turned to Zhao Li. "Look at Yan'er, she's actually quite..." Before he could finish, Shangguan Li threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. "I don't care. No matter what happens today, I won't leave Yang Jiu's side for even half a step. Not just today, but from now on. If Yang Jiu isn't with me every night, I won't even bother sleeping." Yan Kuer immediately grabbed Shangguan's hair and pulled her away. "What the hell? Can't win with reason, so you resort to acting like a hooligan." And so, the battle for affection began. On the Grand Tutor's side, "My good grandson has read this military strategy book so many times he can't bear to put it down. You've been here for so many years. Can you give me your honest opinion on whether that grandson of mine has a chance to become the son of heaven or not?" "Old geezer, why are you getting so greedy? Don't you know how much power my grandson possesses? Moreover, even if he can catch a glimpse of the celestial realm, if he manages to break through one day, he's still lacking in many aspects." Grand Tutor asked. "Greedy? Am I really greedy? Honestly, how much longer do I have to live? How many more things do I have to experience? But my good grandson is still young, and he's already reached such a position at such a young age. How can I, as his granddad, not worry about him?" Cough cough. "Oh no, it's all blood," Qin Tian said. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Or do you think my celestial realm cultivation is just for show? Do you think I can't tell that the stuff on the handkerchief is just dye? We've known each other for so long, stop acting every time you need something from me." The old lord laughed loudly. "Haha. As expected of the number one under heaven, I didn't expect my acting skills to be seen through by you. Truly amazing. I'm impressed. If I really kick the bucket, that kid will face life-threatening dangers. Can you help me take care of him? We've been friends for so many years. After all," Qin Tian said somberly, "a great calamity is coming. My family and bloodline are also in great danger. What need is there for me to protect him? Even though I'm self-taught, I'm still from your sect. Tell me, doesn't your sect need help? Moreover, I've had so many benefactors along the way. You understand the dangers of the great calamity better than I do. Even though I'm number one under heaven, with so many people," the old lord's face darkened. "I thought you had a carefree personality, that worldly matters didn't concern you. But I didn't expect you to be so worried about this calamity. It seems I've put you in a tight spot." Qin Tian yawned. "HMPH, you've misunderstood me. How should I put it? If I don't help those people, what basis do I have to help your grandson?" The old lord then beckoned him over. "Fine. You're all aloof and noble, you won't help. You've been staying at my place for 5 years. Quickly pay me the rent." Qin Tian said blankly. "What rent? I may have stayed here for 5 years, but have you forgotten how many generals I've trained for you in these 5 years? I'm talking about that Phoenix general. If it weren't for me, would she be where she is today? I'm not arguing about what's good or bad about staying at your place. As long as I open my mouth, wouldn't any place let me freeload, and even give me mountains of gold and silver?" The old lord said. "That's the Imperial Palace. This is the Northern Garrison Lord's estate, not the Imperial Palace." Suddenly, someone slammed the door open. Yang Jiu's face was dark as he said, "Grand Tutor, good big brother? I'll be staying with you two from now on. My little courtyard can't handle it anymore." The Grand Tutor immediately asked, "Good grandson, what's wrong? Why are you so tired? Could it be a few nights with your daughters-in-law?" "That's right. At first, I always thought I'd have to endure being sandwiched. But in the end, they both ganged up on me alone. If I weren't a third-rank martial artist, my bones would have cracked already," the old lord exclaimed in shock. "That's so violent. I didn't think my two daughters-in-law were like that. Could it be? You can't judge a book by its cover?" Yang Jiu froze for a moment. "Violent, huh?" He thought to himself, "Does Grand Tutor think we consummated our marriage last night? If so, might as well go along with it." He then grinned slyly and said, "That's right, Grand Tutor. You don't know how my two wives don't know how to cherish a man at all. I understand what you're saying. After all, you also experienced something like that in your middle age. Men, especially when their wives are afraid they have someone else on the side. Every time, cough cough, you understand." "Stay here and relax," Yang Jiu replied with a smile. Thank you for understanding, Grand Tutor. Otherwise, I wouldn't know who to tell these things to. It's just, if they find you, the old lord immediately replied. Leave these matters to me. Although I also want to hold my great-grandson, nothing is more important than my good grandson's health. No matter what, I'm still an elder. They should totally respect me, Qin Tian quipped. No wonder your blade isn't as sharp as it used to be, and you're getting so frail in your middle age. Turns out this is why you're slandering your own good grandchild. Don't you dare believe him. He's slandering me. My blade is actually at its absolute strongest in middle age, and it's only getting stronger. Of course I don't believe Grandpa, teehee, Qin Tian mused. Seems like my judgment was spot on. Turns out martial arts truly are connected to the female heart. Empress of the water-seeking Dao, when did a man like you ever reach that realm? My power can't even harm you. Then, General Huo replied, I already said, if I feared the snow god I wouldn't have come to find you. For over 10 years, even if you've gained unexpected power from it, I haven't been slacking off either. If not, how could I ever be worthy of you? You ate that snow velvet and became this gorgeous, while I ended up looking like this, the Empress then said. Looks like I really need to use my wits to get the upper hand with you. I can't possibly beat you in a martial arts showdown. If that's how it is, then fine, General Huso immediately retorted. A draw? Are you kidding me right now? If we kept fighting, you'd be no match for me, seriously. You're a dignified empress. How dare you pull such stunts on me? If it's playing dirty, then I don't care anymore. This time, I, the general, am just gonna snatch you away, the empress then gently said. I want equal standing with you. Right away, she took General Huo's hand and added, that's why I really didn't want to use this, playing cute, trick. To others, I'm the empress whose word is law, but to you, I'm just a normal woman. Can't you even give me a shoulder to lean on? General Huo immediately stammered. I didn't mean it like that. The empress was just using her, beauty trap, on him the whole time. Instantly, General Huo froze up. The empress then declared, I won again. General Huo immediately cursed under his breath. She's really a crazy woman. General Huo. She's truly infuriating. And this trick again, Empress. Infuriating, huh? Then how come you've waited for me all these years? Besides, you know better than me, so cut the sly act already. And seriously, how many times have you fallen for this and still haven't learned your lesson? General Huo immediately grimaced. You're really something. What do you want now? You're not actually planning to drag me into the palace and make me your empress, are you? No matter what, I'm a man. I have my limits too. The empress then calmly replied. Didn't we already discuss this when we first met? At this point, the empress then said, I want to go see a mountain in Beirong, General Huhao asked, surprised. Now, but isn't Beirong off limits to you right now? Besides, the front lines are still actively fighting. It's really not a good time for us to go sightseeing, with the war still raging. General Huo, you're the strongest, after all. Even with the war on the front lines, the home front doesn't have much going on. If we don't go now, I'm afraid we won't get another chance. From a public perspective, what can an empress who can't even tie up a chicken do in a war anyway? So, considering both public and private matters, if we go now, nobody can say a word about it. In Beirong, the snow kept falling, and the weather was absolutely freezing. General Huo still stood there alone, looking incredibly annoyed. That crazy broad, that beautiful empress, just keeps blabbering to herself. Fine, I'm already here, so whatever she says goes. I'm totally okay with everything. No more opinions from me. Meanwhile, back at the camp, everyone seemed to have gotten some rest after the incredibly fierce battle they'd just fought. Yang Jiu then said, even though we managed to defeat Beirong's snow god army, I have some bad news for everyone. We're completely out of gunpowder. Right now, we only have enough left for ambushes. If they try another large-scale battle like last time, there's no way we can keep fighting. Quitlin then said, it's a tough spot, for sure. The commander's gunpowder was a welcome surprise, but we'd already prepared for a strategy of winning outnumbered. The beautiful red-haired girl, her huge, tea-colored eyes blazing, spoke up. No gunpowder, no problem. You still have me. I've completely recovered these past few days. As long as I'm on the Beirong battlefield, they'll be completely tied up. Yang Jiu, I don't think you grasp the gravity of the situation yet. They didn't just use the snow god army to deplete our gunpowder. Do you honestly think they'll let you keep showing off? The red-haired girl asked, surprised. What do you mean, sir? I don't quite get it, Yang Jiu immediately replied. My Phoenix General. While I can't predict their exact next move, I'm betting you're definitely one of their targets. They'll probably try an assassination again. I'm used to their tricks. It's hardly the first time they've come to pull one off. Yang Jiu thought to himself. This time, it might be different. The red-haired girl, looking utterly bewildered, asked, Beirong is really planning to assassinate me. Yang Jiu, I don't think I need to elaborate much on what's coming next, everyone. Just mentally prepare yourselves. Wang Ye said, you've all witnessed the power of gunpowder. I don't know how many men Yang Jiu has, but we can't retreat or avoid this enemy, because today's battle is an opportunity that might not come again in 10 years. The general said, I'm willing to die for Wang Ye. Please give the order. Wang Ye then said, excellent, excellent. Wang Ye thought to himself, Yang Jiu's gunpowder is probably running low, so next we need to exploit our superior forces and attack the city from 3 sides. The general thought, We have a great advantage in manpower, but Wang Ye, should the three sides attack simultaneously, or should we feint? Wang Yi frowned and slammed the table. Attack all at once, or attack while feinting. There's not much gunpowder left, and even if Feng Huang is strong, she's just one person. With Yang Jiu's forces, I don't believe he can defend all three sides. The general then asked, but if we attack like that, how will the troops be distributed? Wang Yi replied, military deployment is fluid, we need a mix of solid and deceptive tactics. For the three main attack routes, the troop deployment will depend on who can make the most progress and become the main spearhead. If we don't succeed in attacking, the city defense will definitely have weaknesses. If I redeploy the three main forces to fill the gaps, other areas will be vulnerable, then our attack will very likely succeed. This humble servant understands, Wang Ye. We will arrange it immediately, Wang Yi said. Alright, everyone is dismissed, go prepare yourselves. Teng Jiu, you stay, I have some private matters to discuss. The general then asked, Wang Ye, do you have any instructions? Wang Ye pulled out a token and handed it to the general, who gasped in surprise. This is the Hanwu token. The general looked at the token in Wang Ye's hand and asked, isn't this your most elite hidden guard? Moreover, they are all experts from the Bonrong tribe. You spent so much effort to recruit these Jianghu experts from Beirong. Wang Ye replied calmly, it's good that you know, when our three wings attack the city, even if Yang Jiu is experienced, he has limitations in battlefield experience. I'm sure he'll be a little flustered and won't be able to pay attention to everything. That's our chance. So, Wang Ye, you're planning to use this trump card. But will this opportunity allow us to kill Yang Jiu? Wang Ye replied, exactly. Take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But you should know who Yang Jiu is. He's the current chief commander of Zhenbei, and he's surrounded by many experts. So, be careful. But, Wang Ye, I think killing Yang Jiu is also a tough problem, for real. Who do you think is the biggest threat to us? The general replied. Could it be that beautiful red-haired Feng Huang? Phoenix? Wang Ye said. Indeed, that's right. If we can take out that little bitch Feng Huang, we'll have won half the battle. Moreover, it will set the stage for our later plans with Yang Jiu's gunpowder. I've also grasped some information. Actually, I've never wanted to use the snow divine bird for military purposes, only in emergencies for reinforcements, the general asked in surprise. Do you mean to use the snow divine bird to transport gunpowder from the sky and drop it down? Even if it's wasteful, we can destroy the enemy's military camp and food supplies from above. Wang Ye replied, that's right, we can try. Therefore, if Feng Huang doesn't die, the snow divine bird will never be able to exert its power. It has both great harm and benefit. General, that homie said, Feng Huang is the biggest pain in the ass, but please rest assured, Wang Ye, I will definitely deal with Feng Huang in the most stylish way possible. Wait for my good news. Wang Yi smiled and said, I'm relieved when you handle things. We have the advantage now. But I still have something to tell you. Please instruct me, Wang Ye. The general bowed. This subordinate is listening, and will never refuse. The general laughed loudly. Ha ha! Alright, you don't need to be so tense, it's not a big deal. It's just that if something happens to me, you must take over and lead the entire army, and fulfill my wishes. The general asked in surprise. Why are you saying this at this time? How could anything happen to you, Wang Yi? I guarantee you, this subordinate will die before Wang Ye. I dare not die before Wang Ye, Wang Yi said. Young man, what I want to see is not your loyalty. You know what I want to hear? You know, the person we're facing now is not Zhao Tianyu. I know Zhao Tianyu's details very well, so no matter how strong he becomes, there's nothing to fear. The important thing is, Yang Jiu. He is a much more fatal opponent than Zhao Tianyu. The general asked, Wang Ye, why are you so worried about Yang Jiu? We have a full 10,000 soldiers, while the entire Zhenbei army only has a few 100,000, and they're only stationed in the northernmost province. Moreover, Yang Jiu has expended a lot of energy, so we have a high chance of winning big. I don't know what you're still worried about. Just say it, and I, your humble subordinate, will get it done for you, Wang Ye said. You must understand the principle that the cavalry's failure was due to such a great advantage. With such a good opportunity, we can't afford to fail because of anything. I can't be the reason for our failure either. Wang Ye, I love a saying, success doesn't necessarily require me, but success definitely includes me. This humble subordinate understands Wang Ye's determination. Please rest assured, no matter what happens later, this subordinate will remember it in my heart and fight bravely to the last moment. Yang Jiu replied, very good. With these words from you, I won't have to worry no matter what happens. Scene changed to the Yang mansion. At this time, the madam frowned and asked, there's a battle going on at the northern border again, right? Madam, don't worry. Your father is still at the border, so things won't get out of hand. Isn't the empress supposed to invite madam to admire flowers tomorrow? Madam must look beautiful. Don't beat around the bush with me. No matter what you say, I come from the northern border, Yang Yuan then said. Although our son has never experienced the battlefield, he has been in the military camp and knows the situation of the northern Rong. The madam then replied, of course, I'm proud that my son can be the commander. But the more outstanding my son is, the faster my heart beats. Is madam looking down on me, your husband? If I wasn't confident, would I let our son go to the battlefield? Alright, don't worry, have I ever disappointed you, madam? I wouldn't worry if it were before, but now you can't leave the capital. This battle in the capital is very dangerous. Those guys in the southern border are making the situation even more disastrous. It's already too much of a stretch for you to accept the Dragon Chi and wield the power of the nation. Speaking of which, it's all Yang Yuan's fault. The world says Madame Yang is heroic, but who knows that my madam has always been accomplished in both literary and martial arts, and is the successor of her father. How could the door of the Zhenbei royal mansion have such a person? It's just that I've affected her reputation. After all, it's the late emperor. He wanted madam to be displayed like this, so we can only become like this. Alright, stop trying to change the subject. I want to ask you, what exactly is the situation? If that Dragon Chi is only like that with you in the capital, then it's fine. I'm just afraid it will affect your health. Is that the dragon slaying technique? Yang Yuan then said. If I hadn't left the sacrificial academy that year, the head teacher might have passed it on to me. But my ambition wasn't in the academy, and the teachers have their own principles. Besides, I'm not a member of the royal family, so even if the Dragon Chi chooses me, it will be extremely harsh on me. Anytime he leaves the capital, he will be violently rejected by the Dragon Chi. But what compensates me is that as long as I am in the capital, I will be invincible in the world. I understand everything you're saying. I just want to know if the Dragon Chi is harmful to you, Yang Yuan replied. Of course not. Although the Dragon Chi forces me to stay in the capital, the world is in chaos now. The celestial humans don't know what they're plotting. Only by using the Dragon Chi to stabilize the capital can this world not truly fall into chaos. You just need to remember what you promised me. Yang Yuan always keeps his word, madam. Go and get ready. Okay, my madam will go now. At this moment, a mysterious expert is waiting to meet Yang Yuan, he said. It seems that Junior's face is getting bigger and bigger these days. I just sent a message to Yang Yuan, and you were able to arrive on time like this. Scene changed to the military camp. At this time, the red-haired girl laughed and said, whatever, we'll kill as many as come. If they really want to kill me, they'll need at least 3 phasing realm experts. By then, I'll probably be dead. If everyone can take down those 3, then it can be considered that we don't lose much. Yang Jiu slammed the table in annoyance and said, this time is not a joke, you really might die. I, Yang Jiu, have no way to guarantee your safety, because we are on a real battlefield. The war is so fierce, so this time you must be careful. I, Yang Jiu, can allow you to withdraw from the battlefield. We have all seen the effect of the snow god army in battle, so I need you to live. The red-haired girl immediately darkened her face and said, what the heck are you saying, Commander? This lady is a soldier, and even more so a general. I can't be such a cowardly person who is afraid of death. Yang Jiu quickly cut her off. No matter what choice you make, I will respect it, but you must think carefully. Liu Yanhair confided softly. The young master never likes to talk much. He keeps everything in his heart. This time, he's giving so many instructions to General Phoenix. Is it because the young master sees her as bait? As expected, nothing escapes her eyes. Yang Jiu here knows that Feng Huang has done a lot for us, and she's been by my side for so long, but I have to do this because this is the battlefield, which is also why I don't like war. Because I can't think of a way to win without sacrificing anything. Whether it's military tactics or devilish schemes, I can only retreat unscathed. But in war, someone has to win. Liu Yanhair then said, perhaps this humble servant should comfort you at this moment, young master. But I can't help but say that the road ahead of you will inevitably involve war. Yang Jiu must learn to get used to war, to get used to sacrifice. What does this Yang Jiu take this girl for anyway? If you want me to be baiting, just say it directly. I'm a soldier, why would I be afraid of death? If it weren't for the existence of celestials like the seniors, would the younger generation now be forced to leave the capital, or be helpless against the schemes of those celestials? I feel like everything you're saying is hinting at me. So what if you were invincible in the capital? I only saw it as a small matter. It's just that after you became a celestial, there's one more cunning old geezer among the celestials, which only gives this old Taoist a headache. Yang Yuan then laughed loudly. Haha, I thought you were going to say there's one more extremely reliable ally. What I regret most now is being trapped in the capital by the dragon energy. Otherwise, I'd go to the Dong Kingdom and see what those celestials are scheming. It's just that the only celestial I can currently contact is you, old geezer. But Yang Yuan reached where he is today. Yet you don't want to tell me, the old geezer replied. Haven't you said it all yourself? Even though you become a celestial, you're trapped in the capital by the dragon energy, so, in my eyes, you're no different from before. The differences will be discussed later. You must tell Yang Yuan whether that cowardly ghost is involved in the celestials, plot or not, the old hairy-mouthed geezer said. In the chaotic era, there's an interesting place. Although celestials have too much of an advantage and can scheme, there are also some wise mortals who can use mortals to push back the plans of celestials. Yang Yuan helplessly replied. Smart people say everything lightly, but talking to old foxes is even more tiring. I just want to know if that cowardly ghost is involved in the celestials, plan or not, the old geezer said. You have your own predictions. Why should this old Taoist tell you? If I had to say, this old Taoist can only say that if that #1 in the world makes a move, the plans of the celestials are just a joke. Yang Yuan was shocked. Holy crap, are you talking about that one in the north? The old hairy-mouthed geezer said again, grinning. Looks like your precious son doesn't hide anything from you, huh? It's that one, it's Daichian. That's why the Celestials are wary of him no matter what schemes they're plotting. Chilan Zehan then said. Looks like things have started on the northern border. Perhaps the biggest difference is that everyone is shouting, war for the country, but only one person is truly fighting for the country. That rather handsome celestial guy then said. One province against one nation? That's not easy. This is the point Qian Ziahan feels most ashamed, but I'm getting moved. Being blind to the situation on the northern border is because that place can trap Yang Jiu. But it might not. One province against one nation. Qian Zihan. Are you that confident in him? Qian Zihan then lightly said. Could it be that even today, Senior still doesn't know Yang Jiu's capabilities? Senior, I understand your meaning. But if you want that position, why can't you perfect your calculations? Moreover, the battle before us won't be easy either, Qinyan Zihan replied. Xin Wang going to the battlefield not only brings along a Wei Celestial at the Breaking Realm stage, but also means that the Yang province generals will be adding more troops, the senior said. It's fine, this depends on you. Suddenly, an extremely loud, rumbling explosion rang out. Immediately, they stepped outside. Seeing black smoke blanketing the entire sky, Qian Zihan then asked, What the hell is this? The senior then shouted, This is bad, everyone, evacuate immediately. Ji Fengjun then said, as quick as lightning, Wei Celestial's puppets. Everyone be careful, Qin Jihan said. This, Qin Wang, is indeed not someone simple, but rather, quite broad. Is this your plan, Wei Celestial's puppets? Indeed, they're effective. Everyone was then in chaos, scratching and panicking like dogs, shouting, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Qian Zihan then exclaimed, Holy SHT, Wei Celestial's puppets. Indeed, they're effective, disregarding life and death, and falling into my military camp. If I concentrate my forces to encircle and kill them, then the outside of Yang province will attack my military camp. Therefore, I can only use the main force to receive the cavalry, and then use martial artists to deal with the Wei Celestial at the Breaking Realm stage. Everyone then shouted fiercely, Charge! Charge into the Yang province cavalry. Qian Ziahan, eyes wide and mouth agape, directed, Infantry, prepare. Cavalry, finish preparations for siege. Don't bother with those puppets. Leave them to the martial artists. The puppet immediately crawled out of the black smoke. Ji Fengjun used dirty tricks, planning to sneak attack from behind, but immediately ate a 1,000-pound punch from him, flying hundreds of kilometers away. But then Ji Fengjun immediately regained his composure and said, The celestial human puppet uses an axe to control its strength, disregarding life and death. In many ways, he's even harder to deal with than a celestial human. Then the hairy-mouthed old guy and the assassin dude on the papaya tree also immediately joined the battle, joining forces to attack the celestial human puppet. The hairy-mouthed old guy took the opportunity to chat with the young assassin. Never thought the day would come when I'd team up with you. The short-haired dude said, I never believed someone could use the ghost sword after only meeting a few times. Seeing it today, the reputation is well-deserved. Qian Zihan then said, The pseudo-celestial human realm puppet is indeed difficult to deal with, but not to the extent of fighting like this. You're still making jokes like that now? Don't you see what they're up to? Senior, I think that even if the puppet is strong, so many realm breakers can suppress it. It's just a matter of consuming true energy. How could they possibly waste true energy here? So even when fighting the puppet, they don't need to hold back. Just let them go do what they really need to focus on. We made that clear from the start. I should be the one dealing with this. Immediately, the battle between the pretty boy senior and the hideously ugly scarecrow is about to begin. Shi Fengjun said in surprise, The free and unfettered intent. Is this the celestial human's really powerful move? The senior said, Go, you guys go deal with the sword saint. Leave this thing to me. Anyway, you guys won't be effective beating him. Better to go handle the real business. Qian Zihan said, Thank you, senior. Lucky there's someone here, or this junior wouldn't be able to clean up the battlefield. I think that celestial human should make a move by now, right? Yu Wang said, Third brother, isn't the price a little too high this time? The Yang Jiu cavalry is my trump card. Just have them charge directly. The third prince of Yang, with a cunning look on his face, said, Heh, it's all right, seventh brother. Think about it. Qian Jihan needs to be dealt with. After all, the conflict between him and us is irreconcilable, and we have to get past this Sword Saint mountain. Other than letting my Sword Saint little brother kill him, the only other option is to pay the price to eliminate him this time. Third brother is helping seventh brother, so say whatever you want. I'm leaving this battlefield to third brother. If one day third brother gets the fisherman's profit, don't forget to leave a path for little brother to survive. What exactly are you talking about, seventh brother? Could it be that third brother isn't sacrificing anything in this battle? If something goes wrong with the celestial human puppet, don't you think third brother will also lose his Yang Jiu cavalry? Seventh brother said, I'll remember everything third brother does. Yu Wang said to the one-eyed guy. Have you ever wondered why my third brother doesn't trust you as much? But I, Yu Wang, can see what you really want to do, or else go cooperate with another prince, he said dejectedly. Your Highness? I don't know what the heck you're talking about. In short, Prince Chu is the benefactor of my clan. Such kindness cannot be forgotten. Yu Wang replied, I guess that kindness must be pretty big if it made third brother use even a celestial human realm puppet. But consider what I'm saying, great shaman. After all, the ambition of the Wu clan is very clear. The one-eyed guy went to pay respects to Prince Chu. Prince Chu said, "Now that the celestial human has shown himself, let's start hunting celestial humans," the great shaman of the Wu clan said. Now the art of refining celestial human puppets is gradually maturing. As long as we catch the remnants of the Wu clan, we can add another celestial human puppet for your highness. Prince Chu then smiled slightly and said, "Very good. As long as I have 2 celestial human puppets, then dealing with celestial humans won't be so complicated anymore. I can just rely on numbers to hunt celestial humans, and then constantly expand my celestial human puppets. When I have an army of celestial human puppets, why should I care about the celestial humans' plans? Why should I be afraid of Yang Yuan? For your highness's cause, my Wu clan will definitely contribute our efforts, and please rest assured, great shaman, that Prince Chu will definitely do what he promises. When I become emperor, the Wu clan will be the state religion, and the great shaman will be second only to me." "Yes, your highness, serving your highness is originally the honor of my Wu clan." "Alright, no need to say those things. The loose cultivators have made a move over there. Even though we've made full arrangements, we still need the great shaman to go over there." "Yes, your highness, I'm taking my leave." Just now, another expert appeared, Fang Sheng, who broke through to the next realm. "Your humble servant Tianfeng respectfully greets." "Your highness," Chu Wang happily said. "Uncle Fang, you've finally arrived." "Chu Wang, I've told you countless times. There's no need to use my respectful name, whether officially or personally. You are my elder," Fang Sheng then said. "The etiquette of a prince cannot be abandoned. If it weren't for you, I, Xin Wang, wouldn't know how many times I would have died on the battlefield. My mother passed away early, leaving me with no support in the capital. Absolutely no way to contend with Xin Wang. I could only go to the border battlefield to fight for my future. But that year, I, Chu Wang, was only 12 years old, and Xin Wang sent a grade 4 breakthrough expert to suppress me. If it weren't for you, could I have lived to this day, uncle? You said it's all things that should be done. If I couldn't protect your highness, how could I face the empress in the Yellow Springs?" Chu Wang replied. "Uncle Fang, you never owed my mother and me anything. Rather, we owe you too much. For my mother, you willingly endured hardships, and for me, you gave up all empty glory and riches." "Uncle, I already said, this is what I should do," Fang Sheng said. "Your highness doesn't need to take it to heart. Besides, your highness called me here this time, surely for some arrangement. Otherwise you wouldn't have both of us absent from the southern border, right?" "That's right. I truly have something I need you to do, Uncle Fang. Qian Zaihan has that celestial being in his hands. We must find a way to eliminate him. Otherwise, the upcoming succession struggle will become even more troublesome. Furthermore, I also need to refine another celestial puppet," Uncle Fang replied. "Celestial beings are indeed difficult to deal with. When I sparred with Senior Camille in the Imperial Palace, the celestial being's skills were incomparably profound. But it's not impossible to suppress this matter." "You can leave it to me," Chu Wang then reminded Uncle Fang. "This battle is not just about killing a celestial being, we also need to eliminate the Grand Priest." "That's right, from the beginning I've been worried that you wouldn't pay attention to the Witch Tribe's ambition. Now it seems that even though you use the Witch Tribe, you've never truly trusted them." Chu Wang immediately replied. "Those not of my bloodline must be handled with caution. I am a prince. I must understand such principles. But the Witch Tribe's method for refining celestial puppets is rare. If we can only create a few more celestial beings for you, then the path ahead will be much easier." "Uncle Fang, you've misunderstood. I've never thought about turning on the Witch Tribe. It's just that the Grand Priest's ambition is too great. If he dies, the Witch Tribe will be like a headless snake, much easier to manage," Uncle Fang replied. "It seems your highness has truly matured, considering things so perfectly." "Don't worry, your highness. I will definitely carry out your instructions." "Well, Uncle Fang, let me add one more thing. If we can't kill the celestial being this time, we must still find a way to eliminate the Grand Priest. In short, my intervention in the battlefield this time, while seemingly about killing the celestial being, is actually about finding a reasonable opportunity to eliminate that old man." "Understood, your highness. Rest assured, the celestial puppet's defensive power is much stronger than a normal celestial being's, and its stamina seems limitless. Dealing with a refined celestial being like this is truly troublesome." San Ren was surprised. "We've been fighting for so long, and you're still just a puppet, no sentience, just killing based on instinct. I have no way to deal with you, and there's no point in being a celestial being anymore then." That puppet celestial being immediately threw a punch towards the elder's shadow, and this celestial being spat out a mouthful of blood. San Ren said, "I've fought with so many experts, seen countless talents across the world. Fighting me is very simple. Use your strongest methods to attack the enemy's weakest point. Therefore, as long as you can pierce the enemy's weakness, and then focus your strength, no matter how strong an enemy is, they can be defeated. Looks like I can send you off now." Immediately, someone appeared and said, "Wait, if you go all out, you might get hurt. 2 peak breakthrough experts are still here, with a third party secretly watching the fight from the shadows." San Ren chuckled softly and replied, "As expected. It's not that simple. Usually, when I encounter a situation where a celestial being can be captured, I avoid it. After all, they call me San Ren because I'm fast at running. Only a few people in this world can stop me. It's just that if I run this time, that kid Xian Zihan will probably have a rough time. The witch tribe has hidden from worldly affairs for so many years. Why would the Grand Priest get involved in the Central Plains? Matters. You want to support an emperor? That's fine, but if you fail, the witch tribe won't be able to recover. The Grand Priest immediately raised his hand to control the celestial puppet. It was instantly pulled back. The Grand Priest's hand was stained with fresh blood, and this puppet immediately seemed infused with demonic energy, instantly growing stronger. The one-eyed old man said, "Others find it strange. But do you, San Ren, also find it strange why I participate in these matters? Or perhaps you are willing to offer the witch tribe more choices," San Ren said. "It's a celestial being situation again. No wonder Yang Yuan wants to kill celestial beings. They deserve this beating from me, yet they recover in an instant. Witchcraft is indeed troublesome. If I had known, I should have sought you out to learn witchcraft back then, and then concoct something like this." Feng Shu then drew his sword, hand of the third under heaven. "Shenlong, I've heard of you for so long. Now I want to see who is stronger between you and that old geezer." San Ren replied, "I'm still alive, still a celestial. But he's already an old man, his lifespan is less than 3 years. Tell me, who's stronger?" "Your sword isn't bad either. Is it the head of the Imperial Palace's great swords? The ancient sword Teoti?" He then pounced, a leopard disguised as a weasel. "It's not an ancient sword but a fierce sword. It's telling me it wants to taste the blood of a celestial." San Ren replied, "Wants to taste my blood? Isn't it afraid of breaking, Zhao Zhao?" "You, truly a fierce sword," Feng Shu said. "Xiao Zhao Yu, in this entire world, whether it's body techniques or lightness skills, you're very famous, indeed formidable. But no matter how formidable, I'll have to capture you, senior. Still want to continue Xiao Zhaoing." According to my intelligence, that San Ren isn't skilled in battle? Now that he's restricted by Zhao Zhao Yu, with 2 peak-breaking experts and a celestial puppet, I'm afraid he's done for. Don't underestimate a celestial, okay? Especially someone who doesn't clean up after everything. A celestial who always roams the world, Shang Kui replied. "There are only 3 such celestials. The number 1 under heaven doesn't need much talk. The remaining ones don't have any suggestions to compete about the number 1 under heaven. The Tongtian Taoist is the biggest secret, protecting the world. In the celestial, the most unique is that San Ren, so do you see a San Ren, who can be equal with those 2, is easy to deal with." Shang Kui then replied, "That makes sense, we should observe more." At this moment San Ren released his spiritual energy. Heaven and earth have righteous chi, especially for writing Haoran, immediately appearing as a Confucian scholar. San Ren punched, and the puppet flew hundreds of meters away. He continued to gather energy. Understanding the martial path, writing invincible, a terrifyingly strong life force appeared. Feng Shu gaped in shock. What? The Confucian scriptures of the Zuoxia Academy, and that senior's invincible intent too? This is the third under heaven. San Ren then appeared behind the Grand Priest, and a strange demonic energy immediately appeared. San Ren then realized, there's demonic energy, so that's how it is. This is the secret of the Witch Clan, and also the capital you Celestials want to capture, using that Teoti. Feng Shu then said, "Don't pretend anymore. Use your dragon chi, otherwise I'll always think only that puppet is troublesome. If anyone tells me San Ren isn't good at fighting in the future, I'll definitely pluck out all their teeth. The world always thinks San Ren travels the world to learn lost arts, but who could imagine that even Confucian scriptures and the intent of invincibility could be learned?" San Ren laughed heartily. "I'm just the third under heaven. Compared to the 2 ahead, I'm nothing. I can't even beat the saber stance of that Prince of the North. I have to run away when I see him. Therefore, what people say isn't wrong. When it comes to fighting, I'm good at learning, and I like learning even more. When I was young, I wanted to study at Zuoxia, even wanted to become a disciple there. But it's a pity that Zuoxia let me go down the mountain. I really can't stand being idle. My belief is 10,000 miles, 10,000 people." Feng Shu said, "Not in Jingdu. Now Yang Yuan is the one who controls the dragon chi, so this dragon chi diminishes with each use. But with an expert like you, senior, it has to be used." The celestial puppet was immediately infused with dark power. "Berserking," Shang Kui said. "This is too exciting. What's wrong with those 2? The aura on their bodies is clearly not true. Chi, just looking at it makes my hair stand on end. Pseudo-celestial. But only temporary," the mistress said, "because they don't fully grasp those chi, so even becoming a pseudo-celestial is only temporary," he replied. "So it's a pseudo-celestial. Isn't that the source of chi we're looking for? Being able to create pseudo-celestials," the mister hurriedly said. "Do you think one person can control that kind of chi? Even if you have the talent to control that kind of chi, but if your realm isn't peak breaking, you'll only die. Even if you reach breaking and can receive that chi, you'll either be rejected or be devoured. Being able to control that kind of chi is extremely rare," he replied. "So difficult. Becoming a pseudo-celestial is so difficult, then how difficult is it to become a celestial?" the mister replied. "These things are naturally difficult for others. Moreover, some things are born without. and you can never have them in your entire life. But it's very simple for you, isn't it? After all, your bloodline. Shang Kui hurriedly raised his hand to signal. Alright, stop. I don't like you people talking about inheritance. Are you saying everything I have today is because of inheritance? Why don't you see my efforts, mister? Why don't you glance him meaningfully? Is it possible that others struggle their whole lives and can't break through, while you complain about hardship and fatigue, and can break through peak breaking after being caught? This word is the goal that the vast majority of martial artists desire. And how long have you been there? How long have you practiced? Alright, stop. Let's talk about the present situation. How do we deal with this? We thought we'd be the fisherman who profits, but now it's all in vain. There is also a special chi in the Huyang secret treasure. It's difficult for others to control, but you are different. Holding it can temporarily enter the pseudo-celestial realm, and the lethality of the sword formation is fatal to the celestial. Shang Kui held it in his hand and said, "The chief is always like this. He doesn't take out anything precious first. He keeps it so hidden. Who is he guarding against? If he had given it to me earlier, that old prince of the north would have had a chance to eliminate him. The water in the Zenbei prince's mansion is too deep. It's no problem for the northern Rong to kill the old prince, but if we really want to kill the old prince, the price we have to pay is unacceptable." Over here, San Ren said, "Dragon Chi and demonic energy are going wild. Looks like all the trump cards are out. 3 pseudo-celestials ganging up on 1 celestial. That's a first for me." Fang Shu was frozen like a log, astonished. This old geezer immediately chopped the Confucian book, but it didn't even flinch. San Ren said, "You still think you're Cao Liu Long? He could destroy the Confucian book because his dragon chi was endless. A thief like you could never." The demonic puppet celestial immediately screeched, San Ren and this puppet celestial immediately clashed, and a huge explosion erupted. Sect leader shouted, "All soldiers, evacuate the military camp. To avoid being caught in the crossfire, those who can fight, get to the battlefield. If injured, retreat to the back of the mountain." "Senior, is there anything else you need me to do here?" San Ren immediately said. "You go. It's tough to deal with here, but you can't do anything here anyway. Moreover, you should also be clear about the goal of this battle. Whoever touches it first wins. Don't worry about my side. I will definitely hold out longer against the Sword Saint." "Understood, Senior. Try your best. When I come back, I will definitely be with you." "Oh, forget it. Senior doesn't like to hear those words." Jin Ren smiled slightly. "Go fast. Come back fast." Sect leader immediately mounted his horse. "Yes, Senior." He charged towards the Sword Saint. "That's right. I'll leave things here to you. I'll go over there. After all, Kui Shu's order is to make sure Lu Yuan can't return. The Dong Kingdom is already chaotic enough. Can't allow such a powerful person to grow even stronger," Shang Kui muttered. "There are 3 pseudo-celestials and 1 real celestial here. If you're not here, how can I hold out? Moreover, Kui Shu always likes to slack off. Now he's actually worried. If we don't help now, we've already raised a tiger into a threat. Called supporting a puppet? Called escape? Give me a break. Have you forgotten Kui Shou's order? Lu Yuan always does what he says. He always hated Kui Shou. The emperor's blood debt from before is still kindness. Now that he has repaid the kindness, he will definitely take revenge." Shang Kui replied, "That's right, that's what's interesting. I like seeing Kui Shou's appearance of running here and there. Don't you find it very fun? People scheme so that they can get better. He schemes and also gets better every day. Now he is being hunted down," Xian Sheng then said. "Boring. Kui Shu must never be lost. Look far ahead. People like you don't understand that principle," Shang Kui replied. "I don't understand. What kind of drug did Kui Shu give you that makes you so stubborn? Moreover, you're so loyal to him." "To be honest, staying here is of greater value. Even if Lu Yuan is powerful, he can't get past Celestial. This is right. If I could, I'd want to stay away from you. But I just got the Kui Shu's secret speed transmission. With him here, I don't need to go to the Sword Saint anymore. Anyway, the sword isn't the strongest among you," Shang Kui said. "Yeah, didn't the strongest person before say that Dao Kui was the strongest? Now they're ignoring him again. But being able to let him show up, Kui Shu is also brave enough to let me change my wrong view. There's no one next to him. Could it be that he's run away again? Kui Shu isn't running. He's not giving Yang Yuan any chances. Want to know? The current commander of the Brocade Uniform Guard, sneaking into Huyang, is targeting Kui Shu. How could Kui Shu let Yang Yuan get his wish? Ah, right. Everything you say is right. This is Kui Shu's greatest skill. But he still can't get rid of all his bad habits. No wonder he can be the boss. Soldiers have gone to battle, and only martial artists are left in the rear. Using this method to divide the battlefield is Chu Wang's plan. But like that, even if you can protect your master or not, your fortune is all gone. You should know better than me. Yang Jiu only has cavalry, but Wu Zhao practices martial art City Phoenix. There are many martial artists in the army. Yang Jiu can't resist at all, Yu Wang said. How can I not know those things? It's just that the position I'm standing in right now is difficult. It's hard to advance or retreat, and I'm surrounded by my good second brother. I have no choice but to fight a battle with Wu Xiao. He immediately drew his sword. Should I call you little junior brother? Or call you the successor of Bu Qingxiao? It's only been a few months since we met. The Gijian is harder to grasp. Could it be that you have really become a disciple of Shu Ranzhongcheng? One doesn't serve 2 masters, and you've already had 3. Not bad, you improve quite a bit, and you're pretty smart too. It's easier to assassinate a fellow disciple than to find a master, because the master will definitely step in when the disciple's life is in danger. No wonder that old geezer wasn't by Yu Wang's side. He's already broken through. Moreover, he's obtained quite a bit of the Sword Saint's true teachings. Shadow Master, don't hide anymore. My master beat Bu Qing Sha and also won through martial arts. The current martial arts alliance leader is the Sword Saint's first disciple, so how can I spare you guys? There's someone else. Immediately, he got punched, Divine Chief Zhi Xiaojia said. Not bad sword intent, very promising but also very regrettable. You're no match for me, you should just call out the Sword Saint. Then a sword appeared, rushing straight at him, but he still dodged it. The Mountain Lord appeared and said, the #1 genius of the Central Plains, the treasure of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, I've heard of you for a long time. You're not bad either, very promising, but you're not my match. Instantly, the sword pointed straight at Zhi Xiaojia. It was the demonic sword Blood Moon. You're the Eastern Moon Sword Mountains. Mountain Lord Lu Yuan, I heard your swordplay surpasses the Sword Saint's. Moreover, the Sword Saint is just someone the Sword Mountain abandoned. Why did he come to the Central Plains to meddle? The Mountain Lord replied. Then I also have a question. What exactly did my senior brother do wrong that even you want to kill him? In a chaotic world, what is right and what is wrong? Who isn't wrong and what is right? The Mountain Lord said. Interesting and insightful in perceiving problems. No wonder you've reached this level at such a young age. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, which has been silent for so many years, has indeed obtained a treasure. But if you really die here, will the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, a lofty sect that doesn't care about worldly affairs, get involved in this chaotic world? Xiao Xia replied. It won't. The Great Tribulation hasn't ended, and Feng Jun doesn't dare to die. The Mountain Lord said, HMPH, looks like this battle won't end easily. He then turned to Yu Wang and said, retreat first, and hide well. If you guys have any other plans, please get past the two of us. Zhi Xiaojia then said, I'll deal with Lu Yuan. Shadow Master, you take care of Ye Fei, and Mingwu and the other Qin Wang experts pursue Yu Wang. Got it. Any questions? Where did Qian Zihan go? He's clearly the most important fighting force. If he were here, Yu Wang wouldn't have been able to escape just now, Zhi Xiaojia said. In this battlefield, he's the commander. Of course he'll go do the most advantageous thing on the battlefield, therefore we just follow the arrangements. Then, he instantly went in a flash. The Mountain Lord then said, HMPH. A terrifying aura spread throughout his body, surrounded by all kinds of high-level weapons in a fighting stance. Immediately, he charged up to attack the long-winded old man and the young assassin. The Mountain Lord then said, leave those three to me. There are too many small fries from Mingwu and Xin Wang's estate. Although they only used pills to obtain false breakthrough realms, there's also a bunch of first-grade and second-grade cultivators. Relying only on the master and the bunch at Yu Wang's estate, there's no way to stop them. Therefore, their killing move isn't the guy in front of them, but the martial artists in large numbers. Understood, master. Be careful. I'll take care of those guys, Zhi Xiaojia hurriedly said. Xintong, quickly chase after them. Okay, just as Xintong turned around to leave, the Mountain Lord said, you want to leave? Are you underestimating me? Unexpectedly, a divine hammer headed straight for the front lines of the short-haired youth. But fortunately, a certain hand grabbed the hammer. Zhi Xiaojia then said, go, the Mountain Lord said. The Central Plains martial arts talents are emerging in the chaos. The soldiers trembled and shouted, celestial body physique, he is Qishan Zahan. At this moment, the pavilion master appeared and said, I thought you would run away. Either way, you knew my target had changed when I started attacking the soldiers outside. Chu Wang replies. Not wrong, a very smart choice. If you killed the Sword Saint, you'd actually have plenty of chances. But if you want to kill the Wang with the strongest military power in the Seas Throne battle, you only get this one shot. The leader says, looks like I'm still not smart enough. You realize this but didn't run, which means you're prepared to deal with me. Looks like coming here has set me up for a trap, Chu Wang. Your Highness, guarding Nanjing for 15 years, really wasn't a waste. A mountain can't have two tigers. You definitely know this. Either way, us meeting is super dangerous. You want to kill me? That's a huge risk to take, the leader says. You probably know, the Sword Saint couldn't kill me, and who knows, maybe I could withstand the Sword Saint's pressure and kill you. Why do we have to rely on Celestials? The Emperor of Daiqian will definitely come from among us. Why not the one who controls the military power of the world also control the Celestials? Or rather, does our world even need Celestials who cause chaos with violence? The leader says. You're a Wang on the border, shouldn't you worship strength? I'm actually surprised you can say that, Chu Wang replies. The strength we're familiar with is the strength to fear, the more we know the importance of centralized power. This chaotic era is because Father gave the princes too many rights. Even though Father realized this at the end of his life, it was too late, the leader says. You're talking to me so much, you definitely have a goal. Otherwise, you should know that the longer you talk, the worse it is for you. Because the people in Yang Wang's mansion and Sword Cliff can't stop the experts from 3 places: Ming Marshal, Upper Marshal Pavilion, and Xin Wang's mansion. If it was only 1 or 2 people coming to kill, it wouldn't affect the situation. But this many martial artists aren't just here to play around. Chu Wang says, discarded celestials are puppeted, scattered celestials are refined, and when we have 2 celestial puppets, the imperial power can surpass the celestials. The leader immediately attacks, Chu Wang says. Want to kill me in 1 move? I'm not Yu Wang. I'm a war general who's risked his life on the battlefield for 15 years. Suddenly, a sharp sword attacks straight at the leader, but luckily he managed to block it in time. Looking back, it's the Sword Saint Senior. You're not running away this time. The Sword Saint immediately attacks, launching a series of attacks at the leader. A huge explosion rings out. Chu Wang smirks. If I chose to kill the vanguard with just the Sword Saint, it might not have worked. The leader is stunned. Looks like Chu Wang, Your Highness, still has a trump card. Jian Wu, Peak of the Breaking Realm, one of the 5 ghost faces, appears in front. At this moment, he's standing there, stiff as a board. Chu Wang asks in surprise, Jian Wu, why haven't you attacked yet? What are you waiting for? He says, Chu Wang. Your Highness, sorry, I just realized. I'm the only outsider here. Helping anyone is risky, and the benefits of the Central Plains have nothing to do with me. He immediately flips face like a pancake. But if I kill you now, Nanjing will be in chaos, and no matter what happens, it'll benefit my tribe. Chu Wang calmly smiles. HMPH. From what I know, the ghost face's most formidable opponent is Yang Yuan, right? I can still control Yang Yuan's military power. Don't tell me you want to experience fighting Yang Yuan again. Besides, if I die, the internal conflict in Daqian will end immediately. And what you'll have to face isn't just 1 province, but a complete Daqian. Jian Wu replies. Who could forget that? Immediately, the sword flies like a moth to a flame, straight to the leader's Hanxian Dao, but he still manages to block it. The Sword Saint says, give up. Do you think you still have a chance of winning? Chu Wang immediately orders, kill him. The leader smiles slightly. Oh, so Qin Wang, Your Highness's initial goal was to kill me, right? The celestial thing was just a lucky break. What celestial refinement? What helping you, Wang? It was all just your chess game. Chu Wang smiles slightly. Yeah, I said it a long time ago. A mountain can't have 2 tigers. We're clearly the chess players high above, and you just had to fall into the game yourself. The leader says, martial arts gave you the position you have today, but it also destroyed the composure of a strategist, which is why you're destined to fail. Chu Wang replied. Right and wrong at the same time. If the prince isn't eliminated, no matter how many supporters are killed, he'll always have the chance to make a comeback. After all, the battle for the throne is the root of the problem, and the celestial being is just a pawn I have to have. Of course, it can also weaken Yu Wang's forces. After you die in this battle, and the rogue cultivators are refined, Yu Wang will no longer have his own army. 1 arrow kills 3 birds. What a plan. Indeed, what a plan. But has His Highness Xu Wang ever considered that this time, Yu Wang and I are working together, and the real goal is to lure you out? After all, you are the prince with the strongest force in this 1 mountain can't have 2 tigers situation. You're the one actually in the game, Xu Wang replied. Although I'm very confident, I'm not stupid. If Yu Wang and I start fighting now, it'll just let you be the fisherman who benefits. The best option is for us to join forces to deal with you. Isn't that right? The Sword Saint said with a smirk. Don't even think about pulling any tricks. Immediately, a sword lunged straight through Xu Wang's chest. He was scared. SHT-less. Not believing it was real. It was Yu Wang who stabbed him. No, impossible. Causing the Sword Saint and Jian Wu to freeze, unable to believe it. Zhu Wang stammered. You know martial arts? But even so, Yu Wang smirked. How should I put it? I'm still a disciple of the Sword Saint. How could I not know martial arts? Moreover, how can people living in this world not have a few backup plans? Just like third brother never told me that you knew Gimian was involved, and that there was a guard who knew how to use dragon energy. Xu Wang was sent to the Shadow Realm, Yu Wang said. 1 mountain cannot have 2 tigers. Third brother is absolutely right. But why did you still come to meet me? Are you looking down on me, 7th brother? Xu Wang said. Aren't you afraid of my southern campaign army? Yu Wang smirked. Rest assured, third brother, I will avenge you everyone. Today, Gimian forcibly broke into the gathering place of the princes. Third imperial brother unfortunately died. This foreign devil is truly damned, daring to assassinate a prince on the land of Daqian. Please, everyone, you must kill this evil villain here to honor Zhu Wang's soul. WTF? Jian Wu was extremely confused. It's really like eating snails and making others take the blame. You Zhongyuan people, you know how to play dirty too. He immediately went for 36 stratagems. Running is the best policy. Don't even think about running, you thief, DM it. He got away. Quick, find a doctor to treat third imperial brother. The Sword Saint then said, Your Highness has. Immediately the sect leader standing behind him said, Master, be careful. The Sword Saint immediately blocked it, and also attacked back towards the sect leader. It's really a pity. If that punch had landed, there might have been a real chance to kill the Sword Saint. Yu Wang then said, It seems the war isn't over yet. The sword saint turned to ask, "What do you mean? Weren't you guys already allies? Why is he still attacking you, teacher?" Yu Wang replied, "Master is mistaken. We've never met before the start of the war. How could we become allies?" The sword saint was shocked to be exposed. "Not allies, but the two of you coordinated so well." Yu Wang said, "War is war. A game of chess is a game of chess. Once it starts, everything changes in an instant. Qian Zihan knows I'm smart. Only third brother always thought we were idiots, thinking everything was the way he thought it was. I get it. Now that Shu Wang is dead, Gi Mian has become the target. Although the current situation was created by us and Qian Zihan together, we are still enemies." Yu Wang said, "Of course. But master, this time we might lose Yang Jiu. Just Qian Zihan. I don't know how godly he is on the battlefield, but in a one-on-one situation, the one who'll panic and run away will definitely be him." The sect leader said, "Fiend, senior sword saint wouldn't be so soft-hearted as to use the Zai Xian sword, right?" The sword saint smiled lightly. "To kill you, a fiend is enough. Why bother with the Zai Xian?" An extremely terrifying attack appeared. The sect leader sensed that he couldn't take it, so he ran away as fast as the wind. The sword saint was pissed. "That DMNED owl ran away so fast, I'm going after him." Yu Wang immediately stopped him. "Master, even if you catch up, it won't mean anything. The celestial physique is too tough. Although Master's swordsmanship is profound and subtle, you won't be able to kill him in a short time. Not only will you not be able to kill him, but the situation on the front lines isn't good either. The Yang Jiu army is probably about to collapse like a landslide. At that time, you'll be entangled by those soldiers, plus the martial artists of the Ming martial sect who want to kill you. Then you'll be in danger." Sword Saint pondered. "A lost battle is like a landslide. This Yang Jiu is your fiefdom. You've governed it for so many years. Are you just going to give it up? Furthermore, if we lose Yang Jiu, how can we compete with the other princes?" Yu Wang chuckled. "Master, do you think my military power is better than theirs? The border regions are full of brave warriors, and Wu Zhu values martial prowess. The soldiers from these places are naturally brave and skilled in battle. Yang Jiu is wealthy. But even with full conscription, it's hard to compare with those two regions. Therefore, guarding Yang Jiu will only result in waiting for others to destroy us." "Master, we need to move, and we need to escape," Yu Wang said. "If Qian Zihan can attack, and wants to attack, then we'll make way for him. Let's see if he can attack all the way to the capital. I also want to see how Yang Gong will react when facing the prince that father chose." Meanwhile, Shi Shaoxia, who was being lectured by the Lord of Xiashan, said, "You are very good. From you, I can see some of that senior's demeanor, but unfortunately, whether it's talent or mindset, you are far from that senior. Looks like things are wrapped up inside. Blocking those two tough customers, you guys can be considered to have helped senior brother. If you and Qian Zihan were both by his side at the same time, and senior brother wanted to protect Yu Wang, the risk of death would be too great. Sword Saint is dangerous to deal with for us, but what about you? I want to know. If the three of us join forces, can you leave here alive?" The Mountain Lord replied, "I knew it. All of you princes have subtle plans, never miscalculate, and won't let go of any opportunity. It's really too difficult to exploit your weaknesses, and I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. That Qian produced so many potential princes. Even the best prince in our Deng country is not as good as the worst of yours." The sect leader's aura surrounded Hu Kaibao. "Whether kindergarten is a blessing or a curse, I don't know, but right now it's definitely a curse, not a blessing. If there was only one outstanding person, and the others were ordinary, then there probably wouldn't be the chaotic situation we have now. However, the problem now is, how do you escape? I know your sword control technique is very powerful, but except for your blood moon, other steel swords can't break my heavenly physique. Tough luck, tough luck." The sect leader continued. "Yu Wang has already retreated. The longer the time, the more people I can gather to deal with you." Immediately, many people appeared, and the soldiers surrounded the Mountain Lord. The sect leader said coldly, "In my opinion, how about senior surrender? You are still the master of Sword Mountain, no matter what. I can't really kill you, but there are some conditions that need to be discussed with you, Wang." The Mountain Lord replied, gathering Kui on his sword in a super cool way. "You think I don't know? You're gathering manpower to surround and kill me while saying so much useless stuff? And me, after listening to so much useless stuff, of course, I'm also stalling for time, waiting for you to summon all these people." The sect leader then replied, "I already said, those steel swords can't break my heavenly physique at all." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of swords flew up and suddenly plunged into the ground, causing the soldiers to freeze. The sect leader then asked, "What does senior mean?" The Mountain Lord replied, "A warning, what else? It's a pity that you came too quickly. This net only caught a few martial artists. I originally wanted to stall for longer, waiting for your soldiers to attack the city." The sect leader exclaimed in shock, "Attack the city?" Shi Shaoxia on the side saw something was wrong. "This is bad." Then discovered the smell of gunpowder. "Everyone leave the city walls. There's gunpowder in the city." After this terrifying explosion, there was a pile of ashes. The soldier then said, Sect leader, just now the amount of gunpowder was really too much. First and second rank martial artists can barely block it, those below the third rank." The sect leader replied, I miscalculated. I didn't expect Yu Wang to have this trick. Yang Jiu is really rich. Yang Jiu's gunpowder is already worth as much as gold, but he can still buy so much. Fortunately, they didn't get close to the city walls, otherwise the gunpowder that Yung Wang bought would have really exceeded its value. Fortunately, the city walls didn't suffer too much damage. Quickly repair them. Your puppet has been smashed by me again, Sanren said. Hurry up and fix it. Otherwise, I reckon, it only takes one scroll to completely break it. The one-eyed old man then smiled sinisterly. Has your excellency's Confucian book been torn? My puppet can be refined with the corpse of a celestial being, but a punch from a Confucian book requires decades of learning. If it's torn, I'm afraid a second scroll can't be condensed. Your Highness, something happened. What? The one-eyed old man said. It's a pity, 3 fake celestials beating 1 celestial. If you give me time, I can really grind him to death. The old man with many beards shouted. Hurry up and go. It's also our fault for choosing the wrong opponent. He's not someone we can deal with in a short time. Sanren smiled faintly. I won't see you off, Ghostface said. Is this a celestial being? This is the 3rd strongest person in the world, facing the siege of 3 enemies of almost the same realm, and can still fight to this extent. Xiang Kui replied. Not only that, if Sanren really disregarded the cost, there's probably a way to deal with these 3 in front of him, but if he does that, he probably can't bear the price. Forget the other stuff for now. Don't forget, you still have 1 shot left. A full force attack from a pseudo-celestial. If it were at the start, this wouldn't be much, but now. He whips out a dagger. Oh right, almost forgot, they're exhausted. Now this is going to be an unprecedented, fatal blow. Good that, so seize this chance, and hopefully take one of them down. Shang Kui replies. I thought you were going to nag me again, telling me which one to off. This time, you're letting me choose. The master replies. I don't want to leave the choice to someone like you. As the leader said, in crucial moments I trust your gut feeling. He grabs the ready dagger, saying, if that's the case, then straight for Ta Ren. Ta Ren is shocked, ancient relic. As he reaches for his Confucian book, Ghostface stabs through it with the dagger, straight into Ta Ren's chest. He lands on the ground, arrogantly saying, easy to use, sure, but it's too short for a time like this. How could it kill a celestial? Sanren heals himself with his power, exclaiming in shock. Can't heal it, it really is an ancient relic. He turns his head back. What? You're back, old beardy. I'll slice your Confucian book. I'll see you all. At this moment, Qian Zihan emits an extremely strong and beautiful golden aura. The sect leader helps Sanren up, asking, Senior, this time was only successful thanks to you. Otherwise, another pseudo-celestial on the battlefield, who knows how much worse the defeat would be. Sanren replies, it's fine. As long as I'm alive, it's all good. He turns his head and asks, killed Sword Saint yet? The sect leader replies, couldn't kill him, kinda wasted your effort, Senior, Tyren says solemnly. If the target was him, you had a chance. The reason you couldn't kill him is because you changed targets halfway, right? Even though I couldn't kill Sword Saint, I still won this round. At least Yang Jiu is mine for now. The rebel army that Liu Yanhair mustered can only take 3 provinces at most. But how can her 3 provinces compare to my 2? Sanren says, Yang Jiu holds the wealth, Wu Zhao has the martial artists. Having these 2 provinces really gives you the capital to vie for the throne. Getting these things is more meaningful than killing Sword Saint. Then someone reports, Uncle's in trouble. We just attacked Yang Jiu and found out that all the granaries and silver tails have been moved. The sect leader says, looks like Yu Wang knew he'd lose. Doing this is perfectly reasonable. But whatever. In chaotic times, money isn't that useful. No army is like a tree without roots. Actually, there's another thing. The ones fighting us weren't the Yang Jiu Iron Cavalry. Or else we wouldn't have defeated the Yang Jiu army so quickly. Not the Yang Jiu Iron Cavalry. Then where is Yu Wang now? Have you found the real Yang Jiu Iron Cavalry yet? The brother replies, Yu Wang has gone to Jingdu. As for the Yang Jiu Iron Cavalry, no one knows where Yu Wang hid them. Even though Yang Wang has been defeated, he still has half the wealth of Yang Jiu, along with an elite cavalry. Not only was he not severely weakened by us, but he has become even more dangerous than before. We could still see most of Yu Wang and Yang Jiu. Now that Yu Wang is hiding his strength, we can't touch him or see him, but they always know where we are and can bite us at any time. Yu Wang has left. Issue the order. Shangwu sect mobilize all personnel to find the Yang Jiu Iron Cavalry. We can't fight on the front lines with a viper lurking in the shadows behind us. Does it seem like Chu Wang is preparing to return to his coffin soon? He lies unconscious on the ground. Chu Wang says, I'm telling you, you must live well and wait for me to find you. The Ji Yu Kang tribe leader, Wu Clan's Wu Shi, who is breaking the border, says, Wu Clan's treasure, the demon god jade of the Wu Clan. Take this to save your highness. You should know my Wu Clan's sincerity. Right, I always knew your sincerity. After all, it's hard for the Wu Clan to survive between Daqian and Mandi. Daqian is still better, Mandi has hostility towards the Wu Clan, so you've always seen me as your last hope, Chu Wang says with a sullen face. But your great priest is always encouraging me to seize Zhong Yuan. Even if he gives me the celestial puppet, he still keeps his tricks, even trying to poison me with Wu magic. My clan leader thinks, this is not a good habit. And how can I trust the Wu Clan with someone like this? The clan leader says, I understand. The great priest's ambition is indeed too great. This will harm the entire Wu clan. I will confine him in the ancestral hall, Chu Wang says. That clan leader is close to the celestial realm already. If you've chosen to stand against him, why leave trouble for the future? If you have to do it, why not do it once and for all? Understood. Your subordinate understands. Please rest assured, Your Highness Chu Wang, the Wu clan will definitely not let you down. No need to rush like that, even if the blood jade shatters. His Highness Chu Wang will be fine. You must know that it's actually the ultimate treasure of our Wu clan, the bearded elder said. I know, but I've just been subjected to too much invincible will. I need to replenish my dragon chi. Or, why don't you try using demonic chi to see if it can help me dispel this invincible will? No, the one-eyed great shaman elder said. Alright, I'll give it a try, but I'm not entirely confident. Immediately after, a sword pierced through, gushing with blood. It turned out the bearded guy had stabbed the great shaman elder with a sword. The elder, taken by surprise, exclaimed, I've wholeheartedly assisted His Highness Chu Wang. All of you, forget it. If it's come to this, I'll drag you down with me. In just a moment, 3 elite combat forces were lost. I want to see if His Highness Chu Wang will truly feel pain. War puppet self-destruct, the bearded old man exclaimed in shock. A heavenly human self-destructing? My dragon chi isn't plentiful anymore. This truly could kill me, and His Highness Chu Wang would also lose his puppet. The one-eyed old man cackled. Ha ha! He brought this upon himself. Forget the hunting bow once the bird is caught. Things aren't that simple. If he wants me dead, he'll have to pay the corresponding price. The heavenly human puppet immediately seemed like it was about to explode when someone appeared. Elder brother, stop! Doing this will only enrage His Highness. If that happens, our Wu clan will be doomed forever. There's no way. It immediately exploded. You betrayed me. Betrayed the Wu clan, the one-eyed old man screamed. You should know, our Wu clan has both the right and the ability to rule this world, yet you chose to survive by relying on ghosts. The clan leader immediately said, Elder brother, your madness is what harmed you, not me betraying the Wu clan. Rather, you wanted to risk all the lives of the Wu clan. What the Wu clan has always wanted is simple, just to find a place to settle down and prosper, not to be oppressed by various powers. Ever since you advanced to the peak of the breakthrough realm, everything changed. Forget it. Let me send elder brother off on his final journey. He then circulated dark chi. The great shaman elder screamed, Anaya, Jiu Chang. Jiu Chang. You're killing the Wu clan? You'll definitely regret this, the clan leader said. His Highness Chu Wang will remember your contributions, and His Highness will certainly fulfill what was promised to the Wu clan. The great shaman elder immediately withered into a dry corpse. The bearded guy then said, Clan leader, I will honestly tell His Highness about what happened today. Your contributions will not be forgotten. The clan leader said, Sir Shifeng, may I just ask if you would allow me to send my elder brother off on his final journey? No matter what he did, he is still my kin, he replied. All right, I won't bother you any further, farewell. He then galloped away on his horse. Elder brother, as you wished, only by me personally killing you will. His Highness Chu Wang not doubt the loyalty of the Wu's clan. The world thought that the Wu clan's great shaman elder and the clan leader were at odds. But no one knew that all of this was for show. It was you who always led the Wu clan. Without your guidance, the Wu clan could never have survived in the southern barbarians and Daqin. I will also cherish the Wu ring condensed from your life's cultivation. I've heard that in the Western Ocean there's a type of fish called a whale. When a whale dies, all things are born. And you, too, used your death to exchange for the Wu clan's heavenly humans and a place to survive. Elder brother, rest assured, I will definitely fulfill your last wishes. Protect me, guardian. If I want to ascend to heavenly human, now is the only time. If I rashly advance a stage, whether in Chu Wang's estate or the southern borders, countless people will investigate. At this moment, the verbose, hairy old man sat in meditation, circulating dark chi. Behind him was the familiar form of a heavenly human puppet. In the north, snow was falling, blanketing the sky in white, Yang Jiu said. Young master, the front lines have reported results. Would young master like to see them? Shangguan Li then arrived. Husband, the front lines have reported results. Would husband like to see them? Yang Jiu forced a smile. Zhao Li. Alright, I'm not deaf, and my body isn't that weak, so there's no need to hear the same sentence twice. Nor do I need 2 cloaks. Shangguan Li said gloomily. Then you don't need 2 wives either. Isn't just me enough? Yang Jiu chuckled gleefully. Wife, when it comes to this, of course, the more the merrier. Shangguan Li immediately flew into a rage, blood rushing to her head. Yang Jiu, I'm giving you a chance to rephrase that. Yang Jiu broke out in a cold sweat. Just kidding. No need to guess what happened in Zhongyuan. It's clear the loose cultivator isn't dead, nor is the sword saint. Most likely, His Highness Chu Wang went to join the fun and ended up suffering the greatest losses. Shangguan Li glanced over, asking, How do you know? Did you secretly peek at the intelligence reports? Yang Jiu said smugly, What's so hard to guess? What smart person would reveal their true objective for the world to see? Moreover, Yu Wang and the frontline's goal for this round was already His Highness Chu Wang. No matter how powerful the Sword Saint is, he's just a sword in this battle for the throne. His Highness Chu Wang is the true enemy. And the same principle applies to heavenly humans. Yan here said, Young Master's insight is truly unique. But this slave thinks Young Master still hasn't guessed one thing. His Highness Chu Wang is dead. Yang Jiu heard it like a thunderclap. Chu Wang is dead. No way. If I were Chu Wang, I would have clearly seized the initiative in this succession battle. The most important thing to guard against would be assassins, to guard against being taken out by some expert. Even if there were any schemes, he would definitely take this into consideration, because he knows better than anyone else that if he dies, it's game over. Moreover, he's different from the other princes, holding military power in his hands, so there's basically no need to take risks, Liu Yanhe said. Indeed, if I were him, I would have made such arrangements. But the truth is, Chu Wang died at the hands of Ghostface. Leaving aside whether Chu Wang is really dead, if he is, it definitely wasn't Ghostface who killed him. Ghostface killing him isn't the best option. And besides, Ghostface might not even be able to kill Chu Wang. I reckon it's mostly a scheme by Yu Wang and Xian Zihan, who then pinned the blame on Ghostface. Liu Yanxie chuckled. Young Master is truly quick-witted. It would have taken Qing Gang who knows how much effort to barely grasp a few clues about this matter, but you've learned all the details just from hearing the story, and have already guessed the most accurate course of events. Yang Jiu replied, Although I'm very smart and like to call others idiots, I don't like to actually treat people like idiots. Moreover, I can tell you all with the utmost certainty that Chu Wang definitely isn't dead. It's just that I don't yet know what method he used to make everyone think he's dead. My only guess is the witchcraft of the Witch Clan, Liu Yanhe said. If that's really the case, with Yo Wang fleeing to the capital, Xian Jihan seizing the land of 2 prefectures, and Chu Wang concealing himself, then their goal is to watch the battle between the capital and Xian Jihan. Yang Jiu shook his head. No way. They just want to see how my old man chooses. Shangguan Li hesitantly raised his hand and said, I get it. Everyone knows that His Highness the Crown Prince won't live long. Yanggong's choice of the Crown Prince was just a last resort, but now the country is teetering, and everyone knows that an emperor like Qianxian is needed. For the sake of the country and the people, Yanggong will naturally choose a suitable emperor, but if he abandons the Crown Prince at this time, the capital will surely fall into chaos. But if he chooses the Crown Prince, the country will have to take unnecessary risks. Yang Jiu then laughed and said, My little lie is more and more impressive. That's why the old man must be feeling more and more tired. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry when choosing the Crown Prince, and he wouldn't have expected the chaotic era to arrive so quickly. Liu Yanhe said, If the situation weren't this chaotic, Yanggong could still leave the capital at will, and then everything would be simple. It's just that Yanggong has now placed all the power he can mobilize at the border. There's not even anyone useful left by his side. The son he values most, and even his in-laws, are all at the northern border. The death soldiers in the manor and the students in the court have all been dispatched to the eastern border, just to protect the border's safety. What's most lamentable is that he's trapped himself here. Yang Jiu then said, It's always like this. That old man of mine always sees further than anyone else. If it weren't for a pillar of the nation like him, these princes wouldn't even have the chance to fight for the throne right now. Over at the capital, Eunuch Cao said, Yanggong, you should know that His Majesty is now beginning to assemble the army, preparing to punish Qian Zihan. After all, Qian Zihan has already seized the land of 2 prefectures, and His Majesty can't possibly let him grow stronger. Yanggong turned and said, Just say what you have to say directly. The eunuch broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, His Majesty is doing this merely to tell Yanggong that His Majesty's attitude towards Qian Zihan is absolutely unyielding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to discuss a major matter like sending troops with Yanggong. In fact, not only His Majesty, but I think many people in this world are waiting for Yanggong's attitude. Yanggong glared. Isn't my attitude already very clear? All the power I can use is at the border? Even my beloved son, who likes to join in on the fun, isn't interfering in the struggle for the throne, but is honestly guarding the northern border. At this moment, Yanggong turned his head to look at the eunuch and said, What kind of attitude do you want me to have now? Do you really want me to use my power as a celestial being to risk your lives so you'll know my attitude? The eunuch replied, Everyone in the world knows that Yanggong is doing everything for Daqian. You have always secretly protected the country, but with the internal strife not quelled and the border not secure, don't you plan to do anything? Yang Yuan turned to leave and said, Whoever is at the border is my choice, but as far as I know, there's only one person suppressing the enemy at the border right now, and that's my son. The wheedling eunuch said, Yanggong, if you keep saying such ambiguous words, Daqian will become even more chaotic. Yanggong cursed. Fool, not making a choice is what keeps things stable. Once I really make a choice, that's when the world will truly be in chaos. Brat, you need to speed things up. If you really end up trapped at the northern border, then your husband won't have any pieces left to play in this 4-province game. A great victory at the northern border means the whole game is won. If you really stumble at the northern border, then the road ahead for us father and son will be truly difficult. Scene change to the northern border. At this time, Yang Jiu is wearing a very handsome suit of armor, Little Eye said. You didn't even wear armor when fighting the Snow God army. Why are you wearing it today? You don't really want to go to the battlefield, do you? Yang Jiu. What if I like dressing like this? Every man dreams of going to the battlefield. Just let her be. Following by my side, old Liu immediately gave a backhanded compliment. As expected of our young master the hot boy, he looks good in everything, even better with nothing on. Ha ha, Yang Jiu said seriously. Didn't I tell you? Today you have your own mission, old Liu. Don't stick around me. Yes, young master. Everything you've arranged is foolproof. I'm fine, it's just that I feel I should stay by your side today. Yang Jiu said, You old rogue, nothing can be hidden from you. But old Liu, some things I, Yang Jiu, need to face on my own. Besides, I know the path you've chosen. Assassinating a person or two is fine, but if blood truly stains the mountains and rivers again, would you still need your cultivation? Old Liu said, My whole being is filled with worldly energy and emotions, young master. That's my cultivation. That's the path I realized when I saw you. But if something happens to you, young master, this path will be gone, Yang Jiu. I guarantee nothing will happen to me. You should understand me. I value my life the most. Moreover, war is simple and difficult. It has the same effect as the battle between Yuang and Xianzhan. Old Liu said, But young master, you don't have to do this, Yang Jiu replied with a pensive look. Even that regent didn't have to do this. Actually, I could have plotted against him with this arrangement, even sacrificed the phoenix to achieve victory. But we've come this far because what we want is the same, to not let the war drag on. On the battlefield, I, Yang Jiu, don't have many opportunities to plot against the regent, so I can only make proper arrangements, then rely on real blades and lives to exchange for victory. There are no shortcuts after this, old Liu said with a worried expression. Young master must protect yourself. If something really happens to you, I won't kill all the Northern Wrong soldiers, but I won't spare a single celestial being lurking in this chaotic world. Killing celestial beings isn't that difficult. There's no need for you, old man, to make such intricate arrangements, nor to summon 3 pseudo-celestials like Chu Wang. Just a blade will do. Of all the blades in the world, the one you gave me, young master, is the best, old Liu. Tell me the truth, how powerful is your martial arts really? I used to believe you when you said you could kill the Sword Saint, but now you want to kill celestial beings. If you can smoothly walk this path, could you really reach celestial status in one step? Old Liu laughed loudly. Have you ever seen a genius like me, young master? You've met Tong Tian Sr. and Xin Tian Sr. People like them are more like celestial beings. I see them, and immediately think they are your younger brothers. Just then, the number 1 under heaven suddenly appeared and said, I feel you, old Liu, are more likely to become a celestial being than that old man. That old man might have been misguided, but his eyes aren't bad. You and Yang Yuan both have the potential. Xiao Lai quickly interjected. What about me, little senior? Can I? Do you think I, Xiao Lai, have celestial potential? I don't want to live long. Just want to stay young forever. Then I'll see how that fox spirit competes with me. Little senior said, If you always protect your virginity, then you can achieve that state. Xiao Lai frowned. Actually, I don't really want to become a celestial being. It's nothing special. What's so interesting about celestial beings? I don't need to become one to defeat them. If Xiao Lai wholeheartedly pursues the martial path, I, Yang Jiu, will definitely support you with all my strength. So Xiao Lai doesn't need to pay too much attention to my feelings. Xiao lick me, let me tell you. When I reach the peak of the first rank, we must consummate our relationship. I definitely must. Not even heaven can stop me, I'm telling you. Yang Jiu laughed heartily. Okay, red-haired girl. At this time, someone was standing alone thinking with a pensive look. Seems like there is something on her mind. Then someone called, General, everything is ready. You should go up to the city wall, the red-haired girl said. After this battle, remember to get some favor from the commander-in-chief that he owes to our Phoenix Battalion. Remember that. Don't just chat with me. You have to learn strategies and tactics in military conferences. The innocent girl said, General, are you addicted to acting again? Is it another, last words, scene? Do you need your subordinate to cooperate with a scene? You must be careful, General. The Phoenix Battalion can't be without you. How can I live without you, General? The red-haired girl was speechless. All right, your acting skills are too extravagant. If you don't fight anymore in the future and want to rely on acting to earn a living, you'll definitely starve to death. The black-haired girl smiled happily and said, I used to worry about this problem, but isn't the general following the commander-in-chief now? Everyone in the Zhenbei army knows that the commander-in-chief is rich. At that time, if she just gave me a little bit, it would be enough for me to enjoy life for the rest of my life. Phoenix General shouted, Don't mention his name to me. He is just a heartless man. Forget it. Who told me to be the general and him to be the commander-in-chief? These things can't be avoided, the innocent girl said without a care. General, don't be confused. This is another opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. Even if Commander Huo Lai is rich at that time, giving you some of his wealth will be enough to support us Phoenix Battalion sisters. If you can give birth to a son, then we sisters will be even better. Feng Huang was like, Seriously? You want to marry off our general? Yeah, General. It's for your own good. General Feng Huang said. Alright, even if you're not the sharpest tool in the shed, I tell you this every time before we head out. If things really go south, you better remember this. Of course I remember. General. It's just, General, you're really not kidding this time, are you? Is it that dangerous? The general replied. When isn't it dangerous? You and I are soldiers. Every time we go to war, we have to be prepared never to return. The general said. That's right. You and I are soldiers, not besties. Separation and death are common for us. It's just that the general has shielded us from too much hardship, making us feel like separation and death are far away. The pretty redhead said. Good that you understand. It's still the same. You command the Feng Huang battalion. I should go where I need to go. At this moment, the Beirong army began to raise their flags and prepare to attack the city. Bugle horns sounded everywhere. At Hanbei Pass, the Beirong army was preparing to attack the city from multiple directions. Yang Jiu said, attacking from 3 directions. All within our expectations, Hong Tao said. Although they have numerical superiority, superior troop types, and the strength of a nation to ensure logistics, Hanbei Pass is easy to defend but difficult to attack, so it won't be easy to take, Yang Jiu fiercely said. Don't we all know this already? Since we've reached this point, all we can do is try our best and listen to the mandate of heaven. Everyone, go and follow the arrangements. After this battle, many things should come to an end. At this moment, a fire arrow shot over but was immediately blocked. The Beirong general said, Feng Huang is so easily provoked, really, already making a move so quickly. She's exposed her position. Later, when the main force attacks the city, the main target is her. Once Feng Huang dies, then the Wang Ye's gunpowder and divine snow will take effect. At that time, Yang Jiu will know what his gunpowder tastes like. The old, balding guy spoke up. Commander, isn't Feng Huang's position too far from the main force? It's a bit far from the battlefield. If something really happens, I'm afraid we won't be able to save her in time. I see there's also an observation tower in the rear that's enough for her to use. It's okay. Originally, I, Yang Jiu, am not good at defending the city, and I don't have any good plans, so I can only consider other things more carefully, the old man asked. You want Feng Huang to be bait to lure out the martial artists of the Hanwu battalion of the Beirong to kill, weakening the enemy's strength? This is indeed a good plan. Everyone knows Feng Huang's threat to the Beirong, so once the war starts, they will definitely think of ways to suppress Feng Huang. Now is the time for us to use their plans against them. Just for a few martial artists and assassins, isn't my scope a little too small? After Yan Kuer took charge of the Spring Cold, she also learned a lot of interesting things. For example, this Hanwu battalion was originally the personal guard of the regent, just like the blood armor battalion of the great general. The old general was surprised, and asked, Wait, the blood armored battalion? The blood armored army? Are you trying to assassinate Yang Jiu? He then said, Mixed together, that's all. It's just that he wants to steal my Feng Huang, and I want to steal the commander-in-chief. Trading one general for one commander-in-chief is the most profitable business on the battlefield, isn't it? The old general should understand this principle, but commander, the Zhenbei army has never had such records, nor has it ever fought such a battle. This old general absolutely does not agree to sacrifice Feng Huang. I will transfer my Xuanwu battalion over there to protect her. Do you know why I, Yang Jiu, sent you to guard this place? The reason is very simple. Compared to others, I think you are older and more familiar with the nature of war. Kindness cannot control the army, and benevolence cannot control wealth. You must know that the compassion of a commander-in-chief has never been to cherish and protect a certain general or soldier. What he should do is spare no expense to use the least number of soldiers, lives to exchange for the victory of the war, Yang Jiu said. So no matter what the price, I will bear it. The old general replied. If it were Qing Long and Qi Lin, no matter what you said, they wouldn't listen to you. I, Yang Jiu, know that although they are young and talented, they are still very naive in many things. This naivety makes them excellent generals, but they need to abandon this naivety to become great generals, not cold-blooded commanders-in-chief. But the battlefield is too cruel. At this moment, the redhead thought. How can there be someone who is not afraid of death, but I am not sure if I am really brave? I am afraid of death but willing to die, she said to herself. Bailing, when you chose to join the Zhenbei army, didn't you prepare to face everything? The Hanwu battalion can kill as many as they can, and then my death in battle will be considered a sudden hero. Yang Jiu appeared. Hey, beautiful lady, did I, Yang Jiu, see it wrong? The dignified General Feng Huang is now shedding tears like the daughters in the harem. Don't worry, I, Feng Huang, will never run away from battle. Even if you treat me as a pawn, I will continue to persevere in guarding my battle camp, so if there is nothing else, Commander-in-Chief, you should go back, Yang Jiu asked sarcastically. Then why the hell are you crying? It's like I'm bullying you. I clearly told you to make a choice before the war started, and I also said that if you run away from battle, I will definitely not blame you. And the redhead chick, all sassy, was like, You're only giving me a choice to ease your conscience, Xu Feng, because you know damn well I'd never bail on the battlefield. Yang Jiu, I seriously didn't want you to make that choice. Are you really willing to die? Can I just stand by and watch you die? If you were gonna run, I wouldn't have risked my neck to come with you, could have chilled in my command tent, and even gotten Liu Yanhair to give me a massage after the war. Feng Huang blinked, asking, Are you seriously sure about this? This is a battlefield, not some sparring match. People actually die here. Nah, haven't really thought it through, so Yang Jiu here's decided to head back and do just that. You take care of yourself. If you die, I'll give out 10 times the compensation. No, don't go, young master. Beautiful miss, I was just kidding. You have no idea how relieved I am to see you. I was almost crying just now. I mean, I'm a girl who's been on the battlefield before, but I'm still scared stiff at the thought of actually dying. Silver tongue, as expected of you, Bai Ling. Since Yang Jiu's here, I'm basically betting my life on you. If I lose an arm or a leg, no promises, but I won't let you die. If I really end up crippled, will young master take care of me for life? Just kidding, young master Feng Huang here can't possibly die here. Senior Xue Ranjiang, and those kids from Tianjige, all those experts must be lying in ambush, right? Yang Jiu said. You're too optimistic, I might just die here with you, you know, war is a real bitch. Just then, the Beirong split into 3 armies, led by 3 experts. That short-haired dude on the papaya tree is Fan Yu. Commander Bing Ya, elite troops of the Breaking Realm, form up and prepare to siege the city. Immediately afterward, the Beirong soldiers charged towards the city walls like moths to a flame. The battle was fierce, dust flying everywhere. The redhead thought that Yang Jiu really sent people to protect her, and even had her take the first wave, exposing her position. She really became bait. As expected, ambitious and capable people in this world are heartless. In other words, the first time I saw you, I knew you were capable of shouldering the northern frontier, but it's also not good to run away. If it isn't cold-blooded enough, then it is also impossible to have today's achievement. Hong Tao shouted. Archery team, all to your positions. 12 o'clock, 200 meters away, get ready. Fire. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of arrows flew towards the Beirong army. At the same time, the old general ordered, signal Feng Huang camp to concentrate their forces and attack the mammoths approaching the city walls. Yes, General, right away, Commander, we're out of gunpowder. Wait for the Hanfu heavy armor to get closer, then use the gunpowder, General. Not good. A Beirong team has broken through the defenses and entered the city, the general asked in surprise. Hanwu, he's really here. Feng Huang must be in danger, General. What do we do? If we don't act now, I'm afraid they'll massacre everyone. Should we contact the commander to have the Blood Armor army block them? The old general said, no. Let them through, General. General, what are you saying? But they're dangerous. Screw it. If we split our forces to deal with them, the entire defense line will be in danger. I know they're dangerous, and I know their target, but unfortunately we don't have enough troops to spare. Xuanwu, the mammoth's at the top of the wall again. Ignore the heavy armor. Suppress the mammoth immediately. A Feng Huang arrow flew like lightning, taking down the massive mammoth. The old general said triumphantly, Feng Huang? Truly a general. All thanks to the great general and the old king's teachings. The Beirong general said. As expected, the king's decision was right. The gate to Hanbei Gong is hard to capture, but the hardest thing is to get to this point today. Transmit my order, Hanwu. Continue to climb the city. If Xuanwu can do it, go kill Feng Huang. If not, take the opportunity to attack the city. Today, Feng Huang must die, and this gate must be broken. Yes, sir, Yang Jiu said. Alright, from now on, the battlefield is divided into 2 parts. The main battlefield is being attacked by the Beirong, who are rioting inside. They broke through the defense line and rushed in, also saying that their target is here. Bai Ling, be careful. Feng Huang swiftly unleashed a divine shot, sending the soldier to meet his ancestors. Just then, the assassins arrived. They said, quick, hide. We're in Feng Huang's sights. Only one person means there are no guards beside her. This is Han Yi, a realm-breaking martial artist. He immediately wondered. No one guarding. Could it be a trap? The other one is Han Ling, commander of the Hanwu battalion, a realm-breaking martial artist. He then said, that's right. Just as the prince predicted, the northern garrison forces aren't guarding Feng Huang. If there were heavy troops guarding here, it would mean Yang Jiu is already losing. We can go kill Yang Jiu, so Feng Huang is considered abandoned, Han Yi replied. The prince is truly brilliant. Just where is the Blood Armor battalion? Wait, it seems like we haven't seen the Blood Armor since the war started. They wouldn't ambush us, would they, Han Ling? If I'm not mistaken, the Blood Armor is heading to the prince. Han Yi then asked in surprise. What? Heading to the prince? If that's the case, we must quickly return. We don't know the Blood Armor's full power. How can the prince be without any guards? Han Ling then patted his shoulder and said, the prince already knows the situation. You should also know the prince's plans. Han Yi thought, Your Highness, will something happen to you? Han Ling confidently said, don't you know the prince's capabilities yet? On the battlefield, only the old prince could beat the prince and Zhao Tianyu. Besides that, no one else can defeat the prince. Dangerous. It's those northern barbarians again. So many experts went to kill Feng Huang, but none of them came back, and Feng Huang is still living very well. Han Ling then said, does Feng Huang have eyes and ears everywhere? Truly formidable, but this time, you must die. Surround them. Watch out for arrows. We have numbers. But she only has a bow and arrow. Xuanwu. The general's ambush from our side has stopped. Girl, I suspect something's up over there. The Phoenix Guardian Battalion is requesting reinforcements for our general, the old general replied. The entire front line is under a full-scale attack, and you've seen the strength of the northern barbarian forces. Now withdrawing any troops could lead to the collapse of the entire front line. Besides, if your general runs into trouble she can't solve, she'll find a way to call for help. This old general sees that she hasn't called for help yet, which proves your general isn't in any significant danger, the girl said. But our general, no buts. Immediately carry out my orders. Yes, old general, Phoenix General then shouted, young master, there's a third-rank expert below. The damage from my arrows is limited. They're surrounding us. Quickly tell Senior Shui Ranjiang to come out. Yang Jiu, I already said, the war has split us up. This battlefield only has you and me, and that Hanwu battalion. She then laughed loudly. Ha ha, young master is such a jokester. But is that really true? The red-haired girl then called out, Senior Shui Ranjiang, come out now. I've seen you. You're already old. I know you're always there. This battlefield only has you and me. Old Liu isn't really here. Xi Fengjun's group won't be back. You can't escape. In reality, Han Ling said in surprise, Shui Ranjiang, Liu Tuge. Why are they here? Isn't he supposed to be guarding Yang Jiu? Commander Han Yi. I don't know if I'm seeing things, but Yang Jiu seems to be on the platform as well. It really is Yang Jiu. Is Shui Ranjiang really here? But something's not right. It would be better if Shui Ranjiang was directly guarding. Yang Jiu basically has no reason to personally get involved in danger. If that's the case, why is Yang Jiu here? Could there be a trap? That Yang Jiu is truly full of tricks. It seems we still shouldn't act. Han Ling then said, that's not right. Yang Jiu is courting death, wanting Feng Huang as bait, but he's too greedy and won't let us even get a bite. The Northern Barbarian Army is pressing the border, and he's not leaving anyone to guard Feng Huang, so he can only come here himself. Han Yi was astonished. He's personally guarding Feng Huang. Is he crazy? From the enemy's perspective, that's incredibly foolish and insane. If I were his comrade, and he made such a decision, I would deeply respect him. Because he's a worthy commander, just like the prince. This is giving us a chance to take the city. Pass down the order. Spare no cost to kill them all. That's the mission that needs to be done. Only when they're all dead will the war end. The assassin was sneakily trying to make his move, but a Phoenix Flame missile immediately shot towards him. Luckily, he was as quick as lightning, using his sword to forcefully parry in time. Suddenly, Yang Jiu, using a despicable plan, rushed out like a god, unleashing his invincible will combined with the heaven-devouring art towards the commander. A massive explosion rang out, shaking the heavens and earth. The assassin, Han Yi, stood there dazed, losing his mind for 5 seconds, not knowing what was happening, wondering, how could the commander be ambushed by Yang Jiu? He's just a third rank. But it seems the commander is still... Okay, he then said. A third rank, Han Yi. Have you ever seen a third rank use invincible will? Invincible will is domineering, and the heaven-devouring art is sharp. Do you know how strong a single strike like that is? Yang Jiu immediately acted like a tough kid from kindergarten, mocking, is that all there is to breaking through? The Northern Army commander is here. What are you waiting for? Come on, let's get some scars, the commander then angrily said. How arrogant. Even if you have such a powerful lost art, you're still just a third rank. A third rank's reaction speed is on par with the worst in the Han martial camp, also third rank. Surround and kill him immediately. They rushed out to surround and rape him, but seeing this scene, the red-haired girl couldn't stand it and unleashed amazing shots towards them. Yang Jiu, Commander, are you alright? Immediately, a domineering Confucian scroll appeared above his head. Yang Jiu then spouted poetry. Heaven and earth hold upright chi. In man it is called grand righteousness. From the Confucian scroll, thousands of bullets shot towards the martial arts soldiers. Mine is called invincible. Break for me. Yang Jiu was super cool as he held the sword emitting spiritual energy in his hand. Suddenly, he saw Bai Ling. You continue shooting arrows. As long as I'm alive, I won't let you fight alone on the high tower. Bai Ling then replied, Hey, my young master. Don't just look ahead, look behind you. We're surrounded. Yang Jiu broke out in a cold sweat. Cough, cough. Alright, I'll pay attention. Yang Jiu shouted. A breakthrough realm commander is here. Let's fight. Upon hearing Yang Jiu say this, the Northern Rung general was surprised. Who exactly are you? Even if you are the direct son of the Yang family, the Northern Border commander cannot possibly grasp the methods of the celestial. Yang Jiu then acted like a tiger pretending to be a fox. If you're scared, then scram. The breakthrough realm that I used to need to be wary of now seems to be nothing more than this. He immediately went crazy. Trying to appear mysterious, a third rank is still a third rank even if you have these celestial methods, so what? I don't believe you can use them endlessly, Yang Jiu then thought. Here it comes. Han Ling is the only one I need to be wary of. Suddenly, a sword slashed the Confucian scroll. Yang Jiu was shocked, and an attacker appeared from behind. He quickly stabbed a sword into Yang Jiu's chest, smugly saying, In the end, you're just a young master from a wealthy family. You will never understand the coordination between soldiers and treachery on the battlefield. But immediately, Yang Jiu gripped his hand tightly. No one understands the cruelty of war more than the commander of an army. I understand very well. I have become the greatest enemy of the Northern Rung. Why do you still dare underestimate me? He immediately gathered his aura and raised the divine sword. If this strike of yours doesn't take my life, then it should be my turn this time. My martial art is called invincible. In his eyes, he had already sent him to the altar to watch naked chickens, he then thought. Invincible, unparalleled domineering intent, killing blade, invincible power. Although Yang Jiu isn't in the breakthrough realm, With these methods he can still kill a breakthrough realm in their final moments. He then remembered what Han Ling had told me, but it's all too late. Indeed, I only have the reaction speed of a 3rd rank, and the physical qualities of a 3rd rank, but exchanging an injury for death can still be done, so killing a breakthrough realm isn't as difficult as you think. Come on, soldiers. They rushed up like hungry tigers, engulfing the Confucian scroll, emitting a 3rd rank's full spiritual energy. Clearly just a 3rd rank martial artist, even a 2nd rank, couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Invincible will. His invincible will is not endless. The Grand Righteousness Confucian scroll is the strongest shield, and invincible will is the strongest spear. Yang Jiu took the lives of these hungry tigers, one by one, 51, 52, and there were still 48 left. Knowing that you would guess my weakness, but I didn't expect you to guess it so quickly. There are still 3 charges left. Even a portion of one will help me wave a few more strikes. If I had known it would be such a waste, even if I didn't sleep at the beginning, I would have begged for a few more charges of invincible will. The soldiers still rushed up to give their lives. Want to die, 53, 54, 55. Then a sword blocked Yang Jiu's sword. That number 1 person under the heavens is indeed in the Zhenbei King's mansion. Seriously. Only he's this damn whimsical, lending his invincible intent to just anyone. It's the most illogical thing in the world. Anyone who gets his invincible intent can go toe-to-toe with a realm-breaking expert. Yang Jiu's losing it? If you're acknowledged, you get the power. Doesn't it ring a bell? Last I checked, the Northern Wrong Empress was just a damsel who couldn't even kill a chicken a decade ago, but now she's on par with Wei Tianxuan. The surprised soldier exclaimed, "You're talking about the top dog." Before he could finish, Yang Jiu kicked him flying. "Fight or get lost. Stop wasting my breath." Yang Jiu was getting tired, his strength fading. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him with a sword, yelling, "Eat this!" That's when Bai Ling treated him to a taste of the Phoenix arrow. "Young master, you go on ahead. I've seen what you've done for me. I can't let us both die here." Yang Jiu chuckled. "TCH, don't distract me, it's easy to get messed up. 71, 72, 73. He seems to have regained his fierce vitality and continued fighting. Now you're worried about me. Why didn't you say this when I got here? Is it too late to say it now? Today, we live or die together." The general said, "He doesn't have much invincible intent left, at most 2 incense sticks worth. Without it, he's a goner." "Kill Yang Jiu. Northern Wrong will win," the soldiers shouted. "Kill Yang Jiu. Northern Wrong will win." Yang Jiu wrapped his arm, struggling. "Even against 1,000, I will charge." Yang Jiu seemed injured, but the fire within him still burned fiercely. Lao Liu thought deeply. I wonder how the young master is doing. Although he has many heavenly tricks, this is the first time the young master has risked his life, and it makes people worry. Then someone came to report, "Sir, this is Zhao Rong, commander of the Blood Armor Battalion." The realm-breaking martial artist said that the Blood Armor Battalion has surrounded the main camp of Northern Wrong. "General, are you kidding me? I'm just a follower by the young master's side. How can I command you? All I can do is kill people." Back then, during the Great Eastern Wasteland Calamity, everyone only knew that Yang Gong used his troops like a god, but no one knew that you were always the deputy general by Yang Gong's side, and your subordinates also had a team of assassins infiltrating and sabotaging assassinations. No one knows what to do more than you. Lao Liu's face darkened. "That's why they're all dead. Do you want to die too?" the commander of the Blood Armor Battalion said. "I know everything you said." But Lao Liu replied, "After the Eastern Wasteland, I no longer belong to the battlefield, and I don't know how to command troops anymore. I only learned to be an ordinary person with a knife in the young master's hand." Zhao Rong clasped his hands. "I understand, sir." Suddenly he discovered, "Snow Griffon. Why is the Snow Griffon guarding the northernmost royal court here?" The king said, "Shouldn't you honestly stay in the Northern Wrong Harmony Palace to protect Her Majesty the Empress? Who allowed you to come to the front line?" Wu Ping Shuo, the leader of the Snow Griffon, a realm-breaking martial artist, said, "Even the Northern Wrong Court thinks that you and Her Majesty are at odds. But in fact, Her Majesty has never regarded you as an outsider. If she knew your plan, how could Her Majesty watch you rush to your death and remain indifferent?" The king glared and said, "The Snow Griffon cannot block the blood armor. What is the point of you staying here?" The leader replied, "The Snow Griffon has never felt that it would lose to any army, especially not to Zhao Tianyu's blood armor." The king smiled lightly. "HMPH, it's Her Majesty who doesn't want to lose to Zhao Tianyu, right? These two are really stubborn. If there is no war between Northern Wrong and the Northern Border in their lifetime, then there will probably be a story passed down between them." The leader replied, "That's right. It's just a pity that Northern Wrong and the Northern Border still need a battle in the end. Her Majesty fully supports the king, only hoping that this battle of the king has no regrets, so I decided on this strategy. The phoenix dies, and the god Griffon flies. The Northern Border's defense line is about to fail to stop Northern Wrong. At that time, even if I die, I will succeed." The leader asked, "What if it doesn't work?" The king replied, "If it doesn't work, then let it not work. If I die, the war may end. which will protect the main force of Yang Jiu and protect the autonomy of Northern. I and Her Majesty can negotiate conditions in the Central Plains War. Yang Jiu needs the strength of the northern border. And of course, he will have to find a way to help Northern Rong get through the cold. If the king is prepared to negotiate with the northern border, why not? The king gritted his teeth and said, Didn't you just say it yourself? A dying bird cries its last, a drowning nation fights its last battle. We Beirong people have our own pride. If we win this battle, we'll control the Central Plains. If we lose, we'll at least let the Central Plains know that even in defeat, Beirong will not be torn apart. The leader knelt down. Only now does Ping Suo understand why the martial artists and generals of Beirong are willing to follow you, your highness. Even if the opponent is the blood armor, I, Shui Zhao, will protect your highness until only one of us remains. Someone came to report. Your highness, the blood armor's vanguard is attacking. The prince drew his sword and slashed at him immediately. The commander was dumbfounded. Your highness, what are you doing? Immediately he laughed. I've been exposed. Lao Liu laughed loudly. The real blood armor are already attacking outside. The Shui Zhao leader was scared shitless. Who are you? There's definitely no assassin like you in Shui Zhao. The prince glared. Bloodstained, Zhang Liu painting. I knew Yang Jiu wouldn't keep you by his side. Even though Yang Jiu's chess game looks messy, he uses every piece in the most suitable place. Lao Liu said with a smile, Alas, this is really troublesome. 2 realm breakers, and I'm just a rank 1 assassin, not good at head-on fights. Aren't you making things difficult for me? The prince said annoyedly. Rank 1. Anyone who actually treats you like a rank 1 is a real idiot. Using your ass to wash spiritual energy? You're seeking to comprehend the intent realm, Lao Liu laughed. Comprehending the intent realm is the method of immortals. How could I have that kind of skill? Only. Your Highness of Beirong, I only ask you one question. Can you stop now? You must have heard what I just said, and you know my understanding of this matter. As long as I live, the war won't stop, Lao Liu said. Your Highness, but now it's a bit different from before. Because I wasn't here just now, but now you and I are less than 10 steps apart. The prince replied. At least you haven't broken through or comprehended the profound. Yet Yang Jiu, using all his schemes against my Beirong royal capital, only managed to seriously injure me. Now you're all alone. Lao Liu laughed. How can it be the same? If I had really killed you last time, the young master and I wouldn't have been able to leave Beirong. Now your cold martial energy is suppressing and making the young master miserable. A man has to have one experience. But I don't want to see the young master so miserable. If that's what your highness says, then let me see if the #1 assassin in the world can actually kill you. Lao Liu immediately said, your highness, you have ice aura. You've gained the recognition of the snow god. The prince smiled lightly and replied, otherwise, did you really think I was waiting for the blood armor to kill me? I was thinking about whether I could risk using all my strength to fight to the point of being crippled with the blood armor, giving others a headache. Your arrival is timely, although with ice aura it's difficult to fight both bloodstained Jiang and the blood armor at the same time. Lao Liu immediately frowned. What Lao Liu said, a peak realm breaker suspected of obtaining chi will achieve pseudo-heavenly human. Beirong's snow god. This snow god is more convenient than Dagon's dragon chi. Or rather, the Beirong royal family is much stronger than the Dagon royal family. The prince said, bloodstained Jiang. Have you finished preparing to die here, spy of the Eastern Kingdom? Lao Liu immediately said, I really didn't expect that you would actually become a pseudo-heavenly human. I'm just a rank 1. If your highness won't retreat, then I'll retreat immediately. He turned and ran. The prince shouted, stop! Like master, like servant. For the dignified bloodstained Jiang to play this kind of trick. The prince then turned to face Zhao Rong. You've finally come before this, prince. Zhao Rong immediately said, you will definitely die in the hands of the Blood Armor Battalion. He immediately rushed forward. Suddenly, Lao Liu's figure appeared behind the prince, and the prince was immediately stabbed. Bloodstained Jiang. You've positioned yourself well. Even if a person like you doesn't break through, you're still very dangerous. It's unimaginable how strong you'll become when you break through, Lao Liu smiled lightly. Your highness is too kind. I don't have the ability to fight one-on-one. At most, I can only sneak attack. The Shui Xiao commander immediately drew his sword and blocked in front of the prince. Leave bloodstained Jiang to me. You deal with Zhao Rong. Lao Liu was stunned. I forgot about you. But are you sure you want to stay here? The Shui Zhao aren't a match for the blood armor. If you were outside, you might be able to hold out a little longer. The prince said. He's right. If we wait for the blood armor to attack, dealing with more enemies than allies will be really difficult. You go block the blood armored guards outside. This spot's all mine. Got it, your highness. Please be careful. Pardon my boldness. Old Liu instantly phased into an illusion, flickering in and out. Meanwhile, over on Yang Jiu's side, bodies were piling up. Bai Ling, utterly spent and weak, whispered, young master, you've already done way too much for me. I've still got 1 arrow left, enough to push these guys back for a bit. You can totally bolt while I cover your escape. Yang Jiu said, that last shred of invincible will just fizzled out. So yeah, we've officially burned our bridges. If we want to live, we gotta keep fighting, plain and simple. Today, we might actually kick the bucket. A smart guy wouldn't put himself in this kind of danger. If I die here, I'll seriously regret it. Suddenly, Ru Shu got sliced in half. totally shocking Yang Jiu. The guy then lunged at Yang Jiu, gloating. No more invincible will, huh? Your saber's got no power, so pathetic. He then thrust his sword, declaring, just a third rank, you might as well just die. Han Ling unleashed a powerful slash, and Yang Jiu roared, die! Right away, Yang Jiu launched a phoenix arrow to block his strike. But then, on Bai Ling's end, soldiers suddenly ambushed them. Even though Yang Jiu was utterly spent, he still clung on, fighting tooth and nail. Suddenly, a sword appeared behind him. I got him. Finally, I actually got him. His Haoran chi is almost totally gone. Yang Jiu immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the soldiers instantly charged, seizing the chance. Seeing this, Bai Ling rushed over to help too, firing arrows to take them down. She pleaded, enough, young master, really, it's enough. I've seen everything you've done for me, and I'm super touched. But you absolutely cannot die with me here because this is where I belong, but it sure as hell isn't where you do. Yang Jiu fiercely declared, I am not dying here. He fought shoulder to shoulder with the Phoenix General, roaring, I've still got so much left to do, and this time there's no way I'm backing down. Some things, I just have to go through, Han Ling then retorted. Pretty words, so why don't you two just die here together? I'll remember enemies like you for the rest of my life. And I'll even hold a certain respect for you. My Hanwu battalion has 400 Beirong martial artists, all 3rd rank and above. Basically, the entire Beirong martial world. But today, just to kill you two, we've lost nearly 300 men. Your feat is seriously enough to make the Central Plains remember you forever. So, just die already? Meanwhile, at the Zhenbei King's manor, I've never been one to butt into these kinds of things, but I want to see how far you can really go in the future. Shin Tian continued. Plus, I even promised that grim old geezer I'd keep an eye on you. If I actually let you kick the bucket here, that'd be super lame. Ugh, fine, I'll lend you a hand then. But it's just one hand, so really make this last bit of invincible will count. Instantly, a surge of invincible will streamed over from afar. I want to see just how potent this malice chi that Liu Tu taught you really is. Instantly, the power flowed into Yang Jiu. Bai Ling yelled from the side. Young master, I've still got my last arrow. Once Han Ling delivers this saber strike, you just book it and leave the rest to me. Yang Jiu turned back, grinning. My awesome big bro is still my awesome big bro. I knew it. No matter what went down, you'd never just sit back and watch me die. Yang Jiu totally owes you for this, Bai Ling then asked. Young master, what are you even talking about? Are you ready to bolt? That saber's almost here. Yang Jiu stood back, a slight smile on his face, and said, I'm ready. You go first. Bai Ling poured all her remaining strength into unleashing her final, devastating arrow. She smiled and said, Young master, don't forget Bai Ling. Don't worry, young master. If you only have one arrow left by then, I'll totally build you the grandest tombstone ever. Not only will I never forget you, but everyone in the northern border will come to pay their respects. Bai Ling gave a faint smile. That wouldn't be bad at all, young master. Cherish it. Meanwhile, General Han was channeling his chi with max concentration to brace for this blow. Instantly, a thunderous boom ripped through the falling snow, and Yang Jiu just kept fighting. Han Ling was completely dumbfounded. Yang Jiu then sneered. If you wanted to run just now, that was probably your best shot. But I never expected you to be this bullheaded, wasting the prime chance the Phoenix created for you just to take down a few of my lackeys. Bai Ling shrieked. Yang Jiu, what in the absolute hell are you thinking? Why aren't you going? Do you really want to bite the dust here too? Are you an idiot? Or just plain crazy, Yang Jiu? With a faint smile amidst the smoke, replied, Neither. The counterattack starts now. I've already taken in the malice chi of 100 million people, nurturing chi through slaughter. Old Liu, you seriously better not be messing with your young master, cause if this malice chi can't fuse with peak first rank strength, then I'm totally screwed. Han Ling then said, Nurturing chi through slaughter. I know the connection between the blood-dyed river and your Yang family. But how in the world could your Yang family let its sole direct descendant go and learn malice chi? A technique that hurts you as much as it hurts your enemy will permanently stop you from breaking through realms. This self-damaging method that harms others. If I hadn't learned it, I'd probably be the one dead today. And as for not breaking through, as a chess player pulling the strings, I obviously don't need to chase after higher realms. This is the malice chi. This is the power old Liu always kept hidden. Malice chi can't break through to new realms, but below realm breaking, it's straight up invincible. Yang Jiu immediately pulled out the most expensive chi replenishing pill, and his heaven-swallowing true chi art surged endlessly. The malice chi. It just got stronger with every kill. So old Liu, is this the reason you wanted me to learn wrath chi? You want to see what happens when endless true chi meets endless wrath chi? Huh? Han Ling's all like, invincible below the breaking realm, sure, but I'm a legit breaking realm warrior and a well-known one at that. Even with wrath chi, you're still gonna die. Bai Ling just stands there, stunned. He's breaking through. Without any intent domain power. Is that even possible? He can break through tainted with wrath chi. No way he can break through. Han Ling swings his sword. Can't let this chance slip by. Yang Jiu, no matter what, you're dying. Here today, Shin Tian smirks. Chill as ever. Relying on wrath chi and other powers, you can temporarily reach the peak of first grade. But the heaven-devouring art makes your body and meridians crazy strong. You're rocking a third-grade body, but you're stuffing it with true chi and wrath chi, enough to fill a first-grade peak. Brat. People struggle to comprehend intent domain power to break through, and you're just brute forcing it with sheer Q volume. You're really smashing the shackles of the breaking realm, huh? You're definitely showing me something interesting. Han Ling yells, "No more scholar book, let's see how you block my blade now." Suddenly, Yang Jiu's sword surges. Blocking his attack, Yang Jiu, radiating intense demonic energy, declares, "This is the breaking realm field." What a rush. Feels like my whole body's about to explode. He grins like a maniac. Wrath chi, true chi, if I don't let it out, I'm gonna blow. Han Ling retorts, "You can't even control the power of the breaking realm. Every attack is a full-force breaking realm strike. Keep attacking like that and you'll run out of juice fast." Yang Jiu replies, "You're right. I can't control the power after breaking through. Every strike is all out. But you think I'll run out of juice. Haha, I want to feel what it's like to run out of true chi. Bring it on. Every strike's gonna be a full power breaking realm attack from now on." It's getting clearer and clearer. Yang Jiu swings his blade. Why can't the heaven-devouring art surpass second grade? Because the heaven-devouring art isn't about being invincible at the same level. It's about being able to take on someone stronger than me. He closes in on Han Ling. Han Ling blocks, but gets knocked back several meters. That's one heavy strike. Every strike is all out. Damn, that's scary. They clash repeatedly, but suddenly Han Ling unleashes a 1,000-kilogram kick, sending Yang Jiu flying hundreds of meters. Yang Jiu mutters, "Even with endless true chi, my skills and intent domain aren't on the same level as that guy. Fighting a breaking realm veteran is still a bit tough." Then, he sees Han Ling turn to attack Bai Ling. Yang Jiu shouts, reaching out, "Heaven and earth have righteous chi. To humans, it is known as boundless." The scholar book appears out of nowhere, blocking Han Ling's sword. After breaking through, this guy's celestial techniques are even smoother. If he'd saved his invincible intent, he'd be unstoppable by now. Forget Yang Jiu. Kill the phoenix. We've paid too high a price for this battle. If we don't kill anyone, how can we face the Wang family? The soldiers respond, "Yes, sir." Yang Jiu chuckles, appearing beside Bai Ling. "I've always been the one getting protected. You should feel honored to be the first person I protect with my martial arts." Alright, let's start round 2. Let's rumble. At this moment, a brutal battle is about to break out between the Wang family and the Blood Armor, and Liu Tu forces. Wang Jia smiles. "Blood-soaked Jiang. Blood Armor, haha. Is that all you got? Looks like I'm winning this round. But I really owe this one to His Majesty." If he hadn't sent Shui Zhao, even Wei Tianren wouldn't have survived the Blood Armor Corps onslaught. Blood Armor remarks, "Wei Tianren, clearly a breaking realm peak. Only those with the chi can reach this realm. Never thought Zhu Shen would be so unique." Old Liu says, "Wang Jia, it would be so much easier if you weren't so powerful. Now you're rocking legit pseudo-celestial realm power, making things difficult for everyone." Wang Jia replies, "Blood-soaked Jiang, I knew you were still hiding something, but so be it. This humble one wouldn't dare disappoint Wang Jia. Full of worldly air, only then can you obtain the intent of the mortal world. Wang Jia, be careful." Instantly, the two young men begin to draw their 20 centimeters long swords and gently interact with each other. "You really have a way to suppress the ice chi. Know that it's the power of the snow god," Lao Liu laughed. "Ritual implements can cleanse the mundane world. Why can't they cleanse divine power? I originally didn't want to use this move. Once I do, I'm afraid I can't suppress this killing intent within me." This move immediately sent them both flying. You have two extremely powerful forces in your body. Not only are they not merging, but they're fighting each other. A normal person would have been torn apart long ago. The best case scenario would be a deviation. How can you still maintain first-grade strength?" Lao Liu replied with a steely tone. "Your Highness, I'm telling you in advance, if you force out the killing intent, you have to take responsibility for cleaning it up. Otherwise, all the cities near Beirong will be in danger. Moreover, I'm warning you. Ritual implements get stronger the more they kill. If they don't kill people, they naturally won't have enough power, so you must stop me." Lao Liu turned to the Blood Armor and said, "General, you should also stay away. Now His Highness has the power of the snow god, temporarily has the power of a pseudo-celestial. I'm not certain I can win." The Blood Armor replied, "Sir, please be careful. If anything happens to you, I'm afraid no one can explain it to the commander." Immediately, a dark force enveloped Lao Liu. Lao Liu said, "General, don't worry, I can't die. I still need to help the young master look after his child. I never wanted to turn into this form. The knife the young master gave me is truly a pity." At this moment, Lao Liu lunged at Wang Ye. "For your people, please be careful." He unleashed a divine punch. Xin Tian on the side. That little Liu Tu is indeed unparalleled. In this world, there are talents as numerous as clouds in the sky, and there are people like Shi Fengjun who seek the Tao instead of martial arts. There are those like Yang Yuan, held back by the mundane world, unable to improve their martial arts. Then there are those like Lu Zhehan, wholeheartedly seeking the Tao, but their obsession is too deep and they cannot comprehend it. And then there's someone like Liu Tu, with rare innate talent, single-mindedly comprehending the Tao, and falling deep into slaughter early on. Reaching understanding in middle age, not deviating, not impatient. paving the way for future generations step by step. Lao Wangye then appeared and said, paving the way for future generations like you. Qin Tian then burst out laughing. Haha, it's just rare, Sai. Looking at the whole world, who can match me in martial arts? Qin Tian then changed his expression. It's you old fart who can still be so calm. If it weren't for my invincible Dao intent, your precious grandson would have already died on the battlefield, old prince said with a dark face. This is my beloved nephew's choice. And besides, you have known me for so long, you should know where this blade of mine will be used. Qin Tian replied, you really do separate public and private matters. On Yang Jiu's side, the soldiers continue to sacrifice themselves. Yang Jiu still looks cool, taking down each person with his blade. 148 soldiers are scared shitless. This is the killing god. He gets stronger the more he kills, and the fewer we have, the more we fight. Sir, we have no chance anymore. As for the Phoenix, let's not even mention her. She's severely injured but still hard to deal with. Now she has a Confucian book protecting her. If we keep fighting, we'll be wiped out without killing them, Han Jiangjun replied. I know everything you said. If we continue, we really have no chance of winning. Retreat, Yang Jiu said. It's finally over. Before he could finish speaking, Han Ling lunged forward. Yang Jiu was surprised. Then two swords faced each other. Yang Jiu's sword pierced through Han Ling's chest. He said, you can be injured instead of dying. A brave man would rather break his arm. We men of Beirong would rather die than be injured. It continued. Yang Jiu, you probably know your gunpowder the best. Yang Jiu was scared, speechless. Suddenly, an explosion enveloped them. But he stood there majestically. Beirong is indeed the enemy I least want to face. He then turned and called out. Bai Ling. Yang Jiu called out to Bai Ling. Bai Ling coughed, cough cough. Girl, you've had it rough this time. The city is covered in smoke and fire. In this snowy battle there's no victory or defeat. Although Han Wuming suffered heavy losses and couldn't kill you, he made you lose your fighting ability. This battle can be considered as fulfilling our wishes. Yang Jiu continued. I should stay here to protect you, but it's rare to rely on killing intent to temporarily achieve a breakthrough. I can't miss this opportunity. The more the killing intent fights, the stronger it gets. The endless devouring heaven skill is added to it. And the Confucian book helps me block knives and arrows. Who says the northern border has no reinforcements? Now with this state, I, Yang Jiu, am one man and one army. He then jumped down the city wall. A strong person fighting against 10,000 weak ones is what I'm best at. Scene change, Xuan Wu. You should know very well that you can't hold out. The northern border has no reinforcements for you. You will also be exhausted, the general replied. Han Donggu, I know the situation very well. You are plotting to compete for the Central Plains. But I tell you, even if you can cross the northern border, I guarantee that your strength will be less than 1/10. The Central Plains still has Yang Gong and other Third Realm warriors. Your Northern Rong's ambition is destined to fail, Han Donggu shouted. At worst, we'll split the Central Plains with the Eastern Kingdom. The barbarian's fate is over. Before he could finish, a terrifying power like a falling meteorite descended. It was Yang Jiu, holding a Confucian scroll, answering, This general is here, Han Donggu, prepare to die. Xuan Wu instantly froze. Breaking through the realm. He then said, Chief General, is this your plan? On the battlefield, only you are at the 3rd rank. Once he appears, he'll be surrounded and killed by countless experts. Yang Jiu, a dark power enveloping him, continued, That's why you let Phoenix go as bait. Not only to eliminate Han Wu Ying, but also to allow you to reach this realm. The ki and blood of over 100 martial artists far surpass those of thousands of ordinary soldiers. Han Donggu then said, Until now, there's still no news from Han Wu Ying. The northern garrison probably has no manpower to protect Phoenix anymore. Could it be that Yang Jiu went personally? The chief general personally disregarded the danger. But how did he achieve the breakthrough? And with such baleful aura, Yang Jiu's aura surged, and he began slashing with his blade like chopping vegetables. Yang Jiu responded, If you, Han Donggu, don't make a move, then I won't be polite anymore. Indeed, it's difficult to deal with the 3rd rank or higher martial artists of Han Wu Ying. But now they're just ordinary soldiers. Kill as many as there are. I originally thought you'd use schemes and plots to defeat Beirong Prince, and I was constantly guarding against such things. Never expected you'd use this method. The vice general reported. General, Yang Jiu's dense, baleful aura has reached the mid-stage of the breakthrough realm. If he continues killing like this, he'll reach the peak of the breakthrough realm. At that time, even a pseudo-celestial being won't be able to stop him. It won't. Baleful aura harms others, and harms oneself. Even if he has a special method, if he continues killing like this, he's doomed. Han Donggu continued. He's doing this merely to force us to retreat, to divide our forces to deal with him. Let's see. Even if he kills 1,000 people and endures the baleful aura of 1,000 people, can he withstand the baleful aura of 10,000 people? Yang Jiu smiled faintly. Han Donggu, a renowned general, using the lives of soldiers to overthrow me. Cold-blooded enough, rational enough, but you're wrong. I've never intended to force you to retreat. Wherever the northern garrison's chief general is, the northern garrison will kill there. On the battlefield, morale is the most important. Yang Jiu grinned wickedly. One person goes deep into the enemy's camp. One person carves a path. After this campaign, the Zhenbei army will belong to me. Even my maternal grandfather can't shake my position. Yang Jiu, the kindergarten-level tiger, declared war, saying to the generals and soldiers, "The northern garrison's chief general is personally on the field. The enemy camp is in chaos. What about us northern garrison men?" The generals and soldiers shouted loudly, "Wherever the chief general is, we will kill there." Xuan Wu commanded, "Open the city gates. Follow the chief general. Kill." The city gates slowly opened. That northern garrison's chief general is a monster. He alone has fought and killed, causing great chaos in the rear camp. The others of the northern garrison are also crazy, charging forward after him. "How dare they?" General Qilin said. "Chief General, is this your plan? No one will ever be able to compare to your prestige in the Zhenbei army in the future. You are not only the chief general of the Zhenbei army, but also the most legendary hero of the entire northern garrison." Qilin hurriedly reinforces the chief general. "Wherever the chief general is, the Zhenbei army will kill there. Relay the order to Baihu." With just one sentence, the chief general single-handedly killed over 1,000 people. Immediately someone reported, "General, the chief general is single-handedly on the field." Huran turned to Shangguan Li, who was gaping. "Kid, don't get excited." Before he could finish speaking, she had already galloped away. "Where are you going? That kid can get stronger the more he kills, but you can't." Falling into the enemy crowd, you'll only become weaker and weaker. On this side, Yang Jiu was fighting valiantly. 5,670, 5,671. Xuan Wu is really getting old. Why hasn't he arrived yet? He's not stalling until then, is he? I want to become a hero, not a stone statue. Yang Jiu then felt he was about to be unable to resist. The meridians can withstand it, but the internal organs are being pushed to their limits. Even if it's defying the natural order, it's still better than dying. If I survive and return, I must ditch Xuan Wu first. At this moment, the star of hope appeared. Yang Jiu smiled lightly. "I knew it. When I'm in danger, my little Li, Shangguan Li, appears badass, saying, 'As long as I'm here, no one in the world can harm my husband.'" She stood in front of Yang Jiu, blocking the attack. He immediately said, "You silly girl, you've used up all your chi just fighting your way here. Are you really gonna die with me?" She bravely replied, "If I don't have Yang Jiu, then for Shangguan Li, living is worse than dying. So I must die before you. Burning your blood essence won't work on experts who have broken through, but it's enough for you guys." As she circulated her chi, boom! A massive explosion erupted. The setting sun divine halberd, the divine weapon Hao Di, and Liu Yanhair's blood were all released. "On this side, miss, I understand lending the setting sun divine halberd, but you even had Shangguan Li smear her own blood all over the spear so she could use it." Yanhair said, "It's fine, I didn't have much strength left anyway. But if Shangguan Li uses it, the remaining power in it will be enough for her to fight to the very end. It's all because of her. Young master can't possibly have any accidents." On the other side, Shangguan Li held the divine weapon in a daze. This is the power of the divine weapon, Hao Di. "Looks like that mistress might be promoted to a concubine," Yang Jiu grinned. "Anything's possible." At this moment, Yang Jiu slowly drifted off. "Xuan Wu Battalion, quick, shield formation to protect the commander. Qinglong Battalion, follow me, charge into the enemy ranks and defeat them." He immediately passed out after that. On the prince's side, Lao Liu smirked. "The prince is truly powerful. I can block a nobody like you. I don't dare use this move in a large-scale battle. Once I do, it will inevitably affect the innocent. Killing too many people will eventually lead to being consumed by resentment. This kind of resentment harms both others and yourself." The prince said, "No wonder you've been following Yang Yuan for so long, powerful and cunning. If it were just me alone, I could deal with you dodging. But if I didn't stop you here, who knows how many northern rung commoners would suffer. To exchange the lives of the commoners of several cities for the certainty of your death isn't arrogant, and if it were a deal like this in Deng country, they'd be begging for it." The prince said, "If we can arbitrarily sacrifice the common people, then what do we need soldiers for?" Lao Liu replied. The prince is not only unwilling to abandon the common people, but this time he also has a part of himself wanting to die, which is why this lowly one dared to use this trick in front of you. The prince said, "You're just a guard. It's truly a waste of talent," Lao Liu said. "How can the prince know how satisfied I am now if you aren't me?" At this moment, the prince immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Such a state of mind. No wonder you have such cultivation." "That's right. Resentment is eroding my heart. Meridian, I'm afraid I only have half an incense stick's worth of time left." "Well, it's not bad that I can still say a few words to you before I die, but I still want to see Zhao Tianyu," Lao Liu replied. "Does the prince have any words you want me to pass on to the Grand General? Tell Zhao Tianyu to have a few children with His Majesty. If he can't, then let His Majesty choose consorts and expand the Northern Rong Imperial Harem. My Northern Rong cannot decline." Lao Liu approached and replied, This lowly one will definitely convey all these words of the prince to the Grand General and the Empress. The prince then said, "Why didn't I think that the person by my side at the last moment would be you? Forget it. Help me stand up. I still want to see the northern Wrong lands. That's right, after I die, bury me in the Arctic Ice River." Lao Liu asked. "The Arctic Ice River? You still can't rest assured about the snow god?" The prince then said, "No. I know very well that the greatest enemy of Northern Wrong is not Qian country, but Han Shi from the Arctic Ice River, so I can't help but think about going south." At this moment, a blood armor soldier walked over and said, "General," Lao Liu said, "Blood Armor Battalion, retreat, return to Hanbei Pass." The commander standing to the side asked, "Prince." The prince smiled lightly. "It's okay, I'm tired. It's just that I still can't let go of Northern Wrong. My will is in the royal palace. Yang Jiu knows where to find it. Although Her Majesty is a woman, she is wise and martial, and has methods to govern the country. Moreover, with such a relationship with Yang Jiu, there is no need to worry about the extreme cold." At this moment, the prince immediately fell down. The commander ran over to support the prince. The prince smiled lightly. Northern Wrong, Northern Wrong. It's a pity that I can't lead Northern Wrong to that fertile land. Can't make Northern Wrong the master of this world, Yang Jiu. I am not convinced by you. You can defeat me, because you have the strongest Zhenbei army in the world. You have gunpowder, you have blood-soaked river. The prince continued to cough up blood. My Northern Wrong. The army and officials are harmonious. The military and the people are of one mind. After 3 generations of wise rulers, the national strength is strong, the court is clean. Why can't we be the masters of the Central Plains? How can the Qian Emperor compare to my Northern Wrong royal family? Dongjier, Northern Wrong is relying on you. And thus, the prince joined the ranks of the dead. A cry of utter despair. "Prince!" the commander shouted loudly, sending off the prince. The Northern Wrong sky was filled with snow like rain, as if sending off the prince. The empress said, "It's snowing, the snow is so heavy, the snow is so sorrowful." The Grand General said, "Didn't she say the snow season was over? Why is it still snowing so heavily? Could it really be because of something deep within the glacier, unrelated to him? This is the snow mourning. Mourning for the most important person to Beirong who has departed." "Tianyu, we have to go back. Let's go back. It hasn't even been half a month since we came out. How long has it been since we last saw each other?" "She couldn't possibly be sick of me after only half a month, right?" The empress then said, "The war is over." "That's not quite right. It should be said that the war between the northern border and Beirong is over, but our war has only just begun. But what's worth celebrating this time is that they can stand together again, and also her nephew who has been trapped in the northern border for too long." The general was dumbfounded. She said, "Wu Xiao is dead. That kid won. Isn't this something to be happy about? Beirong needs a state funeral." The general laughed. "Awesome. Why isn't it worth celebrating? That old geezer is finally done for. Just thinking about having to call him uncle in the future. And I'm all." The empress shot him a glare. "That is indeed something to be sad about. He's a rare opponent after all. Next time you say something like that, could you maybe tone down the smirk?" "Why is there snow with this weather?" Yang Yuan replied. "Probably Beirong's snow, some old enemy has died. Even this city can't help but celebrate that Xiao Jiu has defeated the most difficult enemy for me. Beirong's Wu Xiao." Yang Yuan said, "Xiao Jiu must have paid a huge price too, Wu Xiao. That's not an opponent you can beat with just wit and strategy. How can you defeat this master of the wolves of Beirong without blood and sacrifice?" The madam then said with heartache, "Xiao Jiu must have suffered a lot." Yang Yuan then consoled, All right, if you want to go, I'll have someone escort you to the north. You probably miss your son, right?" The madam said. "Xiao Jiu has started his own family and has his own wife by his side. Now the capital is unstable, the Wu Zhao army is stationed in Haizhou, and His Majesty in the court is also putting pressure on you, so I have to stay by my husband's side." Yang Yuan replied, "You're right, that one in the court is no longer the crown prince. But His Majesty, Qianzhan, your position as emperor isn't even stable yet, and you're giving him so much pressure, even if his intentions are pure. With the imperial power of court officials inside and strong enemies surrounding him outside, how can his heart be at peace?" Inside the palace, the emperor coughed a few times. Empress Jiang Rukan then said, "Your Majesty, it's very late. You should rest early." The emperor replied, "All right, Empress, rest early. Now is the time of survival. I feel more and more powerless." The empress replied, "Your Majesty, Yang Gong is still here. Why is the court like this?" The emperor then sighed, "Zhao Yang Gong, if it weren't for Qianzhan, I would naturally rely on Yang Gong, but now, forget it. Now it seems that the leader of Dongguo is preventing Yang Gong from leaving the city, and it's a good thing, otherwise the situation would probably be even more complicated." The empress said, "Your Majesty must know that without Yang Gong, there would be no Your Majesty today." The eunuch came forward and replied, "This word from the Empress is wrong. Your Majesty never owed Yang Yuan anything. Yang Yuan's choice of Your Majesty was also helpless. After all, Qin Wang could never listen to Yang Yuan's words like, Your Majesty." The Emperor then shouted loudly, "Has Cao Gong forgotten? Without my orders, you are not allowed to come and see me without authorization." The eunuch then smiled lightly. Your Majesty, calm down. This old servant just wants to remind your Majesty why the late emperor didn't trust Yang Yuan. Not only the late emperor, I think any emperor would not be able to accommodate a subject like Yang Yuan, whose merits are higher than the master, who only has the country in his heart, and not the ruler. Therefore you must know clearly that such a person who is for the country can do anything, even change the ruler. The emperor then said, what exactly does Cao Gong want to say? Everyone knows that now I can only rely on Yang Gong. Are you saying these words now because you want me to walk right into my own trap? The eunuch then replied, no. This time this old servant came only to remind your Majesty that the court is in chaos now, so why should your Majesty rely on a subordinate who may not be loyal to you? Why not seek help from external forces? The emperor turned and glanced. Absurd. I am the son of heaven of Dagon. You want me to borrow the power of other countries? Your Majesty, calm down. Since ancient times there was Emperor Wu of the Great Ancestor who joined forces with the Buddha Wu to overthrow Dazhao, and more recently there was King Chu. I don't believe that your Majesty doesn't know the relationship between King Chu and Nanjiang and Dongguo. Everyone knows that those who are not of the same race must have different hearts. After Emperor Wu of the Great Ancestor ascended the throne, the Wu clan was almost wiped out in the Central Plains, and Buddhism became even less and less. Even King Chu killed the great sacrifice of the Wu clan, so what is your highness still worried about? The emperor then hesitated. Western regions Buddhism, let me think about it. The eunuch smiled lightly. This old servant takes his leave. I hope your Majesty will decide soon. The emperor then coughed a few times. Empress, I probably really don't have the destiny of the Son of Heaven. But the Empress then replied, Your Majesty, as the eldest son of the late emperor, this destiny originally belongs to your Majesty. At this time, at the Pavilion Masters, where Yang Jiu was soaring high, I've always wanted to come to Yueyang Tower since it was built. The Dongdu Assembly was supposed to be my stage to dominate with my Mingxi power, but the embroidered uniform guard interfered, turning it into Yang Jiu's accomplishment in a distant land. I don't think the sect leader is any better than you, young master. And besides, this territory belongs to you. The sect leader will have to return it eventually. The sect leader said, Miss Murong, have you considered changing your allegiance? Doesn't the Murong family desire greater glory? Murong replied with a light smile. Sect leader, you're setting me up. Young master trusts me wholeheartedly, entrusting me with everything in Wuzhou and Haizhou. If I were to betray him, you surely know what that trust would turn into. So, Miss Murong, you're not betraying him, not out of loyalty but out of fear, she replied. Is there a difference? I'm not like Shangwan Li or Liu Yanhe. They're blessed with innate talent, and affection can bind them. But young master knows very well that with someone as unemotional as me, fear and respect are the strongest ties. I admire that about young master too, the sect leader chuckled. I can't compare to Yang Jiu's talent for using people. Miss Murong, you grew up in Wuzhou, yet I never noticed your brilliance. Had I known, I might have come to propose. Murong said, Sect leader, you should dismiss that thought. For a woman with ambition, unwilling to stay confined within the inner chambers like me, after encountering a man like young master, it's either marrying him or remaining single for life, she continued. Sect leader, there's no need to beat around the bush. Wuzhou and the capital are separated by towering mountains. Realm-breaking experts like you can walk as if on flat ground, but armies cannot pass, nor can provisions. Therefore, you want to take the waterway in Haizhou. The sect leader replied. The most important thing for troops is speed. I can't allow that crown prince in the capital too much time to prepare. Speaking of which, I underestimated him. I thought he didn't covet the throne, but by borrowing Yang Gong's influence, he quickly stabilized the court and exceeded my expectations. She said, Sect leader, this is meaningless. You're not just borrowing Haizhou, but also Liuzhou, aren't you? Now you continue to advance to the 4 prefectures, not to pressure his majesty, but Yang Gong. Right? Not only Yang Gong but brother Yang should also make a choice. Dai Shang's victory in the northern frontier is about to spread. Without the threat of the northern barbarians, holding the northern garrison army, controlling the 2 prefectures of Haishan, and with Yang Gong in the capital, if Yang Jiu doesn't make a choice, he'll become the target of attack, Murong said. The northern garrison army and the northern barbarians suffered mutual losses. The Haizhou navy still belongs to the imperial court, and the Shanzhou garrison is also in the hands of the court. How can you say they belong to young master? The sect leader replied, Miss Murong, is this brother Yang's attitude, sitting idly by and watching Xian Zihan, wholeheartedly wanting to end the chaos and not wanting the common people to suffer? If this is brother Yang's attitude, then forgive me for not being able to walk the same path, young master, the sect leader said. Never mind. If that's the case, then we can only meet on the battlefield. Afterward, the sect leader left. Young master Qian Zihan, can be considered a hero of his generation. The Yu prince, blocking you and him, has already run to the capital, so there's no point in coaxing him. At this moment, on the northern frontier, Yang Jiu, wrapped in bandages, was lying in bed, slowly opening his eyes. Yan He, seeing this, stepped forward and said, Young master, you've finally woken up. This time, even the military doctors said there was no hope, but fortunately, Senior Qin Tian took action and pulled you back from the gates of hell. Yang Jiu replied. Before doing it, I knew how dangerous this matter was, but I didn't expect it to be this dangerous. But it's also good. The price was worth it, Yang Jiu said with a somber face. Young master is a strategist. How could you personally step into the game? And such a dangerous battlefield at that. There's no better way, I had to do it. By doing so, when facing an enemy like the northern barbarians,